Chapter 1. The Live QA, Roger's Execution Revisited. A year was promised. Another year has passed. It's been nearly 3 years. Is the golden finger stuck in a rut? In the year 1521 of the Sea Circle calendar, in the town of Marineford, within an ordinary classroom at the Naval Academy, a youth named Luffy lay sprawled on his desk, idly gazing out the window, voicing his complaints. Indeed, Luffy is a transmigrator, and today marks the 7th day of his arrival in Marineford. 3 years prior, upon his arrival in this world, the customary golden finger for transmigrators made its appearance. Yet, mere seconds after its manifestation, it announced, "This system will enter a maintenance period lasting 1 year." And so, 1 year turned into another, and now 3 years have elapsed, with the contraption still in maintenance. In these 3 years, Luffy, possessing only average talent and background, has the fortune of being tall and robust, which deterred his classmates from troubling him, while the female students were enamored by his looks. Thus, his time here has been rather pleasant. He attended classes, occasionally daydreamed, charmed his female classmates, and collected a bit of protection money after class, living a life of leisure. Today, as he continued his usual daydreaming, a piece of chalk was suddenly hurled at him without warning. "Luffy, why weren't you here this morning?" Following this, the voice of instructor Tina resounded through the classroom. Luffy was known for causing mischief in class, but had never crossed any serious lines, allowing him to evade reprimand. However, this morning, he had the audacity to skip class. This blatantly challenged Tina's authority as an instructor. As her query echoed, the gazes of his classmates converged upon Luffy. They stifled laughter, seemingly eager to witness Luffy's impending embarrassment. After all, many had been bullied by him in the past. Yet, several female classmates regarded Luffy with concern. Confronted with Tina's furious inquiry, Luffy calmly rose and replied, "Report, instructor, I was receiving in 4 this morning. I see you're robust enough to swallow a cow. What were you being infused with?" "Report, I was infused with your essence." "Tina, how could a mere student dare to tease a respected instructor?" Fury ignited within her. Her pink hair seemed on the verge of igniting into a fiery red. "Luffy, I see you're itching for trouble." With that, Tina rolled up her sleeves and approached Luffy. Unfazed by her threats, Luffy shrugged, displaying indifference. Tina was not the first instructor Luffy had provoked to such ire. He had grown accustomed to such scenes. However, just as Tina prepared to take action, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over her. When her senses returned, the scene before her had transformed dramatically. It was a bright and sunny morning. Yet, for reasons unknown, the atmosphere surrounding it was laden with an oppressive weight, instilling a sense of dread. On the execution platform, a disheveled man knelt. Before him stood 2 executioners wielding long blades. Yet, even in such dire circumstances, the man exhibited no fear, radiating an aura of authority instead. Witnessing this, Tina's breath caught in her throat, for she recognized the scene before her. The execution platform of Lowtown. Pirate King Roger, the man who single-handedly ushered in the era of great piracy, had reappeared. Despite being on the gallows, he remained a figure of terror. The vividness of the scene was so striking that Tina felt as though she were truly present within it, beads of sweat forming on her forehead unbeknownst to her. The naval soldiers, unaccustomed to such grand spectacles, trembled in fear. This is Marinford who dares to conjure such illusions? Tina spoke warily, her arm morphing into an iron bar akin to a railing. Yet, her words bore no effect. The scene continued unabated. Is this truly the Pirate King Roger? Is this the only man to reach the end of the Grand Line? Quick, report to the commander. The Naval Academy has been infiltrated by a powerful being. Instantaneously, the classroom erupted with a cacophony of voices. Excitement, fear, reverence, and confusion permeated the air. Soon, the entire Marineford was filled with such exclamations. Everyone sees this scene too. Tina gasped, incredulity washing over her. Realizing this, a wave of panic surged within her, for she understood that the great figure had already been executed, and it had been a public execution witnessed by the entire world. Thus, the scene she was witnessing, while strikingly real, was merely a reenactment of past events. Was this the power of a high-ear devil fruit? To allow so many, without their knowledge, to witness such a phantasm, such a capability was indeed terrifying, and it was no wonder that even someone of Tina's stature felt a sense of dread. However, the situation was far from over. Not only had Marineford been shaken by this vision, but people across the globe were also witnessing it. Yet, amidst the global tumult of confusion and fear, there was one person who showed no surprise, even laughing aloud. That person was Luffy. Ding! Congratulations, host. The global live broadcast system is being established. Ding! The global live broadcast system has been successfully set up, bound to the sole host, Luffy. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained supreme managerial rights in the live broadcast room. Members from around the world are joining. Pirate Whitebeard has joined. Admiral Kizaru is joining. Jester Buggy has joined. Red-haired Shanks has joined. Straw Hat Luffy has joined. In addition to those who belong to the world of pirates, Luffy also noticed that the live broadcast system's database was continuously being enriched with footage. The Marineford War, Roger's death, the Sky Island trip, the Sabati Archipelago arc, the O'Hare Massacre order, the annihilation of the Rocks Pirates. The live broadcast room will randomly play 3D films from the database, during which random questions will arise. All members in the broadcast room may participate in the QA, with correct answers yielding rich rewards, while incorrect answers will result in the loss of one's belongings. Soon, the system provided this explanation. Live QA? So what benefits do I, the host, receive? Luffy expressed his dissatisfaction. While other systems granted immediate rewards, his seemed rather egalitarian. Those who answer incorrectly in the live broadcast room will have their belongings automatically transferred to the host. A mechanical voice chimed, bringing Luffy a sense of balance. Additionally, this live broadcast room supports a tipping function, allowing all participating members to contribute tips. The items that can be tipped include, but are not limited to, martial arts, devil fruit abilities, special skills, etc. Members can tip without losing their own abilities. The host may also receive rewards by guiding other members to tip, the system added. Upon hearing this, Luffy felt an immediate sense of relief. Guiding others to tip was akin to swindling, and swindling was precisely his forte. As Luffy reveled in his newfound joy, the chat box before him, suspended in a cerulean hue, began to fill with messages. Kapu, if I'm not mistaken, that's Roger, right? Sengoku, Kapu, how dare you speak? Weren't you the one responsible for guarding Lowtown back then? Why has he resurfaced? You better give me a satisfactory explanation. Whitebeard, could that guy still be alive? Haha, I miss the days we used to drink together. Ace, old man, do you realize your forge rip is about to burst? Crocodile, oh? Are you saying Whitebeard is on the brink of death? Whitebeard, not quite on the brink. Are you so eager to become my son? If you want to be my son, you must first bow. Crocodile, Rayleigh, Captain, I truly hope you can witness this world once more. In the live broadcast room, the world's elites spoke one after another. This left the ordinary populace too intimidated to utter a word. As for the authenticity of the live broadcast room, no one dared to question it. For the more powerful figures had already verified through various means that the live broadcast room existed beyond any conceivable energy form. As for the ordinary people, they had no need to know. The scenes in the live broadcast room continued unabated. Even as the pioneer of the great pirate era stood upon the gallows, Roger's spirit remained unyielding. Facing the throngs gathered beneath the gallows, Roger declared his final words with resounding bravado. Do you seek my treasure? If you desire it, I shall grant it all to you. Go and find it. I have concealed all my riches there. The entire world was set ablaze, heralding the dawn of the great pirate era. In the fleeting moments of his life, Roger transformed his remaining spark into a conflagration that ignited the world. Chapter 2. The QA begins. Punishments for wrong answers. At the moment of Roger's execution, the world erupted in fervor. Now, 2 decades have elapsed. Yet this chapter of history continues to evoke profound shock, particularly for those pirates who, inspired by Roger 20 years prior, ventured forth into the Grand Line. The nostalgia they feel is palpable. This live broadcast space has provided them with a platform that transcends both time and space for communication. However, just as the prominent figures in the live stream engaged in casual conversation, inquiring about each other's well-being and testing the waters of one another's capabilities, the broadcast abruptly halted above the live stream. A line of crimson text materialized. QA time. Why was Pirate King Roger captured? Correct answer reward. Thundercloud Zeus. Incorrect answer penalty. Randomly strip one item from the incorrect respondent, including but not limited to fruit abilities, martial prowess, life, equipment, etc. Thundercloud Zeus? The ordinary viewers in a live stream may not comprehend the significance of such a term yet. For those pirates who have already set sail on the Grand Line, and for certain high-ranking Navy officers, the implications of Thundercloud Zeus are all too clear. Meanwhile, on Tato Land in the latter half of the Grand Line, Big Mom reclined on her throne within her palace, gazing at a white cloud prostrating beside her. She smugly declared, "Heh, Thundercloud Zeus was created solely by me. Is there truly a second Thundercloud Zeus in this world? This so-called live stream is nothing but a farce." As for the question of why Roger was captured, it is utterly trivial. Who would care about that? With that, Big Mom seized a towering confection before her, over a meter high, and stuffed it in her mouth, a live broadcast aimed at the entire world. Big Mom held no belief in its authenticity in her eyes. It was merely a grand illusion. Moreover, possessing the ability to create such illusions was not uncommon within the Grand Line. Thus, she paid little heed to the events of the live stream, until 3 seconds after she had stuffed the dessert into her mouth. Zeus. Where's Zeus? Big Mom gazed in bewilderment at the empty air before her. Originally, Thundercloud Zeus had been right there, yet, in the blink of an eye, it had vanished without a trace. As Big Mom stood in shock, she noticed that in the section of the live stream dedicated to the QA rewards, Thundercloud Zeus now appeared. Furthermore, Zeus bore an equally perplexed expression, clearly unaware of how it had ended up there. Upon witnessing this scene, Big Mom's fury ignited. What kind of live stream QA is this, demanding to take something from my cake island? A blatant act of thievery. Having roamed the pirate world for decades, it was the first time she had witnessed someone pilfering from beneath her very nose. Enraged, she swung her fist at the illusory live stream, yet the live stream was but a phantom, and her fist could not land a blow. Her most capable son and subordinate, Katakuri, soon arrived at the palace. Upon noticing Big Mom's rampage over the disappearance of Thundercloud Zeus, he fell into deep contemplation. Perhaps this live stream truly possesses powers that transcend all earthly bounds? Otherwise, why had his observation haki failed to sense anything at all? With this thought in mind, Katakuri concentrated and redirected his focus to the live stream at that moment. The various prominent figures in the live stream had already engaged in a spirited discussion regarding the question at hand. Whitebeard, Thundercloud Zeus. Is that the new favorite of that Charlotte fellow? Marco, old man, that's Big Mom's weapon, Ascension Cloud. Whitebeard, Nanny? I can't believe that after all this time in seclusion, Charlotte's tastes have become so extravagant now. He doesn't even spare clouds? Sengoku. Charlotte Katakuri, Whitebeard, as a fellow emperor, kindly maintain a degree of decorum. Marco, everyone, let's focus on the question at hand. Akainu, is there any doubt left? He was captured under the might of our great and just navy. Robin, you shouldn't speak so definitively. Can your navy truly possess the strength to turn the entire sea upside down? Akainu, you must be Robin, right? Well, I will remember this. Every word you utter will serve as evidence in court. You best reconsider your statements. Crocodile. Haha, is the red dog threatening a little girl in person? It seems the mighty navy isn't all that impressive. Akainu. Warlord, mind your place. Garp, red dog. That a fitting name. It sounds far better than Akainu. Akainu. So you're all turning your elbows outward, are you? Hancock. Since no one dares to answer the question, I shall not hold back. Hancock. The true answer is that Roger was captured. Naturally, due to his inability to match the formidable strength of Admiral Garp from the Navy. As soon as Hancock's answer was uttered, the entire chatroom fell silent for a moment. This information was something Hancock had heard from the Navy, when Roger was the Pirate King. Hancock was merely a child and had little understanding of that historical period. Thus, when such a question arose in the chatroom, she naturally shared what she had heard. At that moment, Garp, who who was sipping tea at the Navy headquarters, couldn't help but choke upon hearing this response. The reason for Roger's capture has long been a topic of various narratives within the world of pirates. One version that has circulated from the Navy is that Garp defeated Roger, leading to the successful apprehension of Roger by the Navy. However, Garp himself has never acknowledged it. Garp, do not spread rumors, nor believe them. I have never said such words. Hancock, what do you mean, don't believe rumors? Isn't this news coming straight from your Navy? Keela, so, the Navy has self-exposed? For over 20 years, have they been deceiving us then? Garp, I cannot say. Sengoku, what exactly is the situation? Sengoku, Garp, close your mouth. Keela, is Sengoku-sama getting anxious? It's nothing much. After all, the Navy cares about its image, I understand. Sengoku, you little brat, what do you understand? Hancock, Sengoku-sama, there is no need to be so agitated. I can comprehend the situation. Rest assured, I will not disclose this information. Whitebeard, haha, there is no need to keep it secret. This is a live broadcast for the entire world. Everyone already knows. What is there to spread? At this moment, Sengoku was visibly upset, his beard nearly bristling. However, this matter concerns the Navy's reputation, and as the fleet admiral, Sengoku must handle it with care. Just as Sengoku wore a troubled expression, the often referred to Chief Strategist Admiral Tsuru arrived at the fleet admiral's office. Tsuru, you have arrived just in time. What is your perspective on this matter, and how should we explain it to the world? Sengoku, unsure of what to do, directly sought Tsuru's counsel. Upon entering, Tsuru was immediately faced with such a grave question and could not help but sigh. In my opinion, it would be best to reveal the truth to everyone. After all, Garp has confessed it himself, Admiral Tsuru said. 20 years ago, when Roger was executed in Lowtown, Tsuru had opposed the decision made by the Navy's higher-ups. But at that time, she had no authority and could only acquiesce. Now that this matter has come to light, she naturally did not wish to make excuses to cover it up. However, as Fleet Admiral, Sengoku had many considerations. Let us say, it's for the faith of the ordinary people. They need a just leader, Sengoku said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Tsuru understood, silently sighing. Leave this matter to me. Subsequently, Tsuru typed a line of text in the live broadcast. Roger was captured by the Navy in a joint operation. Garp may not have directly participated in the entire process, but he was indeed the overall commander of the Navy during Roger's capture. Thus, saying that Garp is the hero who captured Roger is absolutely accurate. Tsuru's statement dispelled much of the skepticism in the live broadcast. After all, there were not many who could surpass Roger, and even fewer who could match him in battle. Garp, known as the strongest force within the Navy, certainly possessed the capability to contend with Roger. Akainu, this is the righteous Navy, do you all see it? Weasel, Garp is forever a god. Kobe, Garp is forever a god. Crocodile, well, if that's the case, the possibility is indeed quite substantial. Crocodile, after all. If Garp hadn't captured him, the Pirate King himself would not have personally gone to Lowtown to deliver his head, right? Soon, the audience in the live broadcast began a new round of discussions regarding the reasons for Roger's capture. However, those close to Roger, like Whitebeard and Rayleigh, certainly would not believe Tsuru's words, while the majority of ordinary people, including pirates and Navy personnel, generally accepted her explanation. Yet, just as most people began to believe Admiral Tsuru's words, a notification sound echoed in the live broadcast. Ding. Hancock answered, Roger was captured by Garp. And the answer was incorrect. Punishment for the error, deprivation of her conqueror's haki. Ding. Tsuru answered, Roger was captured by the Navy, and the answer was incorrect. Punishment for the error, deprivation of her Navy rokushiki. Upon hearing this notification sound, both Hancock and Admiral Tsuru were immediately stunned. Not only had they answered incorrectly, but the powers mentioned by the system had genuinely vanished into thin air. Soon, the distinguished figures in the entire live broadcast were bewildered. To be able to strip someone of their abilities, what kind of terrifying existence was this live broadcast? While everyone else was panicking and fearful, one individual remained composed and even laughed. That was Luffy, because right after the live broadcast announced the stripping of Hancock and Admiral Tsuru's abilities, a separate system notification resounded in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, Conqueror's Haki Fusion successful. Ding. Congratulations, host, Navy Rokushiki Fusion successful. Chapter 3, Sengoku, please mind your position. Feeling the changes coursing through his body, Luffy was filled with joy. It turned out that the penalties for others' incorrect answers were rewards for him. As Luffy rejoiced, he began to demonstrate the powers he had just acquired, one being Conqueror's Haki and the other the Navy's Rokushiki. Whenever he wished, he could wield these two abilities at any time. Meanwhile, as Luffy reveled in his newfound powers, the others in the live broadcast were left in utter shock by the sudden turn of events. Hancock, my haki. Just like that, it's gone? Hancock, both astonished and furious, typed the line in the live broadcast. As one of the individuals stripped of abilities, no one understood better than her what had just transpired. She had merely guessed an answer, wanting to test the authenticity of the live broadcast. Now, it was confirmed that the live broadcast was indeed genuine. Not only had she failed to claim a reward, but she had also lost her own haki in vain. Blackbeard, Hancock, one of the 7 warlords, has lost her conqueror's haki? Then Amazon Lily is in grave danger. Blackbeard, hey, if you would be willing to become my captive wife, I would gladly place my flag on Amazon Lily. Kizaru, you dare dream of eating swan meat? Moria, what a charming proposal. The Navy has finally spoken sense. Ace, Blackbeard, are you planning to come to Amazon Lily? Fine, I shall await your arrival here. Hancock, you foul man shall not approach my territory. Even if my conqueror's haki has vanished, the walls of Amazon Lily remain unyielding. Hancock, moreover, the Navy headquarters is to blame for me losing my conqueror's haki. I will certainly seek retribution from you. Shiki, ha. I knew someone like Roger could never be captured by the Navy. The Navy is indeed lying. Shanks, Amazon Lily is not as easy to conquer as you think. Grant me some face and let the world be at peace, shall you? Outside the live broadcast, Sengoku watched the continuously scrolling comments in the chat box, his beard trembling with anger. If not for the concept of penalties and rewards, Sengoku could have dismissed the emergence of the live broadcast as a prank. But no. The reward Thundercloud Zeus was forcibly drawn into the live broadcast from Big Mom by an invisible force. Meanwhile, Hancock and Admiral Tsuru, who answered incorrectly, had each lost some of their abilities. In such circumstances, how could he shift the blame? No. How could he continue to uphold the justice of the Navy? Moreover, aside from this, Sengoku was also troubled by another matter. Hancock, as one of the 7 warlords, had lost the kingly demeanor of her conqueror's haki. With such a diminished presence, could she still be regarded as the sovereign of her domain? The comments from the pirates in the live stream indicated a burgeoning interest in Hancock's territory. If this continued, the territorial disputes among pirates would inevitably spark a new wave of conflict, a prospect Sengoku wished to avoid. At that moment, Shanks, one of the 4 emperors and renowned throughout the seas for his fruit of face, made his entrance. His words momentarily quelled the restless pirates. After all, Hancock's ascent to the position of empress was due to her formidable abilities, which extended beyond merely possessing conqueror's haki. Moreover, with Shanks speaking, the audience in the live stream would certainly extend him the courtesy he deserved. Consequently, the discussion about Amazon Lily was abandoned, and the focus shifted back to the Navy headquarters. Whitebeard, the Navy is truly shameless. For the sake of that ludicrous notion of justice, they have lost all semblance of dignity. Gold Lion, haha, indeed. Sengoku, as the fleet admiral, speaks of righteousness, yet he pales in comparison to Admiral Garp's straightforwardness. Garp, why does that sound oddly flattering? I suppose I will take it as a compliment. Sengoku, Garp, please understand your position. Caesar Clown, I wonder if everyone remembers the scientific weapon explosion incident at Punk Hazard. That was a Navy research facility, yet they evaded all responsibility for the disaster. Doflamingo, of course, I remember. The Navy claimed that it was you, Caesar, who conducted dangerous experiments without authorization. Moonlight Moria, that makes sense, without the world government's directive. How would Caesar dare to engage in such perilous endeavors? Sengoku, warlords, please be mindful of your stance. Whitebeard, ha. Sengoku is getting anxious. Caesar's remark instantly ignited the live stream. Whether they were 4 emperors or 7 warlords, none wished for world peace. After all, war is merely the reallocation of power among factions, providing a rationale for the strong to devour the weak. These pirates considered themselves the strong. Of course, Shanks, who thrived on reputation globally, was an exception. At this moment, both the 4 emperors and ordinary civilians began to question the Navy due to Caesar's insinuating comments. Sengoku himself was deeply troubled. This bunch was incredibly difficult to manage, particularly the 7 warlords, who, despite being granted supreme status by the world government, treated the Navy with such disdain. It was utterly infuriating. One day, I shall find an opportunity to propose the abolition of the warlord system. Sengoku fumed in his office. Vice Admiral Tsuru, sensing Sengoku's fury, offered some comfort. Do not be angry. At least Empress Hancock is still on the Navy's side. Just as Tsuru finished her reassurance, Hancock addressed Sengoku in the live stream. Hancock, Sengoku, if you can restore my conqueror's haki, I shall believe in the Navy's ruse. Sengoku? Sengoku, can it even be returned? Besides, who knows where Hancock's haki has gone? Furthermore, what does she mean by ruse? Why add such a term if she chooses to believe? At this point, Sengoku was on the brink of fury. As the fleet admiral, many decisions were beyond his control, yet he bore the brunt of so much infamy. Was the justice he upheld truly just? And those 7 warlords were all like ungrateful wretches. He had to find a chance to propose the abolition of the warlord system to the world government. As Sengoku began to descend into self-doubt, new developments arose in the live stream. Kizaru, everyone, please calm down. While the Navy does value its reputation, there is no need to lay all the blame at our feet. Caesar, what do you mean by the Navy values reputation? Is that a confession? Sengoku, Kizaru, be mindful of your stance. Kizaru, I merely stated a truth. Sengoku, next month, salary increase. Kizaru, received, Admiral. Kizaru, I confess, I was a bit tipsy earlier. It was my personal behavior. Do not attribute it to the Navy. Shanks, is this the power of capital? Shanks watched the lively scrolling comments in the live stream with a smile. It had been a long time since he had witnessed such an entertaining scene. Meanwhile, Sengoku was boiling with rage. Ever since this live stream had emerged, the Navy's authority had been persistently challenged, leaving him, the fleet admiral, feeling somewhat ashamed to face others. Within the live stream, everyone was vociferously condemning the Navy, particularly those pirates who already had grievances against them, who relentlessly slandered the Navy. The chat box was abuzz with activity. However, the question and answer segment had yet to yield any new responses. This was due to the caution instilled in everyone by Hancock and Tsuru's previous missteps. After all, whether for the Navy or the pirates, answering correctly was merely an embellishment. Pirates like Whitebeard and Gold Lion, who were contemporaries of Roger and familiar with him, were also hesitant to answer. After all, when Roger made the decision back then, no one had informed them. Even if they could guess some reasons, they could not guarantee their answers would be correct. Of course, a select few high-ranking Navy officials were privy to the real reasons, but they could not publicly disclose such knowledge to save face. However, just as everyone hesitated to answer, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed through the live stream. Warning: if a correct answer is not provided within 30 seconds, one member will be chosen at random to lose their life. Chapter 4. What a nonsensical situation. At that moment, the chat box within the live stream was overflowing with messages, yet no one dared to participate in the answering segment. It seemed that everyone had been intimidated by the consequences faced by Hancock and Tsuru for their incorrect answers. After all, the stakes were high, and the potential repercussions were daunting for both the Navy and the pirates. However, should one answer incorrectly, the repercussions would be irrevocable. Hancock's Conqueror's Haki is an innate manifestation of royal demeanor, unattainable through later training. Moreover, Admiral Sengoku's mastery of the Marine's 6 styles necessitates extensive time and rigorous training to acquire. Although it is possible to retrain, given Sengoku's current physical condition, it is patently impossible to undertake such a regimen. Furthermore, even if one were to answer the question correctly and receive the reward Thundercloud Zeus, they would still have to contend with the peril of retribution from Big Mom. After weighing these considerations, it is evident that no one dares to attempt answering the questions. Additionally, in the present circumstances, disparaging the Marines in the chat box clearly appears to be far more enjoyable than racking one's brain for answers. Although the live stream has indicated a countdown for answering, and should no correct responses emerge, a random member's life would be forfeited. The atmosphere within the stream has undeniably grown tense. Yet, within the hearts of the crowd, a sense of hopeful chance lingered, with so many individuals present. They fervently wished that the misfortune would not befall them. Luo Fei observed the incessantly scrolling images within the live stream, silently shaking his head. Those so-called 4 emperors and admirals were nothing but a bunch of cowards. Well, if no one dared to answer the questions, I shall gladly accept this tempest, Zeus. Fortunately, Luo Fei had previously leveraged his status as the sole owner of the live stream to don a disguise, leading everyone to believe he was merely an ordinary Navy officer. Soon enough, he began to type a few lines in the chat box. Luo Fei, Vice Admiral Garp, is indeed the pinnacle of the Navy's combat prowess. If he cannot capture Roger, then it is likely that few within the Navy could succeed. Luo Fei, perhaps, the illustrious pirate king Roger, has surrendered? His analysis was quite reasonable, for in those days, there were scarcely any who could hold their own against Roger, let alone chain him in handcuffs and drag him to the execution platform. However, this reasoning evidently failed to convince the assembled audience in the live broadcast room. Particularly, the pirates who once served under Roger could hardly accept Rofy's assertion. Impossible, exclaimed the clown Buggy. How could a man like Roger ever submit to the Navy? Moria chimed in. Who are you, little brat? To claim that Roger surrendered is utterly laughable. Whitebeard added, Rofy, you must be a newcomer to the Navy, am I correct? How do you know I just joined? Rofy retorted, and I am not a child. Within the chat room, each participant bore a unique emblem beside their name. The Navy members displayed the Navy's insignia, the pirates showcased their own, while ordinary civilians remained unmarked. Naturally, those like Rock, the captain of the Black Cap Pirates, who concealed their identities, as well as the covert Navy members like CP9, were assigned identities by the system based on their current appearances. Being a Navy member, Rofy's name was prefixed with the Navy emblem. However, Rofy could not fathom how Whitebeard could discern not only his affiliation but also his recent enlistment in the Navy. In response to Rofy's confusion, Whitebeard swiftly provided clarity. Would a figure of Roger's stature ever surrender? Unless he were out of his mind. Such a conclusion is patently absurd. Only a fledgling Navy recruit would utter such nonsense. Whitebeard proclaimed with pride, the Roger who could barely hold his ground against me has no equal within the Navy. As he spoke, memories of the man he once shared drinks with beneath the cherry blossom trees flooded his mind. He had never anticipated that their parting that day would become an everlasting farewell. This unexpected live broadcast evoked a plethora of reminiscences for Whitebeard. Roger, the era of great pirates you forged with your final breath, does it still unfold as you envisioned? In the Navy Academy, upon hearing Whitebeard's response, Rofy found himself momentarily at a loss for words. How could he possibly respond to Whitebeard? Was it conceivable that Roger, the pirate king of the previous era, had indeed lost his senses and surrendered to the Navy headquarters? In Rofy's view, a legendary figure like Roger, even faced with an incurable illness, would never allow the executioners of the Navy to dictate the conclusion of his life. However, Roger proceeded in such a manner, neglecting even to protect his own wife and child. Thus, Luo Fei found it difficult to comprehend Roger's actions. As a prominent figure among the four emperors, Whitebeard had numerous subordinates. Following Whitebeard's remarks, several of his captains and ministers echoed his sentiments. Marco proclaimed, "Truly, Father is wise." Satch affirmed, "Father possesses extraordinary foresight." Diamond Jaws added, "Indeed, aside from Roger, no one can rival Father." Of course, Ace refrained from participating in the discussion. After all, Roger was his biological father. And this was the first time Ace had seen him through the live broadcast, stirring a tumult of emotions within him. Soon, the live chat was inundated with such comments. Even Sengoku could not hold back and interjected. Sengoku said, "All right, that's enough. A few words will suffice. No need for all this embellishment." Shiki the Golden Lion retorted, "Old sheep, it's been 20 years since you announced to the world that Roger was captured by the Marines, and you still dare to show your face?" Sengoku replied, "Escaping from Impel Down was merely luck. What? Do you wish to enter again?" Shiki shot back, "What is that? Do you think I fear you?" Amidst the banter between the esteemed figures, time passed swiftly. In a mere 30 seconds, another notification echoed in the live chat. The prompt read, "What is the correct answer for why Roger was captured?" The correct answer, Roger surrendered. Congratulations to Luo Fei for answering correctly and receiving the reward of Thundercloud Zeus. Furthermore, as the first member to answer correctly, Luo Fei was granted the additional status of Super Administrator within the live chat. The Super Administrator privileges encompass, but are not limited to, inviting members, kicking members, muting, sharing the Super Administrator perspective, and receiving member tips. The system's notification resonated throughout the live chat, leaving all the prominent figures utterly stunned. Buggy exclaimed, "Is that all it took to answer correctly? Who would have thought that Lord Roger truly lost his mind?" Shiki lamented, "Roger, oh Roger. I never imagined you would willingly deliver yourself like this. What a disappointment." Kong added, "Goodness. A correct answer earns a super admin reward? Had I known, I would have rushed to answer first." Kizaru inquired, "Oh? It seems that Admiral Kong is aware of the truth from back then?" Sengoku demanded, "Kizaru, which side are you truly on?" Whitebeard mused, "So, does this imply that Luo Fei is the leader of this live chat? What use is the Navy? I wonder if Luo Fei would be willing to join under my command as my son, in return for a position as a division commander." Hancock interjected, "Luo Fei may not yet be the leader. Have you all noticed the room owner at the top of the member list?" Whitebeard responded, "No matter. Even if Luo Fei is not the leader, I would still welcome him as my son." With the 2 rewards Luo Fei received for answering the question correctly, the chat group erupted in excitement once more. Thundercloud Zeus, while noteworthy, was less impressive when compared to the extraordinary power of the Super Administrator, which captivated everyone. After all, this live chat could potentially strip others of their abilities. While the system did not explicitly state that Luo Fei, as a Super Administrator, could arbitrarily revoke others' powers, it also did not clarify that he could not. This ambiguity posed a significant threat to the eminent figures. Moreover, within this live chat, all communication could transcend the limitations of time and space. Participants could glean previously unknown secrets through the live broadcast and QA segments. According to the system's explanation of Super Administrator privileges, it effectively conferred supreme authority within the live chat to Luo Fei. The ability to invite, kick, mute, and accept tips would profoundly influence the trajectory of future events in the world. As the room owner had yet to reveal themselves, Luo Fei, possessing considerable management authority over the chat, was temporarily regarded as the second in command. To all factions, Luo Fei had become a ticking time bomb. Whichever side utilized him would face unprecedented challenges. Thus, various factions active upon these seas were compelled to prioritize Luo Fei in their strategic planning. What appeared to be a tranquil ocean was already beginning to stir with undercurrents. Chapter 5, The Blushing Akainu, You Truly Are a Dog. Having the Super Administrator privilege is indeed convenient. The ability to invite members, kick them out, mute, and accept tips grants him powers akin to the room owner. In the Navy Academy, Luo Fei expressed his satisfaction. He had not anticipated that being the first to answer would yield such benefits. The system had proven true to its word. At that moment, the Thundercloud Zeus had appeared beside Sushin. Despite being merely a cloud, it possessed eyes and a mouth akin to a human, its cotton-like form making it appear plump and endearing. "Master, please take good care of me." Upon encountering Luo Fei, Zeus uttered these words. Initially, Luo Fei harbored concerns that this Thundercloud Zeus, created by Big Mom, might not heed his commands. Yet now, observing the obedient demeanor of Zeus, Rofi felt utterly at ease. "Ah, good child, stay by my side from now on. Rest assured, as long as I have a morsel of meat, I shall certainly share a taste of vapor with you." Rofi chuckled, patting Zeus's plump, soft body. He recalled how this creature had an insatiable fondness for the clouds produced by Nami's climate baton. How delightful it would be if such a delicacy could appear in the live broadcast in the future. Alternatively, once he became powerful enough, seizing it directly would not be a bad idea either. For now, however, it would suffice to let Zeus enjoy a bit of vapor. Soon after taming Zeus, Rofi turned his attention back to the system's live broadcast. He remembered how the system had previously elaborated on the privileges of the Super Administrator. specifically mentioning the ability to invite others. Yet, considering that nearly all inhabitants of the pirate world had already joined the live stream, where could he possibly invite more from? System, are there still individuals who have not entered? Prompt, this live broadcast currently includes only those members with a vital presence in the existing world. In addition to these, you may invite members from the underworld of the current world, as well as beings from alternate realms. Underworld? So, it means that individuals like Roger and Odin, whose ashes are untraceable, can also be summoned. Prompt, indeed. However, the live streaming room must reach a certain level before the permission to invite individuals from other worlds can be granted. For each level the room ascends, one can invite members from the underworld. For every 5 levels, members from alternate realms can be invited, and upon reaching 10 levels, the ability to add new groups is unlocked. At that point, the system will randomly open a live streaming room in a different world, with the host remaining the sole owner. After listening, Luo Fei silently nodded. If he could bring Roger into the group chat, how would this world transform? Or perhaps, if he could resurrect the souls of those from O'Hara who perished in flames, would the blank century of history finally be revealed? Such notions are intriguing to ponder. So, how could one elevate the level of the live streaming room? Luo Fei inquired. The hint revealed that the room's base growth value is 0, 1 per day. And once the growth value reaches 10, the room can be upgraded. Answering questions and receiving donations can further enhance the growth value. This means the room can level up autonomously. According to the basic algorithm of the streaming room, leveling up requires 100 days. Thus, it appears that to invite members from the underworld, one must wait at least 3 months. This will take a considerable amount of time. Let's defer the matter of inviting individuals for later. Isn't there a permission for vision sharing? Let us test this feature. Upon Luo Fei's command, the system swiftly understood. In the blink of an eye, the scene before Luo Fei was transmitted to the entire world. Just as he activated vision sharing, a white figure suddenly appeared before him. It was Akainu. Luo Fei was somewhat taken aback by Akainu's presence. After all, this was the Navy Academy, a gathering place for the lowest-ranking sailors. Generally, high-ranking admirals would not tread here. As Luo Fei pondered in confusion, Akainu spoke. Kid, you're fortunate to have obtained the Thundercloud Zeus, but its power is immense and of great research value. I believe you should willingly hand it over to me for Dr. Vegapunk. Naturally, in recognition of your contributions, I have decided to reward you additionally. Just as Akainu finished speaking, his eyes suddenly glazed over, and a troubling thought flashed through his mind. This kid has activated vision sharing? This means that the entire world has witnessed my request for the Thundercloud Zeus. Luo Fei, your possession of the Thundercloud Zeus is fortuitous, but I expect you to hand it over. Such words echoed endlessly in the minds of the prominent figures in the streaming room. Goodness, a respected admiral stooping so low for a mere Thundercloud Zeus. Utterly disregarding his dignity, the first to speak was Whitebeard, who had previously invited Luo Fei to be his son. Is this what the Navy has become? Are they so desperate as to steal from a child? Where is your honor, Admiral? Kong, Red Dog, you have gone too far. Even I find it hard to bear. Hancock, Admiral Akainu, you truly are a dog. Kaido, indeed, Red Dog, your actions are beneath contempt. You have no qualms about exploiting others. Inel, is this the lower realm? It is indeed rife with filth and vice. Shanks, this conduct truly reflects the name. I declare that I will no longer involve myself in Navy affairs. And you need not show me any consideration. Zifa, I did not teach you skills to bully others. Since you have committed such an unforgivable act, refrain from mentioning my name in front of outsiders. Kizaru, if you don't mention it, no one will know. Shiki, no wonder the Navy is rotten to the core, top to bottom. Within the streaming room, a tumult erupted over Akainu's request for the Thundercloud Zeus. After all, his actions were utterly shameless, and everyone was unable to tolerate it. Furthermore, for the pirates, this presented a splendid opportunity to attack the Navy. Such a rare chance would not be missed by the pirates. Naturally, the primary target of their ire was still Akainu. Numerous soldiers within the Navy Academy bore witness to this scene. Observing the prominent figure's derision in the streaming room, they began to murmur among themselves. I once regarded him as an idol, yet he has sunk to such depths. It is truly disheartening. Shoo, keep your voice down. He is an admiral. Do you want to lose your position? TCH, if this is the justice I have upheld, then I would rather not follow it. All right. Let us keep our voices down. Have you seen Akainu's fists? They are turning red. He might come crashing down on us any moment. At this moment, outside the classroom where Luo Fei was situated, a considerable crowd had gathered. Everyone was eager to see what sort of extraordinary being Luo Fei was, now endowed with super admin privileges. They also wished to witness how Admiral Akainu bullied these novice soldiers. Although the whispers were hushed, Akainu, possessing the ability of observation haki, heard every word. Initially, he contemplated punishing a few students for their idle gossip, hoping to silence the others. However, it soon dawned on Akainu that the discussion surrounding him had escalated beyond control. At that moment, he realized the profound impact of his actions. Just then, Rofei summoned the Thundercloud Zeus and quietly inquired, Lord Akainu, do you still desire this cloud? I believe you are correct. Although I am unaware of the cloud's capabilities, I would willingly submit it if it could benefit the Navy. Rofei stated with a sincere smile. After all, The thundercloud Zeus held little value for Luo Fei at this juncture. Retaining it might even provoke the ire of Big Mom. Since Akainu desired it, he would gladly relinquish it, as it would be unwise to jeopardize relations with a marine admiral over such a trivial matter. Yet, it remained uncertain whether Akainu would dare to accept it now. Upon hearing Luo Fei's words, Akainu's expression shifted dramatically. He felt fury because the cloud rightfully belonged to the Navy, yet it had attracted an avalanche of criticism. He felt embarrassment, as the entire world had witnessed his desperate attempt to acquire something from Luo Fei. He felt helpless, knowing that he could not take the cloud now, as the Navy's reputation held greater significance than Dr. Vegapunk's research achievements. Just as Akainu wrestled with his thoughts, Sengoku, who was in the office, spoke up. Return the item to Luo Fei at once. This is a reward for his arduous efforts. How can we, as embodiments of justice, claim his possessions? The chat room buzzed with convenience, allowing messages to be transmitted in real time. After seeing the marshal's comments, Akainu felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Everything he did was for the Navy's sake. Yet he found himself cast as the villain. Nevertheless, for the sake of the Navy's dignity, making a personal sacrifice seemed a small price to pay. Wagada, Luo Fei, please keep the thundercloud Zeus. My earlier comments were merely a test of your character. Given such a powerful treasure, your ability to remain humble and loyal to the Navy is commendable. Akainu remarked, a rare smile gracing his face, signifying his appreciation for the younger man's integrity. Could he take the thundercloud Zeus? Certainly not. He had merely voiced his thoughts to Luo Fei, and already faced backlash from the prominent figures of the sea. If he truly attempted to seize Zeus, he would likely be subjected to even greater scorn. After all, time was on his side. Luo Fei's loyalty to the Navy was unwavering. And once the uproar subsided, subtly requesting it from Luo Fei would be a wise course of action. Luo Fei, too, could infer Akainu's intentions. Was Akainu the type to easily relinquish his desires? If he were, he wouldn't bear the moniker of Red Dog, seeking to wait for the uproar to die down before claiming his prize? If that were the case, he should not blame Luo Fei for his ruthlessness. Thus, Luo Fei quickly devised a plan. Chapter 6, Striking the 4 Emperors and Kicking the 7 Warlords? Who would dare be so bold? Luo Fei, my previous statement was merely a test of your character. It has been proven that you are a commendable individual. Therefore, the thundercloud Zeus shall remain in your custody for the time being, Akainu said, patting Luo Fei's shoulder like a benevolent elder, his tone earnest. However, to Luo Fei, this was not the implication. A test of character? Had it not been for the shared vision he initiated, revealing Akainu's shamelessness to the world, he would have likely claimed the thundercloud Zeus long ago. Moreover, Akainu's words suggested that this cloud was only temporarily entrusted to him, implying it might be reclaimed in the future. Well then, Red Dog, since you lack virtue, do not blame me for my lack of justice. Lord Akainu, I cannot accept this cloud. Luo Fei replied earnestly. As you mentioned, its significance is immense, and I may not be able to safeguard it adequately. However, your strength assures me that I would be more than willing to have you protect it. After speaking, Luo Fei commanded Zeus, who had been hiding behind him, to float over to Akainu. Seeing Luo Fei's declaration, Akainu felt a wave of gratitude. He indeed felt too embarrassed to directly ask for it, but he had not anticipated Luo Fei to be so perceptive and willingly offer it. Nonetheless, Akainu considered Luo Fei's words carefully. The cloud indeed carried significant weight. Accepting it would be tantamount to openly opposing Big Mom. Luo Fei, at present, lacked the capability to confront the 4 emperors. If Akainu were to take the cloud, it would demonstrate Luo Fei's cleverness. A loyal and astute marine soldier. Impressive. At this moment, Akainu began to regard Luo Fei with newfound respect. In that case, I shall reluctantly accept it. Just as Akainu prepared to accept Zeus, the chat room erupted once more. Shanks, do you not wish to become a target of scorn? This young man sees through the charade. However, it is wise to place Zeus in the hands of the Marine headquarters for greater safety. Whitebeard, when that lunatic Linlin goes berserk, the entire Marineford may suffer. Kizaru, in my view, the thundercloud Zeus cannot remain. It is better to avoid unnecessary troubles. Perhaps it would be best to return it to Big Mom. Akainu, return it? On what grounds? This is a testament to our Navy's strength. Doflamingo, the Navy's strength? It is clearly Luo Fei's personal possession. It seems Lord Sakazuki has not given up on seizing the thundercloud Zeus. Shiki, Big Mom, when are you planning to attack Marineford? Count me in. Hancock, Luo Fei. Do not heed Akainu's nonsense. Keep it if you wish. As for the repercussions from the 4 emperors, rest assured, when Big Mom assaults Marineford, those of you in the front line will surely suffer. Charlotte Smoothie, Red Dog, prepare to be confronted. Let us see how you frighten the child. Katakuri, laughable. A mere marine admiral dares to challenge the likes of a 4 emperor? The prominent figures in the chat room were united in their desire to prevent Akainu from seizing the thundercloud Zeus. After all, if the cloud remained in Luo Fei's possession, the threat it posed would be considerably mitigated. However, if entrusted to Akainu and transformed into a weapon for mass use, the threat would be monumental. As the esteemed figures in the live stream fervently criticized Akainu, their aim was to compel him, under the weight of global public opinion, and to uphold the Navy's honor, to abandon such an objective. Amidst the heated debate sparked by a remark from Law, he furiously typed in the live stream, "Stop spouting nonsense. Our Navy's admirals are formidable. Upon reading this, Akainu's smile broadened radiantly. This is the bloom of Marineford. This is the future of the Navy. Young man, you truly are commendable. I shall promote you upon my return, Akainu mused. As confusion enveloped the live stream, with everyone seemingly supporting Law, they pondered why he appeared so oblivious to right and wrong. Unexpectedly, Law picked up a Navy textbook and began to browse through it. Through shared vision, everyone glimpsed the contents of this textbook. Look, our Navy is indeed impressive. Lord Garp once knocked Roger down with a single punch. Lord Kuzan froze an entire nation with his Ice Age. And Lord Sengoku single-handedly overturned Whitebeard's pirate ship. Do you still dare to underestimate our Navy? Let me tell you, do not be too arrogant as pirates. Whitebeard interjected. When did that happen? I was unaware of such a feat. Caesar remarked. Interesting, a storm cloud named Zeus has revealed to me such a lively spectacle. I never knew the Navy was so formidable. Doflamingo added. Akainu, step forward. We need to have a word. Law's declaration left the livestream audience in utter disbelief. Punching the 4 emperors and kicking the 7 warlords? The Navy truly is impressive. Yet, if the Navy were indeed so powerful, why would they recruit formidable pirates as warlords to maintain order in certain seas? If the Navy were genuinely that strong, would they allow powerful pirates like the 4 emperors to roam freely across the ocean? The answer, of course, is negative. This implies that the Navy is merely boasting. Whitebeard exclaimed, Sengoku, stop playing dead. I believe you owe me an explanation. Hancock chimed in. Sengoku is exceedingly busy. He is not someone we can simply meet. Doflamingo retorted. How can you speak of the great Sengoku in such a manner? He must be preoccupied with how to enshrine the Navy's great achievements in textbooks. After all, crafting a narrative requires time, Doflamingo continued. Moria added, so they are allies. My colossal scissors nearly slipped from my grasp. Katakuri stated, Sengoku, we await your response. What on earth is going on here? The live stream buzzed with such news, relentlessly challenging the perspectives of the esteemed figures at sea. The Naval Academy is a cornerstone influencing the very foundation of the Navy. It is inconceivable that Sengoku would be unaware of the critical task of authoring the Navy Academy's textbooks. However, nowadays, the naval textbooks have begun to present such distorted and exaggerated narratives, undoubtedly under the influence of Sengoku. Thus, the members in the live broadcast seized upon this point, relentlessly pressuring Sengoku for a response. At this moment, within the office of Marshal Marineford, Sengoku found himself beset by a headache due to this matter. After painstakingly covering up the truth behind Roger's capture, now this situation has arisen. Who on earth authored such a textbook? It is utterly absurd. Sengoku vowed that this was indeed the first time he had encountered the contents of these textbooks. However, at this juncture, such discussions are rendered futile. As the Admiral of the Navy, his personal conduct epitomizes the Navy's stance. Any incident arising within the Navy inevitably implicates him. The distortion of facts in textbooks, which has offended the formidable pirates, has far-reaching implications. Even Sengoku, renowned for his sagacity, is at a loss for an effective strategy. Reluctantly, assistance was sought from Vice Admiral Tsuru, who had recently lost the 6 styles of the Navy. Though only a Vice Admiral, Tsuru bears less pressure than Sengoku. After a thorough analysis of the current situation, Tsuru promptly proposed a solution. In my view, given that the events are being broadcasted live to the world, we have reached an irretrievable point. It would be prudent to find a scapegoat to take the blame, thereby salvaging some semblance of dignity. As for who should be designated for this role, I have already identified a candidate. Chapter 7, the Navy's most notorious scapegoat? Within the Navy Academy, Akainu observed the esteemed figures in the live broadcast mercilessly criticizing the Navy, causing him considerable displeasure. With the power of the magma fruit, Akainu's face was flushed a deep crimson, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption. Law stood before him, acutely aware of the steam emanating from Akainu's body. Yet, regardless of Akainu's simmering anger and frustration, he found himself unable to vent. After all, there is a saying that rings true. Apart from being a keyboard warrior, what can one truly accomplish from behind a screen? If only there were a screen to smash, at least that would offer some relief. Yet now, it is but a vacuous live stream. Must Akainu truly vent his ire into the void? Moreover, the vicinity is filled with newly enlisted naval soldiers. Having just inquired of Luo Fei regarding the matter of the thundercloud Zeus, he has likely already disappointed them. If he were to further lose his temper now, it would surely diminish his standing within the Navy. The world is resplendent, yet I am so tempestuous. Such behavior is unseemly. Unseemly. Akainu consoled himself internally, feeling the vapor of frustration dissipate somewhat from his brow. The pressing concern at hand is not the tarnishing of the Navy's reputation, but rather how to prevent its further degradation. Luo Fei, let us first disable the shared vision. After all, we are at the naval headquarters of Marineford, and many secrets need not be revealed to outsiders. Akainu spoke earnestly. Indeed, if it were not for this damned shared vision, he might have already acquired the thundercloud Zeus without a trace. Lord Akainu, it's not that I wish to resist, but the live stream has a strict regulation. Once shared vision is activated, it cannot be disabled for a month. Luo Fei replied, gesturing towards a system notification in the live stream. Notification. Shared vision, once activated, cannot be turned off for 1 month. Rofei's tone was sincere, even tinged with a hint of regret. After all, this was a non-negotiable rule of the live stream, and even Rofei, as the super administrator, lacked the authority to alter it. Upon hearing this, Akainu could only sigh in resignation. He had initially planned to leverage Rofei's closure of the shared vision to procure the Thundercloud Zeus under some pretense. Now, it seemed that such aspirations for the Thundercloud Zeus were futile for the next month. Unbeknownst to Akainu, this rule had been recently added by Rofei using his host privileges. Presently, Rofei was merely an ordinary naval officer, devoid of formidable strength or a substantial background, yet he had suddenly gained management authority over this livestream. Such an occurrence was bound to attract the attention of various influential figures. For Rofei, this was not necessarily a fortuitous development. He even had reason to believe that without the protective veil of shared vision, permitting his actions to be exposed to the world, he could face unforeseen peril. Simultaneously, Rofei was acutely aware that the pirates in the chat, while ostensibly rallying to his cause, were merely seeking to tarnish the Navy's reputation rather than genuinely supporting him. Rofei had deliberately instituted a month's duration for the shared vision, granting himself a space for growth. Through answering questions and stripping erroneous members of their abilities, Rofei had already acquired Conqueror's Haki, the 6 styles of the Navy, and Big Mom's Thundercloud Zeus. Merely one question had bestowed upon Rofei such an array of power-enhancing rewards. He mused that in the forthcoming questions, further rewards would surely come his way. After a month, he would undoubtedly have grown stronger. At that time, he would no longer require the protection of shared vision. Rofei reveled in this optimistic thought. However, within the confines of the live broadcast, it was Akainu's remarks that sparked renewed controversy. Admiral secrets? A mere ordinary navy could access your confidential matters? Your secrecy organization is indeed a farce, proclaimed the Golden Lion. Big Mom interjected, I advise you to think carefully before speaking. Do you wish for Law to cease the shared vision and then seize Zeus for mass production? Doflamingo chimed in. The scenery of Marineford holds its own charm. Once it's closed off, it will be lost forever. Kazara questioned. Are you certain you wish to witness the sights of Marineford? Shirahoshi added. Could we not close it? I still wish to gaze upon the outside world. Luffy exclaimed, is it impossible to turn off the shared vision? Haha, splendid. Law, consider it a favor owed to you. May I borrow your eyes to glimpse my grandfather? Garp responded, you little rascal, still thinking of me. Old man Do is in fine health. Rest assured. Until your decayed will is awakened, I shan't encounter any mishap. Hancock inquired, grandfather? Grandson? What is transpiring here? The chat group erupted into lively discussion. At this moment, Luffy had found a cadre of like-minded companions, rising to become a sensational pirate. The fact that Garp, a hero of the Navy, had a grandson who had turned pirate was, in Sengoku's eyes, a disgrace to the Navy's image. Consequently, to prevent Garp from exposing himself further, Sengoku summoned him to his office, intending to keep a vigilant eye on him to ensure he remained discreet. On Law's end, he readily acquiesced to Luffy's request. After all, one must extend a courtesy to the future Pirate King. Seeing his plans to acquire the Thundercloud Zeus thwarted, Akainu promptly exited the Naval Academy. Nonetheless, despite this minor interlude, the pirates did not forget the tales of Navy admirals who had punched the 4 emperors and kicked the 7 warlords within the Navy's textbooks. Those imprisoned and impelled down were particularly eager for the Navy to descend into chaos, incessantly discussing the matter in the live broadcast. Thus, to swiftly quell the situation, the Navy devised a plan. They sought someone to take the fall, a scapegoat to acknowledge the misdeeds, thereby preserving the Navy's dignity to the greatest extent. The act of altering textbooks and tarnishing the reputations of the 4 emperors and 7 warlords was a burden that few could bear. To push someone forward to take responsibility, it would have to be an admiral. Currently, there were 3 admirals in the Navy. Akiji was still on vacation, Kazuru refused to work without pay, leaving Akainu, who was fervently dedicated to the Navy's justice, as the most suitable candidate to shoulder this burden. After thorough deliberation between Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru, they unanimously decided that Akainu would bear the brunt of this fallout. Thus, as soon as Akainu left the Naval Academy, he was summoned to the Marshal's office. Upon arriving at the Marshal's office, a monumental burden was placed upon him. What? A collective blunder, and I must bear it alone? I refuse. Akainu immediately rejected the notion. Sengoku patted Akainu's back, as one might comfort an injured puppy, and continued, consider it this way. It is for the justice of our Navy. If you do not descend into hell, who will? If you take on this burden, the entire Navy shall be spared from the depths of despair. Look, as long as you accept this responsibility, acknowledge this oversight as yours, won't our Navy's dignity be restored? Upon reflection, Akainu found merit in the Marshal's words. Sacrificing oneself for the greater good, indeed, this embodies the Navy's justice. Very well, I agree. However, Marshal, I hope you can grant me one request, Akainu stated. Seeing Akainu finally relent, Sengoku felt relieved enough to sip his tea. What is it? Akainu boldly articulated his inner thoughts. Upon your retirement, may the position of Marshal be passed to me? After all, Sengoku currently needed him, if not now. When would he make such a request? Waiting until Sengoku's retirement would be too late. Sengoku, caught off guard, spat out the tea he had just sipped, splattering it across Garp's face. This spirited lad is already eyeing my position as marshal? Sengoku mused, recognizing Akainu's ambition. Yet, from another perspective, ambition was not entirely unfavorable. In contrast to Akiji's laid-back demeanor and Kizaru's lethargy, Akainu's ambition could be viewed as a positive drive. However, Sengoku was unable to make any promises at that moment. Let us deliberate further. Sengoku took a deep breath, stroking his goatee as he spoke slowly. Chapter 8. Opportunities and Challenges, the Grand Era of Pirates. Within the Marshal's office in Marineford, while Sengoku did not explicitly grant Akainu's request, he did not outright refuse. After all, among the three admirals, Akainu appeared to be the most reliable candidate for the future of the Navy. While Kizaru possessed formidable strength, his light fruit abilities instilled fear in countless pirates. However, his indolent disposition truly renders the warring states uneasy. There lingers a modicum of concern that entrusting the future of the Navy to Kizaru might eventually lead to its downfall. As for Akiji, he is even less worthy of mention. Although he exhibits a greater degree of composure compared to Akainu, his reliability remains questionable. However, since the conclusion of the O'Hara incident, Akiji has become rather languid, embarking on a journey around the world on his bicycle under the pretext of hunting down the remnants of O'Hara. Now, 2 decades later, the once spirited youth has transformed into a curly-haired uncle. In contrast, Akainu diligently commutes to work each day, undeniably establishing himself as the most dedicated admiral within the Navy. However, his sole flaw lies in his extreme views and stubbornness. As a subordinate, Akainu proves to be an excellent executor. However, if he were to command the entire army as a marshal, Sengoku harbored concerns that his temperament would inevitably lead to significant turmoil within the Navy. Consequently, considering these factors, Sengoku is currently unable to make any commitments to Akainu. Presently, Sengoku remains in robust health, and sustaining this for a few more years poses no difficulty. He possesses ample time to evaluate Akainu's capabilities. Fortunately, Akainu is not in haste for a response from Sengoku. For him, it is paramount that Sengoku acknowledges his contributions to the Navy. Soon, Akainu took to the chat interface of the live-streaming group. Akainu, there is no need for speculation, everyone. The endeavor of compiling the textbook was solely my undertaking. As members of the Navy, we must remember that in this vast ocean, there are no pirates. We, the Navy, are the sole embodiment of justice. The peace of the world shall undoubtedly be achieved through our Navy. With gritted teeth, Akainu articulated these sentiments, which indeed reflect his innermost convictions. However, he is acutely aware of the profound decay and malevolence that permeate the ranks of the Navy. The pursuit of justice in this world is far beyond the capabilities of a single individual. It is akin to the unwavering protection the Navy affords the celestial dragons. In Akainu's conception of justice, the celestial dragons are unequivocally excluded. Yet, due to his position, he is compelled to shield them unconditionally. Shanks, you truly have the audacity to speak so brazenly. Are you suggesting that the world's peace is solely the result of the Navy's efforts? Hancock, indeed. Where do you place the most formidable empress of the seas among your claims? Doflamingo, is it possible that this foolishness is actually the doing of Akainu? That certainly clarifies matters. Whitebeard, ha ha ha, it has been years since I last dealt with the Navy, and now their young officers have grown so presumptuous. Dragon, I refuse to accept this. If the Navy embodies justice, why are there still so many war-torn and displaced nations in this world? Shiki, Akainu, as a mere admiral, I doubt you possess the authority for such claims. Hancock, Lord Akainu, if you are being held captive, just blink. At this moment, the live broadcast erupted with excitement due to Akainu's voluntary assumption of blame. Although his admission undoubtedly impacts his reputation and prestige, it has sparked lively discourse. However, it must be said that the Navy's strategy of sacrificing a pawn to protect the king has indeed been executed with finesse. Allowing Akainu to draw all the fire ensures the preservation of the Navy's dignity. Only in this manner can the banner of justice upheld by the Navy remain unyielding. After perusing the discussions in the live chat, Luffy couldn't help but shake his head. Was this action solely the doing of Akainu? Clearly, he found this notion dubious. Although Luffy served as a member of the Navy, his beliefs did not align with its so-called justice. The Navy had long since rotted from within. Its current faade of strength was merely a thin veneer of peace. The era of great pirates had arrived, plunging the world into turmoil. As all pirates surged into the new world, and the notorious generation continued to grow in power, the equilibrium between the 4 emperors of the sea and the 7 admirals would inevitably face disruption. In addition to the deepening rift between pirates and the Navy, the Revolutionary Army's relentless efforts to aid oppressed nations across the globe also posed a direct challenge to the existing world order. Particularly, the emergence of this live stream heralded new opportunities and challenges for the world. Luffy had an inkling that a transformative upheaval capable of shaking the very foundations of this world was imminent. The century-long history that the world government desperately sought to conceal would eventually come to light. The celestial dragons, who fancied themselves as deities, would undoubtedly be swept away by this revolutionary tide. What Luffy needed to focus on now was the continual enhancement of his own abilities, striving to attain the strength necessary to withstand, or even dominate, the impending storm. As the prominent figures in the live stream engaged in banter, Luffy ascended to his principal account and issued the following announcement. Host, risk alert for the live stream. This platform serves as a QA session. Incorrect answers or lack of responses will incur system penalties, with the most severe consequence being the loss of life. Host, members who cannot bear the consequences are urged to respond with exit in the public chat within 24 hours. Applications for withdrawal will not be entertained past this deadline. This live stream is both extraordinary and ruthless. Correct answers yield rewards, yet these rewards come at the expense of other members' abilities or possessions. Errors lead to penalties, including the gravest of all, loss of life. However, if no one answers the questions, a punishment will still ensue, randomly stripping the members of their lives. Such consequences must be borne by the members themselves. For ordinary individuals, it is exceedingly challenging to shoulder such repercussions, and thus it is necessary for the host, Luo Fei, to issue a warning. Of course, Luo Fei, fully aware of the risks associated with the live stream, refrained from expelling ordinary members directly. Instead, he offered them the opportunity to choose freely. After all, aside from the risks, this live stream presents an exceptional chance for ordinary people to alter their fates. As the saying goes, when the wind blows, even a pig can soar. The current live stream provides everyone with such a gust of opportunity. Whether one can seize it ultimately depends on their own fortune. Shortly after Luo Fei issued this announcement, many ordinary individuals indeed chose to withdraw. Even at the moment Luo Fei made the announcement, the chat interface was swiftly inundated with messages of withdrawal. Ultimately, for ordinary people, valuing their lives takes precedence over the spectacle of the powerful at sea. After all, Morgan from the World newspaper remained in the live stream, sharing new information daily. As Luo Fei dealt with these withdrawal messages, he received dozens of notifications within mere seconds. Whitebeard, Master Host, are you the creator deity of this world? Enel, do not dare to touch the divine. Only I am the true god in this world. Luffy, you dare to call yourself a god? Watch as I send you flying with a single punch. Doflamingo, might I inquire if the host would consider appearing, so we could conspire for maritime dominance? Kaido, Doflamingo, are you tired of living? You wish to establish your own faction? Sengoku, Kaido, what do you mean by establishing your own faction? Do you harbor some unspeakable secret? Doflamingo, haha, we are merely acquaintances. I did not expect Admiral Sengoku to be so sensitive at his age. Shanks, Master Host, do not heed their nonsense. They merely wish to exploit you to disrupt this world. You must not emerge. Big Mom, Shanks, could you please mute yourself? Big Mom, I wholeheartedly welcome the Master Host to visit Cake Island. You shall be treated with the utmost hospitality. Whitebeard, might I inquire if the Master Host would be willing to be my son? I will provide you with the same warmth as family. Hancock, I have long admired the Master Host's renowned reputation. Might you visit Amazon Lily? The appearance of Luo Fei as the host instantly astonished the prominent figures. After all, this live stream possesses the terrifying capability to strip individuals of their essence. They all speculate on the immense power of the host, the sole ruler of this live stream. Luo Fei, observing the continuous flattery and invitations, felt momentarily dazed. Who could have anticipated that those who constantly referred to him as master or sir included many who commanded the seas? Given the circumstances, even Roger would have likely referred to Luo Fei as sir had he still been alive. However, Luo Fei did not revel in this feeling of being the center of attention for long. After addressing the withdrawal messages, he reverted to his ordinary guise. If they perceive the host as powerful and mysterious, then let them continue to believe so. There is no immediate necessity to reveal his identity as the host. The emergence of the live stream has thrown the entire seas into disarray. Within the Navy Academy, Zifa, devoid of any desire to lecture, decided to dismiss the class. He strode out of the classroom toward the marshal's office, and other soldiers followed suit in leaving. At that moment, the live stream screen reappeared. Chapter 9, a new live stream. The Revolutionary Dragon makes an appearance? The location remains Lowtown. However, this time, the live stream depicts the execution of Roger. 20 years after his demise. 20 years have passed, marked by tumultuous changes. The torrent of time rushes forward. On the execution platform, a boy wearing a straw hat and a radiant smile is bound. Above him, the clown Buggy brandishes a knife, poised over his head. This boy is Luffy. Undeterred by Buggy's boisterous laughter, Luffy faces death with courage, displaying a brilliant smile reminiscent of the pirate King Roger, who was executed here 20 years prior. The sky darkens ominously. Just as Buggy prepares to deliver the fatal blow to Luffy, a torrential downpour commences. Wind and rain lash violently, accompanied by flashes of lightning. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning strikes the execution platform, causing it to fracture and tilt, thus granting Luffy his escape. Sanji, Luffy's comrade, exclaims to Zoro beside him, "Do you believe in gods?" However, time is of the essence, and the Straw Hat crew cannot afford to linger. They quickly begin their escape from Lowtown, setting sail for the Grand Line. With the wind blowing westward, it serves as a favorable breeze for the Straw Hat ship, propelling them swiftly toward the Grand Line. Meanwhile, Smoker, the highest-ranking officer of the town, vowed in the name of the Navy headquarters colonel that he would not allow Luffy to set sail successfully. Luffy, was I really that cool back then? Zoro, indeed, that situation was perilous. Sanji, everyone, the meal is ready, let us eat first. Chopper, wow? The captain back then, Zoro, and Sanji were already so formidable? Usopp, that is because you have not witnessed my prowess. In such a scenario, even a marine admiral would not intimidate me. Nami, Baka, hurry up and eat. If we don't eat soon, it will get cold. Do you know how rare it is to enjoy a fresh meal at sea? As the brains of the Straw Hat Pirates, Nami panicked upon seeing the live stream. They initially could have sailed quietly through the Grand Line, but now, thanks to this live stream, the entire world has their eyes on them. Having not yet made a name for themselves, being targeted by the world's elite is far from advantageous. Therefore, Nami urged Luffy and the others to speak less in the live stream, hoping to diminish their visibility. However, this group of individuals seemed utterly impervious to reason. A mere compliment from Chopper ignited their insatiable competitive spirits, and they brazenly began to discuss it in the live chat. Unable to contain her frustration, Nami decisively interjected with a provocative remark. The beautiful swordswoman has arrived with meat. Beautiful? Swordswoman? Meat? This one statement caused the Straw Hat Pirates to swiftly vacate the chat interface. Frankie exclaimed, what a bizarre bunch. At that moment, he was still in Water 7 and had never encountered the Straw Hat crew. His comment was merely a reflection of his boredom. When Luffy and the others realized they had been duped by Nami, though reluctant, they resigned themselves to eating. After all, they had just pledged to assist Princess Vivi on her journey to Alabasta, and it was imperative to conserve their strength. Soon after Nami's remark, the chat fell suddenly silent. The Straw Hat crew ceased their banter, and the other prominent figures appeared bewildered. Whitebeard remarked, that lad, just now. Was he wearing Roger's straw hat? Mihawk interjected, Shanks, you claimed you wagered an arm on this new era. Is that boy the one you meant? Garp chimed in, Smoker. You scoundrel, how dare you pin Luffy's head to the ground? Just wait until you return, I shall deal with you. Hancock questioned, what is going on? May I inquire about the connection between Admiral Garp and Straw Hat Luffy? Doflamingo quipped, what connection? Just a familial relationship. Moria added, as a marine hero. Yet you persist in shielding a pirate brat. It's truly laughable. Whitebeard retorted, the Marines are no better than that. Luffy laughed heartily, haha. No need to worry. Uncle Smoker may look fierce, but he is actually a kind-hearted fellow. At that time, I simply lacked the strength to resist such an outcome. Smoker growled. How can a proud Marine be called a good person by a pirate? Straw Hat brat, wait until I settle this with you. Garp thundered, Smoker, whom do you look down upon? I command you to report to Marineford immediately. Smoker defiantly replied, absolutely not. I refuse any orders until my term is over. Although Garp's insistence carried the scent of favoritism, Luffy understood that he merely wished to spare him a formidable opponent on the Grand Line. Garp's desire for Luffy to join the Marines stemmed from his wish to protect him better. However, having been raised among mountain bandits and befriending Ace, Sabo, and Shanks, along with the legendary tales of Pirate King Roger, Luffy was never going to heed Garp's commands to become a Marine. Similarly, Smoker would not yield to Garp simply because of his rank. Smoker was resolute, upholding his own sense of justice, often disregarding orders from his superiors. Seeing Smoker's obstinacy, Garp abandoned the idea of recalling him and continued to persuade Luffy. Luffy, you're quite the cheerful lad. However, surfacing too soon can be perilous. Continuing as a pirate will lead you down a treacherous path. Garp added, if you can come to terms with this, I would gladly welcome you into the Marine fold. Kobe exclaimed, really? Is Luffy-senpai really joining the Marines? Luffy replied, thank you for your concern, but I cannot yield, because I am destined to become the Pirate King. Garp declared, Shanks, what of the 4 emperors? Mere nonsense. You're nothing but a fraud. Look at the havoc you've caused. Shanks, feeling a swell of frustration, thought, it's not fair. Luffy left to escape Garp's loving fists, and now it sounds as though I lured him away. Such injustice felt deeper than any grievance. How to dispel this sorrow? Only through a grand feast. Thus, Shanks swiftly ordered his crew to prepare for a banquet, despite having just held one the previous day. As for the trivial matters in the live chat, Shanks merely smiled and dismissed them, for his ultimate goal was world peace. Everyone, let us focus on the live stream. I suspect new questions will soon arise. Chapter 10, Question, where did the mark on Dragon's face originate? Shanks' statement reminded all in the live chat, as they recalled that the full title of the stream was Q&A live stream. With a live broadcast, questions were sure to follow. The initial stream appeared, bringing with it inquiries into why Roger was captured. Due to the scarcity of individuals privy to the true events, compounded by the Navy's deliberate dissemination of misinformation, no one in the chat could provide the correct answer. Ultimately, an unknown Marine named Luffy answered correctly, earning not only Big Mom's Thundercloud Zeus, but also the coveted super admin privileges of the live stream, instilling awe in everyone present. Anticipation for the upcoming second Q&A soared, as the rewards were undeniably real. Pirates and Marines alike yearned for this additional power. The live stream continued to unfold, with all eyes trained on the recently revealed Straw Hat crew. Meanwhile, in the storm-tossed town of Rogue Town, as Smoker took action, a tall man draped in a green cloak also made his entrance. Let the winds blow, the storm of fate approaches. The will of generations, the tides of time, and the dreams of people shall endure as long as they pursue the answer to freedom. The man smiled beneath his hood as he uttered these words. On the other side, Smoker intercepted Luffy at the necessary passage for departing Rogue Town. As Luffy struggled against Smoker, who had him pinned to the ground, the man in the green cloak appeared. Illuminated by flashes of lightning, Smoker recognized the man's identity at once, noting the sinister red scar across his right cheek. It's you, the town has long sought your head. He chuckled, the world awaits our answer. After a brief exchange, a violent storm suddenly descended from the sky, engulfing the entire town in chaos. Buildings collapsed, coastal artillery shattered, and all were swept into the tempest, rendered immobile. Once the destructive storm subsided, the town lay in disarray. Luffy and his companions seized the opportunity to board the Going Merry and set sail for the Grand Line. Amidst the tumultuous storm, the true visage of the man in the green cloak was finally revealed. QA time. How did the mark on Dragon's face come to be? Correct answer reward, Golden Pira. Incorrect answer penalty. Randomly strip one item from the incorrect answerer, including but not limited to fruit abilities, martial skills, life, equipment, etc. Upon the announcement of this reward, the audience in the live stream expressed their astonishment. It is widely acknowledged that the renowned sword, Jinpiro, is the weapon of Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit. Although the rank and power of this blade remain uncertain, Rofei speculates that Jinpiro is likely one of the supreme great swords. There are a total of 12 supreme great swords, each a paragon among blades, significantly enhancing the wielder's prowess. For instance, Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors, wields the Tsongyun Xia, while Blackblade Knight, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, is also a supreme greatsword. As a member of the Navy, Rofei has heard a rumor that the name Jinpiro symbolizes the sea's guardian spirit, and Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit, possessing Jinpiro, is often regarded as a candidate for the rank of admiral. Therefore, whether due to the sword's symbolic significance or its inherent power, it is enough to make everyone covetous. For the Navy, wielding this sword equates to having a stepping stone for rapid advancement. Conversely, for pirates, acquiring Jinpiro would be akin to delivering a resounding slap to the Navy's face. Imagine, if news spread that Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit's cherished sword had fallen into the hands of pirates, what would remain of the Navy's dignity? Consequently, the audience, especially the pirates, became exhilarated upon hearing this reward. Cavendish, this reward is indeed the sword of a Navy Rear Admiral. I wonder if I were to claim it. Would the Navy's maidens become utterly enamored with me? Bartolomeo, have some dignity, will you? Dasky, you little pirates should not be so arrogant. Once I deal with that straw hat brat, none of you shall escape. Blackbeard, perfect timing, I was in need of a sword. I wonder how it feels to wield Jinpiro. Smoker, don't get ahead of yourself. Have you even answered the question correctly? Kid, is the Navy so idle as to engage in banter with us pirates in this chat? Are they too afraid to answer the question for fear of error? Haha, Smoker, you little brats are quite audacious. Where are you? I am coming to apprehend you. Jewelry Bonnie, is the Navy in such a frenzy? Hawkins, my divination just revealed an 80% chance of the Navy answering correctly. Perhaps I should remain silent this time. As Peach Rabbit observed the fervent discussions about her sword, she felt a wave of frustration. If this blade were to fall into the hands of the Navy, it would be acceptable, but if it ended up with the pirates, it would be a slap in the Navy's face. Given the urgency of the matter and its implications for the Navy's reputation, Peach Rabbit, stationed at Marineford, promptly made her way to the Admiral's office. Why does the live stream need to collect my Jinpiro? Does it not have its own rewards? She exclaimed in anger upon entering. Seeing Peach Rabbit's arrival, Sengoku sighed. Calm down. It has merely been taken as a reward for the live stream. If the question is answered correctly, it will soon return. Kazan, munching on chips, chuckled. You seem to take this lightly. Answering the question is not so simple. Have you forgotten how I lost my Rokushiki? He retorted, somewhat annoyed. Hawkins was completely at a loss regarding the current question. After all, the mark on Dragon's face is exceedingly mysterious. She pessimistically thought that only Dragon himself could know its significance. If Dragon were to answer correctly, then Jinpiro would fall into the hands of the Revolutionary Army. The atmosphere in the Admiral's office grew tense due to Hawk's words. Nevertheless, amid this somber mood, Kazan burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, rest assured. That fellow Woon T disclosed the reason behind it. Kazan spoke with utmost confidence. How so? Do you perchance know the reason? Sengoku asked, raising an eyebrow. After a moment of silence, Kazan appeared to recall something from the past. No one knows the origin of that mark better than I do. Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit. Do not worry. I shall assist you in reclaiming Jinpiro. If those pirates desire it, let them attempt to answer the question. They surely won't provide the correct answer, allowing us to quell their audacity. Chapter 11. The pirates set sail towards the Devil's Triangle. In the Admiral's office, Peach Rabbit, who had rushed in with urgency, found herself even more bewildered by Kazan's seemingly comforting words. Could it be that he knows the correct answer? She remained puzzled. At that moment, Sengoku interjected. I choose to trust Kazan this time. I am eager to see what chaos those pirates will unleash. Seeing the Admiral's unwavering faith in Kazan, Peach Rabbit, though still filled with doubt, chose to remain silent and turned her gaze to the chat group before them, in stark contrast to the calmness of Sengoku and others. The notorious pirates of the New Age were far from composed. Kid, is it the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon? Though I have never seen him. I suspect it is merely an ordinary scar, either a birthmark or a result of being struck. Is it truly so mysterious? Bonnie, since you are so confident, why not go ahead and answer the question? Are you not afraid we might steal your answer? Hawkins, he indeed has no fear, for he himself does not believe in that answer. Luffy, grr, so Kid is just a troublemaker trying to confuse the issue. Kid, if I am the troublemaker, then what are all of you? Rofei, ahem. Why has the conversation taken such a peculiar turn? Crocodile, could it be some sort of totem? I have read in ancient texts that some primitive tribes would leave tattoos on their bodies as a symbol of their clan. Rofei, that theory holds some weight and befits the identity of the Revolutionary Army leader. Hancock, if it is a totem, then that makes sense. Hancock, moreover, since the super administrator has deemed this answer plausible, I shall believe it. Now, it is my turn to answer the question. Old Loli Osa, the former empress of Amazon Lily, no. You cannot. The kingdom has a plethora of affairs to manage. Will you first attend to the national matters? In the live stream, nearly the entirety of the audience seemed to accept this answer. Even Rofei, the chat moderator, echoed the sentiment. However, his assertion is not rooted in a genuine belief in the correctness of the answer. Rather, it stems from the fact that whenever a member answers a question incorrectly, a certain ability of his own is consequently stripped away. Once these abilities or possessions are relinquished, they inevitably fall into the hands of him, the homeowner. Thus, at present, Luo Fei is fervently wishing for everyone to participate in answering questions. A correct answer merely yields a reward of a golden pira. However, if one were to answer incorrectly, the treasures lost might well surpass even the significance of the legendary Jinbira. A casual conjecture from Crocodile, coupled with the incitement from Rofei, led nearly everyone in the live stream to embrace this notion. After all, Dragon, as the leader of the Revolutionary Army, has perpetually presented a resplendent and formidable image. Even the scar upon his visage must conceal a tale of heroism. Yet, in light of Hancock's and Crane's earlier blunders, which resulted in their abilities being stripped away, the audience in the live stream grew exceedingly cautious. Amidst this tension and trepidation, a brave soul finally spoke up. Buggy, this time, no one shall prevent me, Buggy the Great, from seizing the Jinbira. Shanks, Buggy, do take care, merely observe the live stream. Do you truly wish to answer questions? Do not gamble with your life. Buggy, Shanks, I still bear a grudge against you. Spare me your chatter. Whitebeard, this jester dares to speak so boldly to red-haired Shanks. Quite the audacity. Whitebeard, speaking of which, this fellow, Giba, seems somewhat familiar. Have I encountered you before? Buggy, it's Buggy, not Giba. Moria, haha, you all continue your discussions. I shall claim the Jinbira for myself. Moria, the mark upon Dragon's face. The correct answer is the emblem of the Revolutionary Army. Within the ominous confines of the thriller bark, Moria's grin grew ever more grotesque. Accompanied by a chilling laughter, he dispatched this revelation. As the eldest among the warlords, Moria bore witness to both the Roger era and the reign of the four emperors. In his youth, he even dared to challenge Kaido. Following that failed endeavor, all of Moria's crew perished, leaving him as the sole survivor. A decade ago, he navigated the thriller bark into the mists of the ocean, joining forces with the nefarious Dr. Hogback to establish his legion of zombies. Since that fateful moment, Moria has languished in obscurity, retreating from any further attempts to penetrate the new world. However, despite Moria's body appearing to be in a state of decline, the flame within him that yearned to return to the new world continued to flicker, albeit faintly. It was the grievous injuries and setbacks sustained during his previous battle with Kaido that had led him to become somewhat complacent. This live QA session presented him with an excellent opportunity. Fortune favors the bold. Perhaps through this chance, along with the rewards for answering questions correctly in the stream, he could once again rise to prominence. Moria was resolute in his pursuit of this golden opportunity. As Moria successfully sent his message, the chatter in the chat interface suddenly quieted significantly. Buggy, damn it. How dare you steal my question? Moriam, do you have a problem with that? Upon hearing Moria's retort, Buggy lost his bravado. After all, his opponent was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, while he was merely an ordinary pirate, just setting sail from the East Blue. Buggy, your answers are superb, brilliant, absolutely marvelous. I have no objections. None whatsoever. Shanks, ha ha ha. Buggy, I can't believe you're still as cowardly as you were 20 years ago. Buggy, you know nothing. This is a strategy of retreating to advance. I still have tricks up my sleeve. Machi, the Buggy pirate's beast tamer as expected of the captain. Truly a person of great wisdom. Machi, long live the captain. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters in Admiral Sengoku's office, Garp observed the speculations of the chat crowd, and upon seeing Moria's final answer, he burst into laughter. These fellows really had a knack for glorifying the Revolutionary Army, didn't they? Haha. However, the emblem on Dragon S face is indeed far more precious than gold. Just as Garp finished speaking, another prompt appeared in the live QA ding. Moria answered that the mark on Dragon's face was the Revolutionary Army's totem, and his answer was incorrect. Penalty for incorrect answer. All of Moria's physical abilities will be revoked. At the sound of this prompt, the entire live stream fell silent. The audience was left stunned by this announcement. First, Hancock's Conqueror's Haki, and now Moria's entire set of physical abilities. The penalties for incorrect answers in this live stream were indeed harsh. Among all those left dumbfounded, Moria was the most shocked. Overwhelmed by the surprise, he collapsed to the ground in utter shock. Although Moria's strength had always been questioned by the world, many believed he was the weakest among the 7 warlords. Nevertheless, one must concede that Moria's fruit abilities are formidable, and his martial prowess is equally commendable. After all, many years ago, he was capable of wielding a blade and fiercely clashing with Kaido. Although he ultimately faced total annihilation, he at least managed to escape unscathed. Reflecting on both past and present, how many individuals can boast such a level of capability? Despite the years of complacency and decline that have transformed Moria into a rather corpulent figure, it is undeniable that his combat skills surpass those of the majority in these seas. Now, bereft of all his martial arts, he is left solely with the power of his shadow fruit. In the wake of his shock, Moria appeared utterly drained, sitting vacantly on the ground. Initially, he had aspired to leverage this streaming platform to amass wealth and stage a comeback. Yet, to his dismay, it seems he has lost both his fortune and his forces. Moria seethes with rage. However, just as he wallows in despair over his lost abilities, the news incites a fresh wave of discourse within the livestream. Doflamingo, TSK. What a remarkable punishment indeed. Moria, stripped of all his martial prowess, is akin to losing both his right and left arms. Crocodile, I wonder if Moria, now left with only his fruit abilities, can still maintain his position among the 7 warlords of the sea. Doflamingo and Crocodile, ever eager to sow discord, engage in a spirited exchange that stirs countless pirates into a frenzy. Rather than risk the unknown by answering questions in the livestream, defeating a warlord of the sea presents an enticing opportunity for fame and fortune. With Moria freshly stripped of his combat skills and in a weakened state, it is the perfect moment for these pirates to strike. Upon witnessing their comments, Moria sensed a twinge of peril and hurriedly steeled himself, proclaiming in the livestream, "Come forth, all of you, enter my realm of terror. My zombie army is in dire need of reinforcements." Moria shouted fervently in the livestream, as though he wished for the entire world to witness his formidable nature. "As long as you dare to approach with your foolishness, be prepared to join my legion of zombies." However, the more he behaved in such a manner, the more it evoked a sense of inadequacy in him. At the same time, while the foolish pirates were racking their brains to deduce the correct answer, the astute pirates had already set sail, heading towards the terrifying Devil's Triangle. In this grand era of piracy, as long as one possesses the courage, nothing is unachievable. Young ones, our destination is the Devil's Triangle. Let us embark. Chapter 12. In the name of D, the inquiry continues. Due to Moria's failure in answering, numerous pirates began to stir restlessly. Naturally, those harboring ambitions for Moria's territory were merely insignificant individuals, lacking any notable reputation. Those with even a modicum of fame and esteem in the Grand Line would never stoop to seizing such a cursed place as the Devil's Triangle. Crocodile, it is truly unexpected that it is not a totem. Buggy, clearly, you intentionally disseminated erroneous information to mislead everyone, didn't you? Crocodile, who is this clown? Step aside. Buggy Ivankov. Haha, are you all fools? Who would print a totem on their face instead of on a flag? Bellamy, could it be that the captain fell asleep with his face on the boiler and ended up with a mark? Moria, Dragon, dear captain, please come forth and reveal the correct answer. Surely you wish to claim the reward? Lindbergh, haha, the captain's reluctance to answer must be due to some unspeakable reason. Bellamy, could it really be because he was burned by the boiler? Clar, if that is the case, the captain is rather adorable. Jack, could it possibly be the effect of a devil fruit? Just as Lord Kaido has dragon scales sprouting from his arms. Or the ivory that has formed on my face. Queen, that does seem quite plausible. In an instant, the live stream erupted into a discussion surrounding these two answers. The first suggestion was so absurd that the crowd merely chuckled, not taking it to heart. However, Jack's second hypothesis held some merit, albeit he had no intention of answering himself, as he too was uncertain of its veracity. Amidst this standoff and debate, a second brave soul emerged. Walbo, I shall answer. The mark on the dragon's face originates from a devil fruit. In the spirit of seizing the initiative, while the others were still deliberating the authenticity of the answer, Walbo boldly chose to respond. Walbo was the former king of the Drum Kingdom, a user of the chop-chop fruit, known as the White Iron, a self-serving tyrant. When Blackbeard attacked the Drum Kingdom, Walbo abandoned his people to flee to the seas and became a pirate. He was later defeated by Luffy when he attempted to reclaim his kingdom, and since then, he had faded into obscurity. The Drum Kingdom is, of course, the homeland of Chopper. He recalled that when they were in the Drum Kingdom, Luffy and the others had surely sent this loathsome king flying. Upon witnessing Walbo's sudden appearance in the live stream and his participation in the inquiry, Chopper's fur bristled with indignation. However, soon after, news from the live broadcast room brought joy back to Chopper's face. Ding. Valpo answered. The mark on the dragon's face comes from a devil fruit. But the answer was incorrect. The penalty for the wrong answer, the deprivation of his devil fruit abilities. The quiz continued. Upon hearing this news, Chopper was utterly elated. If Chopper understood correctly, the implication of losing all devil fruit abilities meant that only his powers would be stripped away, while the curse of being unable to swim would remain. Now, the nefarious Valpo not only lost his oppressive advantage, but also became akin to a landlocked duck. It would be intriguing to see how he would stir trouble this time. Realizing this, Chopper felt an immense sense of relief. Simultaneously, the live stream's super administrator, Luo Fei, wore a beaming smile. Because at the very moment Moria and Valpo both answered incorrectly, two bright system notification sounds echoed in Luo Fei's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. Moria's martial arts have successfully fused. Ding. Congratulations, host. The abilities of the Suck fruit have successfully fused. Note. The abilities of the Suck fruit have become active abilities. The host is no longer bound by the swimming restriction imposed on devil fruit users and can activate or deactivate it at will. As these announcements concluded, Luo Fei felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his body. Moria, after all, was someone who could stand toe-to-toe with Kaido during his peak. And the prowess of his martial arts speaks for itself. Furthermore, the power of the Suck fruit allows the user to consume anything, incorporating it into their body or synthesizing something new. Even more astonishingly, the user can consume part of their own body, and upon regurgitating it, they will appear slimmer. Although Luo Fei was not entirely satisfied with the abilities of the Suck fruit, he felt empowered. Nevertheless, it is undeniably an enhancement of one's abilities, and moreover, one has the autonomy to choose whether to utilize it, free from the constraints imposed by the side effects of the devil fruits. From this perspective, it is rather humane. After experiencing the fusion of the two powers within his body, Luo Fei redirected his attention to the chat interface before him. After all, two erroneous answers had already emerged, and considerable time had elapsed. Observing that no one in the live stream had yet attempted to answer, Luo Fei promptly activated his host privileges, setting the answer time to 3 minutes. 3 minutes can be deemed neither long nor short. However, upon learning that the time was only 3 minutes, both the Navy and the pirates began to feel a sense of urgency. Should the time elapse without any answers, someone would inevitably perish in the live stream. Luo Fei was confident that under such constraints, some brave souls would step forward. As for the answer to the question, Luo Fei mused, apart from himself. Only Garp and Dragon were privy to it. Dragon would certainly never reveal the answer personally. The reason Garp had yet to step forward, Luo Fei surmised, was that he was waiting for the pirates to respond. In any case, those pirates were equally ignorant of the correct answer, and the discussions in the chat group were mere conjectures. Thus, let them answer as they wished. Garp was patient, and naturally, Luo Fei felt no urgency. Ultimately, it was essential to answer before Garp did. Luo Fei had already deduced the moment Garp was waiting for with considerable accuracy. Soon, amidst the fervent discussions in the chat group and the countdown tone of the final 3 minutes in the live stream, many began to feel anxious. Meanwhile, in a small tavern on an island in the Grand Line, a rugged, burly middle-aged man with a hairy exterior burst into laughter. His boisterous guffaws revealed several noticeable gaps in his teeth. This man was Blackbeard. Haha. It's neither a totem nor a devil fruit. So, the correct answer must be this. I want to answer. Upon hearing Blackbeard's declaration, his crew members were alarmed. Captain, do you truly know the answer? A wrong answer comes with consequences. You must remain composed. Fear not. I swear by the name of the D lineage that this time, I shall answer correctly. Blackbeard declared confidently, smashing the now empty bottle of liquor. Chapter 13. The music plays on, the dance continues. Blackbeard, this question, I shall answer. Everyone, step aside. Blackbeard, the mark on Dragon's face is no ordinary mark. It embodies the will of the D lineage. Blackbeard, a person's dreams do not vanish. Just as the name of the D lineage will eventually resonate throughout the world. With Blackbeard's grandiloquent proclamation successfully sent in the live stream, the entire world was left in a state of bewilderment. The term D lineage was not unfamiliar to the powerful figures of the seas. Almost every individual from the D lineage who had been active throughout history was an extraordinary character, a race that commanded respect and was deemed the nemesis of the gods. While the weight of the D name is indeed formidable, Blackbeard's answer, albeit captivating, lacked any logical foundation. If one were to claim that the mark on Dragon's face is a manifestation of the will of the D lineage, it is rather far-fetched. Crocodile, has he been driven mad by Ace's pursuit? Aso, has Teach lost his mind? Quickly tell me where he is. I'll see if I can cure him with fire therapy. Shanks, while I acknowledge that the D lineage is indeed powerful, to connect these two concepts requires a rather dubious intellect. The crowd questioned Blackbeard's answer, even casting doubts upon his mental faculties. Of course, not only the world at large found Blackbeard's statement perplexing, Even his own crew shared the same sentiment. However, Blackbeard himself remained cheerfully unfazed by these remarks. Even in the face of the audience's jests during the live stream, he directly imparted his wisdom to them. Blackbeard, what do you know? You bunch of lackeys who have never witnessed the vastness of the sea? Basis, Captain, you are intoxicated. Please refrain from speaking. Among those who had just subtly mocked Blackbeard's sanity were Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, and other pirates, including the formidable warlords of the sea, all of whom held significant stature. Now, Blackbeard audaciously declared in the live stream that these individuals were mere minions. Was this not an affront to them all? Although they had embarked on this journey with Blackbeard, they harbored the ambition to carve out a name for themselves in the new world. However, they have just offended Whitebeard and have yet to establish a solid foundation. At this juncture, being overly ostentatious is hardly advantageous. Nevertheless, Blackbeard evidently disregarded Basis's caution. Perhaps it was the effects of alcohol, or perhaps it was simply Blackbeard's inherent gambling nature. He paid no mind to the derisive comments in the live stream. Blackbeard exclaimed, "Ha ha ha. I am not drunk. Whether we live or die is left to fate. If you are afraid, you have already lost. Let us embrace the next moment." He then commanded, "My comrades, continue the music and the dance. Bring forth more drink." Basis replied, "Boss, are you out of your mind? When did we have music and dance?" Upon realizing that there was indeed none, Blackbeard feared his words would become a jest. Basis performed something live. Regardless of Blackbeard's prowess or character, his optimistic outlook is rather commendable. Basis remarked, "Indeed, the boss is quite magnanimous." Seeing his inability to dissuade Blackbeard, Basis chose to adopt a more relaxed attitude and thus expressed his thoughts. However, immediately after, Shanks doused the enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water. Shanks remarked, "Isn't it merely a drunken gambler, flaunting his bravado? Can every word truly be lauded?" Doflamingo, the truth has emerged. Indeed, Shanks' comment was relatively mild, for shortly after he spoke, an alert appeared in the live broadcast. Ding. Blackbeard answered, "The mark on the dragon's face stems from the will of D," and the answer was deemed incorrect. The penalty for the mistake, a forfeiture of 10 years of life. Upon hearing the notification chime, Blackbeard's intoxication dissipated significantly. The rosy hue that had bloomed on his face from excessive drinking transformed into a pallid shade. What? Merely a casual response. And I have unwittingly surrendered a decade of my life. He had only recently embarked on his journey. Throughout the earlier part of his life, Blackbeard had devoted himself to the pursuit of the dark fruit. He had endured for decades within the Whitebeard pirates, all in the hopes of acquiring this coveted fruit. Now, in the prime of his life, having finally obtained the cherished fruit he had longed for, he was abruptly informed that he had lost 10 years of his lifespan. The joy of acquiring the dark fruit was abruptly snuffed out. How could Blackbeard accept this? Why did no one intervene? Roused from his stupor, Blackbeard smashed the bottle in his hand, furiously questioning in a mix of frustration and despair. Bosch's, witnessing Blackbeard's turmoil, felt helpless and silently retrieved the chat records for him. "Boss, take a look for yourself." After perusing the messages, Blackbeard's expression oscillated between red and blue. "Damn, this decade of life was entirely squandered by my own folly." Blackbeard was undeniably a gambler, and in his inebriated state, he was even more so. His seemingly outrageous remarks in the live stream were indeed reflections of his true thoughts at that moment. Intoxicated, Blackbeard veered off course, voicing his speculations, wagering on the outcome. Should he win, he would claim the renowned sword, Kaneman. However, the outcome is quite evident. He has lost the wager. Moreover, his penalty for the incorrect answer differs slightly from that of others. While others face the deprivation of their own abilities or possessions, Blackbeard, on the other hand, suffers the loss of his very lifespan. Big Mom exclaims, "Is the deprivation of life not meant for me? What is the true nature of this cursed livestream?" Ace remarks, "Indeed, the mistakes made by Teach have drawn the ire of the heavens." Whitebeard advises, "Son, young men must always be cautious when venturing out." Ace responds, "Don't worry, Dad. I know my limits." Luffy interjects, "Whitebeard? Ace, is this the man you wish to follow?" Whitebeard retorts, "What is it, Straw Hat? Do you have an issue?" Luffy confidently declares, "No objections. However, I shall be the one to become the Pirate King." Upon hearing Luffy's assertion, Whitebeard suddenly bursts into laughter aboard the Moby Dick. It seems Ace must have shared something amusing with this lad. Whitebeard is somewhat aware of Ace's aspirations to assist him in achieving the title of Pirate King. However, this does not align with Whitebeard's intentions. Quite the contrary, Whitebeard eagerly awaited the moment when Ace would establish his renown across these seas. Nonetheless, such matters have become inconsequential. Whitebeard had long since come to terms with his role as Ace's father, believing that providing him with a solid foundation and ample freedom sufficed. The rest, he entrusted to fate. Whitebeard chuckled, "How audacious." For some reason, he felt an inexplicable connection between Luffy's tenacity and foolishness and the spirit of the late Roger. Thus, Whitebeard did not take offense at Luffy's somewhat brash remark. Within the streaming room, the atmosphere lightened considerably with Luffy's presence, and the topic of Blackbeard's decade of lost lifespan was swiftly forgotten. However, just as everyone began to lower their guard, The ominous countdown for the QA session resonated through the live stream. A warning echoed. If a correct answer was not provided within 30 seconds, one member would be randomly chosen to meet their demise. With only 30 seconds remaining, tension enveloped the room as the grim reality dawned upon them. Failure to answer correctly would result in the loss of one of their own. Yet, amidst this atmosphere of anxiety, one individual found amusement. Dragon hastened the conclusion. May this answer remain forever undisclosed. Dragon silently prayed within his heart. Chapter 14. Dragon's Past, the ultimate answer. The origin of the mark on Dragon's face is known to only one other individual besides Dragon himself, the architect of this mark, Garp. That old man has endured so much. With only 30 seconds left, he must hold on. On the desolate land of Baldigo Island, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, fervently wished for the ability to carry this secret to the grave. Regrettably, circumstances have unfolded contrary to expectations. As the saying goes, if one wishes to keep a secret, one must avoid doing anything that might reveal it. Even Garp himself was taken aback. The seeds sown decades ago have borne fruit in ways he could not have foreseen. Within the grand office of the Marine headquarters, Garp listened to the prompts from the live broadcast, his laughter ringing out joyously. Indeed, this answer, aside from myself, no one could possibly uncover. Garp exclaimed amid his mirth. Garp, do you truly know the correct answer? Asked Tsuru, her voice tinged with concern. After all, the Jinpyra, stripped away by the live stream, was her treasured sidearm. Rest assured, Dragon is Garp's son, if Garp himself is unaware. I would genuinely question whether Dragon is indeed his biological offspring, Sengoku remarked, stroking his goatee with conviction. Uffed, given Garp's unconventional methods of education. Even if he claimed Dragon were not his son, I would be inclined to believe it, Tsuru quipped, casting a playful glance at Garp. What do you mean by that? Tsuru inquired, intrigued. The fact that Dragon is Garp's son is a closely guarded secret within the Marine headquarters, known only to a select few high-ranking officials. Though Tsuru, a young rear admiral, was aware of the relationship between the revolutionary leader Dragon and Garp, the finer details eluded her. Upon hearing Tsuru's question, Vice Admiral Tsuru eagerly elucidated the matter. You see, you are unaware of how Garp raised Dragon. At the tender age of 5, Garp cast him into the wilderness to fend for himself. By 7, he was sent to live among bandits, and at 10, after a month of Garp's rare companionship, Dragon was unceremoniously cast adrift on a wooden raft. The mere fact that the boy survived such harsh conditions is nothing short of miraculous. It is, indeed, quite lamentable. Garp, had it not been for your unorthodox approach to parenting, Dragon might have risen to the rank of admiral in the Navy, perhaps even surpassing your own achievements. With a sigh, Tsuru concluded her thoughts. Dragon, originally a member of the Navy, had been navigating the path laid out for him by Garp, molded under the rigorous discipline of his father's iron fist. However, perhaps due to his experiences in childhood, or perhaps because of the blood of the D family that coursed through his veins, the young Dragon conceived the idea of altering the entire world order. Soon after, he positioned himself against the Navy, giving rise to a revolutionary army determined to overthrow the world government and ignite the flames of freedom across the seas. After hearing Crane's words, one would expect that Garp might engage in some reflection. However, the reality was quite the opposite. Garp not only refrained from introspection, but he burst into hearty laughter. Truly my son, so full of ideas, so bold, Garp exclaimed. Given the chance to choose again, he would undoubtedly adhere to his original convictions. As a member of the Navy, Garp was acutely aware of the brutal and monotonous struggles and training within its ranks. He wished for Dragon to not lose his innate nature in such an environment or be coerced into accepting the Navy's notion of justice, becoming desensitized. He believed that the young Dragon should remain in the wild, away from the halo of being the Navy hero's son, to raise his fists alone and fight for a sliver of survival. Providing him with a raft to drift upon the vast ocean would allow him to grasp the expanse and brutality of the sea more profoundly. All are children of the ocean. Garp firmly believed that only by truly living independently upon this sea could Dragon discover the desires within his heart. While his Navy peers were still engaged in training with wooden and straw dummies, Dragon was already capable of defeating sea kings and tigers. Can one claim that Garp's education was a failure? Not at all. Garp's life was indeed worthy of his reputation as the Iron Fist. Externally, he wielded the name of the Iron Fist to instill fear in the hearts of pirates across the seas. Internally, he nurtured his children with the loving Iron Fist, cultivating them into dazzling new stars upon the ocean. The education of Luffy and Ace followed suit. Presently, the 3 children whom Garp has raised include one who has become a leader of the Revolutionary Army, causing considerable concern for the world government, another whose fiery fists have resounded throughout the seas, and a third who is embarking on a journey towards the title of Pirate King in the New World. It must be noted that Garp's children have all become significant figures in these waters, each exploring the essence of justice and freedom in their own unique ways. Garp stands atop the Navy, embodying unwavering justice, while Dragon has chosen to fundamentally alter the world, seeking freedom for all through revolution. Conversely, Ace and Luffy have opted for the life of pirates, reveling in the unrestrained existence upon the boundless sea. Perhaps, in some cosmic sense, this reflects the extraordinary destiny of the D family. Haha, enough about that rebellious son. Let us return to answering questions. Garp chuckled. Although he referred to Dragon as a wayward son, it did not trouble him in the least. Admiral Sengoku, observing Garp's demeanor, could not help but caution him. Do not rejoice too soon. Dragon has already caused us considerable trouble, and if this continues, a great conflict is inevitable. At that time, I hope you can remain steadfast in your beliefs. Garp dismissed Sengoku's admonition with a smirk, replying, Admiral, I hope you can clarify your own stance. After all, I am the only one who knows the answer. Garp declared with an air of pride. Sengoku was determined to reclaim the golden pheasant from Peach Rabbit. Yet their only hope lay with Garp. Hearing Garp's words, Sengoku sighed in resignation. All right, let us proceed with the questions. Time is running out. You know the answer. You are the leader, correct? Upon hearing this, Garp finally nodded in satisfaction. However, just as Garp was about to answer, an unexpected occurrence took place. In the live stream, someone had already provided the correct answer before him. That person was Luffy. Since no one else is answering, I shall take the liberty to give it a try. Luffy declared. I wonder if anyone has considered that the mark on Dragon's face is neither a birthmark nor the flag of the Revolutionary Army, nor any so-called symbol of the D family. This implies that the mark was not self-inflicted. Luffy continued, if we disregard his own actions, it must be a result of fighting with someone else, who, across the world, could leave such a mark on Dragon. Luffy concluded, indeed, it must be our navy. He asserted, among the navy, the one capable of overpowering Dragon would undoubtedly be our heroic Vice Admiral Garp. Luffy speculated, as for why that imprint was left, I boldly conjecture that it must be the impression of Vice Admiral Garp's sandal. That concludes my answer. Luffy's reasoning appeared somewhat plausible, yet in truth, it was merely nonsensical. Some ordinary pirates and navy personnel, lacking discernment, were quickly captivated by Luffy's words. However, for those individuals of considerable influence and reputation at sea, the assertion made by Luffy appears utterly untenable. Don Quixote Doflamingo remarked, Dragon is undoubtedly a figure of Vice Admiral caliber, is he not? What manner of supreme iron sandal did old man Garp possess to have left such a conspicuous scar on Dragon's visage? It is indeed remarkable. Absalom, the user of the transparent fruit, commented, Luffy's imagination truly knows no bounds. His loyalty to the navy is commendable. Crocodile added, previously, we witnessed punches thrown at the 4 emperors and kicks aimed at the 7 warlords. Now, here comes the supreme iron sandal, which is in line with the navy's customary approach. Charlotte Katakuri chuckled, ha. The mark on Dragon's face is indeed a print from Garp's sandal? What a foolish yet delightful response. Due to Luffy's elevated status, these prominent figures dared not openly question him, resorting instead to veiled jabs, patiently awaiting the ultimate revelation. Luffy remained unfazed, even taking note of those who had been subtly mocking him during the livestream. Dare to insinuate against me? Very well, in this livestream. I am the chief. Just wait for my opportunity to make you regret it. Luffy mused inwardly. Chapter 15. The spectators in awe, Garp weeping in the lavatory. Ding. Luffy's assertion regarding the mark on Dragon's face being derived from Garp's sandal print was indeed correct. Congratulations to Luffy for providing the right answer and receiving the reward of the renowned sword, Jinpyra. As the notification echoed through the livestream, the audience was left in a state of shock. The most absurd and implausible answer turned out to be the truth. Doflamingo, who had just been mocking Luffy, was rendered speechless in an instant. Doflamingo had previously had the privilege of meeting Dragon on several occasions. As the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon was perpetually calm, his face betraying no expression other than composure. Regarding the scar on Dragon's face, Doflamingo had entertained numerous theories, pondering whether it was a remnant from a battle with a significant figure or perhaps an innate mark. However, he could never have imagined that the mysterious and formidable mark was, in fact, the imprint of Garp's sandal. How utterly absurd. Meanwhile, on White Soil Island, on the shores of Barudigo, a swirling tempest of white sand enveloped the entire isle, rendering it akin to a solitary city lost in a desert. However, due to the swirling clouds of white dust, it becomes exceedingly difficult to see the nearby beach, resembling a natural barrier. Consequently, the Revolutionary Army led by Long appears to have established this location as their fixed stronghold long ago. Haha, so that's how that mark came to be. The leader is quite endearing, exclaimed a girl with yellow hair and goggles, smiling in a castle concealed by the white sands. All right, Crow, stop laughing. If you continue, the leader might not emerge, Belle Betty interjected, quickly attempting to halt Crow's teasing of their commander. However, as soon as Betty finished speaking, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. But it was truly hilarious. I am so curious about the expression on the leader's face at that moment, Betty exclaimed with mirth. Originally, these revolutionary cadres had gathered here to collectively deliberate the correct answers to the issues concerning the live broadcast. Unexpectedly, they found themselves confronted with such an answer. From the lips of Luffy, they learned that the leader they idolized, the seemingly flawless being comparable to divinity, also faced moments of vulnerability. However, upon hearing this revelation, the image of Dragon in the eyes of the Revolutionary Army remained largely intact. In fact, it became even more endearing. They understood that for Dragon to effectively lead this team, He needed to project an image of invulnerability, devoid of any weaknesses. Previously, Dragon was perceived as a deity, without flaws or shortcomings. Yet now, due to these revelations, the revolutionary leader Dragon finally embodied a sense of humanity. This was indeed a favorable development for the other cadre members of the Revolutionary Army. Leader Dragon was safeguarding the entire revolutionary force in his unique manner. While the revolutionaries hoped he could occasionally lower his guard and embrace the joys of the mundane world. Yet, amidst the laughter and jesting of the crowd, one individual found it impossible to share in their joy. This individual was Sabo. At that moment, Sabo was lost in thought, staring blankly at the live stream. For reasons unknown, upon seeing the sudden appearance of the names Luffy and Ace in the stream, a profound emptiness enveloped his heart. These names felt vaguely familiar. Yet he could not recall who they truly belonged to. Perhaps the missing fragments of his memory were intertwined with this person named Luffy, he pondered. At that moment, Dragon finally emerged. He was still clad in a cloak, though he had removed his hood. Dragon had journeyed from the distant East Blue specifically to address the unexpected emergence of the live stream and to reformulate the subsequent strategic deployments. When the first question appeared in the live stream, Dragon had initially been delighted, munching on the news of why was Roger captured. However, as the information unfolded, it struck too close to home. The joy dissipated in an instant. Nonetheless, being of the D lineage, Dragon possessed remarkable resilience. Even when the secret of the scar on his face was unveiled to the world, his demeanor remained composed and untroubled. All right, everyone, please take your seats. Upon Dragon's arrival, the atmosphere of the meeting swiftly turned serious, and Sabo regained his focus, contemplating how to address the matters concerning the live stream. However, as discussions commenced, Dragon had already formed a preliminary thought in his mind, the pursuit of Luo Fei. This live stream had the capacity to broadcast authentic past events and could seemingly strip individuals of their abilities, although it appeared that certain rules governed this realm. Ensuring that no one dared to act recklessly, the potential implications were profound. However, one cannot dismiss the possibility that, one day, this livestream may fall under the control of malevolent individuals, bringing calamity upon the world. Therefore, it is imperative that they seize the initiative before other nefarious forces take action. The key to claiming the dominance of the livestream lies with Luo Fei. As the meeting on Baidu Island unfolds with fervor at the Navy headquarters in Marineford, Garp has already succumbed to despair in the restroom. Good grief. Is this even human? He could have guessed that answer. I am utterly at my wit's end. Observing Garp's dejected demeanor, Sengoku approaches and offers a comforting pat on Garp's back, saying, at this juncture, we must adopt a more optimistic perspective. On the bright side, you are not only Iron Fist Garp, but also the supreme Iron Slipper Garp. The revelation of this incident has once again embellished Garp's illustrious record with a new achievement. The legendary reputation of the supreme Iron Slipper swiftly spread across the globe, serving as an undeniable deterrent to pirates worldwide. Though they did not successfully acquire Jinpyra, there was at least some gain to be had. Sengoku can only console Garp in this manner. Of course, the most disheartened of all is not Garp, but Peach Rabbit. From the onset of this questioning, her emotions have oscillated like a roller coaster. Initially devastated by the forceful seizure of Jinpyra during the live stream, she later found solace and joy in Garp's unwavering promise. Now, however, she is infuriated by Garp's incessant chatter, which led to her missing a prime opportunity to answer, resulting in her Jinpyra being carelessly bestowed upon another. At this moment, Peach Rabbit is consumed by frustration and fury, to the extent that she can only envision wielding a blade against someone. Regrettably, her blade has vanished amidst the vast ocean. The aftermath of this inquiry brings both joy and sorrow to some. Luo Fei now wields the revered blade, Jinpyro, sharpening its edge with fervor. It is a fine weapon, one that feels quite comfortable in his grasp. He muses contentedly while testing the sword. However, he is left to wonder how Major Peach Rabbit would react upon discovering that he possesses this blade. Chapter 16. A chance encounter with Dashki, where to acquire a sheath. Nevertheless, Luo Fei is not overly concerned about Peach Rabbit's potential reaction at this moment. After all, he is currently broadcasting a shared vision from his live stream. Previously, when Admiral Akainu sought him regarding the matter of Raijin Zeus, it was broadcasted to the entire world. Consequently, the Navy's reputation faced unprecedented scrutiny. In an effort to salvage the Navy's image, Akainu took on a substantial portion of the blame, managing to mitigate the fallout. At this juncture, should Peach Rabbit approach Luo Fei to claim Jinpyro, all of Akainu's efforts would be rendered futile. Given these considerations, Luo Fei remains confident that Peach Rabbit will not act rashly. The renowned blade, Jinpyro, symbolizes the protector of the seas. Possessing it signifies a certain status. Furthermore, its craftsmanship is among the finest in the world. Although Luo Fei is not particularly fond of swords, he finds that this one fits his hand remarkably well. Perhaps, he contemplates, being a swordsman might not be such a bad path after all. As he gazes at Jinpyro, he reflects on the necessity of standing out in this vast ocean. Notable figures such as Whitebeard with his tremor fruit, Big Mom, who can siphon lifespans, Kaido with his sheer beastly strength, and Shanks with his unparalleled conqueror's haki and unfathomable power, all of these are foundational elements that enable them to thrive on the seas. mastery of a devil fruit, innate abilities, or martial skills. Excelling in any one of these domains can establish one as a formidable force across the ocean. Few individuals are renowned solely for their exceptional swordsmanship, yet each one possesses the potential to influence an entire era. One such figure is Dracul Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, celebrated as the world's greatest swordsman due to his extraordinary skills. Shanks, another of the 4 emperors, is not only revered for his immense conqueror's haki, but is also a formidable swordsman in his own right. In his youth, Shanks frequently sparred with Mihawk until he lost an arm in East Blue, leading to their cessation of duels. However, during a later visit to Whitebeard, they unexpectedly crossed swords, resulting in a clash that sent shockwaves through the sky. In addition to these elite swordsmen, the later Admiral Fujitora, former first mate of the Roger Pirates, Rayleigh, and Shiryu, the former head jailer of Impel Down, are all distinguished swordsmen. Their existence attests to the fact that reaching the pinnacle of swordsmanship can indeed instill fear throughout the world. Perhaps, pursuing the path of a swordsman is a viable option for Luo Fei, armed with proficient mastery of the Navy's 6 powers and formidable conqueror's haki. Coupled with a supreme blade like Jean Pirro, he would be more than equipped to embody the identity of a swordsman. While Luo Fei revels in these thoughts, he suddenly realizes a troubling fact. Jean Pirro lacks a sheath. The live stream candidly rewarded him with the famed blade, but the sheath undoubtedly resides with Peach Rabbit. Where might he procure a suitable sheath? Would it be appropriate to directly ask Peach Rabbit for one? That seems rather improper. She might wish to request something from him in turn. Crafting a makeshift sheath? That too appears unfeasible. A mere ordinary sheath could hardly complement the stature of Jean Pirro, one of the supreme blades. At this moment, the Naval Academy has concluded its sessions, and Luo Fei has exited the premises, preparing to return home. Along the way, he contemplates this dilemma. As he walks, hunger begins to gnaw at him, prompting him to head directly to the Navy's mess hall. Though Marineford serves as the bastion of the world government, the apex of global might and justice. However, this has resulted in a substantial naval presence on the island throughout the year. To ensure the well-being of these sailors, Marinford has certainly constructed facilities that transcend the typical military base, incorporating a more humane approach. For instance, the street where Luffy currently finds himself is a supply street specially authorized by the Naval Command, featuring vendors selling clothing, food, and various daily necessities. Naturally, the clothing shops experience rather lackluster business, as sailors predominantly wear uniforms, leaving little opportunity for them to don other attire. After arriving at this supply street, Luffy promptly seated himself at a stall specializing in octopus balls. Having spent 3 years here, his favorite delicacy is undoubtedly the octopus balls from this establishment. Owner, 1 order of octopus balls, please, Luffy exclaimed with delight. Indulging in a serving of octopus balls after school is truly one of life's greatest pleasures. Coming right up. Soon, the octopus balls Luffy ordered were served. Just as he was about to take a bite, a familiar voice echoed from behind him. Luffy? It was a girl's voice, one that he recognized well. Turning around, he beheld a girl with short black hair and striking red-framed glasses. Daki? What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be in the East Sea? Luffy turned, somewhat surprised, to inquire. Originally, both Luffy and Daki were ordinary first-class soldiers. 2 years ago, Dashki, with her extraordinary swordsmanship, swiftly distinguished herself among the naval ranks, achieving the position of sergeant and being assigned to the East Sea under the command of Vice Admiral Smoker. In contrast, Luffy, known for his mischievous nature and lack of remarkable skills, remained at the Naval Academy. Upon recognizing Luffy, Dashki naturally took a seat across from him. During their time at the Naval Academy, they had developed a close friendship, with Luffy often playing pranks on Dashki. Despite the passage of 2 years, their bond remained unaffected. I happened to come to report some matters regarding the East Sea to headquarters, and unexpectedly, I saw you here. I also witnessed the live broadcast and was impressed by your accurate guesses. What remarkable talent you have, Dashki exclaimed, sitting down with admiration. During their time together in class, Luffy was always lively, indulging in bizarre pranks and fanciful ideas. Therefore, Dashki was not surprised by Luffy's ability to correctly deduce the answers during the broadcast. On the other hand, Luffy, feeling a bit bashful at Dashki's praise, scratched his head. His knowledge of the answers stemmed not from guesswork, but from his foreknowledge of the plot's trajectory. However, in order to provide a reasonable explanation to the public, he could only admit that he was relying on conjecture. Haha. Let us not dwell on that. Tell me about your experiences over in the East Sea. Luo Fei swiftly redirected the conversation. After saying this, he instructed the waiter to bring another serving of octopus balls. When we first arrived in the East Sea, the pirates were quite rampant. However, things improved significantly under Smoker's regulation. By the way, the takoyaki there is absolutely delicious. I must bring you some next time. Dashki and Luo Fei, having been old friends, had much to discuss after 2 years of separation. Yet, just as Dashki began to speak, her transponder snail suddenly rang. She hurriedly answered the call, only to find it was Smoker on the line. Keep it brief. The entire world is watching, so be careful not to leak any confidential information, Smoker commanded coldly. Upon hearing his voice, Dashki's demeanor shifted to one of tension. Hello, Smoker, she quickly responded. Once the call ended, Dasky felt a bit embarrassed and glanced at Luo Fei. Refraining from continuing her tales of the East Sea, Luo Fei understood her change in tone. After all, with the shared vision activated. Even though he was unfazed by the thought of global scrutiny, he needed to consider Dasky's feelings. How are your swordsmanship skills? Have you been practicing diligently since arriving in the East Sea? Luo Fei inquired. What had begun as casual conversation took a turn when Dasky's subsequent response lit up Luo Fei's eyes with excitement. Chapter 17. Luo Fei's strategy. The sheath is in hand. I'm doing well in the East Sea, especially with my swordsmanship, which has progressed remarkably. Dasky exclaimed proudly. Moreover, when I first arrived in Lobetown, I seized a shop that specialized in smuggling swords and weapons, which contained numerous precious blades that I now oversee. Dasky spoke with great pride. Knowing that taking on such a significant case shortly after her arrival would certainly leave an impressive mark on her record, proving beneficial when the time came for her promotion. Initially, Dasky's words were merely a sharing of her experiences in the East Sea over the past 2 years with Luo Fei. However, upon hearing this, Rayleigh swiftly grasped another piece of information. The closure of shops dealing in weapons had also resulted in the confiscation of numerous exquisite blades and swords. This implied that Dasky possessed a considerable arsenal of weaponry. Contemplating this, Rayleigh cast a sidelong glance at Jinbiro beside him. Perhaps he could approach Dasky regarding the matter of the sword sheath. Given her domain, procuring a luxurious and sophisticated sword sheath from her should pose no insurmountable challenge. Yet, even with this thought in mind, Rayleigh faced a pressing reality that required consideration, the issue of Dasky's temperament. Despite her appearance as a delicate maiden, Dasky was, in truth, a woman who reveled in the art of swordplay and weaponry. Her greatest passion lay in the collection of various rare and precious blades. It would not be an easy task to negotiate the acquisition of a sword sheath from her. Nevertheless, seeking assistance from Dasky was undoubtedly preferable to approaching Tout Tuesday. Thus, Rayleigh promptly resolved his course of action. Dasky, do you not find this flower on the table quite exquisite? Rayleigh remarked with a smile, deftly diverting Dasky's attention to the vase adorning the table. The vase was regularly filled with fresh blooms, and Dasky had just noticed a rose that had been placed there not long ago. At the very moment Dasky lowered her gaze, Rayleigh seized the opportunity, swiftly placing a petal of the rose he had previously plucked into his mouth. It must be said, while the flower was visually appealing, its taste was rather unpalatable. Nonetheless, for the sake of his forthcoming plan, Rayleigh persevered through the discomfort. It is indeed quite lovely, Dasky affirmed, initially offering her agreement without much thought. However, as she lifted her gaze once more, she was taken aback by the scene before her. In the briefest of moments, a magnificent bouquet of roses had mysteriously appeared in Luo Fei's hands. Noticing that Dasky seemed momentarily stunned, Luo Fei quickly presented the vibrant, dew-kissed bouquet towards her. Grinning as he said, "What do you think? Isn't it beautiful? Consider it a gift for your promotion to sergeant. 2 years ago, you left in such haste without a proper send-off, so now I am making amends." Upon hearing these words, Dasky felt a warmth envelop her heart. Beneath Luo Fei's playful exterior lay a remarkably delicate soul. Moreover, this was the first time she had ever received flowers. However, the sight of such a large bouquet of roses left Dasky feeling somewhat perplexed. I am. Dasky gazed at the bouquet before her, at a loss for words, her cheeks flushing with a hint of color. Her mouth forming a sentence that she could not bring herself to utter. Are you not moved? Are you on the verge of tears? You mustn't cry. If you do, I will have to console you. Just as Luo Fei fancied himself offering solace to Dasky, she finally managed to express the thought that lingered. Achoo. Indeed. Dasky sneezed an exceedingly loud sneeze. Fortunately, Luo Fei, quick on his feet, swiftly lifted the bouquet of roses and retreated several paces with a graceful step, thus avoiding any repercussions. Following that sneeze, Dasky felt a wave of relief wash over her. Humph. You insufferable Luo Fei, you remain as frivolous as you were 2 years ago. The first thing Dasky did after feeling better was to confront Luo Fei. After all this time together, she was astonished that he was unaware of her allergy to pollen. After voicing her complaint, Dasky raised her fist toward Luo Fei. Of course, her anger was feigned. It was merely a guise to mask the fleeting thrill she had just experienced. Sensing her intent, Luo Fei hastily discarded the roses and presented her with the precious Jinpira sword. Hey, calm down. Aren't you the one who adores collecting exquisite swords? Here. This is the Jinpira that I just acquired. Consider it compensation. Luo Fei said earnestly. Dasky was momentarily stunned at the prospect of receiving the Jinpira. To be frank, no swordsman could remain indifferent to one of the supreme swords like Jinpira, and Dasky was no exception. Yet, beyond her excitement, she valued her principles even more. Very well, given your earnestness, I shall overlook this. However, you should keep the Jinpira for yourself. Master Tautu is someone I have always respected and admired. At this point, I cannot surpass him, nor can I wield the Jinpira effectively, Dasky asserted resolutely. Since this is your reward, you should cherish it and treat it well. Out of a sense of responsibility as a swordsman, Dasky imparted this final piece of advice to Luo Fei. Upon hearing her words, Luo Fei let out a silent sigh. What a pity, if you refuse it. It will gather dust in my home, he lamented. This statement piqued Dasky's curiosity. What do you mean by that? She quickly inquired. I have no scabbard. When I received it from the live stream, it was just the sword, nothing else. Where am I to find a scabbard worthy of it? Luo Fei explained. Dasky nodded in understanding. If it is merely a fine scabbard you seek, I can certainly assist, she declared, her sense of justice shining through. Goal achieved. Luo Fei rejoiced inwardly. The audience in the live stream also commented on Luo Fei's antics. Huang Yuan, so he managed to snag a scabbard for free? Luo Fei is quite the clever one, pulling off tricks left and right. Akainu, Huang Yuan, can we maintain some decorum? Smoker, indeed, no woman is safe from his charms. Moria, wait, has no one questioned how Luo Fei conjured such a large bouquet of roses? Chapter 18, the longest road traveled is Luo Fei's trickery. The atmosphere in the live stream soon lightened. First, because the quiz had concluded, and no one would perish as a result. With their spirits lifted, the audience had ample time and energy to contemplate other matters. Second, Luo Fei's audacious request for a scabbard had sparked jovial banter among the viewers. Smoker, Dasky's direct superior, humorously remarked in the live stream, the longest road traveled is Luo Fei's trickery. Dasky, do not let this rascal fool you, he cautioned, determined to alert her. At that moment, Smoker perceived Luo Fei as a master of seduction, while Dasky, often away on missions in the East Blue, remained oblivious to his schemes. However, Dasky was too preoccupied to pay him any mind. For now, she held the bouquet of roses, strolling alongside Luo Fei down the tree-lined paths of Marineford. Despite her pollen allergy, this was the first bouquet she had received in years, and given that it was from Luo Fei, she could not simply discard it. Nevertheless, for the sake of her health, Dasky prudently donned a mask while cradling the roses. Having completed her report to headquarters, she was preparing to leave as Luo Fei escorted her to the harbor. As for Dasky's promise to send Luo Fei a scabbard, she would devise a means to have it delivered once she returned to the East Blue. Along the way, Dasky gazed at the magnificent bouquet in her hands, utterly perplexed. Luo Fei, where did you conjure these flowers from? She asked, her curiosity piqued. Luo Fei, with a slight smile, confidently replied, have you forgotten? Valpo answered incorrectly and was stripped of his fruit abilities. As the super admin of the live stream, I naturally took over that power. Valpo's fruit ability is the much fruit, allowing him to transform into whatever he consumes. Behold, this bouquet was created from the excess of my own nails. Luo Fei boasted, extending his hand forward as if presenting a treasure. He was quite pleased with the clever ability he had developed on the spur of the moment. In a smaller context, if he were to perform tricks using this ability at the Navy Academy, he would undoubtedly attract a throng of admirers. Of course, with his striking appearance. Luo Fei already had a considerable following at the Academy, making it an excellent option for playful mischief. On a grander scale, the much fruit had not yet awakened. It merely operated on the fundamental principle of transforming what it consumed. If he could fully develop its potential and awaken its true capabilities, what wonders might transpire? It is known that the power of an awakened devil fruit is immensely formidable. Just consider Crocodile and Doflamingo. Their abilities, when awakened, could effortlessly reduce a nation to ruins. Such power would instill fear in anyone. Although Luo Fei remained unaware of what capabilities the much fruit would possess once awakened, he was certain it would be more powerful than its current state. As he pondered this, Dasky's eyes widened in astonishment. So those things that were stripped from the live stream have all ended up with you? Dasky exclaimed in shock. Initially, she believed that the abilities or items stripped away by the live stream would simply vanish. However, the words of Luffy revealed a crucial piece of information. Everything that had been taken from the participants due to incorrect answers in the live stream had now transferred to Luffy. The live stream erupted with excitement following Luffy's statement. Hancock remarked, so, my conqueror's hockey did not disappear into thin air, but has instead passed to Luffy? Crane added. And what about my marine Rokushiki? How fortunate for you, young man. Kizaru chuckled. So your name is Luffy? You are indeed lucky. It seems that cunning and trickery have their benefits. Sengoku cautioned, Kizaru, you must not learn from him. Kizaru responded nonchalantly, relax. I know how to manage my duties according to my pay. Moria interjected, what about my entire martial arts prowess? Blackbeard lamented, in terms of misfortune? Who could be more unfortunate than I? That represents a decade of my life. Luffy, let us negotiate. I am willing to exchange anything I possess for the return of my 10 years. Among those who had lost their abilities, Blackbeard was the most anxious. For a pirate who had already made a name for himself at sea, life was the most precious of all commodities. Each additional day allowed him to witness the unfolding of this era. Eternal oblivion is a dreadfully tedious fate. Roger, who once sacrificed his dwindling life to usher in the era of pirates, would undoubtedly have chosen a different path to fulfill his final wish if given sufficient time. Presently, Big Mom, who remains active in the latter half of the Grand Line, has instilled fear across the world for decades due to her terrifying ability to siphon life. Moreover, for Blackbeard, who had just acquired the power of the Yami Yami no Mi, his maritime journey was only beginning. Therefore, life was of utmost importance to him. Upon hearing that his 10 years of life had not simply dissipated, but had instead transferred to Luffy, Blackbeard felt a renewed sense of hope. If life could be transferred, could it not also be returned, provided Luffy was willing? However, the decision to reclaim those 10 years was not in his hands. Luffy pondered deeply in response to Blackbeard's earnest words. The live stream had stipulated that other members could bestow rewards upon the administrator, but it did not state that the administrator could freely reward other members. Additionally, Blackbeard's treacherous nature was evident. His ability to remain hidden among the Whitebeard pirates for decades showcased his ambition and patience. Thus, Luffy had ample reason to doubt the sincerity of Blackbeard's current display of desperation. Nevertheless, whether Blackbeard was feigning sincerity could be discerned through a trial. Luffy stated, "Exchange? Very well. I find your fruit ability intriguing. If you are willing to bestow it upon me, I would consider it." As soon as Luffy sent this message, a notification appeared at the top of the chat group. It indicated that all members could reward the administrator and group owner, including but not limited to fruit abilities, martial skills, special skills, and items. Furthermore, the items rewarded by group members would not vanish from their possession. In summary, the notification conveyed one message: rewarding others would not affect the member who executed the reward. Now, the time had come to test whether Blackbeard's intentions were genuine. By bestowing his fruit ability upon Luffy through a reward, he would suffer no loss. However, the emergence of another with the same power would mean an additional formidable rival. However, if he does not give it, then his 10 years of life cannot be reclaimed. After a brief moment of hesitation, Blackbeard gritted his teeth and swiftly made a decision. Ding. Congratulations to Luffy for receiving the dark fruit ability as a reward from Blackbeard. Unexpectedly, the typically profit-driven Blackbeard was truly willing to sacrifice his fruit ability for the sake of his lifespan. It seems that Blackbeard was not as indifferent as he claimed, especially when confronted with the specter of death. However, it is understandable. Having lain in wait for many years, Blackbeard finally saw a glimmer of a promising future, and he could not bear to watch his 10 years of life slip away so easily. Luffy was also taken aback by Blackbeard's profound regard for that decade of life, as he had unhesitatingly bestowed his fruit ability. Even Luffy felt a twinge of emotion at Blackbeard's actions. Yet, feelings aside, the question of whether the 10 years of life, stripped away due to a wrong answer, could be restored remained a significant issue. According to the rules of this live broadcast, rewards and donations were irreversible. Setting aside whether Luffy himself would be willing to return Blackbeard's 10 years of life, the live broadcast did not possess such capacity. Luffy sighed. Alas, what a pity. I have no buttons for gifting or donations here. Luffy continued. I truly apologize. Donations are irreversible, and I can only reluctantly accept your dark fruit ability for now. Luffy feigned regret as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Blackbeard was utterly bewildered. So, he had ended up losing both his life and his fruit ability. Chapter 19. The Rainbow Praise of the Sand Crocodile and the Flattery of the Pirates? While Blackbeard lamented his lost decade of life, Luffy was delighted to accept the powers of the dark fruit. Ding. Congratulations, host, on the successful fusion of the dark fruit ability. Note, the dark fruit ability has fused into an active ability, freeing the host from the swimming limitation typical of devil fruit users, allowing for its activation and deactivation at will. The fruit's ability is an active skill, meaning Luffy has the choice to use it or not. In Luffy's eyes, the dark fruit was a particularly unique fruit, yet it also harbored the greatest dangers among the devil fruits. When activated, his hands would turn black, and dark smoke would emanate from his body, allowing him to absorb, compress, and crush anything that came into contact with darkness. Additionally, the dark fruit could attract other users from a distance and render them temporarily powerless upon physical contact. However, this formidable power came with a fatal flaw. Unlike other natural-type devil fruits that could evade harm through elemental transformation, it absorbed damage, resulting in a doubling of pain. Setting aside the pain experienced while using the dark fruit in water, Luffy simply could not accept the notion of enveloping himself in dark smoke while wielding such power. Luffy had always harbored a dream of transcendent martial prowess, longing for the ethereal feeling of casting spells with grace. The dark fruit, in contrast, would have him exuding dark fumes, resembling a villain, which he found unacceptable. Thus, despite having just integrated the dark fruit's power, he chose to deactivate it for the time being. Nevertheless, even if Luffy did not intend to utilize the dark fruit actively, Blackbeard had already begun to view him as a hypothetical adversary. After all, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain, especially when both possess identical abilities. If the secret of the dark fruit were to become known to others, it would severely jeopardize Blackbeard's plans and position. At that moment, Blackbeard had regained his composure and left the island to board his pirate ship. Boys, since that naval brat has proven untrustworthy, we must teach him a lesson, he declared. I've heard that those inmates in the undersea prison are particularly ruthless. Blackbeard was determined not to let Luffy's deception go unpunished. Given that Luffy had allied himself with the Navy, Blackbeard resolved to create some turmoil for them. When chaos erupted within the Navy, it would be the perfect opportunity for him to infiltrate their ranks and exact revenge on Luffy. Blackbeard's mind churned with vengeance. Since losing 10 years of life was now a foregone conclusion, he might as well spend the remainder of his days accomplishing something that would shock the world. It seemed that his plans would need to be expedited. How he longed for the day when the world would be turned upside down. On the deck, Blackbeard gazed out at the sea, his smile growing increasingly audacious. Soon, the Blackbeard pirates set sail once more. As the Blackbeard pirates embarked on their journey, Others around the world tuned into the live broadcast and heard the news that Loaf had inadvertently revealed. Damn, how did I not think of using this to woo women? Exclaimed Walpole. Humph, do you think everyone is as crude as you? Chopper retorted. You little reindeer, do you realize who you're talking to? Walpole shot back. Are you feeling defiant? Chopper challenged. Walpole relented. I concede. In the live broadcast, Walpole had blustered for a moment but quickly backed down. Especially since he had just been sent flying by the Straw Hat Pirates. He had not only lost his royal status but also the power of his devil fruit. The fruit ability stripped away for answering questions incorrectly was a far cry from the voluntarily donated ability, which remained unaffected. Thus, Walpole now found himself a defeated dog. One that could not swim, with little hope for redemption. In such circumstances, self-preservation dictated that he keep a low profile. Haha. This is the correct application of the swamp fruit. Loaf truly deserves praise for his wisdom. Don Quixote da Flamingo was the first to commend Loaf. After all, as the administrator of the broadcast, Loaf wielded extensive management privileges. Da Flamingo sensed that Loaf's identity was anything but ordinary. Why had the broadcast chosen him as the administrator? Moreover, he had acquired such formidable abilities. Under such circumstances, it was prudent to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. Soon, Hancock also spoke up. Is it merely to transform into roses? It seems Loaf has yet to grasp the true purpose of the devil fruit. Crocodile interjected. What do you know, Empress? This is a case of great wisdom appearing foolish. Crocodile continued. Indeed, Loaf is truly astute. He has quickly discerned the essence of the devil fruit. Moria added. Indeed, a bouquet of roses is well worth a beautiful woman's heart and a sword sheath. Hancock then inquired, Loaf, I wonder if you have learned my Conqueror's Haki. If not, I can certainly assist you. Currently, Hancock has just lost her Conqueror's Haki, and the Amazon Lily has attracted the attention of numerous forces from around the world. At this moment, Hancock is in dire need of a formidable protector, and Luffy presents an excellent option. After all, Luffy is the supreme moderator of the live broadcast. Possessing unparalleled authority within this realm, and within less than a day, he has assimilated numerous powerful abilities. Thus, compared to the flattery of other pirates, Hancock's words seem relatively sincere. Weasel, flattery without cause is either treachery or theft. Luffy, do not heed their words. Hancock, insolent fool, withdraw at once. Within the live broadcast, the opinions of the pirates regarding this matter shifted dramatically, from initial shock to a flurry of praise. It took less than a minute for this transformation to occur. If Luffy truly does not comprehend how to wield the powers of the devil fruit, merely utilizing its abilities for trivial matters, this is precisely what all the great pirates would relish. After all, Luffy's sudden acquisition of such formidable powers raises questions about his future trajectory, which undoubtedly poses a significant threat to the pirates of the New World. However, based on Luffy's previous actions, they have almost unanimously concluded that he is merely a cunning individual, eloquent yet fiercely loyal to Akainu, lacking any grand ambitions. For someone of this nature, the best method to extinguish his fighting spirit is through excessive praise. Sand Crocodile was the first to grasp this notion, thus beginning to lavishly extol Luffy in the live stream. Yet, despite Sand Crocodile's ostentatious words, he had secretly dispatched members of the Baroque works to Marineford to investigate Luffy. Other pirates soon caught on and followed suit, showering Luffy with compliments. Like Sand Crocodile, these pirates were also secretly devising plans, dispatching numerous teams to Marineford. On Luffy's side, having just sent Das Bones to the port, he found himself lost in thought as he observed the comments from these pirates in the live stream. These fellows appeared to harbor ill intentions. Luffy mused while stroking his chin. Could he not discern their little schemes? They simply wished to exalt him to the heavens, and when the opportune moment arrived, they would eagerly drag him back down. However, since they intend to craft such a naive and endearing persona for him, Luffy saw no reason to hold back. After all, some actions would seem quite peculiar if executed by a normal person. However, if one were to embody the persona of an utterly naive and innocent individual, the endeavor would become considerably simpler. Just as Luo Fei pondered how to fully embrace this foolishly sweet character, General Sengoku began to speak within the live stream. Chapter 20. Do you wish to remain in the live stream? Then show some sincerity. Sengoku, Luo Fei. Since you hold the esteemed position of a super administrator in this live stream and possess the authority to invite or expel participants, I urge you to remove all members of our Navy who are under the age of 16 from the live stream. Sengoku, after all, this live stream is fraught with peril and rife with temptation. We cannot allow our Navy personnel, while undergoing training, to be distracted by such matters. Sengoku, naturally. If anyone wishes to exit voluntarily, that would be even better. As a multitude of pirates extolled Luo Fei's virtues, Sengoku articulated his thoughts. His intent was unmistakable, to safeguard the vital forces of the Navy. The might that can instill fear across the globe lies within the admirals of the Navy and various armed forces. These pivotal forces have all emerged from the ranks of ordinary sailors. Through the prior 2 rounds of questions in the live stream, Sengoku had gleaned that the threats mentioned therein were far from mere hyperbole. Had it not been for Luo Fei's fortunate miscalculation in guessing the correct answer, it is conceivable that lives may have already been lost in the stream. Moreover, if no one answered the questions, the live stream might claim a single life. However, it is also possible that it could result in the loss of lives. Thus, Sengoku hoped to leverage the superadmin privileges in Luo Fei's possession to extricate some young naval officers from this perilous live stream. These young soldiers represent the future and hope of the Navy. Sengoku would not permit this unknown risk to befall them. Hence, he instructed Luo Fei to expel all naval personnel under the age of 16 from the live stream. Furthermore, Sengoku aspired for Luo Fei to take this opportunity to assert his stance to the world. Luo Fei is part of the Navy and will only heed its command. Those pirates in the New World who seek to curry favor with Luo Fei for special benefits should abandon such notions forthwith. Of course, if Luo Fei were to become dazed by the sudden influx of various superpowers and heed the flattering words of those pirates, engaging in actions contrary to the Navy's interests, Sengoku would not hesitate to take measures. At the very moment Sengoku articulated these sentiments, numerous elite naval officers who had long been lurking around Luo Fei focused their attention on him, awaiting his response. Luo Fei was no longer the ordinary Navy officer he once was. He had now amalgamated the conqueror's haki of the Empress, the Marine Six styles of Admiral Tsuru, and the entirety of Moriya's physical techniques. In addition to these, Luo Fei possessed the powers of the Gulp Gulp fruit and the Dark Fruit, as well as the Lightning Cloud Zeus from the Yonko Big Mom and the Golden Pizarro from Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit. The combination of these abilities endowed Luo Fei with strength comparable to that of the 7 warlords of the sea. Could an ordinary naval officer, suddenly endowed with such formidable powers, maintain his original convictions? Sengoku hoped so, yet could not be entirely certain. Thus, Luo Fei was now regarded with trepidation not only by the notorious pirates but also by the high-ranking officials within the Navy, who began to harbor doubts. On Luo Fei's part, he sensed the unusual atmosphere surrounding him. He understood that this issue posed by Sengoku was, in essence, a test. However, Sengoku's so-called test was wholly unnecessary. Luo Fei had no intention of turning against the Navy. After all, compared to the pirates in the New World, the Navy personnel in Marineford were considerably more amiable. Moreover, Luo Fei concurred with Sengoku's proposal. This live stream was indeed a chaotic vortex of fame and fortune, and it was unnecessary to expose certain individuals to its dangers. Luo Fei, you speak wisely, Admiral. I shall proceed with the personnel screening and expel all naval officers under 16 from the live stream. Soon after uttering these words, Luo Fei accessed the member management page and swiftly expelled those under 16 with a single click. KB had initially hoped to take advantage of this live stream to observe Luffy's journey through the Grand Line before he could utter a single word of defiance. He was expelled from the group chat. Kobe felt a profound sadness. In his moment of despair, tears welled up. However, the Kobe of today is no longer the same. Though remnants of timidity linger in his character, he now understands how to rise like a true man. Quickly, Kobe wiped away his tears, lifted his spirits, and declared to himself, Captain Luffy, wait for me on the Grand Line. On the day you become the Pirate King, I too shall become a great Marine. As he spoke these words, a spark ignited in his eyes once more. The expulsion process was swiftly executed, and not long after, Luffy found himself at leisure. Luffy remarked, all right, Commander, the task is complete. He then inquired, but what shall we do with the pirates under the age of 16? Should we expel them as well? In truth, he was reluctant to remove the pirates, for every additional person meant a greater chance of mistakes, and with each mistake, he had an opportunity to gain more abilities. In this regard, the pirates likely shared Luffy's perspective. They certainly did not wish to leave the group chat. Out of caution, Sengoku hoped that the younger Marines would voluntarily withdraw to safeguard the remaining strength of the Navy. However, the pirates are quite different. What do pirates believe in? They embrace the philosophy of seizing the day, indulging in freedom, and living for themselves. The ultimate goal of a pirate is to attain greater wealth and status. This live broadcast presents a rare opportunity for all pirates. The pirate captain hopes to have more of his crew members in the stream because the likelihood of answering questions correctly and earning rewards increases, thereby enhancing the overall strength of the pirate crew. Those pirates under the age of 16, regardless of their accomplishments, also wish to gain something from this live stream. Thus, when Luffy made his statement, all the pirates were thrown into a state of panic. They feared that Luffy truly intended to expel all the underage pirates from the group chat. Hancock asserted, my Amazon Lily does not need to withdraw. We are not afraid of danger. At this moment, Hancock had just lost her conqueror's haki, rendering her nation vulnerable. They needed the opportunities presented in the live stream to bolster their national strength. As the Empress who rose from the depths of slavery, she understood the significance of power. Thus, she was willing to risk her life. With Hancock leading the charge, other pirates began to voice their stances as well. Big Mom declared, our members from Cake Island do not need to withdraw. It's merely a matter of life being taken. There is nothing to fear. Kaido added, my beast pirates will not allow any crew member to leave. Shanks chimed in, fortunately, I have no child laborers on my ship. What a joyous occasion that is. Worthy of a feast. Bring forth the wine and meat. My Hawk retorted, every day is a banquet. Be careful lest you become a glutton. Shanks laughed, ha ha ha. I am not Moria, relax. Moria interjected, so, speaking up also attracts fire? In response to the pirates' expressions of defiance, Whitebeard remained indifferent, allowing his crew members to stay or leave at their discretion. Upon observing their declarations, Luffy smiled subtly, a smile that appeared somewhat sinister. They're unwilling to exit the live stream, are they? Then they must demonstrate some sincerity. Chapter 21. Brainwashed by the Navy? For love and peace. Just as the prominent pirates began to express their reluctance to leave, Luffy had already calculated that it was time for these individuals to pay a price. After all, this was his live stream. Regardless of whether they were emperors or warlords, in this space, they were all beneath him, although the Navy appeared to hold some dominant advantage. That advantage was merely a reflection of Luffy's influence. If Luffy had not declared his allegiance to the Navy, figures like Sengoku and Akainu would hold no weight. Luffy firmly believed that all things in the world exist in a state of balance, with light amidst darkness and darkness within light. Pirates are often seen as embodiments of malevolence, yet there are those among them who embody justice. Conversely, while the Navy carries the banner of justice, its internal decay has permeated its very foundation, rendering it irredeemable. Thus, he found no compelling reason to genuinely align himself with the Navy. Shortly, Luffy addressed the live stream, stating, "It appears that everyone is reluctant to exit. However, Lord Sengoku has proclaimed that for the sake of love and peace in the world, we must do our utmost to protect our next generation. Through our current efforts, we shall ensure that the next generation enjoys a prosperous life. This embodies our Navy's sense of justice." Luffy continued, "Yet, you pirates frequently abduct children from around the world, deceiving them onto your ships and exploiting them as free labor. Such actions are heinous beyond measure, and now, in this perilous live stream, we cannot allow them to be involved." Luffy asserted, "Therefore, for the sake of love and peace, they must withdraw." With Luffy's righteous declaration sent, countless pirates were left dumbfounded. Shanks was among the first to respond. "Back in the day, when Luffy cried and begged me to take him aboard, I refused. Now you accuse me of employing child labor. What nonsense is this?" Garp exclaimed. "Shanks, impossible. If you continue to spread rumors, I will chase you to the ends of the earth." Hancock questioned, "Why does Lord Garp defend the Straw Hat Boy so vehemently? Could there be an untold secret?" Sengoku insisted, "No, there is nothing at all." Kizaru chimed in, "Lord Marshal, this does sound a bit like a case of there's no silver here." Sengoku retorted, "Kizaru, double your pay and keep your mouth shut." Kizaru complied, "Understood." As Shanks expressed his discontent, other pirates began to voice their grievances. Moria stated, "All my crew are zombies. Where would I find children?" Whitebeard remarked, "I have no interest in abducting children. They willingly call me father." Doflamingo added, "As is well known, my pirate crew is a family business. Abducting child laborers is out of the question. Housekeeper, do not spread baseless rumors." Luffy countered, "I am not spreading rumors. These are the very words of Lord Sengoku." Luffy continued, "You pirates are indeed heinous and shameless." With one statement, Luffy absolved himself of responsibility while simultaneously disparaging the pirates. After all, he was merely an ordinary Navy officer. Who would believe that a simple Navy man could speak so boldly without guidance? Of course, no one would. Crocodile interjected, "Housekeeper, are you not afraid of being brainwashed by the Navy?" The Sand Crocodile made his statement in the live stream. Kaido remarked, "When it comes to slinging mud, the Navy is unmatched. No one else would dare to claim the second position." Doflamingo noted, "That tone does indeed resemble something Sengoku would say." Luffy laughed, "Ha ha ha. Being a pirate is still the way to go." Garp shouted, "Luffy, come here, and I'll guarantee to smash your head." Luffy responded, "Boo." As the tide of disdain for the Navy rose once more in the live stream, Sengoku found himself bewildered. "When did I ever say such a thing?" "I have no recollection." Luffy replied, "It is written in the Navy textbooks, so do not be modest, Lord Marshal." Luffy reassured, "Rest assured, Lord Marshal. These facts will not vanish simply because the pirates deny them. The light of justice shall ultimately illuminate the earth." Luffy was determined to uphold his image as a staunch Navy loyalist. Just as Kizaru, who had been barred from speaking, could no longer suppress his comments amidst the heated discussion in the live stream, he quipped, "Ha ha ha, back to the Navy textbooks again. Akainu, come out and take your beating." Akainu protested, "Why am I involved?" Akainu ultimately conceded, "Fine, it was indeed me." Initially, Akainu instinctively sought to refuse. However, as this matter pertains to the naval textbooks, Akainu had no choice but to swallow his pride. After all, as a distinguished admiral, it was clearly beneath him to personally engage in the tedious and menial task of compiling naval educational materials. However, following the incident where all 4 emperors were defeated and the 7 warlords were kicked aside, in order to provide an explanation to the world as pirate leaders, it fell upon Akainu to bear the burden. The Navy's scapegoat ascended, and Sengoku felt a wave of relief. At the very least, the pirates' ire was no longer directed at him or the Navy as a whole. To provide an account to the world as pirates, Sengoku declared, "I see. I never anticipated such a person would emerge from our Navy, distorting the facts and undermining our credibility. I hereby announce that, effective immediately, Akainu is stripped of all his positions within the military and shall return home for reflection." Sengoku's punishment of Akainu was merely a measure to silence the murmurs of the world as pirates. After all, the textbook incident involved numerous prominent pirates, if left unaddressed. It was likely that these pirates would seek retribution against the Navy and the towns under its jurisdiction. Sengoku was unwilling to witness the delicate balance he had worked so hard to maintain be shattered. Furthermore, this textbook incident was akin to a ticking time bomb. If he did not act, it could explode at any moment. Thus, Akainu had to be sacrificed. Nevertheless, Sengoku's actions were merely a temporary reprieve. Ultimately, Akainu's abilities and reputation within the Navy had already been established. A mere title could easily be restored. On Akainu's side, he had initially wished to voice his grievances, but before he could, he was restrained by agents dispatched by Sengoku. Admiral Akainu, the Marshal's actions are a necessary measure. We hope you can understand and cooperate with our operations. Just stay in your room for the next few days, one of the agents stated. Akainu was not without the capacity to resist. Yet, even if he were to subdue these agents now, what would follow? He still sought to navigate the Navy and aspired to become the Marshal himself. This small grievance, he had no choice but to endure. Cursed pirates, one day. I shall eradicate you all, Akainu proclaimed fiercely as he removed his Admiral's insignia. Due to Sengoku's righteous yet familial sacrifice, the pirates' mouths were finally silenced. And they ceased to use the textbook incident as ammunition against the Navy. With the textbook matter resolved, the Navy found itself devoid of vulnerabilities. Thus, it swiftly shifted to its main stage. Sengoku stated, however, while the employment of child labor is indeed a grave misstep, it is a fact that many pirate ships harbor underage children. Since all members under the age of 16 have withdrawn from the Navy, the same should apply among pirates. Sengoku continued, Luffy, your suggestion is quite astute. Pursue whatever you deem necessary. Sengoku's intent was unmistakable. If you wish to take action, do so boldly. The entire Navy stands behind you. Although the textbook incident was exposed by Luffy, it also revealed Luffy's loyalty to Sengoku. Hence, Sengoku was more than willing to trust and support Luffy's decisions. With Sengoku's backing, Luffy resumed his discourse in the live stream. Understood. Marshal, Luffy declared. Pirates, I now grant you 30 minutes to voluntarily withdraw. If no one exits within 30 minutes, I shall be compelled to exercise my super-user authority. The 30 minutes served as both a period for the pirates to contemplate their exit and a time for them to consider what sacrifices they would need to make to remain. Finally, Luffy emphasized his super-user authority, believing that any pirate with sense would comprehend the implications. As a result of Luffy's statements, the pirates convened in private discussions. Chapter 22, A Tribute from the Pirates. The Navy truly lacks cultural depth. Luffy made it abundantly clear that he intended to expel all pirates under the age of 16 from the live stream. While this maneuver bore little consequence for the Navy, it represented a significant loss for pirates worldwide. This was because many formidable pirates had risen to fame in their youth. The Navy operated under a relatively transparent promotion system, necessitating that young recruits, particularly those who were not exceptionally gifted, start from the grassroots level. Thus, Sengoku's directive for members under 16 to withdraw from the live stream was, in essence, a protective measure for the Navy's vital forces. However, pirates are a different breed. On a pirate ship, as long as one possesses the courage to fight and strive, there lies the potential to carve out a niche upon the vast seas. The vitality of pirates is never constrained by age. All those who harbor a yearning for the ocean, who covet wealth and power, constitute the living essence of the age of piracy. For ordinary sailors, this live broadcast may indeed pose a perilous threat. However, for pirates, this presents an unparalleled opportunity. Even at the cost of their lives, they are willing to seize it. While all the pirates are devising ways to remain in the live broadcast room, Blackbeard has already set sail and is becoming increasingly agitated. Damn it. I just bestowed the fruit's powers, and now I am being forced to withdraw? I never anticipated this treacherous betrayal from that scoundrel. To think that in my lifetime, I could be outsmarted by a greenhorn marine. Once I conquer Marineford, I will make him pay dearly. Blackbeard exclaimed, filled with indignation. Although his notorious crew members are notorious villains recruited from all corners of the world, nevertheless, being a formidable pirate crew, the tasks of navigating the ship and plundering towns must inevitably fall to a cadre of lesser minions. Thus, aboard Blackbeard's vessel, there exists a cadre of over 100 ordinary crew members. Among these, a considerable number are under the age of 16. If, as Luffy suggested, he were to expel all members underage from the live stream, Blackbeard would be forced to forfeit at least half of his crew. Blackbeard still relies on these sailors to eagerly participate in answering questions for rewards. They cannot simply be coerced into exiting the group chat. After much contemplation, Blackbeard resolved to adopt a more conciliatory approach. Blackbeard, Luffy, I have just bestowed upon you the power of the devil fruit. Although I did not reclaim my lifespan, I willingly offer this ability to you, the esteemed group administrator. Blackbeard, thus, dear super administrator, might you extend a favor to me by allowing all my crew members to remain? The man who had fervently vowed to flay Luffy alive now altered his demeanor in the face of self-interest. One cannot help but bow when under the eaves of another. Shanks, a favor? That phrase sounds rather familiar. Ace, you, with a countenance as dark as your heart, do you truly possess any leverage? At that moment, Luffy was on his way home when he chanced upon Blackbeard's message. An epiphany struck him, and he promptly acquiesced to Blackbeard's request. Luffy, of course, rest assured. The power of that devil fruit shall not be rendered in vain. Consider it a form of protection fee. From now on, your crew shall be under my safeguard. Luffy, as long as I do not permit it, they shall not be able to leave. Luffy readily granted Blackbeard's plea, and upon hearing Luffy's words, Blackbeard felt a wave of relief, realizing that Luffy was genuinely willing to extend him a favor. Yet soon, a wave of melancholy washed over me. After enduring hardships and persevering for decades, I finally reaped the fruits of my labor, only to find myself at the mercy of a seemingly insignificant and obscure naval officer. The frustration was palpable. However, in the midst of his anger, Blackbeard found himself utterly powerless. After all, through the virtual live stream, could he possibly confront and assault Luffy? Moreover, given Luffy's plethora of top-tier abilities, even if Blackbeard were to encounter him in person, he might not even land a blow. This sensation of helplessness weighed heavily on him, pushing Blackbeard perilously close to despair. Beside him, Basis was taken aback by Blackbeard's alternating expressions of laughter and tears. Since their first acquaintance, he had never witnessed such despondency in Blackbeard. It could even be said that Basis had initially joined Blackbeard's crew drawn by his ambition, confidence, and the glimmer of his teeth in the shadows. Yet now, an unknown marine had dimmed the light in Blackbeard's eyes considerably. Who on earth was this individual? Observing Luffy, who had just spoken in the live stream, Basis couldn't help but heighten his vigilance. Luffy, however, was unconcerned with how these individuals perceived him. He was well aware that even in Marineford, one must pay a protection fee to operate. Moreover, as the super admin of this live stream, he was the one in charge. Merely requesting a protection fee from Blackbeard was hardly excessive. Of course, Blackbeard could choose to refuse. The immediate consequence of such a refusal would be a swift expulsion from the group chat. Luffy's willingness to extend this courtesy to Blackbeard was not due to any perceived obligation or debt to him. Rather, it was essential that someone initiate the collection of protection fees. Luffy believed that once one individual set the precedent, countless others would follow suit. After all, the allure of this live stream was significant for any faction. Soon, after Luffy candidly declared that he would not expel any members of the Blackbeard pirates from the live stream, several other notorious pirates followed suit, expressing their goodwill towards Luffy. Hancock, I presume the super admin does not require my devil fruit ability. Perhaps I could offer my martial art, Fragrant Foot, and hope the super admin will graciously accept it. Hancock's gesture was commendable. Fragrant Foot was one of her unique techniques, and her willingness to share it, especially after losing her Conqueror's Haki, demonstrated her regard for the live stream and her acknowledgement of Luffy's status as super admin Doflamingo. It is well known that Dressrosa is famed for love, passion, and toys. I am willing to annually provide top-tier toys, hoping the super admin will allow my subjects from Dressrosa to remain in the live stream. Compared to Hancock, Doflamingo was rather stingy. At least Hancock offered a skill, while Doflamingo merely proposed to send some trifling toys, as if he were addressing children. Perhaps feeling the inadequacy of his proposal, Doflamingo quickly added, of course, if the super admin enjoys dance performances, I would be happy to present the finest dancers from Dressrosa. Doflamingo believed that for a vigorous youth like Luffy, the allure of beautiful women would outweigh money and status. His assumption was indeed accurate. Upon hearing Doflamingo's offer of top-tier dancers, Luffy felt a flicker of interest. Among Doflamingo's cadre, there were a few individuals Luffy held in high esteem, such as the alluring and sophisticated Violet from the Don Quixote family, who undoubtedly embodied the ideal of countless men's dreams. If he were to select a top dancer from Dressrosa, Violet would undoubtedly be the prime candidate. If Doflamingo were willing to part with Violet, Luffy might consider his request. However, Luffy was confident that Doflamingo, who valued family ties, would never entertain such an idea. Thus, Luffy merely smiled at Doflamingo's overture. Following Doflamingo's remarks, Moria chimed in. Moria, aside from zombies, I have little of worth aboard my mysterious ship. Since even Doflamingo is willing to offer toys, I can present my puppets. Big Mom, is the pace too swift? Must we offer something to Super Admin Luffy to ensure our crew and subjects are not expelled from the group chat? Big Mom, in that case, I shall reluctantly present the cake I just baked. It is the most cherished of my possessions. Perona, puppets? What puppets remain aboard the mysterious ship? Wait, Moria, are you planning to offer my puppets to the Super Admin? I refuse. Absolutely refuse. Shanks, does young brother Luffy enjoy drinking? I have a few barrels of fine wine hidden aboard my ship. Kaido, we have nothing on my ship, just an assortment of peculiar beasts. If the Super Admin does not mind, you are welcome to witness a free performance of the 100 Beasts. Kizaru, Kaido, no trade means no killing. We do not advocate any form of animal performances. Kaido, how about a devil fruit? The Navy really is lacking in culture. Of course. Kaido's words were mere pleasantries. While he invited Luffy to his ship for a free performance, his true intention was to find a way to imprison Luffy. Either he would force Luffy to become his subordinate or send him off to Wano to toil. Luffy, naturally, was aware of these ulterior motives. Such trivial gifts would not sway him. It was utterly impossible. Chapter 23, The Straw Hat Pirates Under Scrutiny. With the 4 emperors and warlords of the sea leading the charge, Luffy quickly announced that he would expel all members under the age of 16 from the live stream. The pirates were engulfed in anxiety to remain in the live stream. Many began expressing their goodwill towards Luffy. Soon, a wave of gift-giving swept through the live stream. It seemed that failing to offer something would be a disservice to the community. Even Monkey D. Luffy, captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, was influenced by this trend and contemplated what he might present to Super Admin Luo Fei. Luffy, this live stream is so fascinating. I don't want anyone to leave. Since everyone else is offering gifts to the Super Admin, we cannot fall behind. Luffy, Sanji's delicious meals cannot be offered, nor can Nami's oranges. It seems our ship is quite impoverished. We have nothing of value. At that moment, Luffy gazed at the pristine Mary, letting out a quiet sigh. Nonetheless, Luffy was determined. He refused to believe that he could not find a single worthy item after thoroughly searching the ship. Thus, after scouring the ship from top to bottom, Luffy finally discovered something suitable to offer. Luffy, how about we present gold and jewels to the Super Admin? Buggy, you claim your ship is too poor. Yet you offer gold and jewels? Are you not just trying to show off? Luffy, is your pirate ship poorer than mine? Luffy looked around and found that these were the only items of value aboard. Without first-hand experience, Luffy was unaware of the true worth of these treasures. However, Nami is well aware that to Luffy, money is as worthless as dirt. However, Nami has always regarded money as essential to her very existence. Upon witnessing Luffy so casually offering the ship's treasures, she immediately became agitated. Nami exclaimed, "You must not speak carelessly. There are no crew members aboard under the age of 16. Luffy responded, "Huh? Isn't Chopper?" Chopper chimed in, "Nami, this live stream is so entertaining. I don't want to leave." Chopper quickly joined the conversation. If merely parting with some wealth could allow him to remain in the live stream, Chopper was eager to seize that opportunity. However, perhaps due to his relatively short time aboard, he was still unaware of the extent of Nami's obsession with money. Nami reassured him, "It's all right. You only need to leave temporarily. Once you're of age, the administrator can easily reinstate you." Chopper lamented, "Wah, Luffy, save me." Luffy declared, "You are all my comrades, and we must stay united. It's nothing but gold and jewels. It's not a significant matter." Nami retorted, "You wasteful fool." Upon hearing Luffy's intent to access the ship's treasure trove, Nami was nearly driven to the brink of fury. However, amidst his anger, he still needed to devise a way to protect the treasure while ensuring Chopper remained in the live stream. Soon, Nami devised a clever excuse. "Nami, Chopper is a reindeer. He doesn't count as a person. Therefore, he cannot be considered under the age of 16 to be removed from the list." Walpole, haha, a pet is indeed a pet. Even aboard a pirate ship, he remains just a pet. Dr. Correa, ha ha ha, what an amusing pirate ship indeed. My foolish son, how are you faring on the ship? Yet, even with Dr. Correa's intervention, Chopper's negative emotions could not be alleviated. Upon hearing Nami's words, Chopper felt utterly despondent. Fortunately, Nami did not mean any harm. Her declaration of Chopper being a reindeer was merely a strategic delay to keep him in the live stream. After delivering her statement, Nami quickly approached Chopper to offer comfort. Chopper, being soft-hearted and having already deemed his companions trustworthy, eventually accepted Nami's rationale after a few minutes of consolation. "Chopper, all right, I'm a reindeer." "Luffy, is this really acceptable?" "Nami, what is wrong with that? The moderators don't even know Chopper. Besides, it's just a temporary measure." Chopper won T-mind. Nami's words, broadcasted in the live stream, were visible to the entire world. Even Law found it hard to believe. Did she really just express that truth? "Law, do you take me for a fool?" He muttered silently. "Nami, oh no, I forgot this is a live stream. Can I take it back?" At that moment, Nami realized the irreparable mistake she had just made. But alas, it is all too late. In this live broadcast room, words once spoken are akin to water spilled. There is no way to retrieve them. The Straw Hat Pirates are collectively bewildered. Sanji exclaimed, "Baka, such a private matter should never be discussed aboard the ship. Yet you chose to reveal it in the live stream?" Usopp chimed in, "Indeed. It seems I am the more reliable vice captain after all." Yasu, in jest, remarked, "So Usopp has become the vice captain now? Haha, I am truly happy for you. I shall await your arrival in the Grand Line." The chat group buzzed with lively conversation. However, while chat is chat, the issues that require resolution must still be addressed. Although Chopper is a reindeer who has consumed the human fruit, his presence in the live broadcast room has already confirmed his identity as a human. Therefore, according to the rules recently established by Luffy, Chopper is also included among the pirates who are under the age of 16. Logically, Chopper ought to be expelled from the group chat. Fortunately, at the last moment, Nami offered up the treasure. After all, in comparison to tangible wealth, Nami evidently values intangible friendship far more. After the Straw Hat Pirates presented their treasure, Luffy did not impose any difficulties upon them. Indeed, at this juncture, the Straw Hat Pirates possessed nothing that he particularly coveted. For Nami, who is typically frugal, to part with the treasure was quite a significant sacrifice. At that moment, Luffy returned home just in time to hear the notification from the live broadcast room. Ding! Congratulations to Luffy. You have received a bounty of 5 chests of treasure from Nami, an ordinary member of the live broadcast room. Do you choose to accept? Was there even a question? Of course, he chose to accept. Thus, through the shared vision activated by Luffy, people all over the world beheld those 5 chests of gleaming treasure. Upon witnessing this bounty, the pirates sailing the seas could not help but be stirred by avarice. To think that this obscure little pirate crew was quite affluent. Having merely presented 5 chests of treasure, who knows what rare treasures might still lie aboard their ship. Lads, target the Straw Hat Pirates. Set sail, following the mysterious ship. Yet another pirate vessel departed from the Grand Line, aiming directly for the Straw Hat Pirates led by Luffy. However, these individuals only perceived the superficial aspects and failed to consider the deeper complexities, such as Luffy's enigmatic relationship with Garp, the elite swordsman Zoro, feared by countless pirates, and the boastful Usopp, among others, unknown powers of the Straw Hat crew. To rashly provoke them without understanding the strength of the Straw Hat Pirates would undoubtedly lead them to become mere stepping stones in Luffy's rise to fame in the New World. Chapter 24, Ladies and Gentlemen, are you treating me like a beggar? Meanwhile, Luffy, who had just received this treasure, nodded in satisfaction. The value of this treasure was sufficient to equate to a lifetime of earnings as a Navy officer. Moreover, it was a full 5 chests. According to Luffy's understanding, the Straw Hat Pirates had only recently set sail, having been at sea for less than a year. In such a short span of time, they had managed to amass such wealth. It was likely that even a lifetime in the Navy would not yield such riches. Now, Luffy finally comprehended why Admiral Kizaru often appeared so lethargic. If not for justice and dreams, being a Navy officer indeed seemed rather uninteresting. It was no wonder that Luffy, at such a young age, yearned to become a pirate. The allure of freedom, the thrill of pursuing everything the sea has to offer, alongside the promise of wealth and status, certainly makes the life of a pirate more enticing than that of a Navy officer. Luffy mused inwardly. Nonetheless, despite his musings, Luffy had no intention of truly becoming a pirate. While piracy might be enticing, Luffy chose to continue his path as a Navy officer. Why? Because being a Navy officer comes with a certain structure, supported by Sengoku and Akainu. Now, Luffy, simply by virtue of his position as a super administrator in the live broadcast room, could easily acquire things that others might spend their entire lives pursuing. Merely by speaking a few words, he was certainly not about to embark on a venture of his own. Luffy swiftly stored away the 5 chests of treasure and then continued to communicate in the live broadcast room. Luffy, there are 15 minutes remaining. Those who have not exited, do so quickly. Currently, Luffy had only accepted the non-exit request from 2 pirate crews, the Blackbeard Pirates and the Straw Hat Pirates. The Blackbeard Pirates had gained Luffy's consent for not exiting due to their earlier offering of a devil fruit ability, while the Straw Hat Pirates had earned this privilege by presenting 5 chests of treasure, though other pirate crews expressed their loyalty within the chat group. It was evident that their words held little substance. Luffy was sincere. He had promised treasure and immediately delivered it. In contrast, whether they were the 4 emperors or the 7 warlords, others merely spoke without action, attempting to gauge Luffy's reaction without genuinely offering any treasures. While Luffy himself regarded their previous promises with disdain, their behavior indicated clearly that Luffy was not held in high regard within their hearts. Doflamingo, might I inquire? Dear Super Administrator, do you favor the dancers or the top-tier toys more? Regardless, either choice will surely delight you. Big Mom, the long bread is being expedited. If all goes well, the desserts for you should be ready by tomorrow. Please, bear with us. Moria, Perona, stop fooling around. Hand me the doll. Kaido, might I ask when the Super Administrator might visit Wano? My Beast Pirate Circus extends a warm welcome at any time. In the live broadcast room, the notable figures spoke one after another. Akainu, who had resigned and was now at home, could not help but chuckle at the pirate's remarks. Akainu, I say, you lot are rather stingy, aren't you? Doflamingo, what value do your toys hold? Luffy is already 17. Do you think he is a mere child of 3? A few toys will not suffice to amuse him. And as for dancers, they are vulgar and depraved. Akainu and Moria, how dare you offer up dolls? It appears you have resorted to stealing from others. Is the mysterious ship truly that incapable? Perhaps it is time for the 7 warlords to be reshuffled. Akainu, however, if we are to speak of the most thoughtless offerings, I would say it is Big Mom. What is so remarkable about desserts made from long bread? If you possess any skill, why not present the top-tier desserts sent to you from around the world? No, desserts are something only you might consider exquisite. Akainu, such a lack of sincerity. Do not think that just because your crew members are under 16, they will escape the live broadcast room unscathed. Even you may not be spared. Now, without a position to uphold, Akainu felt entirely liberated. He cast aside the titles of 4 emperors and 7 warlords without a second thought. Moreover, when he had previously requested Zeus from Luffy, it was clear that Luffy was aligned with him, loyal to the Navy. Although this loyalty might seem rather naively unwavering, it mattered not. The Navy's goal is to cultivate individuals like Luffy, fiercely devoted supporters. Since Luffy was an advocate of the Navy, it was only fitting for Akainu to lend him support. Furthermore, the dismissive attitude of these pirates was evident to all. Luffy's status as a super administrator had not been accorded the respect it deserved. This was not a favorable situation for the Navy. Only when Luffy, as a Navy officer, became the unique and supreme presence within the live broadcast room would it benefit the Navy. For the pirates, this would undoubtedly serve as a formidable deterrent. Upon witnessing Akainu backing him, Luffy followed suit. Luffy, ladies and gentlemen, are you treating me like a beggar? Even a newly launched pirate ship with fewer than 10 members can present 5 chests of treasure, and yet you can only speak empty words? Nami, I feel offended. Rofy's statement is quite clear, indicating his disdain for the loyalty expressed by these pirates. The reason is straightforward. he finds them miserly, offering nothing more than what one would give a beggar. Moreover, Luffy holds a position of supremacy in this room, where thousands gather. Luffy, there are merely 5 minutes left until the time to expel members. After uttering this, Luffy immediately muted his microphone. Whether to stay or go now rests solely on the pirates' shoulders, and with time running short, they began to panic. Hancock was the first to offer her abilities to Luffy. After all, unlike other pirate crews, she represents an entire nation. Her isolationist stance is meant to protect her people from harm. And this live stream not only exposes them to the outside world, but also grants them opportunities to alter their fates through answering questions. Hancock would never allow her compatriots to be cast out. Ding. Congratulations, Luffy. Hancock has sent you the skill Perfume Femur as a reward. Luffy was quite pleased with this skill. It is worth noting that during the war 2 years hence, Hancock used this very technique to petrify the transformed Kuma and shatter him. The modified Kuma was devoid of emotions, rendering the notion of petrification by fruit powers irrelevant. This implies that the Empress's Perfume Femur can petrify foes not solely due to her devil fruit powers, but likely through rigorous physical training, akin to Sanji's later developments. This skill also proved effective against Smoker, the Smoke Man. These facts underscore a singular truth. The Empress's Perfume Femur is undoubtedly one of the foremost martial arts techniques. Hancock, having lost her Conqueror's Haki, now presents her unique skill. Luffy recognizes her sincerity and intent. Hancock, I have offered my martial technique, hoping that the esteemed administrator may protect my Amazon Lily, allowing us to remain in this live stream. After delivering her offering, Hancock added this statement. Her demeanor was earnest, her tone respectful, fearing Luffy might refuse. Given that Hancock's power has significantly diminished due to her loss of Haki, and with the many factions in the seas targeting her nation, she urgently needs a formidable ally. Luffy, as the sole administrator of the live stream, naturally becomes her primary choice. Hancock's plea for protection embodies this sentiment. Luffy is not an unyielding individual. Moreover, seeing the usually proud and confident Empress display such genuine humility, he finds no reason to turn her away. Luffy, Amazon Lily, and the Kuja pirates may remain. Kizaru, oh ho, it seems the Empress is the more generous one. The other pirate crews should hurry, as time is swiftly running out. Kizaru interjected, reveling in the unfolding drama. However, the pirates, gripped by anxiety, paid little heed to Kizaru's taunts. Katakuri, I see, the esteemed administrator seeks abilities rather than material wealth. Katakuri was the first to grasp this, realizing that intangible abilities far outweigh tangible riches. Furthermore, Luffy had already received 5 chests of treasure from the Straw Hat pirates, diminishing his need for wealth. As for why Luffy accepted the Straw Hat's treasure, Katakuri speculated it was because that crew was truly impoverished. After conferring with Big Mom, Katakuri promptly made a reward on behalf of Cake Island to Luffy. Ding. Congratulations, Luffy, you have received an additional 100 years of life from Big Mom. This was the result of careful deliberation between Katakuri and Big Mom. Having recently lost Zeus, Big Mom harbored resentment. If she continued to grant Luffy abilities, allowing him to grow even stronger, she might very well lose control. Thus, Katakuri suggested that if they were unwilling to grant abilities, they could offer something equally significant, longevity. With Katakuri's analysis and the example set by Hancock and Big Mom, the remaining pirates began to take action as well. Ding. Congratulations, Luffy. You have received top-tier swordsmanship from Shanks. Ding. Congratulations, Luffy, you have received a box of Zoan-type artificial devil fruits from Kaido. Ding. Congratulations, Luffy. You have received a box of Buggy's cannon. Ding. Congratulations, Luffy, you have received a skill string puppet from Doflamingo. The live stream was soon inundated with such donation notifications. Observing this barrage of announcements, Moria, far away in the Devil's Triangle, found himself in a bind. Moria, I truly have nothing of value to offer. If it comes down to it, esteemed administrator, would you settle for a ghost doll? Perona, Dame. Dame. Moria, children should not interrupt when adults are speaking. Luffy, surely you have someone named Absalom aboard your ship? His transparent fruit seems rather impressive. Chapter 25, Absalom. Are you a Navy spy? Moria ranked among the weaker Shichibukai. Now stripped of all martial prowess, he had only his fruit abilities left, significantly diminishing his strength. Moreover, the Devil's Triangle is notoriously inhospitable. Now, tasked with presenting something of value to Luffy, he found himself bereft of anything but his fruit ability. Yet, unwilling to relinquish his final trump card easily, Moria tried to gauge how little he could offer Luffy. If he had to concede his fruit ability, he might as well forego any further resistance. Thus, upon hearing Luffy express interest in Absalom's transparent fruit, Moria felt an immense wave of relief. Thankfully, Luffy had no desire for his own abilities, otherwise, the already impoverished Thriller Bark would face even graver misfortunes. Moria, Absalom, quickly, present the esteemed administrator with your gift. To demonstrate his commitment, Moria addressed the global powers directly. Absalom, upon hearing Moria's call in the live stream, looked utterly bewildered. If one were to encapsulate Absalom's current situation, it would be, sitting at home, the pot falls from the sky. Though offering his abilities to the administrator would not directly affect him, he found himself in a perplexing predicament. However, Such a potent weapon as the transparent fruit is not something anyone would willingly bestow upon others, and Abu is no exception. Furthermore, what is the greatest advantage of possessing the transparent fruit? Is it not true that Luffy desires the capabilities of the transparent fruit because he, too, is a notorious lecher? Thus, disregarding Captain Moriya's orders, Abu boldly retorted, "You are the real lecher." Shortly after the previous remarks, a notification appeared at the top of the live stream. The message read, "Absalom has been muted by the administrator for 30 days. Absalom's arrogance lasted merely 10 seconds before he was silenced by Luffy. To dare provoke Luffy, the esteemed administrator, in the live stream was indeed a first for Absalom. At that moment, there were still 3 minutes until the ejection time. Moriya, feeling anxious, disregarded the potential consequences of rewarding the fruit ability. With Absalom unable to speak, Moriya took it upon himself to voice Absalom's intentions. "Mr. Administrator, please do not be angry. Absalom was merely having a momentary lapse. Do not hold it against him. Kindly show mercy and lift the mute so he can present his ability first." Prior to uttering these words, Moriya had located Absalom and given him a thorough beating, finally persuading him to relinquish his fruit ability. In Absalom's mind, despite his reluctance, he would never defy the orders of his master, Moriya. Upon hearing Moriya's plea, Luffy swiftly lifted Absalom's mute. Luffy had no doubts about Moriya's words. After all, Moriya's martial prowess had been called into question. And if he couldn't even manage his subordinates, he would truly be in a precarious position. Once Luffy lifted Absalom's mute, he promptly received a notification from the live stream. Ding! Congratulations to Luffy for receiving the ability of the transparent fruit from member Absalom. It was remarkably effortless to acquire the power of the transparent fruit. Luffy was very pleased. However, although Absalom had surrendered the fruit ability, it was merely a gesture of goodwill towards the formidable three-leaf pirates. The prior offense committed by Absalom could not simply be overlooked. Thus, after Absalom presented the transparent fruit, Luffy swiftly imposed a mute punishment on him using his administrative authority. This time, however, the mute duration was reduced from 1 month to just 1 day. The final moments passed quickly. Those under 16 who could not afford the protection fee were swiftly ejected by Luffy's command. While this decision may have seemed cruel to the ordinary populace, it was executed without hesitation. However, from a broader perspective, there is indeed a certain degree of positive significance. After all, this QA livestream has the capricious power to strip group members of their abilities, possessions, and even their lives. The consequence of such actions is a profound reshuffling of the entire world, where ordinary ants, devoid of any hidden cards, lack the qualifications to witness the dawn of a new era. The livestream soon returned to its usual state, and the chat group became vibrant once more, with some engaging in intelligence gathering while others exchanged pleasantries. Following this episode of expulsions, many pirates developed a deep sense of reverence for the livestream. In fact, several pirate crews even designated spies to monitor the proceedings, taking turns to report on every movement within the livestream. As the orchestrator of it all, Luffy sat comfortably at home, reflecting on the rewards he had amassed in the past half hour. Among these rewards, the most captivating was the string doll presented by Doflamingo. This doll represents the pinnacle of Doflamingo's mastery over the string fruit, serving as a perfect doppelganger. Beyond its appearance, it mirrors the user's demeanor and actions with uncanny precision. Doflamingo had initially believed he was merely bestowing a technique fused with the fruit's power upon Luffy, without transferring the fruit's abilities themselves, thus rendering Luffy incapable of utilizing the technique. However, Doflamingo was gravely mistaken. Within less than a minute of receiving the string doll, Luffy was able to deftly control its movements, even manipulating the strands that comprised the doll at will. Although this level of mastery was far from Doflamingo's own command of the fruit's capabilities, it was nonetheless impressive. However, for Luffy, it has already become a formidable weapon and an extraordinary tool for evasion. As for the offerings from other pirates, Luffy has also taken the time to examine them. For instance, he chose to fuse the Century of Life bestowed by Big Mom and the swordsmanship gifted by Shanks. In contrast, treasures of gold and silver, along with the devil fruits sent by Kaido and the buggy bombs delivered by Buggy, were all carelessly piled in a corner by Luffy, as he had yet to contemplate their potential utilization. However, as an item supplied to the upper echelons, he must accept it. Just as Luffy contemplated how to deal with those extraneous possessions, a clandestine meeting commenced among the enigmatic trio of G-Fan. Abu, with a face resembling that of a swollen pig, approached Moriya and said, "Master, this Luffy is no ordinary individual. How did he come to know that I possess the transparent fruit?" Abu had just been coerced by Moriya into relinquishing his fruit abilities, and now, having regained his senses, he sought to report these suspicions to Moriya. Upon hearing this, Moriya was struck with a sudden realization. Why didn't he think of that sooner? The Devil's Triangle has always maintained stringent secrecy. How could he possibly know? It seems this Luffy harbors greater ambitions than we anticipated, Moriya exclaimed, his eyes widening with seriousness. Subsequently, Abu added, could it be that the influence of the Navy has infiltrated this place? It appears, Master Moriya, that we must enhance the protection of our ship's communications. Moriya nodded in agreement. However, it did not take long for Moriya to sense something amiss. His gaze toward Abu's grew markedly more vigilant. It made sense. Wait a moment, Abuz, could you possibly be an undercover agent sent by the Navy? Moria inquired with skepticism. How could that be? If I were a Navy spy, then that scoundrel Luo Fei would be foolishly seeking my fruit powers. Abuz exclaimed, his frustration palpable. For the first time, he felt that perhaps his leader was not as astute as he ought to be. After hearing Abuz's explanation, Moria found it reasonable and nodded in agreement. He then shifted his focus to the ghostly girl on the other side. What Abuz said does seem plausible. Perona, is that you? Perona floated gracefully in front of Moria, rolling her eyes. Moria-sama, I believe you might be suffering from Alzheimer's disease. Alzheimer's disease? What on earth is that? Moria asked, bewildered. Senile dementia. Perona replied with a hint of indifference before drifting away like a specter. She had no interest in matters that excessively drained one's mental faculties. Chapter 26, Secrets Revealed, Who Crushed the Golden Lion's Head. After expelling all pirates under the age of 16 from the live chat, Luo Fei began to organize the items submitted by the pirates. After approximately an hour, Luo Fei successfully categorized everything in the room. These items were tributes from pirates around the world, encompassing a wealth of treasures, exquisite weaponry, and various other goods. Naturally, the pirates assessed their own strength before making their offerings. If the cost of remaining in this live stream exceeded half the value of their entire ship, they would undoubtedly choose to withdraw. Thus, even after making their offerings, the core strength of their crews remained intact. At that moment, Luo Fei, hands on his hips, surveyed the treasure and valuable items strewn about. Exclaiming in wonder, the life of a pirate is indeed quite lavish. The sheer volume of goods amassed here could easily suffice to establish a nation. Were it not for the ample space allocated by the Navy, Luo Fei might not even have had a place to sleep tonight. Soon enough, Luo Fei began to ponder a pressing question. How should he handle these items? Should he keep them all for himself? That was certainly an option. After all, these items had been acquired through legitimate means via his super admin privileges. There was neither theft nor robbery involved. However, such a situation would undoubtedly lead the Navy to adopt a defensive stance. After all, an ordinary naval officer suddenly endowed with the wealth and power to establish a nation could not be expected to remain passive. If this wealth were entrusted to the Navy, the issue would be effortlessly resolved. Yet, by doing so, would it not result in a substantial and unwarranted loss of fortune? At this moment, Luo Fei found himself engulfed in distress. Should he seize control of these treasures and act at the opportune moment? Or should he surrender them to earn the Navy's trust and continue to rely on such a formidable ally? Each choice bore its own advantages and disadvantages, leaving Luo Fei in a state of turmoil. Just as Luo Fei grappled with this dilemma, the live broadcast room before him suddenly experienced a shift. The chat group interface vanished, and a new scene emerged in the live stream. Was this not the third session of the day? Luo Fei mused to himself. The frequency of updates in this live room is rather swift. What new question could possibly arise this time? Luo Fei could not help but feel a surge of anticipation. It was a bright and sunny morning, the sky an endless expanse of azure, vast and boundless. In the heavens, layers of pristine clouds unfolded, occasionally graced by the flight of seagulls approaching from the horizon. As the clouds parted, a cluster of islands emerged, varying in height and depth. Behind these islands, a rainbow stretched across the sky like a bridge. On the highest island, a fissure split the white clouds in two. Ace remarked, "This island is quite extraordinary." Floating in the sky, Morgans added, "It seems somewhat familiar, as if I have seen it before." Whitebeard interjected, "It bears a striking resemblance to the island of the Golden Lion, does it not?" The Golden Lion retorted, "Not in the slightest. It looks nothing like it. It is merely another island suspended in the sky." "What of the Sky Island?" "I dare say it resembles that more closely." The Golden Lion spoke with a hint of agitation, yet was swiftly countered by Enel, the ruler of the Sky Island. Enel declared, "Golden Lion, if you find your vision lacking, you might as well donate your eyes. My Sky Island is suffused with ethereal beauty, untouched by the mundane." Upon hearing this, the Golden Lion's ire dissipated, not out of fear of Enel, but from concern that his meticulously crafted plan of 20 years might be laid bare. Initially, he intended to remain in the shadows, quietly observing the developments of the live broadcast room, while searching for any questions to which he could provide an answer. To his astonishment, the situation took a turn, and he found himself grappling with the consequences of his actions. The Golden Lion was now engulfed in an unparalleled state of anxiety regarding the island that had manifested in the live broadcast. He was acutely aware that this was none other than his own Vermiu. After making a daring escape from the prison in Advanced City, he had come to this island named Vermiu. Upon his arrival, he discovered that the island was teeming with ferocious creatures. Utilizing his extraordinary abilities, he transformed the entire island into a floating realm suspended in the sky. Consequently, when this island appeared on the live stream, the Golden Lion was fraught with tension. All he could hope for was that this was merely an inadvertent broadcast of his floating island, and that the feed would soon switch to other scenes. After all, he had invested considerable effort into the creation of this aerial sanctuary, and an untimely exposure to the world could spell catastrophic repercussions for his meticulously crafted plans. However, no matter how fervently the Golden Lion prayed and hoped, he could not alter the scene within the live broadcast room. As the camera zoomed in, the circumstances on the island gradually became clear to the eyes of the entire world. The viewers beheld a plethora of colossal, ferocious creatures inhabiting the isle. Even Kaido could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Kaido, are these genuine beasts or Zoan devil fruit users? Observing the size and behavior of those savage beasts, Kaido began to harbor doubts. Simultaneously, he started to question whether Doflamingo, the factory manager who consistently supplied him with artificial devil fruits, had betrayed his business. Doflamingo, not one to be easily outsmarted, quickly responded to Kaido's remark. Doflamingo, they are likely some form of mutated animals. While this statement may have seemed trivial, it indirectly addressed Kaido's inquiry. Soon, the audience's attention returned to the live stream. The footage panned around, eventually focusing on a man with a mane of dense golden hair, yet a receding hairline at the center of his forehead, upon which rested a wooden ship's helm. It was none other than the Golden Lion Shiki. As the spectators pondered the secrets of this island and the reason for the Golden Lion's presence, a mechanical voice resonated through the live stream. Inquiry: who shattered the Golden Lion's head? This question ignited a frenzy within the live broadcast room. Who was the Golden Lion? He was a figure who could rival the Pirate King, Roger. Although ultimately defeated by Roger, resulting in the helm embedded in his head, disregarding the unforeseen circumstances, the Golden Lion's strength was undoubtedly comparable to that of Roger. Now, a question arose within the live stream regarding who could have possibly shattered his head. The crowd was, of course, astonished. However, the most shocked of all was the Golden Lion himself. Who had the audacity to shatter my head? At that moment, the Golden Lion, silently touching his head on the island of Vermal, exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 27. Even through the screen, the odor of foot odor is perceptible. A new round of questions in the live broadcast had already left the Golden Lion in a state of shock. Unexpectedly, the reward for this question sent a chill down the spine of the Golden Lion. No, the Golden Lion does not possess feet. The inquiry posed: who obliterated the head of the Golden Lion? Correct answer: reward, Sakura tin and withered wood. Incorrect answer: penalty. Randomly strip one item from those who answered incorrectly, including but not limited to fruit abilities, martial prowess, life, equipment, etc. Upon hearing this proclamation, the Golden Lion was utterly bewildered. No one understood the significance of Sakura tin and withered wood better than he did. These were the legs that had accompanied him for 20 long years. Years ago, in order to escape from impelled down, the Golden Lion had severed his own legs, finally freeing himself from the shackles of Sea Prism Stone. After losing his legs, he sought two renowned swords, one named Sakura tin and the other withered wood, to serve as his new legs and feet. Just as the Golden Lion was still processing this revelation, the two swords affixed to his lower limbs suddenly vanished into thin air. With a resounding thud, the Golden Lion collapsed to his knees. At that moment, 1,000 curses surged through his mind. How could this happen? The Golden Lion was overwhelmed with rage, erupting into a furious tirade. Ever since he had successfully escaped from impelled down, these unparalleled blades had followed him like a shadow. Now, due to the random reward deprivation in the live stream, for the first time in 20 years, he found himself severed from his own feet. Had he known, he would have exited the live stream earlier. Now, not only was his secret exposed, but even the company he had kept for 2 decades, Sakura tin and withered wood, had been taken from him. The Golden Lion was filled with anger, frustration, and helplessness. The last time he experienced such emotions seemed to be when he learned of Roger's impending execution. The news in the live stream spread rapidly, leaving him no time to react. While the Golden Lion was grappling with his predicament, the prominent figures in the live stream began to jest. Blackbeard, who obliterated the Golden Lion's head? Does this mean the Golden Lion has no head now? Big Mom, it would be one thing if there were merely a ship's rudder on his head, but now he has simply lost it. How pitiful. Crocodile, surviving without a head? Truly miraculous. Dr. Vegapunk, indeed, there is research potential here. Bartolomeo, since Dr. Vegapunk has spoken, I must assist the doctor in fulfilling his wishes. Dr. Vegapunk, ahem, I merely mentioned it. After all, that fellow is not someone you can just capture. Bartolomeo, oh? ISNTE headless now? Golden Lion, do you all have no manners? My head is perfectly intact on my neck. Moria, hanging? That essay first for me, haha. Golden Lion, Moria, are you seeking death? At this moment, the Golden Lion was exceedingly exasperated. Not only had his painstakingly constructed secret base been exposed, but he was also being ridiculed by others in the live stream. It was one thing for those powerful pirates in the world government-backed navy to mock him. But even Moria, one of the weakest warlords who had just lost all his martial abilities, was taunting him, which the Golden Lion could not tolerate. At this point, Moria was at his weakest. Even though the Devil-esque Triangle offered geographical advantages, it was not impossible for the Golden Lion to break in if he truly desired. Moria quickly realized the gravity of his careless remark and hastily attempted to explain in the live stream. Moria, haha, just a casual comment, don't take it to heart. Besides, many in my zombie army have their heads sewn back on, so it's understandable to have a head hanging on the neck. Moria's attempt at clarification only served to infuriate the Golden Lion further, nearly causing him to faint from rage. Golden Lion, how dare you compare me to your grotesque zombies? Very well, you have truly crossed the line. The Devil-esque Triangle, is it? Just wait for me. Upon hearing this, Moria felt a wave of regret wash over him. This time, he had genuinely provoked the Golden Lion. However, words once spoken are akin to water poured out, and the entire world has already borne witness. Even if Moria feels trepidation within, he must confront it with fortitude. to safeguard his enigmatic ship, the Sabaody, to the utmost extent. Moria immediately commanded an enhancement of its defenses and an increase in the release of toxic gases in the vicinity of the Devil's Triangle. Just as Moria finished his orders, the ever-objective and peace-seeking Shanks began to speak. Shanks, ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. Have you considered this issue? The live broadcast does not lie. Nor does the Golden Lion have any reason to deceive. Shanks, as for the Golden Lion, aside from his 2 impaired legs, the rest of his body is intact, including his cranium. This implies, Shanks, this inquiry originates from the future. Shanks' hypothesis astonished everyone in the live stream. The broadcast not only has the capability to recreate past events but can also foresee the future. Such a terrifying power is enough to shock the world. At this moment, the members drawn into the live stream were all left in utter astonishment, unsure whether they were filled with joy or dread. Meanwhile, with the Golden Lion's stronghold exposed to the public, Admiral Sengoku began to ponder a pressing question. What has the Golden Lion been doing for the past 20 years? Given his character, retreat was out of the question. If retreat was impossible, then he must be orchestrating some grander scheme. The emergence of this floating island successfully piqued Sengoku's interest. What perplexed Sengoku even further were the bizarre and ferocious creatures inhabiting the island. Could this be the Golden Lion's secret after 2 decades of silence? Sengoku, Golden Lion, is this the secret of your 20-year disappearance? What do you intend to do with these creatures on the island? Sengoku directly inquired in the live stream. In truth, Sengoku's question was not motivated by a desire for an answer from the Golden Lion. Sengoku understood that even if such a military base were exposed, the Golden Lion would undoubtedly refuse to acknowledge it. Yet, despite this, Sengoku felt compelled to voice his concerns. He aimed to alert the world that the Golden Lion was a man of ambition. In a realm where any faction's power expands excessively, unforeseen calamities may ensue. Every individual across the globe, whether pirate or navy, should remain vigilant against him. Only through such caution can the sinister designs of the Golden Lion be gradually dismantled. Upon receiving Sengoku's admonition, the other members began to grasp the gravity of the situation. The Golden Lion, who had vanished for 2 decades, was far from ordinary. Kaido, in particular, grew increasingly curious about the secrets behind the island's mutated creatures, seeing his schemes on the verge of being unveiled to the world. The Golden Lion hastily redirected the conversation. Everyone, let us ponder what the answer to the question might be, he proclaimed. Taking the initiative to steer the dialogue toward the quiz, there was no choice. To shift the focus, the Golden Lion resorted to self-deprecation. Who, indeed, was the one to shatter his own head? Nevertheless, even as the Golden Lion disregarded his dignity, some refused to grant him any leniency. Kizaru remarked, I can smell the stench of feet through the screen. How unfortunate. Gazing at the rewards section above the live stream, which displayed Sakura and Drywood, the Golden Lion responded in disbelief, and then retorted, So you are a Marine Admiral? Be careful lest I smash your head at Marineford. Kizaru replied, Perhaps you should worry about yourself first. Under normal circumstances, Kizaru might have been more cautious around the Golden Lion. However, the live stream has proclaimed that the Golden Lion will be defeated, and in such a manner that his head will be shattered. Consequently, Kizaru is now devoid of fear. Chapter 28. A novice's ambition remains vast, yet plans are futile against the tides of change. By whom will the Golden Lion's head be obliterated? This inquiry arises from the future. In other words, the future Golden Lion is destined to be vanquished. Kizaru's recent remarks, seemingly mocking the Golden Lion, can currently serve as a caution to the audience. Although the Golden Lion once stood as a formidable adversary to Roger, the Golden Lion of 2 decades hence is, in truth, no longer a threat. The Golden Lion, acutely aware of this reality, begins to spiral into self-doubt. Am I truly fated to be defeated? If so, what then is the significance of my elaborate schemes over the past 20 years? Contemplating this, the Golden Lion nearly succumbs to despair. Meanwhile, Sengoku observes the live stream before him, lost in thought. Renowned for his strategic brilliance within the Navy, Sengoku possesses an uncanny ability to discern profound truths within the essence of matters. Consider, for instance, this live stream. It possesses the capability to broadcast the past while also forecasting the future. But from whence does this future emerge? Sengoku speculates that the future he perceives is likely a projection based on the current trajectory of the world's established course. However, the future that is now unveiled before the masses is one that is subject to change. Any action taken in the present holds the potential to alter the course of what lies ahead. If this is indeed the case, then can the future that he perceives still be deemed as such? When the future ceases to be the future, does everything in the present still hold true? Sengoku began to harbor doubts. Just as he pondered these thoughts, a commotion erupted in the live broadcast room. A new question and answer segment had emerged, and the reward was 2 supreme swords. Such a reward compelled the denizens of the sea to take risks. At the forefront was Moria. However, this time Moria had become wiser. He chose not to engage directly, but instead commanded his legion of zombies. Zombie 1. The head of the Golden Lion was shattered by Kaido. Zombie 2. The head of the Golden Lion was obliterated by Big Mom. Zombie 3. The head of the Golden Lion was destroyed by Kizaru. Zombie 4. The head of the Golden Lion was crushed by Sengoku. Under Moria's guidance, the zombies began to answer recklessly. Naturally, without a fixed range for the correct answer, their responses were akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, rendering it nearly impossible to strike upon the right answer. Even though Moria commanded his zombie army to exhaustively name the formidable beings of the sea, not a single correct answer emerged. As the sole host and super administrator of the live room, Luffy frowned upon witnessing Moria's antics. Is he attempting to sabotage the event? Just after this thought crossed his mind, he switched to his primary host account. Live broadcast notification. Cheating behavior detected from Moria and his crew, severely disrupting the order of the live question and answer session. Moria's answering privileges are hereby revoked. All of Moria's zombie crew members are to be expelled. This announcement was dispatched by Luffy using his host privileges. Upon completion, he pinned the announcement to ensure that everyone in the live room would see it. From the moment the question and answer feature was introduced, Luffy had suspected that some would exploit the system's vulnerabilities, recklessly answering questions at the cost of their lives. However, he never anticipated that the real troublemakers would turn out to be these zombies. Within the bodies of these zombies resided human souls, which is why, when the live stream was initially promoting itself, these entities were mistakenly included as independent life forms. It was unforeseen that such chaos would ensue. Nevertheless, Luo Fei's response was timely. He promptly issued an announcement and began expelling the troublemakers without hesitation. Anyone attempting to exploit clever tricks for personal gain within the live stream would inevitably face the consequences dictated by the rules of the platform. Those who dared to challenge the order of the live stream would find no leniency from Luo Fei, though he appeared carefree and somewhat frivolous. This demeanor merely served as a faade. After all, navigating the tumultuous and treacherous seas of this world necessitated some form of disguise. Moreover, Luo Fei possessed the enigmatic and formidable identity of the live stream host. Meanwhile, in the Devil's Triangle, Moria, who had orchestrated all these events, felt a smile abruptly vanish upon seeing the sudden announcement in the live stream. In a desperate attempt to retain his entire crew within the live stream, Moria had compelled Absalom to relinquish the powers of the transparent fruit. This strategy was the result of his exhaustive brainstorming. Yet, as fate would have it, the plan unraveled before it could even properly commence. Within mere seconds of its implementation, it was flagged for violations without even yielding a single correct answer. Moria's joy dissipated in an instant. Of course, the one who suffered the most was Absalom. In a bid to fulfill Moria's wishes, Absalom willingly duplicated his fruit's abilities to present to Luo Fei. It is essential to understand that the value of such powers lay in their uniqueness. However, at this moment, Luffy effortlessly acquired the same fruit ability as his own. Wasn't this akin to Luffy obtaining a fruit ability without any cost? How infuriating. That brat truly got lucky. In a dark corner, Abu said with malice. Nevertheless, Luffy paid little heed to Abu's lamentations. After all, the advancements in technology always exceed expectations. The Navy's Vegapunk, the nefarious scientist Caesar, and the moving nation Germa 66 all exemplify how technology can transform the world. Moreover, as far as Luffy knows, Germa 66 is continuously researching combat suits, aiming to render the human body invisible, which may very well be in the planning stages. It's even possible that the Vinsmoke family has already completed this research by now. Therefore, achieving bodily transparency is not solely reliant on the transparent fruit. Luffy's willingness to accept Abu's transparent fruit ability as a condition for protecting the enigmatic Sanji was already a considerable concession to Moria. Moria's current actions, however, seemed rather ungrateful. The quiz in the live stream continued. Yet, after Moria failed to answer and was permanently banned from responding, the QA live stream fell into a state of stagnation. After all, when it comes to the future, no one can predict what will transpire. The Golden Lion was a formidable force from a bygone era, evenly matched with Roger, daring to single-handedly invade the Navy headquarters, and was the first top-tier criminal to escape from Impel Down. Even if he is no longer the same after 20 years, his strength still remains. To defeat the Golden Lion in such a manner, by obliterating his head, was a feat accomplished by only a handful of individuals in the world. Moria's erratic guesses had encompassed nearly all the top powers currently active at sea, yet no correct answer emerged. Thus, the audience was truly at a loss regarding what to answer. Just as everyone was in despair, Moria jumped back into the conversation. I think Rayleigh might also be a possibility. He was the second in command of the Pirate King's crew, and although he doesn't often reveal himself, he must possess hidden strength. Moria's previous attempts had already exhausted the prominent powers of the sea without yielding a correct result. If the strong figures of the new era were not the answer, then the most likely candidates would be the strong figures of the old era. As Rayleigh was Roger's second in command and a master of the three types of hockey, Buggy mused that he surely possessed the strength to contend with the Golden Lion. Despite having remained hidden for decades, who could say whether Rayleigh, like the Golden Lion, was lurking in some corner of the world, preparing for a grander scheme? After all, the future holds countless possibilities. Kazar remarked, that seems to make some sense. Ever since Roger's execution, we haven't heard much about Rayleigh. Luffy asked, Rayleigh? Is that the same Rayleigh who reached the end of the Grand Line? At that moment, Rayleigh, who was enjoying a drink at Madame Shaki's bar on Sabaody Archipelago, nearly choked when he heard his name mentioned in the live stream. Am I being shot at while lying down? How absurd. Buggy exclaimed. Wow, even Rayleigh's been brought into this? Moria really has lost his mind. As a former member of Roger's crew, Buggy felt a flutter of emotions upon hearing Rayleigh speak. However, upon hearing Buggy's words, Moria felt a swell of indignation. Who was Buggy? Just a clown. Even if he had fallen from grace, Moria would never allow a jester to belittle him. Moria retorted, "Who are you calling insane? Be careful, or I might just turn you into a zombie." Buggy shot back, "Oh, how come you can still talk?" Moria snapped, "I'm banned from answering questions, not silenced." "Are you blind?" Buggy smirked, "My eyes are perfectly fine. Care to let me have a look at yours?" With Moria's dwindling power and his long-standing residence in the Devil-Esh Triangle, he rarely ventured out to sea, so Buggy naturally felt no fear. Moria had become insignificant, giving Buggy newfound confidence. Moria challenged, "Buggy, is it? Come to the Devil's Triangle and face me in a duel." Buggy scoffed. Who would want to go to such a creepy place? After all this time, still unable to answer correctly, and now you can't even respond. Yet you still think you can? Truly pathetic. After listening to Buggy's unrestrained remarks, Moria felt a wave of despair wash over him. Amidst his anger, he began to doubt himself. "Abu, am I truly as the clown says?" Abu comforted him. "Master, don't pay heed to his nonsense. You are merely, perhaps, maybe, somewhat lacking in mental acuity." Moria selectively absorbed the first half of Abu's statement, reassured of his own sanity, and once again focused his attention on the livestream. "Abu, the responsibility of answering the questions now falls to you." As the audience in the livestream continued to speculate about the correct answer, the Navy began to grow anxious. Firstly, the peculiar floating island revealed in the livestream warranted serious attention. Secondly, the rewards of Sakura 10 and Witheredwood were undeniably enticing. The Navy did not wish to see such powerful weapons fall into the hands of pirates. "Kapu, what do you think? Do you have any thoughts on this question?" Sengoku inquired, stroking his goatee. However, Kapu merely shook his head, continuing to munch on the chips in his embrace. Seeing Kapu's lack of concern, Sengoku felt a pang of frustration. "You are a hero of the Navy. Countless eyes are upon you. Can you bear to disappoint them?" When discussions yielded no results, Sengoku resorted to an emotional appeal, which indeed proved effective. Upon hearing the words hero of the Navy, Kapu's actions momentarily paused. "Perhaps we should consult the soldier named Luo Fei," Kapu suggested. Chapter 29, A Surprise. A beautiful woman visits at night for such a matter. From the moment Luo Fei answered his first question correctly, Kapu had taken notice of him. When Luo Fei subsequently gained moderation privileges, Kapu could no longer regard him as an ordinary individual. However, what truly impressed Kapu was Luo Fei's performance during the second round of questions. His seemingly absurd reasoning had actually led him to the correct answer. Kapu found it hard to believe. Not only was it incredible, but he even began to suspect that this young man was an eyewitness from years ago, possessing such profound knowledge of himself. However, this was merely a fleeting doubt in Garp's mind. The loyalty that Luffy exhibited towards the Navy not only garnered the admiration of Akainu and Tsuru, but also earned the respect of Sengoku and Garp. To remain steadfast in one's ideals in the face of such formidable power is indeed a rare quality. Upon hearing Garp's words, Sengoku silently nodded in agreement. In truth, Sengoku had initially harbored similar intentions. Luffy's consecutive correct answers, whether attributed to serendipitous guessing or innate talent, certainly warranted consideration of his perspective, especially in the absence of any clear direction. However, due to the previous inquiry made by Akainu to Luffy regarding the Thundercloud Zeus, he has already incited ridicule from people around the globe, significantly diminishing the Navy's prestige. If he were to ask Luffy for answers at this moment, Sengoku fears it would only provoke further mockery from the world, rendering all prior efforts futile. The situation would be markedly different had Garp been present. Garp is a hero of the Navy, possessing immense respect both within the ranks and among the common populace. To approach Luffy himself would carry a semblance of leveraging one's status to impose authority. However, if it were Garp, it is believed that the world would not harbor much aversion. At the very least, it would not be as intense as the rejection faced by Akainu. The two immediately found common ground and promptly set off for Luffy's residence. Unlike the ordinary Navy personnel who reside in communal dormitories, Luffy enjoys the privacy of a single room. This is not due to any extraordinary wealth or distinction, but rather a result of his exceedingly poor performance. His dismal results have left him as the sole occupant of the dormitory, as all his contemporaries have been promoted elsewhere, leaving him to languish in his current position. The former peers of his cohort have vacated the Navy dormitory due to their advancements. Thus, within the vast confines of the Navy dormitory, Luffy remains the solitary inhabitant. Nevertheless, he seems unconcerned by this reality, finding solace in the transition from a communal setting to the tranquility of a single room. As night falls, Luffy prepares for slumber, only to be drawn to a new question in a livestream session. Who is responsible for the demise of Gold Lion? Luffy already harbors a general notion regarding the answer. The defeat of Gold Lion is an event that transpired years later. In the incident he is acquainted with, a cataclysmic attack, the Doomsday Axe was indeed aimed squarely at his head. While he remains uncertain whether Gold Lion's head was literally obliterated, Luffy surmises that only one individual could claim the victory over him in the years to come. After successfully deducing the answer once again, Luffy becomes ensnared in contemplation regarding whether he should participate in the next question. He has answered 2 questions correctly in succession. The first two were somewhat of a gamble, yet he managed to unravel a coherent logic behind the correct answers. The initial query concerned Roger's surrender. At that time, Roger was undoubtedly one of the most formidable figures across the seas, and capturing him alive would prove exceedingly difficult due to his numerous followers, thus enabling Luffy to deduce that Roger's apprehension stemmed from his voluntary surrender. The second question pertained to the origin of the mark on Dragon's face. Following a similar line of reasoning as the first, Dragon possesses considerable strength, yet pales in comparison to the Pirate King, Roger. Both pirates and revolutionaries embody the essence of rebellion, lacking any competitive relationship. Rather, the Navy and the Revolutionary Army exist in a state of irreconcilable conflict. Within the Navy, who could possibly have left such an indelible mark on Dragon's visage? Garp, the hero of the Navy, certainly qualifies as a potential candidate. Although citing Garp's iconic iron sandals as a specific answer may seem somewhat tenuous, the underlying logic remains comprehensible. The first two questions answered correctly can be attributed to Luffy's formidable logical reasoning and a touch of fortune, as both inquiries possess discernible trails leading to their resolutions. However, the inquiries regarding the future cannot be resolved solely through conjecture. Were it not for his identity as a time traveler and his omniscient perspective, Luffy would have been utterly incapable of foreseeing events that would unfold years hence, let alone predicting the eventual defeat of the Golden Lion. Under such circumstances, should Luffy manage to respond accurately, it would undoubtedly arouse suspicion among people worldwide. Considering the broader implications, Luffy resolved to forego this round of questioning. After all, the overarching rewards from this inquiry did not particularly pique his interest. Indeed, Sakura-ten and Kumu are among the rarest and most formidable blades in existence. As the Yellow Ape previously remarked, what a stroke of misfortune. Luffy, too, fears being tainted by the Gold Lion's ill luck. Moreover, Luffy already possesses the Golden Pira. He decided, turn off the lights. Time for bed. He resolved to withdraw from the live QA session. After all, in the pursuit of the ultimate correct answer, and for the sake of those two supreme blades, there would always be someone willing to venture a guess in the live stream. Should anyone err, certain possessions would be forfeited. Luffy merely needed to indulge in a restful slumber and collect those forfeited rewards the following day. However, just as Luffy switched off the lights and prepared for sleep, a sudden knock reverberated through his door. The urgency of the knocking indicated that the person outside was rather impatient. Reluctantly, Luffy rose to answer the door. Who is it? It's the middle of the night. Can a person get some sleep? He muttered in annoyance. Of course, if it were a beautiful woman knocking at this hour, Luffy would have felt a measure of delight. Yet, he merely entertained this thought in his mind without harboring any genuine hope. The male-to-female ratio at the naval base was a staggering 5:1, with men comprising the overwhelming majority. It was rare to encounter any women at Marineford, let alone a beauty. Soon enough, Luffy opened the door. As it swung wide, a pair of long, exquisite legs came into view. Luffy could guarantee that these were the most stunning legs he had seen in years, incomparable to the youthful girls at the Naval Academy. Even if Instructor Tina were present, she would feel overshadowed. Dressed in a peach-colored short dress that barely concealed her upper thighs, Luffy also noticed a spider-like tattoo adorning her left leg. Admiral Peach Rabbit? What brings you here? Luffy inquired, astonished. Chapter 30. Is this something I can view without a VIP subscription? Indeed. The visitor at Luffy's door in the dead of night was neither Sengoku nor Garp, but Admiral Peach Rabbit. Luffy couldn't help but speculate whether she had come to reclaim the Golden Pira. Was her visit too hasty? His visual sharing was still active. If Peach Rabbit requested the return of the Golden Pira, everyone in the live stream would witness it. Was it Sengoku's failure to communicate? Or was Peach Rabbit simply that impatient? This was hardly the opportune moment to demand the Golden Pira back. Upon hearing Luffy's question, an unusual expression flickered across Peach Rabbit's face, as if she hesitated to speak, tinged with a hint of shyness. At that moment, through Luffy's shared vision, the entire audience witnessed Peach Rabbit's presence and her facial expression with clarity. Zoro, what is wrong with this woman? Constipated? Sanji, Baka, how could a beauty be constipated? Nami, how could a beauty not be constipated? Beauties are human too, you know. Chopper, Nami, are you feeling unwell? Nami, Baka, kid, what kind of nonsense is this Straw Hat crew? Can't we discuss this privately? Brook, I have a rather inappropriate request. May I see your underwear? Abu, is that what you call constipation? Clearly, it's, never mind, those who understand will understand. Blackbeard, what does those who understand will understand mean? As the audience pondered why Peach Rabbit had appeared in Luffy's room, she finally spoke. Luffy, right? After today's events, I feel compelled to remind you that something that long requires the most suitable means of handling. Simply finding any girl won't solve the issue. Since you have needs, I should also do something in return. Here, take this, and I hope you treat it with care. Peach Rabbit concluded, producing an object from her waist and handing it to Luffy. Due to the limitations of the shared vision, the audience could only see half of what Luffy beheld. Consequently, they could not discern the object Peach Rabbit had given him, but they certainly noticed her gesture and the conversation. That action and tone certainly resembled one preparing to unfasten clothing. Luffy was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. Admiral Peach Rabbit, you came to see me in the middle of the night for such a matter? That seems rather inappropriate. Fear not, you are an adult now, and I trust you. Peach Rabbit replied. Her words landed like a heavy stone cast into water, creating ripples of astonishment throughout the live stream. First, there were those ambiguous remarks, followed by the suggestive gesture, leading everyone to easily connect the dots. Cavendish, something that long. A mere girl cannot handle. Adults. What audacious implications. Capone Beach. So, the Navy is this open-minded, is it? Abu. Is this something I can view without a membership? Urich, a midnight rendezvous with a naval officer? Who would have thought the cool-headed admiral harbored such a hidden side? Hawkins, according to my recent divination. A pink card has emerged from the northwest, which aligns perfectly with Marineford's location. It seems this is indeed the place of the super admin Frankie. Whoa, this is super. My little stool is ready, and I've got snacks prepared. Let's get this party started. Minna. The pirates, intrigued, leaned in closer, eager to witness the unfolding drama during the live stream. Meanwhile, the Navy was taken aback by the scene. Who could have anticipated that the usually serious Admiral Peach Rabbit would utter such flustering remarks? More importantly, her late-night meeting was with Luo Fei, a mere soldier who had just made a name for himself at sea. Yellow Ape, my heavens, this is hard to watch. Zeph, Peach Rabbit, what are you doing? Come back. Akainu, Peach Rabbit, if you truly pursue that course of action, I reserve the right to terminate all your positions within the Navy. Akiji, it seems you've just been relieved of your duties. Tina, there must be some misunderstanding here. Tina serves as the instructor for Luo Fei, possessing a nuanced understanding of his character. Although Luo Fei tends to exhibit a mischievous demeanor and his academic performance leaves much to be desired, it is unlikely that he would engage in an act that would provoke a high-ranking admiral. This sentiment is echoed not only among influential figures within the Navy who begin to question Tautu's actions, but also among the ordinary sailors, who can't help but gasp in astonishment at Tautu's unexpected fervor. After all, none of them anticipated that the seemingly stoic Ice Queen could possess such a passionate side. Unfortunately, Tautu remains oblivious to this unfolding spectacle. The live broadcast is not mandatory for every member. Each individual retains the autonomy to activate or deactivate their participation at will. Tautu feels that the live stream encroaches upon her normal life, thus she refrains from keeping it open at all times. Consequently, she is entirely unaware of the playful banter and the spectacle unfolding among the group members. Luo Fei, too, shares this ignorance. Since he decided to forego answering questions in favor of sleep, he had already closed all visual feeds of the live stream. However, is reality truly as the others speculate? Certainly not. The item Tautu retrieves from her waist is far from the mere garment that the audience imagines. Rather, it is the sheath for the legendary sword Jean Pira, which she presents to Luo Fei. Indeed, Tautu's late-night visit is solely to deliver this cherished sheath to him. After all, Jean Pira was once her beloved weapon. Previously, Luo Fei had sought a suitable sheath for this sword from Dasky, a fact that Tautu observed through the live stream. This prompted her to feel a sense of affection for the sword. Tautu realized that even if Luo Fei were to acquire this sword through answering questions, it would still be her cherished blade. She couldn't bear the thought of Jean Pira being left without a sheath, tarnished by mundane encumbrances. Naturally, Tautu's true desire was to reclaim Jean Pira and bring it back into her possession. As a rear admiral, she was acutely aware of the delicate balance of actions permissible during such a sensitive time. She could neither reclaim the treasured sword, Jinbira, nor could she bear to witness it being sheathed in a mundane scabbard. Thus, in a heart-wrenching compromise, Tautu reluctantly decided to present the original scabbard. This was the source of Luo Fei's astonishment. Not only was he forced to witness his beloved blade being claimed by another, but now Tautu was personally delivering the scabbard. Such generosity was truly remarkable. After his initial shock, Luo Fei swiftly accepted the scabbard of Jinbira. After all, a gift such as this was too precious to refuse. Even if Tautu might seek to reclaim Jinbira in the future, that was at least a month away. By then, his strength would undoubtedly have multiplied several times over. At that point, the initiative would rest firmly in his hands. Thus, he expressed his gratitude to Rear Admiral Tautu. Just as Luo Fei's hand brushed against the scabbard, a robust male voice echoed from a distance. This is unacceptable. The voice, distinctly that of an older man, resonated with authority and a hint of admonition. Both Luo Fei and Tautu were startled by the sudden outburst and turned to see Sengoku and Garp approaching briskly. This is disgraceful. How could you engage in such conduct? Sengoku exclaimed as he hurriedly approached. Indeed, as if that wasn't enough, you didn't even close the door. Garp chimed in. Sengoku rolled his eyes at Garp's interjection. Is this really about closing the door? Chapter 31. The Guiding Light of Answers. The era of the worst generation emerges. Luo Fei and Tautu were perplexed by Sengoku's hasty arrival at such an hour. What could he possibly want? Perhaps he sought to bestow something upon him? Luo Fei thought optimistically. However, Tautu was far less sanguine, particularly troubled by Sengoku's choice of words. What do you mean by disgraceful? She asked, furrowing her brow in annoyance. She had heard Sengoku's words clearly. Disgraceful? What had she done? Even though he was the fleet admiral, Tautu would not compromise on matters of principle. Sengoku, taken aback by Tautu's vehement reaction, found himself momentarily bewildered. Were they not the ones engaged in wrongdoing? How could they respond so defiantly? This was unacceptable. As a rear admiral, Tautu was expected to set an example. What if her conduct led the junior sailors astray? Such a scandal would be the epitome of disgrace. With this thought, Sengoku quickened his pace, relieved that he had prudently ensured that Luo Fei had excluded sailors under 16 from their group chat, preventing the younger generation from witnessing such events. Thanks to the influence of Moonwalk, Sengoku and Garp soon reached Luo Fei's door. However, upon arrival, they were instantly dumbfounded. Based on the previous live stream and the raucous reactions of the audience, they should have been engaged in adult activities. Yet, it appeared as if nothing had transpired. Then again, the scabbard that Tauta had just retrieved from her waist was now clearly visible to Sengoku. The astute strategist quickly grasped the situation. Ah, a misunderstanding. Merely a misunderstanding, nothing to worry about. Sengoku chuckled nervously. Garp, realizing the situation, chimed in with a few words of agreement. Luo Fei, observing the two elder figures laughing uproariously and desperately attempting to explain themselves while seemingly at a loss, was utterly bewildered. What on earth was wrong with these two old men? They had suddenly appeared at his doorstep, laughing uncontrollably as if they had consumed something peculiar. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Vice Admiral Garp, is there something you require? Luo Fei inquired, concerned that if he did not intervene, they might continue to lose themselves in laughter. Meanwhile, Tautu, having gleaned a hint of the truth from Garp's cryptic remarks, sensed that something was amiss with the live stream and quickly turned it on. The moment she did, her heart sank. The vile comments and ambiguous phrases pierced her eyes and soul like daggers. Enraged, she felt an invisible inferno igniting above her head. What the hell? Just wait. Tautu seethed. The usually composed and graceful Tautu could no longer contain her fury. Tina, prepare to set sail and apprehend those pirate criminals. In matters of principle, Tautu exhibited zero tolerance. After unleashing a torrent of indignation, she vowed in the live stream to pursue pirate criminals across the globe. Naturally, as the most formidable user of the prison fruit, Tina became a key member of Tautu's expedition. Seeing Tautu's unwavering resolve, Sengoku swiftly arranged for a fleet to escort her on her journey. His motivation was not solely to support her ambitions but also to prevent Tautu from turning her ire towards him. After all, he had naively believed the gossip circulating in the chat and had harbored doubts about Tautu. With the truth now unveiled and the misunderstanding resolved, the happiest of all was the fellow Rear Admiral, Chibuta. At that moment, he was engaged in a mission at a distant corner of the sea. Upon hearing of the rumors circulating in the live stream, he nearly rushed to Marineford with his sword drawn. Tautu had always been his idol, and the moment the rumors emerged, his heart felt shattered. Despite his attempts to defend her, the power of public opinion was overwhelming. No matter what he said, it did little to alter the prevailing suspicion. However, with the truth now clarified, Chibuta was filled with uncontainable joy. I knew it. My goddess would never associate with such ruffians. So, she's going after criminals? Just wait for me. I'm coming. However, in response to the T-Pig's earnest loyalty, Peach Rabbit was far too preoccupied to pay any heed. After coordinating with the Sengoku fleet, she promptly summoned Tina for a voyage at sea. As one of the parties involved, Luo Fei quickly grasped the unfolding events. With regard to the rumors circulating, Luo Fei merely smiled them away. After all, Peach Rabbit was an exceptionally rare beauty within the Navy. And if the claims made in the live stream were indeed true, he would find himself rather amused. Nonetheless, Luo Fei held traditional values at heart. Even if such occurrences did transpire in the future, he would certainly not allow them to be broadcasted for the entire world to witness. Peach Rabbit, please do not be angered. I shall silence them all at once. Luo Fei swiftly typed this message in the chat after watching Peach Rabbit depart. No sooner had he sent the message than a series of notification sounds echoed in the live stream. Ding. Group member Frankie has been muted by the admin for 3 hours. Ding. Group member Kid has been muted by the admin for 3 hours. Ding. Group member Cavendish has been muted by the admin for 3 hours. Ding. Group member Urich has been muted by the admin for 3 hours. As the notifications continued to chime, the live stream indeed quieted considerably. Luo Fei's actions not only endeared him to Peach Rabbit but also bolstered his own reputation, achieving a dual purpose. After all, Peach Rabbit was a vice admiral in the Navy, and the incident had arisen due to her presenting him with a sword sheath. In such circumstances, it would be utterly ineffectual for him, as an admin, to remain silent. However, Luo Fei chose to shorten the duration of the muting, as he still needed these individuals to answer questions incorrectly for rewards. Thus, a brief reprimand would suffice. Having accomplished this, Luo Fei then turned his attention to Sengoku and Garp standing before him. One was the supreme commander of the Navy, while the other was a celebrated naval hero. Luo Fei could hardly believe that their unexpected visit in the dead of night heralded some significant matter. Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, did you come here specifically for this issue? Luo Fei inquired tentatively. His words prompted Sengoku to recall the true purpose of their visit. He had come to discuss the live stream and Luo Fei's perspective on it. However, Luo Fei still had the visual sharing enabled, causing Sengoku to hesitate. Was it appropriate to pose such a question openly, especially with Peach Rabbit's recent gift of the sword sheath already broadcasted? Sengoku began to ponder how to broach the subject with Luo Fei while evading the gaze of the live stream audience. After a moment of fidgeting, Sengoku swiftly produced a slip of paper from his pocket and handed it to Luo Fei. This note had been prepared in advance, initially intended as a backup strategy for conveying information. After all, it was quite unbecoming for a dignified admiral to resort to passing notes. given the current circumstances. Passing small notes seems to be the most secure method available. Luo Fei looked at the small note that Zhang Guo had awkwardly handed over after much hesitation, feeling both amused and exasperated. The esteemed commander was actually passing him a note? Had Zhang Guo lost his senses? Nonetheless, while he may have found it humorous, the necessary work needed to be accomplished. Luo Fei quickly grasped the intent behind Zhang Guo's actions. The craftsmanship of this note was extraordinary. It featured a unique embossed texture, with certain depressions devoid of any ink marks. Hence, merely observing it would not reveal any issues. Only by engaging with its tactile sensations could one fully decipher the information contained within, although the others in the live stream had glimpsed the note through shared vision. This special treatment concealed its entirety from their view. This was precisely why Zhang Guo dared to pass notes so overtly. Before long, Luo Fei successfully interpreted the contents of the note. Luo Fei, you are quite astute. Could you assist us in determining the answer to this question? Zhang Guo's intentions were indeed dubious. He had come seeking intelligence from Luo Fei. It was evident that his late-night visit was not merely a gesture of concern. Should he reveal the answer directly to Zhang Guo? That seemed unwise. After all, he had no connection to the individual who possessed the correct answer. Disclosing it outright could raise suspicions. Moreover, having relinquished his chance to answer, revealing the correct response would deprive others of the opportunity to learn through trial and error. Without such opportunities for experimentation, what rewards could he hope to gain? However, silence might be interpreted by Sengoku as a sign of concealment, an unwillingness to contribute to the Navy. This left Luffy in a state of turmoil. After a brief contemplation, Luffy conceived a compromise to provide a rough estimate. Perhaps, in the coming years, the notorious generation would ascend to the annals of history. Luffy gazed at Sengoku and articulated his thoughts. Chapter 32, Perona, a request for the silence package. The future world is a stage for the notorious generation. Luffy boldly stated this without any pretense. He reasoned that since he would not partake in this inquiry, it would be better to offer a general range, allowing others to continue speculating. This was certainly preferable to the current state of uncertainty. Upon hearing this, Sengoku initially appeared perplexed, but soon comprehended Luffy's intent. The defeat of the Golden Lion would transpire in the future, and naturally, in that future realm, the old powers would likely be ousted. In this era of transition, it was foreseeable that those supernova pirates would emerge on the historical stage. As for the Navy, the number of those with significant potential was exceedingly limited, a stark contrast to the scattered pirates thriving across the globe, unrestrained and flourishing. Thus, it was highly probable that the ones to vanquish the Golden Lion in the future would be the new generation of pirates. This bold and visionary hypothesis prompted Sengoku to silently commend Luffy with a thumbs up. Was this truly the stratagem of a 17-year-old? Or had he underestimated this naval prodigy all along? However, such thoughts were merely taking root when Sengoku was once again engulfed in a wave of self-doubt. If Luffy were truly a genius, how could he have remained at the same rank for so many years? In mere seconds, Sengoku's mind embarked on a fervent storm of contemplation. The ultimate conclusion that emerged was that Luffy might indeed be a prodigious talent within the Navy. The reason for his prolonged stagnation in rank was not due to laziness, but rather a penchant for frivolity. The truest form of wisdom often masquerades as folly. With this realization, Sengoku felt a profound sense of satisfaction. After all, the emergence of such a brilliant young talent within the Navy would be exceedingly beneficial for its future development. However, this moment of joy was short-lived. As the incessantly scrolling messages in the live stream delivered a jarring wake-up call, Blackbeard exclaimed, "Is the answer the worst generation? Could it possibly be me?" Bosch interjected, "Boss, we must tread carefully with our answers." Bosch, now wary of Blackbeard, feared that a moment of impulsiveness might lead to an outburst of bizarre responses. Blackbeard chuckled. "Why are you so anxious? I merely spoke off the cuff." Peach Rabbit retorted, "Blackbeard, you audacious fool who evaded the ban. Dare you show your face again?" She continued, "You were on the list of troublemakers, weren't you? The lifelong imprisonment package at the underwater prison is ready for you. Just wait." Upon hearing Peach Rabbit's warning, Blackbeard immediately regretted his earlier cleverness. Had he known, he would not have indulged in such trivial antics. Now, he had gained nothing and found himself in the sights of the Navy Vice Admiral, Peach Rabbit. Faced with her admonition, Blackbeard refrained from responding. In the past, he would have relied on the powers of the dark fruit to maintain his arrogance. However, the situation has changed. He has just lost a decade of his life and has replicated the powers of the dark fruit for others. Under such circumstances, he no longer dares to underestimate the might of the live broadcast room, nor does he dare to speak recklessly within it. In summary, Blackbeard has become timid. Indeed, he has become timid. Blackbeard lay in wait on Whitebeard's ship for decades, finally obtaining the coveted dark fruit, and with it, he rekindled the ambitions and vigor of his youth, only to once again be forced to retract. The frustration within Blackbeard is immeasurable. In the live broadcast room, the question and answer session continues unabated, and everyone's discussions persist. Doflamingo, time certainly flies. Has the new generation of supernovas revealed their prowess so swiftly? Doflamingo's eloquent speech directly refers to the era of great evils as that of supernovas, earning him much admiration from numerous pirates. Hancock, since the esteemed administrator has stated it, it must indeed be true. Kid, shall we shatter the head of the Golden Lion? What a splendid opportunity to make a name for ourselves. I am all for it. Hawkins, I just consulted the stars, and I discern ominous black mist surrounding the Golden Lion's head. This portends a calamity. The prospect of shattering the Golden Lion's skull seems plausible. Hawkins, Kid, when do we set out? Count me in. Initially, Hawkins sought to establish a collaboration with Kid. This opportunity for fame is coveted by all. Yet the Golden Lion remains a formidable figure from the previous era. Even in this age, his strength is unfathomable. Hawkins certainly lacks the confidence to confront the Golden Lion one-on-one. However, should he collaborate with other formidable individuals, the outcome might differ. It is evident that Kid is unwilling to join forces with Hawkins, as he outright dismissed Hawkins's words, even delivering a slap to his face. Kid, a diviner? Ha, begone. Just a moment ago, you claimed there were Navy battleships involved in a scandal, but it turns out to be nonsense. Upon hearing this, Hawkins's face flushed crimson. During the divination, there had indeed been an unforeseen occurrence, which led to such a conclusion. Now, with Kid publicly questioning the validity of his divination, Hawkins found himself in an awkward position and hastily began to explain. Hawkins, that was an accident. Such a feeble explanation was evidently insufficient to convince the crowd. Jewelry Bonnie, doesn't that imply that Hawkins's divination serves as a contrary barometer? Drake, could it be that the information released by Roe is false? Jewelry Bonnie, that seems unlikely. The esteemed administrator has no need to disseminate false information. Trafalgar Law, Mina. Listen to me. You may doubt Hawkins, but you cannot doubt Roe. Trafalgar Law, Roe is eternally divine. Trafalgar Law, do not spread rumors or believe them. Follow Lord Roe. Reject feudal superstitions. Under Law's somewhat cult-like exhortation, many began to place their faith in Roe once more. Even Roe himself was incredulous at how fervently Law believed in him, and the tone of his declarations bore a certain depth reminiscent of an eccentric otaku. Nevertheless, this behavior aligned with Law's character. Despite his seemingly cold exterior, Law had avidly followed the manga chronicling the legendary exploits of Germa 66 for quite some time. White Star, is this the outside world? It is magnificent, yet so terrifying. Moria, it seems I have fallen behind. Morgans. Reserve for me newspapers from the past 3 years and the next 10. Morgans, sure. Should the payment be annual or monthly? Moria, I have no money on my ship. Can I trade you some zombies instead? Morgans, no way. Why not suggest using ghost money? Moria, fine. You shall handle the newspaper matters on board from now on, and the expenses will fall to you. Moria, why are you silent? Perona, he is still under a gag order. Moria, very well. Perona, you shall take charge of this matter. Perona, Roe, esteemed administrator, please silence me. Chapter 33 Moria, the clown is indeed myself. Golden Lion observed the live stream, where the incessant debate regarding who would ultimately shatter his skull incited a growing irritation within him. Particularly after Roe's insinuation that the future adversaries who would defeat him were the young brigands of the New World, Golden Lion's fury escalated. Golden Lion, the worst generation. Is it? Very well, I shall descend upon the Red Earth, extinguishing all of you at the threshold of the New World. As a powerhouse of the previous era, Golden Lion could not permit these pirates, whom he had never even heard of, to trample upon his esteemed reputation. Moreover, his grand ambitions were still unfolding, and he had yet to fully unleash his prowess. However, despite the Golden Lion's deep reluctance, he could hardly alter the audacity of the new era of pirates. In this vast and boundless ocean, the tumultuous arrival of the great pirate age offers any individual with capability and dreams the chance to rise above the rest. The so-called era of utmost evil marks the pinnacle of this age. Kid, haha, the old monster sure has a big mouth. Just wait for me on Floating Island. I shall usher in the new era. Roger's treasure undoubtedly belongs to me. Given the surreal nature of the live broadcast, where no one could see one another, Kid's tone naturally carried an air of arrogance. Luffy, nonsense. The one who will find Roger's treasure is undoubtedly me. I am destined to be the Pirate King. Ace, Luffy. Is your goal also to be the Pirate King? That differs from my own aspirations. Luffy, are you also aiming to be the Pirate King? Then let us see who prevails. Hawkins, to be honest, I just performed another divination, and the result indicated that I too have a chance to become the Pirate King. Bonnie, did your divination reveal that your predictions are inaccurate? The Golden Lion's words not only failed to deter these individuals from discussing his bounty, but rather ignited their boundless yearning for the title of Pirate King. As the group began to quarrel over who would become the new generation's Pirate King, within the borders of Dressrosa, a lowly girl with green short hair widened her eyes in confusion. Sugar, to become the Pirate King? Could it be that the Pirate King is a woman? Why are so many vying to be her man? Sugar, a subordinate of Doflamingo and an officer of the Don Quixote family, possesses the power of the hobby fruit. Perhaps due to her tender age and inherently introverted personality, Sugar is not well versed in the history surrounding the Pirate King. When the live broadcast began to play the footage, she happened to be asleep, thus perfectly missing Roger's execution and failing to witness the closure of the old era and the dawn of the new one. Buggy, goodness. Roger's coffin lid can't even hold him down. Shanks, ha 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 indeed. Youthful audacity at its finest. Red-haired Shanks, once a crewmate of Roger, is among the few who know of this news in the vast sea, and Doflamingo happens to be one of them. Although Shanks appears amiable and often greets others with a smile, pirates are still pirates. To avoid Shanks seeking revenge, Doflamingo hastily spoke up for Sugar in the live broadcast. Doflamingo, ha ha ha. Indeed, such is the thinking of a child. Sugar, dear, adults are speaking, children should not interrupt, go play for a while. Doflamingo, baby 5, take Sugar to play. Otherwise, I shall transform you into a toy water gun. Baby 5, I can only turn into weapons. What kind of weapon is a water gun? Doflamingo, be good. Sugar needs you. Baby 5, also an officer of the Don Quixote family and a member of the Spade Pika Army's Special Operations Team, possesses the power of the weapon fruit, allowing her to transform any part of her body into a weapon. Initially, upon hearing Doflamingo suggest she become a water gun for Sugar's amusement, Baby 5 wore a face of refusal. Upon hearing Mingu express his need for Sugar, Baby immediately altered her demeanor, readily acquiescing. Baby 5 exclaimed, "Ah, does Lord Sugar require my assistance? Very well, I shall come at once." There is no denying that Baby possesses a tender heart and a fervent desire to be needed. In the treacherous Delta of Demons, upon the mysterious vessel of the Three Cabbages, Perona found this exchange oddly familiar. Perona remarked, "Wow, Lord Moria. This fellow named Mingo bears a striking resemblance to you." Upon hearing Perona's observation, Moria could not contain his amusement. Who is Mingo, you might ask? He is the king of Dressrosa, of celestial dragon lineage, towering at 3 meters tall, perpetually adorned with striking red sunglasses and draped in a flamboyant pink mink coat, often appearing as if he has just emerged from slumber. However, Moria is well aware that Doflamingo walks with an air of confidence, embodying the essence of a true man. A fact that is evident from his complexion. More importantly, Doflamingo has consistently maintained an impressive physique. However, Moria is markedly different. His prolonged existence in the shadowy Devil's Triangle has rendered his skin a ghastly white. Moreover, years of inactivity have resulted in an unwieldy physique. Although he stands twice as tall as Doflamingo, his weight and shape make him appear akin to a large catfish. In terms of both inner strength and outward charisma, Doflamingo embodies the very image that Moria aspires to become. Thus, when Moria heard Perona remark that he bore similarities to Doflamingo, it elicited great joy within him. However, the esteemed Don Quixote Doflamingo found himself rather displeased as the one being compared. Within the 7 warlords, a hierarchy of disdain existed, and Doflamingo held Moria, who had long dwelled in the shadows, in low regard. To equate oneself with Moria was undeniably a degradation of one's own stature. Doflamingo remarked, "Perona, although you are but a child, I advise you to refrain from foolishness. I am strikingly handsome and imposing, far beyond what that pathetic recluse Moria could ever aspire to be." Moria, typically protective of his own, could not remain silent upon hearing Doflamingo's remarks and quickly interjected in the live stream. "What's wrong? Our Perona possesses a discerning eye for beauty. And that's a problem? Are you disputing it?" Doflamingo replied, "Perona, you may claim to find me handsome, despite our lack of acquaintance. Yet, what beauty do you perceive in Moria?" Perona responded, "Actually, I don't see beauty. It's the tone of your voices that reminds me of creepy uncles." "Moria?" Doflamingo erupted in laughter. "Did you hear that, Moria? What are you so proud of?" Moria lamented, "So the jester is me?" Buggy chimed in, "Who is calling my name?" The atmosphere in the live stream grew increasingly relaxed, yet the number of participants willing to answer questions dwindled. To Shanks, this was an alarming trend. A lack of correct answers could trigger punitive measures within the stream, potentially affecting him or any of the participants. Shanks chuckled, all right. It's just children being foolish and jesting. Please continue to answer the questions, everyone. After all, our lives are at stake." With Shanks' reminder, the pirates finally recognized the necessity of answering questions in the live stream. In a bid to preserve their lives and seize the opportunity for rewards, they swiftly embarked on a new round of answering. Roronoa Zoro had answered 2 questions correctly in succession, and his recent contributions were naturally regarded as guiding insights by the other participants, especially in their state of confusion. As the formidable individuals of the world had exhausted their guesses, the answers were directed towards the new generation. Killer declared, "Since no one else is answering, I shall. The one capable of defeating the Golden Lion will undoubtedly be our captain, Kid." Beepo added, "I too shall answer. With Law's incredible strength and kindness, he must be our captain." Weevil protested, "You're all spouting nonsense. The ultimate answer must be our great godfather." With Roronoa's guidance pointing towards the new generation, the recently emerging pirates felt increasingly confident that they were the answer. Their crew members, eager to please their captains and gamble for rewards, began placing their bets on their respective leaders. Soon, a chorus of crew members echoed their captains as the ultimate answer, spreading through the live stream. However, amidst this fervor, one pirate crew stood apart, the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy exclaimed, "Hey, I ask you, Sanji, Zoro, Nami, Usopp, Chopper, do you not have faith in me?" Zoro replied, "I have no interest in such matters. As for the prize, the swords are beneath me." Sanji added, Wouldn't it be more delightful to spend the time studying cuisine and beautiful women? Usopp said, Luffy, I support you, but I only have this little slingshot. I fear that if I answer incorrectly, the stream will confiscate it. Chopper chimed in me. I wholeheartedly believe in you, Luffy. I will answer. Nami cautioned, wait. Without absolute certainty, we must not answer recklessly. Chapter 34. Who opposes you opposes me, Garp. Sengoku stared at the incessantly rolling messages, his head nearly bursting with frustration. He had initially envisioned gaining exclusive insight by questioning Roronoa, thus securing the correct answer to relay to the ordinary soldiers of the Navy, encouraging them to actively participate. Upon hearing Roronoa's mention of the correct answer's general domain, the new generation, Sengoku felt a surge of joy as it significantly narrowed the scope. The reward of the legendary swords. The Sakazuki and the Kirigane was not something Sengoku required to prove himself, but it was of great value to the ordinary sailors. However, this joy was short-lived. Before he could convey this information to the naval soldiers below, the entirety of the live stream audience had already learned of it. Sengoku's expression vividly illustrated the gradual disappearance of what had once been a genuine smile. Besides Sengoku, Garp, upon witnessing his friend's animated expressions, could hardly contain his laughter. As longtime companions, Garp found greater amusement in witnessing Sengoku's misfortune than in reminiscing about their shared triumphs. He almost wished to capture the moment with a transponder snail. Contrasting Garp's lightheartedness, Sengoku felt an intense rage boiling within him. What foolishness! To be so clever as to decipher the unusual nature of a scrap of paper and its implications, yet still allow Roronoa to blurt it out in front of everyone? Now, having painstakingly narrowed down the correct answer, he had inadvertently broadcasted it to the entire live stream. While Sengoku pounded his chest in frustration, Roronoa feigned ignorance. Widening his eyes as he said, Marshal, this is merely my conjecture. Why do you appear so disheartened? If you find it unreasonable, then simply disregard it. Roronoa's tone was sincere, and he remained blissfully unaware of his faux pas. This was, of course, an act. Deceiving others with his earnest speech and charming appearance was a talent Roronoa had honed expertly. During his time at the Navy Academy, he had successfully attracted numerous female classmates to ponder life's mysteries in the secluded woods. His objective was to share the knowledge of the correct answer and initiate a new round of trial and error, thereby inciting further punitive measures. This was Roronoa's true intent. His ambition stood in stark contrast to Sengoku's, so maintaining his guise was essential. As a 17-year-old youth, he wielded his age as a formidable shield. Being young, it was expected that he might overlook certain matters, a fact that could be readily excused. After all, Roronoa was merely a 17-year-old boy. How could he harbor any ill intentions? Perhaps it was due to Rofei's inherently harmless visage, or perhaps it was the sincerity in his tone. But Garp quickly found himself persuaded by Rofei's narrative, believing that Rofei had merely shared the scope of the answers inadvertently during the live broadcast. The Marshal is simply a bit withdrawn. There's no need for concern. Tomorrow will be better, Garp reassured, giving Rofei a gentle pat on the shoulder. Among the Navy, besides Sengoku, it was Garp who was most protective of the young ones. With Sengoku currently in a state of melancholy, the responsibility of nurturing naturally fell upon Garp's shoulders. Upon hearing Garp's words, Rofei nodded in a manner that suggested he understood, yet did not fully comprehend. Well, it's getting late. We should be heading back. Do take care and rest early, Garp said, giving a light pat to the somewhat overshadowed Garp, then casting a glance at Rofei as he spoke. Their primary purpose in seeking out Rofei was to ascertain the answer to the question at hand. Even if they did not obtain a definitive answer, acquiring a general understanding was still valuable. With their objective achieved, albeit not as perfectly as envisioned, there was little reason to linger further. Thus, Garp prepared to bid farewell to Rofei and depart. However, just as Garp and Sengoku were about to take their leave, Luo Fei called out to them. Marshal, General, please wait a moment. After speaking, Luo Fei hurried into the room. When he emerged once more, he was carrying a wooden box. This afternoon, those pirates offered these items, and I was at a loss for where to store them. Fortunately, with both of you present, I am willing to present these items to you, Luo Fei said earnestly, his eyes wide with sincerity. The decision to submit all the offerings he received during his live stream to the Navy was one Luo Fei had contemplated deeply. Firstly, he was merely an ordinary Navy officer at present, lacking the strength and status to safely possess such wealth and weaponry, which posed a risk to his personal safety. In contrast, submitting these treasures to the highest command of the Navy would ensure they received the utmost protection, thereby shielding him from any potential repercussions. Moreover, a significant portion of the items he was submitting was not available at the Navy headquarters. Thus, once handed over, they would not be immediately utilized in combat but rather subjected to further research. In this way, Luo Fei effectively borrowed the name of the Navy's Supreme Commander to safeguard these possessions. He could always reclaim them when he was more capable in the future. Secondly, his recent remarks during the live stream had undoubtedly irked Sengoku. Now was an opportune moment for submission, serving as a means to mend the wounds of Sengoku's pride, while alleviating any doubts he might harbor regarding Luo Fei. Although Sengoku, due to the shared perspective still being active, along with Garp's support, did not currently suspect Luo Fei, It was conceivable that Sengoku, known for his sagacity, might eventually regain his clarity of thought and begin to question him. Luo Fei deemed it worthwhile to exchange these external possessions for the trust of the Navy's Marshal. Of course, Luo Fei was not foolish enough to submit everything entirely. He had exercised some discretion regarding the quantity. Although the system of the live stream allowed for the offerings from the pirates to be recorded, it did not reveal the precise numbers. For instance, regarding the box of artificial devil fruits he had just produced, he had discreetly retained 5 for himself before presenting it. Upon hearing Luo Fei's words, Garp was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. Sengoku, though internally tumultuous and shocked, maintained a facade of calm. In truth, their astonishment stemmed not from Luo Fei's words, but from the sight of the contents of the box he carried. It was a full box of devil fruits. Garp recalled that during the afternoon when the pirates were offering treasures to Luo Fei, while others presented weapons and riches, Kaido had straightforwardly gifted an entire box of devil fruits. At that moment, Garp had thought little of it, assuming Kaido was merely engaging in a superficial display of generosity, perhaps sending a few to appease the situation. To their surprise, there was indeed a fully packed box. What astonished Garp and Sengoku even more was that Luffy was willing to surrender all these items to the Navy. It is well known that the quantity of devil fruits is finite, and within the entire trading market for these fruits, they often exist as valuable yet unattainable treasures. Even though Kaido offered artificial devil fruits, they fetched astronomical prices on the black market, with many wealthy individuals exhausting their fortunes in pursuit of just one. Yet here was Luffy, possessing an entire box full. Such audacity, such a sense of wealth being as trivial as dirt, was truly admirable to them. Under Luffy's guidance, Sengoku and Garp entered his room, where they beheld the neatly arranged chests brimming with riches. The sight of these abundant treasures, especially upon learning that Luffy was willing to turn them all over, brought a sense of relief to Sengoku. Just moments ago, he had been brooding over a missed opportunity. But now he exclaimed, "Luffy, you are a fine young man. Your contributions to the Navy shall not go unnoticed." Sengoku patted Luffy on the shoulder, exuding a leader-esque charisma. In contrast to Sengoku's formal remarks, Garp's words were far more straightforward. At such a young age, your awareness is remarkable. Should you encounter any difficulties in the Navy in the future, mention my name. Anyone who dares to oppose you shall contend with me, Garp. After receiving this assurance from Garp, Luffy nodded enthusiastically. Thank you, Captain Garp, he replied with polite gratitude. By merely redistributing a few boxes of gifts from others, he not only gained Sengoku's trust, but also secured Garp's promise, making it seem as though he had come out ahead in the situation. Luffy could not help but feel a sense of pride. Garp's declaration was broadcasted worldwide through shared vision, and everyone would be aware that Garp was openly backing him. On a smaller scale, with Garp's promise, Luffy felt confident enough to navigate the Navy Academy with ease. On a grander scale, with the protection of the Navy hero Garp, all who sailed the seas, be they pirates or Navy officers, would be inclined to show him a measure of respect. With this thought, Luffy felt a swell of satisfaction. Such privileges were not even afforded to Luffy, Garp's own grandson. Chapter 35. The Worries That Lead to Baldness. Bepo of the Mediterranean. After Luffy made it clear that he would surrender all the treasures provided by the pirates, Sengoku and Garp quickly summoned individuals to assist with the transport. Sengoku, wishing to commend Luffy, promised to help him graduate from the Navy Academy and secure a respectable position. However, Luffy himself was not overly concerned about leaving the academy. In fact, he found the life there rather comfortable, enjoying daily interactions with female classmates and teasing instructor Tina. Yet, he did not dwell on the matter too deeply, knowing he could not remain in the academy for life. Soon after bidding farewell to Sengoku and Garp, Luffy returned to his room and fell asleep. Meanwhile, not long after departing from Luffy's home, Sengoku and Garp began discussing the young man's situation. This kid is quite remarkable. I hope he truly is as simple as he seems. On the way, Sengoku solemnly shared his thoughts with Garp, concerned that Garp might not fully grasp his apprehensions. Sengoku added, "Before Tina set sail, I inquired about Luffy's background. Typically, he is known for his lack of diligence and mischief, consistently failing to meet academic standards. Yet, curiously, his name was never included in the list of those being dismissed for poor performance. Does this not seem like an anomaly for a student of his caliber?" Though Sengoku made his stance clear, his underlying doubts about Luffy were unmistakable, even if he had not expressed them in front of the young man. As a naval admiral, Sengoku must maintain a keen sense of observation. Garp, a longtime friend of Sengoku, naturally comprehended the underlying meaning in Sengoku's words and swiftly embraced his thoughts. However, when it came to the matter of Luffy, Garp's perspective diverged from that of Sengoku. After a brief moment of contemplation and analysis, Garp responded, "It is not that Luffy is overly clever, perhaps he is simply fortunate. Whether through intelligence or luck, I believe Luffy is an extraordinary talent within our Navy, one that, with proper nurturing, is destined for greatness. Regardless of the outcome, I stand firmly in support of Luffy." Garp even considered that Luffy's cleverness might serve him well, providing him with the opportunity to carve out his own path amidst the tumultuous seas. Reflecting on his own past, Garp lamented his failure to adequately educate Luffy. having focused solely on strengthening his physical abilities while neglecting his intellect, which led Luffy to easily fall for Shank's enticing words and embark on the irreversible path of piracy. Had Luffy followed the course Garp had envisioned, adhering to a more conventional path, he might very well be in a position similar to Luffy's today. By the way, if Garp's calculations were correct, Luffy was also 17 this year. Perhaps Garp was concerned that Sengoku might undertake actions detrimental to Luffy, prompting him to add, "Let us not forget that Luffy now possesses a myriad of formidable powers. His Conqueror's haki, combat skills, and devil fruit abilities have already surpassed most in these waters. And who knows what other powers he may assimilate in the future. Moreover, at just 17, the potential for his development is boundless." After Garp's persuasive words, Sengoku temporarily set aside his concerns regarding Luffy. Garp was right. Since the emergence of the live streaming room, Luffy's growth had been exponential. Initially stumbling upon the authority of the room's moderator, he subsequently answered 2 questions correctly through his unique analytical thinking. In tumultuous times, heroes are forged, and this live streaming room has indeed fashioned Luffy into one. More importantly, despite possessing such immense power and a wealth of treasures, Luffy remained humble and even volunteered to turn over the riches, demonstrating unwavering loyalty, leaving Sengoku with no reason for suspicion. Perhaps, with proper cultivation, Luffy could genuinely evolve into a formidable presence within the Navy. After bidding farewell to Sengoku and Garp, Luffy prepared to return to his slumber. However, just as Luo Fei had closed the door and had not yet turned off the lights, a series of system notification tones resonated in his ears. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Kira's weapon, the scythe. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a portion of Bepo's fur. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received Vito's long tongue. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained AP's headphones. As this succession of notifications filled the live broadcast room, Luo Fei found himself utterly bewildered. He could comprehend Kira's scythe and AP's headphones. But what is the significance of Bepo's fur and Law's elongated tongue? It is utterly outrageous that such peculiarities are to be stripped away in the live broadcast. Just as Law found himself perplexed, a notification echoed in his mind once more. Would the host like to accept immediately? No. Law promptly declined. He decided to retain weaponry and daily necessities. But bizarre items like Bepo's fur and Law's elongated tongue should be cast into the public prize pool instead, Law added with emphasis. As the super administrator, he possessed the authority to determine the fate of items stripped away due to incorrect answers in the live broadcast. Should something prove beneficial to him, he would keep it. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to discard it. As for the public prize pool, at this stage, it merely served as Law's personal recycling bin. The establishment of the public prize pool in the live broadcast allows all members of level 5 and above to participate in the lottery, with prizes encompassing wealth, abilities, and various items. Notably, the prizes in the public pool include not only artifacts from this world, but also treasures from other realms. Every member can accumulate points to enter the lottery. For every correct answer, 1 point is earned, and upon reaching 3 points, one can participate in the draw. As the host of the live broadcast, Law enjoys an absolute luck bonus, ensuring that the items he contributes will not be drawn by him again. Meanwhile, far across the ocean, another individual was similarly troubled by this peculiar matter, to the point of losing his hair. Indeed, he was balding. This individual is Bepo, the navigator of the Heart Pirates, a purebred polar bear. Bepo once set sail years ago with the Nox pirates to aid Cat Burglar Nami in her quest for the historical text, alongside Pedro, Brook, and his elder brother, Jeb. During a moment of observation at sea, Bepo accidentally drifted into the North Sea, where he fortuitously encountered Law and subsequently joined his Heart Pirates. Just moments ago, Bepo, placing unwavering faith in his Captain Trafalgar Law, confidently answered that the one destined to obliterate the head of the Golden Lion would undoubtedly be his captain, Law. However, just 3 seconds after he had answered the question, the live broadcast room notified him that he had answered incorrectly. As a penalty, a portion of his hair was removed. Ironically, the area from which his hair was taken was precisely the crown of his head. The slap of reality arrived with astonishing swiftness. The exuberance he felt while answering was eclipsed by the profound despondency that ensued with the punishment. Babe was sensed a chilling breeze upon his scalp and sought out a mirror to inspect the damage. To his dismay, the sight he beheld brought him to the brink of tears. Oh no, how could I possibly attract a mother bear in this state? Babe lamented, his voice tinged with sorrow. Captain Luo, noticing Babe's imminent tears, offered comforting words. It's all right. It will grow back. Just be patient for a little while longer. Upon hearing Luo's heartfelt reassurance, Babe initially contemplated collapsing into Luo's embrace for a good cry. Yet, upon lifting his gaze to meet Law's, tears once again welled up in his small, bean-like eyes. Captain, could you perhaps refrain from laughing for a moment? Is it that obvious? But I simply cannot help it. Bepo from the Mediterranean is truly hilarious. With a glance at Bepo's gleaming head, Law finally succumbed to laughter, his chuckles erupting uncontrollably. Apart from Bepo, several other pirates faced penalties in the live stream. As a prominent figure of the worst generation, Kid's name naturally appeared among the candidates for answering questions. The one who provided the answer was none other than his crew member, Killer. Clad in a blue and white full-face mask and adorned with flowing golden hair, he was known as the Slaughtering Samurai. His exceptional prowess had earned him a place on the Navy's list of the worst generation pirates. The scythe he often wielded became his signature weapon. Yet in the live stream, it was stripped from him. For a samurai, being disarmed was nothing short of disgraceful. Moreover, the entity that deprived him of his weapon was an intangible live stream, leaving him with no means for retribution, only the bitter taste of humiliation to swallow. However, the penalties imposed by the live stream were not entirely unfavorable. Among the pirates, aside from Beepo and Killer, who had no outlet for their tears, there was one individual who found joy in the loss of a certain aspect of himself, Vito, a member of the Fire Tank Pirates. Vito had answered the question with his captain, Capone Beach. Upon providing the wrong answer, the live stream promptly severed his long tongue. For Vito, this was nothing short of a tremendous blessing. His genetic structure was rather unique, with his most notable feature being his extraordinarily long and slender tongue, which often extended from his mouth like a small serpent. Vito, who possessed such a lengthy tongue, also had a penchant for laughter, yet, in moments of mirth, he frequently found himself inadvertently biting his tongue. Thus, throughout the year, he endured at least 6 months plagued by mouth ulcers, while the remaining half was spent either in the throes of creating more ulcers or seeking their remedy. Now that his long tongue had been truncated, leaving him with a normal length, he felt no pain due to the live stream's intervention. It was as if this punishment had been tailor-made for him, utterly delightful. Chapter 36. A Gamble, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. Following yet another round of trial and error questioning, the live stream descended into silence. Given that Law had previously narrowed the scope of questions to the new generation of pirates, those who had only recently begun to navigate the seas were compelled to answer for their own captains, with the focus set on the worst generation. Those capable of standing out within this category had largely been addressed. Even the beast tamer under Buggy sought to contribute his answer. However, Baki harbored no such intentions, nor did he dare provoke the Golden Lion. Thus he swiftly delivered a sound thrashing to thwart the beast tamer's desire to answer. The notorious pirates, regardless of their stature, were all accounted for, and even some of the more renowned vice admirals and rear admirals within the Navy were addressed in turn. Yet, astonishingly, not a single answer was correct. This is certainly not a favorable circumstance for the pirates of the New World. At this juncture, the worst generation had only just begun to make their presence felt upon the seas, lacking both a solid foundation and formidable strength. Thus, the punishment they faced was a significant blow. However, amidst the majority of pirate crews suffering penalties for their incorrect answers, one crew from the worst generation managed to escape unscathed, the Straw Hat Pirates. The reason for this outcome may elicit laughter from their peers, as no one believed that their captain, Luffy, could possibly defeat the Golden Lioness ferocious Roosterhead. Why? Even Luffy's own crew harbored doubts. So who could be expected to believe otherwise? This outcome delighted the Golden Lion himself, not a single individual, from the Marine Admirals and the 4 Emperors to the supernovas of the worst generation, was able to answer correctly. Could it be that the one destined to defeat him had yet to be born? It would be best if the correct answer never surfaced. The Golden Lion even began to pray, hoping that this question was merely a mistake by the system, so that his future self would not be vanquished by anyone. Just as the Golden Lion silently prayed, a new commotion arose in the live broadcast. Garp, haha, Luffy, it seems your crew does not have much faith in you. With such doubts, do you still dare to aspire to become the Pirate King? What a farce. Garp sent this mocking message. Of course, he did not genuinely intend to undermine Luffy. As a Marine Vice Admiral, Garp must maintain his stance. A pirate is a pirate, and regarding Luffy, Garp could only adopt such a detached tone. Yet, as Luffy's grandfather, Garp found himself yearning for his grandson, especially after encountering the equally youthful and spirited Trafalgar Law, who, at 17, exuded an air of vigor. Garp couldn't help but ponder what Luffy must be like at this age, with a heart filled with discontent. Just as Luffy was about to retort, Garp spoke again. I do not know how you have fared in the New World, but since no one has chosen you, I shall reluctantly place my faith in you. Garp continued, the one destined to shatter the head of the Golden Lion in the future will undoubtedly be Luffy. At this proclamation, silence enveloped the room. Even Luffy wore an expression of disbelief. He never anticipated that the stern and unsparing Garp, who had always cast him into perilous wilderness to hone his skills, would one day express such faith in him. Luffy recalled how, in his childhood, whenever he declared his aspiration to become the Pirate King, Garp would promptly administer a sound thrashing. Who would have thought that his long-absent grandfather would acknowledge him under such circumstances? Apart from Luffy himself, pirates and marines across the globe paused in astonishment upon hearing Garp's words. Some of the pirates actively roaming the New World were somewhat familiar with that name. However, their understanding of Luffy and the Straw Hat Pirates amounts to little more than a ragtag group of fewer than 10 crew members. Even the more formidable pirates, such as Kaido and Doflamingo, who have long dominated the latter half of the Grand Line, have never even heard of this name. The Navy, too, has little to say. Apart from Smoker and Tashigi, who have had their encounters with Luffy in Logtown, the name of Luffy has scarcely echoed within naval circles. Thus, when Garp uttered this name, many in the live stream reacted with skepticism. Buggy, that rubber kid? You must be joking. Smoker, Garp, while you are indeed a vice admiral, I believe your judgment may be somewhat biased this time. Caesar, hoo-hoo, at least the previous answers were familiar names. Perhaps one day they could truly pose a threat. But this Straw Hat Luffy? I have never heard of him. Hawkins, are you referring to that kid with fewer than 10 crew members? Does he truly believe he can defeat the Golden Lion? Garp, are you dreaming? Tama, to be frank, the new generation ISNT solely comprised of pirates. Perhaps formidable figures may emerge from our navy as well. I think Luffy is quite impressive. Akainu, Garp, let us be honest. As a vice admiral and a man hailed as a hero, your every word and action reflects upon the navy. I advise you to tread carefully. Even the retired Akainu could not resist chiming in upon hearing Garp's response. However, Garp remained unfazed. In fact, upon hearing the relentless ridicule and disbelief from the esteemed individuals in the live stream regarding Luffy, Garp felt a flicker of anger. His grandson was someone he could criticize or chastise, but others had no right to do so. Garp, Akainu, have you reflected on your conduct at home? If not, keep your mouth shut. Garp, and as for Kid and Hawkins, if I'm not mistaken, you are both notorious criminals currently on the wanted list, right? Perhaps you should focus on your own safety before contemplating smashing the Golden Lion's head. Under Garp's vigorous defense of his grandson, the voices of dissent within the live stream began to dwindle significantly. Yet the diminishing dissenting voices do not imply its non-existence. People merely refrain from discussing the matter due to Garp's intimidation and the concern for appearances. Observing Garp's fervent defense, Luffy felt a profound warmth within. Indeed, he mused. This old man possesses a sharp tongue, but a tender heart. However, Garp's seemingly formidable remarks were swiftly exploited by Doflamingo. Doflamingo chuckled. Ha ha. Who is this young upstart that has garnered such affirmation from the marine hero? Quite remarkable indeed. His words were laden with implications. Though Doflamingo was unfamiliar with Luffy and unaware of his background, Garp's repeated defense of Luffy during the live broadcast suggested a complex relationship between the two. One is a marine hero, while the other is a pirate who has recently set sail. The juxtaposition of their names evokes boundless imagination. It is certain that others have also taken note of this, which is why Doflamingo refrained from stating it outright, opting instead for a seemingly casual insinuation. Doflamingo's intentions were straightforward, to disrupt the order of the world. If a conflict could arise, it would be even better. The more tumultuous the world became, the more prosperous his underground arms trade would thrive. The old order would inevitably face challenges, all of which Doflamingo eagerly anticipated. Following Doflamingo's statement, Hancock chimed in. Does everyone recall that during the live broadcast, when Luffy set sail, Lord Garp explicitly forbade Smoker from pursuing him? Hancock had long perceived this inconsistency, but chose not to voice it until Doflamingo mentioned it. With Doflamingo and Hancock leading the charge, the number of individuals in the live chat questioning the relationship between Garp and Luffy grew steadily. In light of this, neither Luffy nor Garp offered a definitive response. Garp could discreetly protect Luffy, yet could not publicly declare Luffy as his beloved grandson. The irony of a marine hero harboring a pirate grandson would be staggering if revealed. Within the Navy, this revelation could potentially sow discord. For Luffy, refraining from relying on Garp's reputation and strength, and no longer proactively mentioning their connection, constituted an unspoken agreement between them. Both Garp and Luffy prepared to adopt a nonchalant approach to these inquiries, allowing others to speculate as they pleased while maintaining their own peace, leaving the onlookers in a frenzy of confusion. At that moment, Garp was walking alongside Sengoku, who was acutely aware of the relationship between Garp and Luffy. Sengoku felt a tinge of reproach towards Garp for impulsively divulging that answer. Now, not only was the answer incorrect, but it had also cast doubt on Garp's relationship with Luffy, undermining the hard-earned credibility of the Navy. Indeed, Sengoku did not concur with Garp's assertion. He had little knowledge of Luffy, but from Garp's accounts, he understood Luffy to be a mischievous child with dreams of becoming the Pirate King. To Sengoku, Luffy appeared to be an undisciplined braggart, thus leaving a less than favorable impression of him. Nevertheless, Garp merely smiled off Sengoku's reproach. When he uttered that answer, Garp himself was devoid of any certainty. In order to offer a modicum of encouragement to the newly embarked Luffy, Garp took this action. Of course, prior to revealing his answer, Garp had meticulously analyzed the consequences of incorrect responses in the live broadcast. The items forfeited were merely material possessions, devoid of any significant impact on one's well-being. Furthermore, the belongings relinquished after a wrong answer ultimately found their way into the hands of the Navy's Rorinoa, a figure whom Garp held in high regard. With the assurance that what he lost would be safely entrusted to Rorinoa, Garp weighed the pros and cons before articulating his response. Moreover, the future remains unpredictable. With the bloodline and will of the D clan coursing through his veins, it is entirely conceivable that Luffy may achieve remarkable feats ahead. After all, one might strike gold and transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. Perhaps this time he would indeed arrive at the correct answer. Just as the viewers in the live stream were engrossed in speculating about the relationship between Garp and Luffy, the answer was finally revealed. Garp declared, The head of the Golden Lion was shattered by Luffy, and the answer was correct. Congratulations to Garp for earning Sakura tin and dry wood. In the instant the answer was unveiled, Garp was momentarily taken aback. Had he, in a casual response, inadvertently stumbled upon the correct answer? Even more astonishing to Garp was Luffy's remarkable resilience. Not just Garp, but everyone in the live stream was left astonished. The first among them was the Golden Lion himself. Within the span of a single day, he had experienced a profound transformation. Initially, upon learning of the live broadcast's arrival, he believed that his opportunity had finally come. However, little did he expect that what awaited him was not opportunity, but rather a profound blow. First, he lost his companions, Sakura and Karaki, who had followed him for over 2 decades. Now, he was informed that his future self was destined to fail. Moreover, the one who would defeat him was a mere child he had never even heard of. How could he reconcile such turmoil within? How could the Golden Lion confront this inevitable downfall? Stunned, he found himself engulfed in confusion, spiraling deeper into despair as he pondered over this predicament. Apart from Garp and the Golden Lion, the one most affected by this revelation was none other than Luffy. Just moments ago, Luffy had been despondent due to the lack of a selection, but upon hearing the correct answer, his heart surged with elation, and his smile radiated brighter than ever. The brilliance of his gleaming white teeth shone with an undeniable confidence. "Huh, I told you it would be me. You didn't believe me," he exclaimed triumphantly aboard the Sunny. Nami, the navigator and chief financial officer of the Straw Hat Pirates, displayed a plethora of emotions upon hearing the announcement of Garp's correct answer. Initially skeptical about Luffy being the right choice, she had fervently attempted to stop Chopper from answering. Now, the reality was that the correct answer was indeed Luffy. In that moment, Nami could only feel as if she had missed out on a fortune. As the correct answer was revealed, the image of Luffy smashing the Golden Lion's head was broadcasted. The floating holographic screen in the live stream abruptly shifted. The first sight was still the magnificent Vermilion, now transformed from its previous serene and picturesque landscape into a vision of devastation. Once adorned with flowing streams and lush greenery, it now lay engulfed in flames and chaos, resembling a hellish inferno. The Golden Lion's heart shattered at the sight of his beloved Vermilion, cultivated over more than 20 years, now reduced to ruins. How could I possibly be defeated by such a nameless wretch? My Vermilion floats above 10,000 meters, no one can reach it. This must be a glitch in the stream. It's all a lie, he bellowed in disbelief. As he gazed upon the scene, Sengoku murmured to himself, recognizing the difficulty that lay ahead of them. The sky was blanketed with falling white snowflakes, creating a solemn atmosphere with the juxtaposition of crimson flames and pure white snow. Amidst the ruins, the Golden Lion stood resolute, shouting, "Lion's eternal cut." He then launched himself at Luffy with a flurry of kicks and slashes, his legs still supported by Sakura and Karaki. Upon witnessing this, Luffy understood that the prophecies of the future within the live stream remained true to the world's original trajectory, unaffected by the current circumstances. The Golden Lion's heart was now utterly broken. "East Blue, will I ever conquer you?" he lamented. Through the imagery, the Golden Lion comprehended the gravity of his situation. It was time for him to unleash the beast cultivated in Vermilion upon East Blue, exacting his revenge. His thoughts drifted back to 20 years ago, when he, Roger, and Whitebeard stood as the triumvirate of the previous era's most formidable pirates. Despite their rivalries, they shared a deep camaraderie, each driven by their distinct dreams. Roger sought the great treasure to become the pirate king. Whitebeard desired a family, while the Golden Lion aspired for world domination. Their intertwined destinies were marked by both enmity and mutual respect. When news of Roger's execution reached the prison of Impelled Down, many pirates rejoiced. Yet the Golden Lion merely remarked, "What great pirate era! Without Roger, what meaning does the sea hold?" East Blue was Roger's homeland, and it represented the last bond between the Golden Lion and Roger. By unleashing destruction upon East Blue, he would bid farewell to Roger and declare his vengeance upon the world government. Alas, through the live stream, the Golden Lion had already glimpsed his own fate. It was laughable that he would ultimately be defeated by such a child. Beneath the same live stream, Sengoku quickly grasped the Golden Lion's intentions. The annihilation of East Blue and a declaration of war against the world government encapsulated the Golden Lion's long-hidden ambitions. However, the once ambitious conqueror had seen his dreams dwindle to mere destruction of East Blue. Sengoku could not help but reflect, even heroes must eventually fade. The live stream continued, showcasing the clash between the Golden Lion and Luffy. Dark clouds gathered ominously in the sky, crackling with thunderous energy. "I will not allow you to destroy East Blue, Golden Lion," Luffy shouted defiantly, before biting his thumb to inflate himself. In mere seconds, he transformed, his body swelling significantly, especially his legs, which ballooned to an immense size. Reaching into the stormy skies, "Golden Lion, I will not let you enter East Blue. I will not allow you to harm my friends." Giant Thunder Axe. As Luffy's thunderous roar echoed, his colossal thunder axe descended heavily from the heavens, aimed squarely at the forehead of the Golden Lion. Despite the Golden Lion hastily summoning massive stones with the power of the float fruit to block the blow, all of it proved futile against Luffy's thunderous weapon. Fragments of rock soared through the air, mingling with the crackling sounds of electricity. Time appeared to freeze at that moment. A vivid memory from 20 years ago flashed in the Golden Lion's mind. The wheel of fate turned once more, and the cycle echoed once again. That day, the weather was stormy and tumultuous, mirroring the very conditions when he was defeated by Roger. Am I to be thwarted again by a man from the East Blue? Roger. As the thunder axe hurtled towards him, the Golden Lion widened his eyes, speaking as if entranced. Boom. Luffy's invincible thunder axe split the very fabric of space, shattering the island into fragments that rained down from the sky, with the Golden Lion among them. The scene abruptly came to a halt. Although the live broadcast did not explicitly reveal the outcome of this fierce battle, from the final scene, it is undoubtedly evident that the Golden Lion has been defeated. After witnessing this live broadcast, everyone was profoundly shaken. They observed the Golden Lion, a representation of the old generation's might, being vanquished, while simultaneously witnessing the ascent of Luffy as a force of the new generation. The Golden Lion's disheveled appearance was laid bare for the world to see. Unwilling to accept his fate, he uttered a poignant remark in the live stream. It was not Luffy who defeated me, but rather the weather. To think I have been bested by the weather once again. The Golden Lion was desperately attempting to salvage his pride. However, those who witnessed his ultimate downfall remained unconvinced. Big Mom, come now, is it truly so difficult to acknowledge your defeat? You have been bested once again by a man from the East Blue. As you yourself have stated, Don Quixote da Flamingo, the champions of the bygone era are not as formidable as they once seemed. Enel, this thunder axe technique appears rather familiar. Does it not? Amidst the mocking and derision from the pirates following the defeat of the Golden Lion, one individual chose not to partake in the scorn. Whitebeard, we are both remnants of a bygone age. If given the chance to start anew, why not cast aside our shackles and savor the present moment? Indeed, this individual was Whitebeard, a powerful figure from the same epoch as Roger and the Golden Lion. Hearing Whitebeard's words of solace, the wounded spirit of the Golden Lion found a flicker of warmth. Yet, the subsequent words of Whitebeard once again made him acutely aware of the perilous nature of this world. Whitebeard declared, "Come aboard my Moby Dick and be my son. Even if you are somewhat older, you can still be accepted." To which the Golden Lion retorted, "Go to hell. Dream on." Chapter 38. Are pirates and marines one big family? Truly, he is my grandson. Although Whitebeard was fully aware that the Golden Lion would never join his crew, he still made such a jest. Firstly, he wished to mock the Golden Lion for being defeated by an unknown adversary. Secondly, he aimed to convey to the Golden Lion that should he ever find himself in dire straits, he could seek assistance from Whitebeard. They had both weathered the same era of piracy, and despite their differing ideologies, Whitebeard was willing to extend a helping hand in light of their shared past. However, jesting aside, as one of the four emperors, Whitebeard could not take this matter lightly. The very individual who had utterly vanquished the Golden Lion, Luffy, might pose a potential threat to himself in the future. After sharing a laugh, Whitebeard promptly dispatched Marco to investigate all available information regarding Luffy. Once the live broadcast concluded, nearly everyone's mind was indelibly marked by a single name, Luffy. Consequently, aside from Whitebeard's intentions to gather intelligence on Luffy, other pirates also began incorporating Luffy's name into their own intelligence networks. Beneath the tranquil surface of the sea, turbulent currents surged ever more fiercely. Meanwhile, Luffy, the central figure of this unfolding drama, remained blissfully unaware. At that moment, Luffy was lounging on the small lawn of the Going Merry, leisurely blowing on his fingers. Through the recent live broadcast, Luffy had discerned the direction for developing his fruit powers. Utilizing his own methods to expedite the acquisition of strength seemed a rather appealing choice. Oblivious to the looming dangers, Luffy remained carefree and unperturbed. Fortunately, Nami was more vigilant, sensing that their recent notoriety might attract various forces intent on pursuing and surveilling them. She advised everyone to maintain a low profile in the days to come. After watching the footage, Rofy simply nodded in silence, feeling little surprise. The answer and the subsequent visuals had been within his expectations. The sole unexpected aspect was that the individual providing such a response was Garp. Nevertheless, this was not a matter that concerned Rofy. His primary interest lay in what valuable rewards he could obtain from this round of questioning. Previously, due to Moria's interference, he had eliminated numerous plausible answers, and, since the participants were merely zombies, there was little of worth to seize, apart from their souls. Consequently, Rofy had gained very little from the first half of the questioning. In the latter half, since most participants were mere underlings from emerging pirate crews, even incorrect answers yielded scant rewards for Rofy. The most valuable item was likely the scythe that Killer often carried. However, Rofy remained indifferent, as what he had already acquired was beyond the reach of most individuals in these seas throughout their lifetimes. Moreover, this was merely the third question in the live session. Once he answered a total of 5 correctly, he would have the opportunity to draw from a shared prize pool for rewards from another world. Time was on Rofy's side. After briefly organizing the items he had acquired from this questioning, Rofy prepared to continue his slumber. With the airing of this segment, within the live broadcast, some rejoiced while others despaired. Naturally, the one in sorrow was the Golden Lion himself, along with the many infamous members of the worst generation who had failed to make the cut. The sudden emergence of Luffy had added significant pressure upon them. Conversely, joy was found amongst Luffy and the Marines, particularly Garp, who, upon hearing the results announced, could scarcely believe his ears. Could his grandson, who was nothing but a nuisance, constantly proclaiming his ambition to become the Pirate King, truly stand a chance against the Golden Lion, who was renowned alongside Roger? Furthermore, the language used in the broadcast was meticulous, indicating not merely a defeat, but a total obliteration. What did this signify? It implied that Luffy possessed not only the power to contend with the Golden Lion, but also the capability to bring him to justice. As Luffy's grandfather, Garp could not help but feel elated for him. Previously, Garp had hoped Luffy would join the Marines, not only due to his own allegiances, but also because he believed that by keeping Luffy close, he could better protect him. However, he has now learned that Luffy will one day possess the capability to stand on his own, which brings great joy to Garp. Presently, Garp is filled with both happiness and pride. Coupled with his advancing age, he is prone to impulsive actions. Upon receiving the news of Sakura and the withered tree, Garp immediately typed a message in the live broadcast. Garp, no doubt he is my grandson. He truly is extraordinary. At this moment, Garp feels a profound sense of pride in Luffy, not as a naval hero, but as an ordinary grandfather. This declaration left the live audience in shock. A reaction that rivaled the astonishment of learning that Luffy was the one who had obliterated the head of the Golden Lion. Moria, the naval hero Garp has a grandson who is a pirate? This is utterly absurd. Doflamingo. Ah, I see. No wonder Garp has been so protective of Luffy. There is indeed a reason behind it. Smoker. Well, from now on, I shall cease my pursuit of Luffy. Captain Garp, do you think I still have a chance? Buggy. No wonder this kid has the audacity to oppose me. He has the Navy backing him. Robin, are the Navy and pirates colluding? How intriguing indeed. Within the live broadcast, a multitude of pirates voiced their skepticism towards the Navy regarding this revelation. As for Garp, he remained unfazed. The knowledge of Luffy's future accomplishments was sufficient to shield him from any negative remarks. However, the situation with Sengoku was markedly different. As the Admiral of the Navy, Sengoku naturally prioritized the greater good. At this moment, both Sengoku and Garp had returned to their respective homes. Upon hearing Garp's words, Sengoku was filled with deep regret. Why had he not accompanied Garp home? Why had he not shared a bed with Garp? Why had he failed to keep a watchful eye on Garp? Regarding Garp's act of self-detonation, Sengoku felt a mixture of exasperation and helplessness. He was, of course, aware that Luffy was Garp's grandson, due to Garp's unique identity. This matter has long been regarded as a closely guarded secret within the Marine Corps, impervious to external revelation. Yet, astonishingly, it was Garp himself who divulged it. Once uttered, words cannot be retracted, especially when they are acknowledged by Garp himself. Sengoku had no time even for crisis management. Left with no alternatives, Sengoku had to seek other remedial measures. Soon, he devised a plan. As the saying goes, if you cannot defeat them, join them. The future Luffy, capable of single-handedly confronting and vanquishing the Golden Lion, signifies a terrifying potential for growth in his strength. The seas teem with pirates, making it a formidable challenge for the Navy to implement comprehensive captures. Limited forces can only safeguard restricted regions and populations. Thus emerged the 7 warlords of the sea and the celestial dragons, along with bounties and bounty hunters. The 7 warlords and celestial dragons were established by the government to maintain the existing balance in the world. Bounties and bounty hunters were intended to attract valiant warriors to serve the government through grassroots recruitment. Luffy's immense potential necessitates immediate action. Failing to impose any sanctions now would render future interventions exceedingly challenging. However, if coercive measures were enacted that stifled Luffy's growth, who would ultimately rise to defeat the Golden Lion? From the recent broadcast, Sengoku has discerned the ambitions of the Golden Lion. Chapter 39, Dragon. I advise you not to be ungrateful. As the first criminal to escape from Impel Down, the existence of the Golden Lion has perpetually troubled the Navy. Over the years, they have relentlessly pursued him, yet regrettably, they have failed to find any breakthrough. However, with the prophecy of the live broadcast, it is highly likely that Luffy will serve as the pivotal point for the Navy to capture the Golden Lion. Such an exceptional opportunity is certainly not something that Sengoku would overlook. However, even if Luffy were to assist the government in capturing the Golden Lion, it would not alter the fact that he is a pirate. As long as he remains a pirate, he will forever stand in opposition to the Navy. By the time Luffy matures into a formidable opponent capable of defeating the Golden Lion, it is likely that the Navy will find themselves powerless against him. Thus, it appears that the only viable solution to eliminate the Golden Lion while preventing Luffy from becoming an adversary of the Navy is to win him over. With a decision firmly established, Sengoku swiftly addressed Luffy in a live broadcast. Sengoku, Luffy, since you are the grandson of Garp, you are naturally a part of our Navy. Here is the proposition. If you can find your way back and return to the embrace of the Navy, I promise to offer you the finest treatment. And your comrades can be removed from the pirate bounty list. In Sengoku's view, his words held an undeniable allure for Luffy, who is a pirate. Not only did Sengoku pledge to provide Luffy with the best possible conditions, but he also expressed a willingness to accept his companions, a notion that many pirates would scarcely dare to dream of. Being a pirate may be characterized by a spirit of independence, yet it is fraught with insecurity and instability. How could it possibly compare to the Navy? With a structured organization, provisions, and, moreover, being the grandson of Garp, if Luffy were to join the Navy, it would signify a truly commendable lineage, leaving little reason to fear future treatment. However, he underestimated Luffy's unwavering determination to become the Pirate King and overestimated the allure of the conditions he proposed. Sengoku's words were conveyed to Luffy by Garp on more than one occasion. If Luffy had genuinely been interested in joining the Navy, he would not have set sail as a pirate. Thus, Luffy straightforwardly declined Sengoku's invitation. Luffy stated, "I apologize, but I am destined to become the Pirate King. I have no interest in joining the Navy." Luffy resolutely rejected Sengoku's offer, leaving no room for negotiation. Within less than a minute of Sengoku's remarks, he was met with a swift rebuttal. Bartolomeo exclaimed, "Luffy is so cool. I absolutely adore him." Luffy responded, "Who are you, and where did you come from?" Doflamingo interjected, "Are you Garp's grandson? You possess a certain audacity." Buggy retorted, "Humph, just a guy relying on connections. What's so impressive about that?" Dragon then addressed Buggy. "I have heard you harbor grievances against my lineage, the D-Clan?" Buggy, taken aback by the attention his casual remark had garnered from Dragon, sensed that Dragon's tone clearly favored Luffy and expressed discontent with Buggy's words. Although unaware of the relationship between Dragon and Luffy, Buggy decided to tread carefully. He replied, "I was merely speaking offhandedly. I didn't expect to provoke the leader of the Revolutionary Army." Perhaps feeling his previous statement lacked sincerity, Buggy hastily added, "By the way, Dragon-san, the shoehorn mark on your face is quite striking. Could you share a picture? I would like to get one myself someday." Initially, Buggy's intention was simply to compliment Dragon on the beauty of the mark, hoping to curry favor with him. In essence, Buggy sought to flatter Dragon. However, unexpectedly, not only did he fail to flatter, but he also found himself caught in a precarious situation. Long had always been sensitive about the mark on his face, which compelled him to don a hooded cloak whenever he ventured out. Particularly after the secret of his mark was exposed in the live broadcast, he became even more averse to anyone mentioning it. Now, Baki had the audacity to bring it up, which could only be interpreted as a provocation. Ivankov declared, "A clown, is it? Just you wait. Once I am released from prison, I shall ensure that you meet a most gruesome end on behalf of Long." Baki replied, "Ah well. Although I am tempted to retort, I must admit that dismemberment holds no terror for me." His statement was merely intended to convey a simple truth. Yet, with a tone as unyielding as that of a stubborn child, he unwittingly incited the wrath of the Revolutionary Army once more. Meanwhile, some of Buggy's subordinates, upon hearing his reckless words, found themselves even more enamored with him. Who would have thought their leader could be so audacious? The leader of the Revolutionary Army declared to retaliate. With such a fearless captain, his crew naturally followed suit. Machi exclaimed, "Captain is magnificent. What is the Revolutionary Army to us? Our captain is so formidable. Agreeing to stamp your shoehorn is a sign of respect. Dragon, I advise you not to be ungrateful." Machi, serving as both the first mate and beast tamer of the Buggy pirates, felt emboldened by Buggy's support and spoke without restraint. After Machi's provocative statement, Yarlati, an ally of the Buggy pirates, felt as though struck by lightning. Who was Dragon? He was the leader of the Revolutionary Army, at the helm of a mysterious faction that had liberated numerous nations in just a few short years, the world's most wanted criminal. How ignorant Machi must be to dare provoke such a figure. Yarlati cried out, "Heavens! Someone save me! What is this absurdity?" Yarlati continued, "If I am guilty, let the Navy punish me. Do not subject me to a pirate alliance filled with such dimwits." Buggy interjected, "What do you mean by that, Yarlati?" To which Yarlati replied, "It means I am making my exit now. We shall meet again in the future." Buggy lamented, "How can you be so disloyal? This is the new world. If we do not form alliances, beware of being swallowed by other pirates." Dragon remarked, "Instead of worrying about others, you should reflect on your own situation." In the streaming room, due to Buggy's antics, the atmosphere became quite lively once again. However, after a few glances, Luffy felt drowsy and soon fell into a deep sleep. However, at the very moment when Luffy succumbed to slumber, a new inquiry emerged within the confines of the live broadcast room. This time, the question was devoid of any visual accompaniment, presenting solely a singular query: who is Luffy's father? The reward for a correct answer was the technique known as 100 Hands Flower, a manifestation of the unique abilities bestowed by the Hana Hana no Mi. This technique allows the user to sprout a multitude of flower petal hands from their body. Conversely, an incorrect answer would incur a penalty, randomly stripping the respondent of an item, which could encompass abilities, martial skills, life, equipment, and more. As the words echoed in the live broadcast, a pink flower petal suddenly materialized in the rewards section. The Hana Hana no Mi was associated with Robin's fruit abilities, and the technique 100 Hands Flower was one of those she had developed through her powers. It was astonishing that even techniques could be claimed as rewards or taken away in this live setting. Fortunately, due to the nature of the fruit abilities, which possess both versatility and regenerative qualities, Robin herself was not affected by the loss of the technique. She could still wield 100 Hands Flower without hindrance. Unlike others who were flustered after having their items confiscated by the broadcast, Robin maintained a composure that was notably serene. After confirming that her body had sustained no damage, she prepared herself to focus intently on the question at hand. After all, her fruit ability was her trump card, and she harbored no desire for anyone to acquire her unique techniques. Yet, the inquiry regarding Luffy's father posed a considerable conundrum for Robin. She did not even recognize Luffy, let alone possess knowledge of his paternal lineage. Chapter 40. Do you remember the man who appeared in Logtown? Who was Luffy's father? In response to this question, opinions varied widely within the live broadcast room. Following the recent footage showcasing Luffy's triumph over the Golden Lion, the audience's interest in Luffy remained heightened, with many beginning to acknowledge the potential of this young boy, believing he held great promise for the future. However, when this question arose, the hearts of all were consumed by a singular thought. It was profoundly unfair. The majority of them were oblivious to who Luffy was. So how could they possibly comprehend the identity of Luffy's father? Doflamingo remarked, Luffy's father? This is a straightforward question for him. Nico Robin observed. This inquiry indeed leans towards Luffy. It seems we are all out of luck. Hancock sighed. Alas, must I once again forfeit this question? Crocodile countered, perhaps not. This question has lingered for quite some time, yet no one has stepped forward to answer it. Might it suggest that even Luffy himself is unaware of who his father is? While the crowd engaged in fervent discussion about the identity of Luffy's father, Luffy himself was utterly bewildered. Just as Crocodile had surmised, Luffy had no knowledge of his father's identity. All he knew was that his grandfather was Garp. He had grown up in Windmill Village in the East Blue, raised by the mountain bandit Dayton, and later acquired 2 brothers. However, he has always been oblivious to the identity of his father. In his childhood, he inquired about this matter with Garp, yet every time he broached the subject, Garp would erupt in a fit of rage. Eventually, the young Luffy learned to be more astute and ceased to question Garp on this topic. Luffy, isn't this an easy question? How could I possibly not know? Perona, astounding. Could it be that someone genuinely does not know who their father is? Luffy, is that so strange? Then who is your father? Perona, I truly do not know. I apologize for the intrusion. Bartolomeo, no way, no way. Is it truly possible that someone does not know their father's identity? Garp, did you not just claim that Luffy is your grandson? Then who is your son? Regarding the relationship between Garp and Luffy, Garp had previously acknowledged it in a live broadcast. However, the fact that Garp has a son remains largely unknown to many. Even before this inquiry emerged, there were doubts regarding whether Luffy had simply sprung forth from some crevice in a rock. Of course, the answer to this question is not entirely shrouded in mystery. At the very least, Garp and the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, are aware of it, along with a select few high-ranking officials within the Navy. Nevertheless, should this information come to light, it would severely tarnish the Navy's reputation. Those few privy to the truth have opted for silence. Although the reward for this question is tempting, it merely represents a novel tactic. They cannot afford to jeopardize the Navy's standing for the sake of an inquiry. Even Garp, upon encountering this question, found himself lost in contemplation. Should the identity of Luffy's father be made public at this juncture? What ramifications might the dissemination of this news have on Luffy himself in the Navy's headquarters? Garp began to weigh his options. Meanwhile, on White Earth Island, Dragon stood atop a mountain peak, his hands clasped behind his back. After safeguarding the secret for over a decade, was it truly destined for exposure? No one in this world knows better than he the identity of Luffy's father. In the Navy headquarters, within Rofei's chamber, he was preparing to drift into slumber when he was abruptly alerted by the commencement of a live question-and-answer session. Not even allowing one to rest, he mused with a hint of sarcasm upon hearing the question. However, upon witnessing this reward, Luffy immediately became exhilarated. Had it merely been the technique itself, Luffy might not have reacted with such fervor. What truly piqued Luffy's interest was the fruit ability underlying this technique. Previously, in a bid to safeguard his family, Brother Ming had remained in the live broadcast room and bestowed upon Luffy a skill known as String Puppet. When this skill was first transmitted, it appeared merely as a massive thread resembling a puppet. However, after Rofei assimilated this technique, he could effortlessly wield the puppet, transforming it into his likeness or into various other forms. Perhaps, through mastering this technique, he could also harness the powers of the flower fruit. After careful consideration, Rofei resolved to answer the question. Yet, this particular inquiry involved sensitive information. Those privy to the truth but who hesitated to respond were likely contemplating, which conveniently afforded Rofei the time he needed. To seize the reward, Rofei had to act swiftly. Considering his current identity, he refrained from a direct response and instead articulated the following in the live broadcast. Everyone, do you remember when Luffy set sail? He was originally unable to escape my grasp, but thanks to the protection of that man, he managed to embark on his journey. Upon hearing Rofei's words, nearly everyone in the live chat was momentarily taken aback. The name of a certain man began to surface in their minds. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Earlier, when inquiries arose regarding the mark on Dragon's face, the footage of Luffy's departure had been replayed. With Rofei's statement, the audience suddenly grasped the connection. It seemed that each of their names contained AD. Of course, merely sharing a letter in their names was insufficient to substantiate the claim. After all, both Roger and Blackbeard also bore a in their names. One could hardly assert that they were both sons of Dragon. What truly led them to believe this revelation was the fact that Dragon had escorted Luffy on his departure. Prior to this, the actions of the Revolutionary Army had remained shrouded in secrecy, akin to a hawk operating under the cover of night, with chaos reigning until dawn brought tranquility. Before Luffy's voyage, the Revolutionary Army had liberated several nations in the East Sea, rendering any confrontation with the Navy unnecessary. Thus, the assertion that Dragon is Luffy's father began to appear increasingly credible. With Rofei's deduction, nearly everyone in the audience was convinced of his answer. Just as they were poised to respond, Rofei preemptively declared, "Therefore, Luffy's father must be Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army." This proclamation left the live chat in stunned silence for a considerable time. Although they would not receive the reward for this question, they understood the monumental implications behind this revelation. Luffy's grandfather is the Navy hero Garp, and his father is Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. This means that Dragon is indeed the son of the hero Garp. The ramifications of this conclusion left the entire ocean in disbelief. Garp, a hero of the Navy, not only has a grandson aspiring to become the Pirate King, but also a son intent on overthrowing the world government. Such news is undeniably explosive. The justice that the Navy has long upheld is no longer pure, and the authority of the world government faced a profound challenge at that moment. Chapter 41. The Power of the Flower Fruit, Fusion. Doflamingo. So, the Navy is not only closely intertwined with pirates, but also engages deeply with the Revolutionary Army. This is truly eye-opening. Moria, if they can fabricate textbooks with such ease, what can the Navy not accomplish? Akainu, can we refrain from discussing this matter? Buggy, I never imagined that Luffy is your son. Dragon, I'm friends with your son. I helped him considerably when he was in the East Sea. On Luffy's behalf, could you overlook my past transgressions and grant me clemency? Luffy, friends? I don't recall that. You didn't assist me back then. Buggy, you can't say that. When Smoker was pursuing you, did I not help divert his forces? If I hadn't delayed the Navy, how could you have set sail unscathed? Luffy, I suppose you have a point. If you say so, then it must be true. Dragon, son, how have you fared since arriving in the New World? Seeing that this secret had been unveiled, Dragon chose to no longer conceal it. Speaking such tender words nearly exhausted all of Dragon's courage. This moment was meant to depict a heartwarming reunion between father and son. A poignant drama of familial recognition and happiness. Unexpectedly, a single utterance from Luffy sent a chill down Dragon's spine. Luffy inquired, "Who are you? I do not recognize you. Please refrain from collecting sons like that old man Whitebeard." Whitebeard chuckled, do I really go around collecting sons? However, considering you are the son of the Revolutionary Army's leader, I shall overlook it. Luffy retorted, one can eat indiscriminately, but words should not be spoken carelessly. Nami interjected. At this point, Luffy, you might as well admit it. Luffy replied, I know nothing. What do you want me to confess? Nami continued, admit that you are a prince, accompanying us common folk to experience life. Nami added, hey, Luffy, since your background is so formidable, do you possess vast treasures? As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with images of Belly. Luffy remained silent. Buggy lamented, pirates truly commit heinous acts. Look at how this long-lost father and son have been driven to this state. Buggy, seeking to mend his previous offense towards Dragon, inadvertently stirred a wave of pirates echoing his sentiments. Cavendish exclaimed, indeed, the Navy lacks humanity and morality. Bartolomeo concurred, absolutely. The Navy has lost all conscience. Machi echoed, I second that. Sengoku, witnessing this scene, felt an acute pang in his heart. So, all the blame rests upon the Navy, does it? Moreover, he had hesitated for merely a few seconds before others seized the opportunity to respond. Had it been other informed high-ranking Navy officials, it would have been understandable, but it was instead an unexpected response from Luffy. The year Luffy was born, Law was just entering the world, and given his strength and background, it was inconceivable that he would possess knowledge of such significant secrets. Unexpectedly, it was the footage from the previous live broadcast that allowed Luo Fei to seize upon this detail, leading him to deduce the correct answer to the question. Sengoku, Smoker, were you not the one assigned to guard Log Town? Did you not once engage with Dragon? How could you possibly be unaware of such crucial intelligence? Smoker, Marshal, if I am privy to this information, can it truly be deemed a secret? Smoker continued, moreover, after Dragon obliterated Log Town to escort Luffy out to sea, where were the reinforcements from headquarters? Smoker, known for his fiery temperament, had always resisted authority, while he too held a steadfast commitment to justice. It was merely the version he personally believed in. The saying goes that a commander in the field is not bound by military orders. It was precisely to escape the constraints of the Navy's command that Smoker ventured into the turbulent waters of the East Blue, a haven for pirates. Thus, when faced with Sengoku's inquiries, Smoker did not cower like other admirals. Instead, he seized the opportunity to voice sentiments he had long harbored. Sengoku found himself at a loss for words in response to Smoker's retort. Despite his lingering frustration, he chose to remain silent, fully aware that the discussions within the entire live room were decidedly unfavorable toward the Navy. With the matters concerning Garp, Dragon, and Luffy, spanning 3 generations, being unavoidable. It seemed more prudent to endure ridicule than to resist futilely. Of course, Sengoku had contemplated fabricating a lie to placate the onlookers in the live room. However, after conferring with Garp, he was met with immediate rejection. Impossible. I just publicly declared that Luffy is my grandson. You now expect me to betray that? The concealment of such a relationship was not solely Garp's decision, but reflected the sentiments of the entire Navy hierarchy. For the sake of the Navy, he had sacrificed family ties, enduring years, even decades, of separation. With the revelation of this secret now unavoidable, any attempt to deceive would fail to mitigate the repercussions. Under these circumstances, Garp would certainly not acquiesce to Sengoku's proposition. Left with no choice, Sengoku could only swallow his frustration. Perhaps this encapsulates the burdens of being a marshal. Despite possessing extraordinary strength and wielding immense power, one must always prioritize the collective interests of the Navy above personal endeavors. The Navy must come first. Only then can a marshal exist. Akainu had already shouldered the blame once, and this time, Sengoku could not evade responsibility. Meanwhile, in Luo Fei's room, as the audience in the live broadcast voiced their skepticism regarding the Navy's integrity, Luo Fei began to showcase his floral abilities. This was no ordinary flower technique. It was an artful manifestation of the powers derived from the Hana no Mi. Having answered the question correctly, the rewards rightfully belonged to Luo Fei. Lying supine on his bed, he demonstrated his capability to extend arms formed from petals at will, remarkably lifelike. His fingers moved with dexterity, resembling those of a genuine hand. Furthermore, Luo Fei endeavored to harness this ability to manipulate the powers of the Hana no Mi, aspiring to create even more intricate forms. However, it ultimately became apparent that the system was exceedingly straightforward, providing only the techniques without affording any opportunity for deeper comprehension. This revelation led Luo Fei to recall the string puppet sent by Mingu. When Mingu dispatched this puppet, he believed he was merely sending a doll, at most offering Luo Fei a mere avatar, nothing more. Unexpectedly, Luo Fei discovered that not only could he utilize his string puppet to create his own doppelganger, but he could also conjure various other objects through the abilities derived from the string fruit. In light of this, it would be more prudent to directly solicit donations from the members of the group. After mastering this skill, the night had fallen, and Luo Fei realized he must retire for the evening. Otherwise, he risked succumbing to exhaustion. To prevent any inquiries from arising in the live stream during his slumber, Luo Fei promptly switched to his main account and set the stream to sleep mode. This mode merely temporarily closed the stream, allowing the chat group to continue functioning normally. Thus, while Luo Fei rested peacefully, numerous pirates, Navy personnel, and other factions monitored the live stream and the world's developments through the chat group. Chapter 42. Tina's Concern. The Gentle Caress of Love's Whip. The following day, Luo Fei awoke naturally, having enjoyed the most restful sleep he had experienced in 3 years. Due to the strict regulations of the Navy, which mandated a designated wake-up time, Luo Fei, as an ordinary Navy soldier, was obliged to adhere to this principle. However, times have changed. Luo Fei has ascended to the position of super administrator in the live streaming room, where he wields unparalleled authority. Moreover, Luo Fei answered 3 questions correctly in succession, earning himself rewards and significantly enhancing his prowess. In the span of a single day, Luo Fei has undeniably become the most dazzling figure within the Navy. Under such circumstances, the higher-ups can hardly treat him as an ordinary naval soldier. Furthermore, Marshal Sengoku personally approached Luo Fei yesterday, promising that upon his offering of treasures, he would facilitate Luo Fei's direct graduation from the Naval Academy, securing him a position within the naval management. Presently, Luo Fei stands as a formidable force in the Navy's efforts to curb piracy. Not only would Sengoku be willing to support him, but he would even indulge Luo Fei's whims. As noon approached, Luo Fei finally rose from his slumber. The first thing he did after waking was to activate the live streaming room, allowing it to randomly display images and initiate a question and answer session. After all, the more questions that arose, the stronger his capabilities would become. Upon disabling the live room sleep mode and waiting in vain for a response, he decided to check the associated chat group to see if the seasoned experts had awakened. These extraordinary individuals were precisely the targets of Luo Fei's ambitions. Upon entering the chat group, he was inundated with messages. Tina, Luo Fei, have you woken up? This repeated every 10 minutes or so. When Luo Fei continued to remain silent, Tina, in a fit of exasperation, declared in the group, "Why is Luo Fei still in bed? Does he think he can be so lazy just because he graduated from the Naval Academy? Just wait. Once I complete my mission, I will return to Marineford and teach you a lesson." Although Luo Fei was often mischievous and difficult to manage, Tina maintained a strict demeanor regarding matters of discipline. In her eyes, only indifferent naval officers like Kizaru and Akiji would indulge in such slothfulness. Seeing Tina's barrage of messages, Luo Fei couldn't help but chuckle. He was pleasantly surprised that even while at sea, Instructor Tina remained concerned about him. Even more astonishing was the fact that this live streaming room had become a tool for Tina to monitor his actions. Luo Fei, Instructor Tina, are you tired? Tina, just waking up? Tina is very angry. At that moment, Tina, having accessed Luo Fei's shared vision, realized he had finally risen, yet it was nearly noon. On any other occasion, Tina would have stormed into his room with a small whip. Nevertheless, Luo Fei chose to respond to her ire with playful banter rather than seriousness. Luo Fei, all you need to tell me is whether you are tired or not. Tina, After a night on the boat, how could I be tired? Luo Fei, impossible. You were running around in my dreams all night. How could you not be exhausted? If it weren't for you being in my dreams, I surely wouldn't have slept so late. As soon as he sent that message, he couldn't contain his laughter. He had always enjoyed teasing his classmates at the Naval Academy, often pulling pranks on them, and even though Tina was his instructor, she had not been spared from his antics. He had thought that with Tina now at sea, he would have no opportunity to prank her. But this live streaming room provided him with the perfect chance. Meanwhile, somewhere on the ocean, Tina, upon reading Luo Fei's cheeky remarks, felt her teeth clench in frustration. Tina? You little rascal, are you feeling cheeky again? Beware, or I might just use my whip on you. The ensuing chat group continued to be dominated by Tina's relentless verbal onslaught against Luo Fei. However, the conversation has shifted from mere greetings to questioning whether Luffy wishes to provoke a confrontation. In response to Tina's ire, Luffy merely quips lightly, Tina, do you think this is a classroom? You can't reach me through the screen, haha. Tina, infuriated, finds herself powerless. The other viewers in the live stream cannot help but join in the banter. Cavendish remarks, if I'm not mistaken, Tina is a Navy major? How bold of her to suggest using a little whip on her students. The Navy customs are indeed rather open. Bartolomeo interjects, can we refrain from those foreign antics? What does open mean? Buggy explains, it means quite liberal. Do you not grasp that, you country bumpkin? Bartolomeo laughs. Indeed, the Navy does sound quite liberal. Wait, who are you calling a country bumpkin? Buggy responds, whoever fits the description. Whitebeard adds him. I did not comprehend that either. Buggy admits, I was mistaken. Bruno exclaims, I can't take it anymore. This Luffy is utterly infuriating. How about this, Tina? I'll use my Moku no Mi powers to send you back to Marineford, so you can give that little rascal a good thrashing. Tina replies, I think that's a splendid idea. Luffy retorts, Bruno, do you think I'm just a decoration? Ding. Group member Bruno has been muted for a day by the admin. Kapu chimes in, Bruno, have you forgotten what I said yesterday? It dawns on Bruno that Kapu had openly supported Luffy just the day prior. He never anticipated that Luffy could even sway the great Kapu. This fellow is indeed formidable. For reasons unbeknownst to him, a sense of unease washes over Bruno. Meanwhile, Tina continues to voice her defiance in the live stream, insisting that as Luffy's instructor, she cannot be silenced. Of course, Luffy has no intention of muting Tina, not out of fear of her little whip, but rather because he considers Tina a gem of the Navy and appreciates her daily inquiries about his well-being. Tina states, Bruno, it matters not that you're muted. Just come quietly and escort me to Luffy's room. She adds, next, just wait for my beloved little whip. Upon hearing Tina's words, Luffy's heart races, not out of fear, but because he senses an underlying implication in her statement. Could she be hinting at something? Luffy declares, Bruno, I permit you to escort instructor Tina back to Marineford. With that, Luffy promptly lifts Bruno's muting. However, Bruno is not in the mood for such thoughts at the moment. He has just been warned by Vice Admiral Garp. He still needs to maintain the dignity of the naval hero. Bruno declares, I voluntarily silenced myself for 100 years. Moria chuckles. Haha, you've really left Bruno speechless. Doflamingo, somewhat presumptuously, interjects, if I may ask. Is this the kind of training that the Naval Academy imparts? Sanji echoes the inquiry. Tina retorts, pirates, do you wish to court death? Luffy chimes in, exactly. You mustn't compete with me for instructor Tina. Tina responds with a bewildered expression. In this atmosphere, the mood in the live stream lightens considerably. After a brief conversation, Tina realizes that she has once again fallen into Luffy's trap. Frustrated and with no outlet for her anger, she ultimately opts to close the live stream, preferring to avoid the annoyance. Meanwhile, Luffy appears to discover enjoyment in the group chat. Coupled with his status as a super admin, all members of the group, regardless of their rank or strength, tend to flatter Luffy in their exchanges. Engaging with such a group of sycophants naturally lifts Luffy's spirits. Simultaneously, in the office of Fleet Admiral Sengoku at Marineford, he contemplates Luffy's future. Luffy is no longer suitable to remain at the Naval Academy. Just yesterday, in a moment of joy, Sengoku had promised Luffy certain opportunities, and now it was time to fulfill that commitment. While facilitating Luffy's graduation from the Naval Academy would be simple, finding a suitable position for him proves to be a more challenging endeavor. Given Luffy's unique status, it is impossible to assign him away from Marineford, so Sengoku must seek a nearby role for him. However, with personnel levels already saturated, there are scant opportunities available. Just as Sengoku is lost in thought, Garp enters, declaring, I know a position that would be perfect for Luffy. Sengoku, surprised by Garp's unexpected involvement, feels a surge of excitement. Garp, you've finally matured. You've come to share my burdens. Please, enlighten me. Though Garp holds the rank of Rear Admiral, he usually remains uninvolved, merely occupying a nominal position. Major events are few and far between, and minor issues rarely require his attention. Throughout the years, Garp has maintained a solid standing within the Navy, largely due to his reputation as a naval hero. Despite his son leading the Revolutionary Army and his grandson being a pirate, Garp has managed to avoid significant scandal. Therefore, even with the recent revelations brought to light, Garp remains an enduring symbol of naval faith for many. Sengoku harbors considerable hope for Garp's suggestion. As Garp approaches, he slowly states, "Didn't Titina just set sail with Momonosuke? There happens to be a vacancy for a position at the Naval Academy." While Garp leaves his statement unfinished, the implication is unmistakable. Luffy should step in as the new naval instructor. Sengoku, startled by Garp's proposition, nearly loses his glasses in disbelief. Since Luffy first answered a question in the live stream, Sengoku has thoroughly investigated his background. He knows precisely what kind of individual Luffy is. Surely you jest. Luffy has just graduated from the Naval Academy, and do you know what he has been up to for the past 3 years? He has either skipped classes to sleep or toyed with his classmates and instructors. Suggesting he become an instructor is sheer folly. Sengoku expresses his skepticism. He cannot fathom what the Navy's future would look like under Luffy's guidance. Garp, undeterred, launches into a fervent defense. What of a 3-year underachiever? Luffy is a late bloomer. Look around the Naval Academy. Who among them compares to him? Our Navy has progressed in a painfully conventional manner, lacking any significant breakthroughs for decades. Perhaps it is time to discard those outdated teaching methods. Luffy's creativity might inject fresh blood and vitality into our Navy. Furthermore, how long would it take to recruit an instructor from elsewhere? Garp believes Sengoku is blind to Luffy's potential, and amid his passionate discourse, he shoots Sengoku a pointed glance. "I see Luffy as an excellent fit. Let him start today, right after graduation. It will afford him valuable experience." After such a lengthy monologue, Garp feels fatigued and takes a moment to drink some water. Sengoku, upon hearing Garp's analysis, refrains from immediate agreement, opting instead for a calm assessment. Garp's arguments possess merit, particularly the assertion about the Navy's stagnation. As Fleet Admiral, Sengoku aspires to lead the Navy to glory. Yet he has not achieved the goal. The Naval Academy is the foundation of the Navy. Without addressing the root issues, how can he resolve the long-standing challenges? Perhaps he should genuinely consider Garp's proposal. After a few moments of contemplation, Sengoku finally reaches a decision. Regarding the current vacancy for an instructor at the Naval Academy, I can agree to allow Luffy to fill in temporarily. However, I remain concerned that he may find this responsibility overwhelming. So I shall appoint a more seasoned officer to assist him. Stroking his goatee, Sengoku articulates his thoughts. This represents the best compromise he can devise, satisfying Garp while also providing Luffy with a promising opportunity. More importantly, he has placed a modest wager. Should it fail, he can simply reassign Luffy without significant repercussions. However, if he secures victory, he shall undoubtedly claim the future of the entire Navy, a prospect that seems utterly foolproof. Upon hearing Sengoku finally relent, Garp nodded in satisfaction. For reasons unknown, Garp felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity upon encountering Luffy, particularly after learning of Luffy's mischievous antics at the Naval Academy. Garp couldn't help but draw parallels between him and his own wayward grandson. Crane and Sengoku, upon hearing about Luffy's past, wore expressions of deep concern, burdened by the weight of his history. Yet only Garp remained jovial throughout, smiling from beginning to end. However, it is noteworthy that Luffy has chosen the path of the Navy. This is precisely the journey that Garp has always hoped Luffy would undertake. Perhaps due to this connection, Garp is inclined to assist Luffy whenever possible within his means. Upon hearing Sengoku mention the search for another Navy officer to serve alongside Luffy as an instructor, Garp took the liberty to caution Sengoku. Being overly composed is not ideal. You know how exuberant Luffy's personality is. If you send him a crane, do you believe he won't tie its feathers into a bow? Garp assumed that the individual Sengoku referred to as Admiral Tsuru. This assumption stemmed from the familiarity Sengoku shares with Tsuru, facilitating the flow of information while also allowing her rank to guide Luffy's behavior. Moreover, those who have reached such heights in the Navy often find themselves with ample free time, and Tsuru possesses the capacity to undertake such responsibilities. Thus, through this reasoning, Garp naturally concluded that the colleague Sengoku sought for Luffy was indeed Tsuru. However, upon hearing Garp's statement, Sengoku shook his head, dismissing Garp's assertion. Rest assured, she is a young Navy officer, one you should have encountered, and her prowess is formidable, Sengoku confidently declared. He had already determined the candidate, though he was uncertain whether this individual would be willing to temporarily assume the role of instructor at Navy headquarters. Soon, Sengoku produced a den-den-mushi. Just as he was about to contact that person, the ethereal blue live broadcast screen before him rippled once more. A new stream commenced. On the other side, Luffy also noticed the shift in the live broadcast room. As the image began to rotate and the colors intensified, Luffy understood that a new inquiry was about to emerge. In stark contrast to the tension exhibited by the other members in response to the new stream, Luffy remained remarkably composed. After all, the future of the broadcast was a future he could foresee, even if the blank century of history remained an enigma. With the continuous transition and clarification of the broadcast visuals, Luffy quickly recognized that the scene depicted was none other than Marineford. As the camera gradually expanded its view, Luffy observed that Marineford, though outwardly tranquil, bore an unsettling peculiarity. The once bustling town, home to the families of many sailors, was now utterly deserted. The Navy's flag still fluttered high, yet the entire town had transformed into a ghostly shell, exuding an eerie emptiness. Such a scenario was evidently illogical. The mass relocation of so many families indicated that a significant event was imminent in Marineford. As the broadcast continued to unfold, Luffy soon caught sight of the town's residents. However, this time, the setting had shifted to the Sabaody archipelago. All the civilians who should have been in the Marineford family town had gathered on the Sabaody archipelago, seeking refuge. The townsfolk, having been forewarned, were watching the unfolding events at Marineford on the central screen of the archipelago. Aware that a monumental incident was set to transpire that day, one that would irrevocably alter the course of the world, whether this future heralded fortune or calamity, they were eager to witness it firsthand. The clarity of the broadcast not only painted a vivid picture but also imbued viewers with a sense of presence on the Sabaody archipelago, allowing them to observe the grand screen's imagery with keen clarity. However, due to the distant perspective of the camera on the screen, viewers could only discern a vague outline. Drake. The screen seems to depict the execution platform at Marineford. Could it be an execution of a significant figure? Kidd, indeed, a fallen Navy Rear Admiral. Yet he is acutely aware of such matters. Hawkins, have you all noticed? In the past, when the Navy executed a notable figure, it was typically done publicly at Logtown, the entrance of the Grand Line. Why has this shifted to Navy headquarters? Bonnie, could it be? This broadcast is also from the future? Before the images had fully played out, the audience erupted into fervent discussion. The sole topic of their deliberation was the identity of the individual poised to ascend the execution platform. As the broadcast began to zoom in, the figure destined for execution gradually came into focus. Upon finally recognizing the condemned man, a hush fell over the crowd, particularly affecting Whitebeard. His emotion surged as he discerned the man standing on the Marineford execution platform, none other than Ace. Chapter 44. Why would such a foolish question arise in the broadcast room? At this moment, Ace knelt with his hands bound behind him, his head bowed low, revealing only a few strands of hair from the front. The evident weariness in his form was likely a result of the seastone handcuffs restricting his powers. Concurrently, the audience noted through the broadcast that Marineford was on high alert to ensure Ace's execution proceeded smoothly. Surrounding the platform were thousands of Navy personnel gathered from around the world, rallying morale and standing ready. Around the island, 50 warships circled the vicinity, while the shore bristled with heavy artillery. At the port, 5 key strategic figures, the Shichibukai, stood together: Bartholomew Kuma, Don Quixote da Flamingo, Dracula Mihawk, Moonlight Moria, and the Empress Boa Hancock. Below the execution platform, the 3 admirals, Akiji, Akainu, and Kizaru, stood as the Navy headquarters' formidable forces. These were merely the visible facets of the strategic deployment. The Navy's clandestine maneuvers remained shrouded in mystery. Ultimately, the audience came to a stark realization regarding the Navy's profound concern over Ace's impending execution. They sensed that this event would indeed be a seismic shift in the global balance. Following the presentation, the broadcast abruptly froze. Luffy understood that the live stream had concluded, and the inquiry was about to commence. Inquiry: why was Ace captured? Correct answer: reward, the famed sword, Rayleigh. Incorrect answer: penalty. A random item will be stripped from the incorrect respondent, including but not limited to devil fruit abilities, physical skills, life, or equipment. The renowned sword Rayleigh belonged to Shiryu of the Rain, the former chief warden of Impel Down, recognized as one of the infamous cursed blades. Long ago, due to his bloodthirsty nature and the massacre of numerous prisoners within Impel Down, Chief Warden Magellan could no longer overlook his actions and deemed him the most formidable and perilous criminal, incarcerating him in the 6th level of the underwater prison. After Shiryu's imprisonment, the sword Rayleigh was confiscated and lost to time. Now, with its resurgence, Shiryu was filled with exhilaration, longing to reclaim the cursed blade that had fought alongside him in bloodshed. Regrettably, the underwater prison is heavily guarded, making escape exceedingly difficult, let alone reclaiming the legendary sword. Rayleigh. Now, with such an opportunity at hand, he must seize it with fervor. Why was Ace captured? This question prompted Shiryu to engage in a thorough analysis. Firstly, this inquiry pertains to the future. Lacking any options or scope, it is impossible for Shiryu to conjure an answer from mere speculation. Moreover, having been incarcerated in the underwater prison for so many years, he is familiar only with some of the old pirates, while the newer generation remains a mystery to him. He is even unaware of who Ace is, so from where could he possibly procure the answer to this query? Since conventional clues yield no insight, he resorts to a literal interpretation. Soon, Shiryu, through minor hints and details, arrives at what he believes to be the most accurate answer. Shiryu, why was Ace captured? Is that even a question worth asking? Just look at the skull insignia on his back. He must be a pirate. Now, appearing on the execution platform in Marineford, he is undoubtedly apprehended by the Navy. Shiryu, how absurd that such a question has been posed separately. How could a live stream feature such a simplistic query? Enough. The answer has emerged, let the rewards be presented. With unwavering confidence, Shiryu articulates his response, convinced that his analysis is utterly flawless. He is even prepared to welcome the arrival of the cursed blade, Rayleigh. Regrettably, the subsequent words in the live broadcast doused him with a chilling reality. Shiryu's response: Ace has been captured by the Navy was erroneous. Consequently, he faced a permanent reduction of 20 in movement speed. Naturally, if the punishment were solely due to the incorrect answer, Shilio would not feel such profound distress. A warning was issued. The member Shilio displayed disdain towards the live broadcast, resulting in an additional 10 years of life being stripped away. If you harbor a dislike for the live broadcast, you are free to withdraw. However, should you choose to scorn the authority of the live broadcast room, you must be prepared to face the consequences. The recent arrogant remarks made by Shilio cannot be overlooked by the live broadcast room. Otherwise, with so many individuals present, anyone could easily question the room's authority, rendering the QA session untenable. The punishment meted out to Shilio is merely a minor admonition, should anyone else transgress in the future. The live broadcast room will undoubtedly impose a more severe penalty. Upon seeing the notification of his punishment, Shilio was filled with regret. Not only did he fail to receive any rewards, but his speed was inexplicably reduced by 20. Moreover, a careless comment led to the loss of 10 years of his lifespan. Shilio exclaimed, "This is unjust. It is utterly unfair. I was only wrong twice. Why should I face 2 penalties?" A notification chimed, detected negative remarks from member Shilio, questioning the live broadcast room. Lifespan reduced by 10 years. Shilio retorted, "What nonsense is this live broadcast room? I curse you." Another notification sounded, detected member Shilio using abusive language towards the live broadcast room. Lifespan reduced by 20 years. Shilio protested, "On what grounds? I refuse to accept this. What a pathetic live broadcast room. It's a worthless thing." Shilio continued to voice his grievances within the live broadcast room, resisting its decisions in his own way. The harsher the punishment became, the less he could bear it. Yet, his curses and defiance would not retract the penalties imposed by the room. With each curse, a notification of further lifespan reduction followed. Initially, Shilio was full of vigor. As he spoke, his tone noticeably weakened. He had begun to sense the dwindling life force within him, feeling acutely that his days were numbered. Shilio quickly realized that if he continued to hurl insults, the penalties of the live stream could very well cost him his life. Although life in prison was monotonous, at least he still had his life to cling to. As long as he was alive, there remained a chance to see the sun again. After the live stream had unjustly robbed him of 50 years of his lifespan, Shilio ultimately chose to mute himself. As Shilio fell silent, the audience in the live stream sensed something unusual. Baki remarked, "Why has the guy stopped talking? Is he already dead?" Hancock interjected, "This live stream can truly kill. We must be cautious." Luo Fei reassured them, "No need to worry excessively. The live stream only deducted 40 years from his life. He won't perish so swiftly. As for his silence, he is likely just scared." Luo Fei was well versed in the workings of the live stream. If it truly intended to take a life, it wouldn't be so hesitant. "Magellan, go check what's going on," commanded Warring States. "Understood, Marshal. But could you allow me a moment to finish my business?" Magellan replied. Shilio interjected, "No need to look. I'm just tired and want to sleep." Baki snapped back, "If you're scared, just admit it. You've got us worried." Shilio retorted, "Are you concerned for me or for yourself?" Hawkins chimed in, "Luo Fei, a true seer." Bonnie added, "Indeed. When it comes to prophecies, you cannot compare to Luo Fei." From that point on, regardless of the uproar in the live stream, Shilio remained mute. The sole reason was his fear. He sensed that his remaining years were few. He did not wish to squander his last moments on futile chatter. As the live stream administered a penalty for Shilio's incorrect answer, Luo Fei promptly received the corresponding deduction reward. The notoriety of Rain Shilio as a formidable criminal stemmed not only from his bloodthirsty nature but also from his immense power. Especially notable was his swordsmanship, coupled with his ghostly agility, allowing him to achieve instantaneous kills, an almost insurmountable feat. While the audience speculated on the identity of the one who had delivered Ace to the guillotine at Marineford, Luo Fei had already integrated the 20 speed he had just acquired from Shilio. It was undeniable that being classified as a world-class criminal, imprisoned in the 6th layer of the underwater prison, warranted an exceptional level of threat. Now, with just the 20 speed from Shilio, Luo Fei could attain the effect of instantaneous movement. He couldn't help but wonder what might occur if he achieved a full integration. However, he merely entertained the thought. After all, with the rewards from the live stream, there was little need for him to exert effort in battling monsters. Chapter 45. Sabo? Ace? That name sounds familiar. In addition to the 20 speed from Shilio, Luo Fei acquired another boon, 40 additional years of life. Previously, he had received 10 years from Blackbeard and 100 years from Big Mom, and now, with Shilio's 10 years, it meant Luo Fei now possessed a minimum of 140 years of life. Coupled with his original lifespan, he could expect to live to the age of 200. What sort of world would emerge 2 centuries hence? Such an extensive span of time would indeed allow him to witness the complete transformation of an era. While Luo Fei was curious about the future, he felt no urgency. He believed that by then, a new order would have been established in the world. The question and answer session in the live stream continued. Luo Fei merely adjusted to the effects of the newly integrated 20 speed before redirecting his attention back to the stream. He had no intention of answering why Ace was captured. It was a challenging question to decipher. Though he knew the final answer, deducing it from his perspective proved difficult. Moreover, He wished to observe how others would speculate on this matter and what insights they might have regarding the changes in the future world. More importantly, he was eager to see who would become the next unsuspecting victim, confidently answering incorrectly and inadvertently providing him with rewards. Following Shi Lu's prior mistake, everyone had grown more cautious. The allure of the question and answer rewards was particularly enticing, especially for swordsmen. Nevertheless, it is well understood that every inquiry posed in the live broadcast is far from trivial. Predicting future events accurately is an arduous task indeed. Moreover, the magnitude of shock surrounding Ace's impending execution has eclipsed the significance of any prize. Who is Ace, you may ask? He is the audacious youth who dared to challenge Whitebeard, sinking 5 warships with a single fiery blow. And he has repeatedly declined the government's invitation to become a warlord of the sea. Furthermore, he serves as the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. It is noteworthy that the Whitebeard Pirates consist of 16 divisions, with the strength of the divisions increasing as they ascend in rank. Thus, to be appointed as a division commander is a testament to one's formidable prowess. There are even whispers suggesting that Ace is being groomed as Whitebeard's successor. Whitebeard, a man who deeply values familial bonds, affectionately refers to his crew as his sons. Therefore, when Whitebeard beheld Ace being led to the execution platform at Marineford, his fury was palpable. Whitebeard exclaimed, "Who is responsible for bringing Ace to the guillotine at Marineford? I swear, if I discover their identity, I shall crush their skull." Ace, with a laugh, responded, "Father, there is no need to be so enraged. If this is to be my fate, then so be it." He continued, "Marco, should misfortune befall me in the future, please ensure that you take good care of father." At the moment he uttered these words, Ace was traversing the sands of Alabasta. He was acutely aware of the implications of the recent broadcast. No one is devoid of fear when confronted with death. As he witnessed himself ascend the gallows, Ace's mind was nearly vacant. He had yet to discover the meaning of his existence. How could he simply resign himself to death? He could not accept such an outcome. However, more than the prospect of death, he was loath to cause distress to his beloved father due to his own rebellious nature. Whitebeard declared, "Ace, return to me. Remain by my side, and I shall ensure that no one dares to lay a finger on you." As he uttered these words, an ominous premonition began to take root within him, a foreboding that stemmed from none other than Blackbeard. Blackbeard, originally a member of Whitebeard's 2nd Division and a subordinate of Ace, harbored dark intentions. One fateful day, upon witnessing the dark fruit acquired by the captain of the 4th Division, a nefarious ambition took root in Blackbeard's heart. He ruthlessly assassinated Captain Sachi to seize the coveted fruit and subsequently established his own pirate crew, the Blackbeard Pirates. The heinous acts of murder and plunder committed by Blackbeard were intolerable to Ace, who could not bear the thought of a traitor among his ranks, especially one who had once served under him. Thus, disregarding all opposition, Ace embarked on a solitary quest to hunt down Blackbeard. Initially, Whitebeard vehemently opposed Ace's pursuit of Blackbeard, having discerned the formidable nature of Teach even then. However, he ultimately succumbed to Ace's unwavering determination and allowed him to depart. Now, upon witnessing the distressing live broadcast, Whitebeard felt a pang of guilt, pondering if he should have been more resolute in preventing Ace from leaving that day. Ace declared, "I cannot return until I have captured that scoundrel Teach." He reassured, "Do not worry, father. Once I accomplish this task, I shall return to the ship. You need not fret over me." At this moment, Ace's mind was resolutely set on retrieving the one who betrayed Whitebeard. Meanwhile, on the Straw Hat Pirates ship, Luffy's fury surged upon witnessing Ace's execution. Ace was his most cherished family member, and he could not bear to watch him meet such a grim fate. "No, Ace, I will not allow you to be executed. Whoever captured you shall be my enemy. I will defeat him," Luffy exclaimed passionately. "Calm down, please," Nami urged. "We do not even know who captured Ace. What if that person possesses overwhelming strength, and we are no match for them?" Though aware that Ace was Luffy's brother, Nami understood his agitation was entirely justified in light of Ace's dire predicament. However, Nami was acutely aware that the individual capable of capturing Ace and delivering him to the Navy headquarters must possess formidable strength. At present, Ace was at least of the caliber of the 7 warlords, and they lacked absolute confidence in confronting such formidable foes. Luffy exclaimed, "What are you afraid of? Didn't the live broadcast mention that I would one day shatter the Golden Lion's skull?" Nami retorted, "That seems somewhat logical, but when did you become so astute?" She continued, "No, the matter of smashing the Golden Lion is something that will occur in a distant future. For now, keep your tone subdued." Golden Lion interjected, "Can we refrain from discussing this matter?" Luffy responded, "Of course, Golden Lion. But remember, Ace, I am your brother, and I shall protect you. Not only do I aspire to be the Pirate King, but I am also capable of obliterating the Golden Lion." Golden Lion exclaimed, "Are you doing this on purpose?" Marco remarked, "Ace, is that brat really your brother? He's quite the audacious little rascal." Ace replied, "Ah, yes, I apologize for the trouble caused. Please take care of me in the future." Sabo pondered, "Luffy? Ace? Those names seem quite familiar." Chapter 46, Whitebeard's Rage. The pursuit of Blackbeard on the island of White Earth, a man with wavy golden hair spoke. This man was Sabo, the long-lost brother of Ace and Luffy. Ace exclaimed, "Sabo, is it really you?" Luffy cried, "Onaiken? Are you still alive, Onaikan? Nami remarked. Oh, this shift in atmosphere is rather abrupt, isn't it? Ace asked, Sabo. Are you truly the Sabo we know? If so, please respond. At Sabo's words, both Ace and Luffy were filled with excitement. Memories of their childhood flooded their minds. And they simultaneously recalled the person they had once played and fought with. Yet, the individual who had once shared those memories was now engulfed in deep suffering. Sabo. Sabo was originally the son of a noble family in the Goa Kingdom, but he grew weary of the insincerity of noble life and chose to follow his own will. Yearning for freedom. In his quest for liberty, he encountered Ace and Luffy, and they pledged to become sworn brothers, vowing to set sail together. Eventually, Sabo seized an opportunity, stealing a small fishing boat to embark on his journey. However, he was struck by cannon fire from the celestial dragons, leading to his vessel sinking. In the direst of circumstances, he was rescued by Dragon. Unaware of this event, Luffy, Ace, and the Dayton family believed Sabo had perished. Upon regaining consciousness, Sabo was left with no recollection of his past due to severe brain trauma. Thus, the amnesiac Sabo joined the Revolutionary Army. At that moment, although Sabo had lost his memory, the incessant appearance of Ace and Luffy's names in the live broadcast triggered fleeting recollections in his mind. Particularly, when he witnessed Ace being executed in the live stream, those memories crystallized. However, as Ace and Luffy repeatedly tagged him in the group, the overwhelming influx of memories caused him excruciating headaches. His companion, Karasu, unable to bear seeing Sabo in such distress, struck him unconscious and took him to the doctor. While Luffy and Ace fervently called out Sabo's name in the live broadcast, a new warning emerged. Warning. If a correct answer is not provided within 3 minutes, one member's life will be randomly forfeited. Much time had elapsed since the question was posed. Any further delay would lead to dire consequences. Given previous instances where Shirita had been deprived of his life, no one dared question the live broadcast threat of taking a life. No one desired to face such a fate. However, when it comes to the answer to this question, they truly find themselves at a loss. Although Luo Fei wishes to provide a category, the reasons behind Ace's capture are multifaceted, preventing him from offering any overt hints. Just as everyone is at their wits' end, one individual cannot help but beam with delight. This person is Blackbeard. His forthcoming plans are intricately linked to Ace. He is aware that Ace is relentlessly pursuing him across the globe. Initially, Blackbeard had no intention of confronting Ace directly, considering Ace's formidable strength and his position as the second-in-command aboard the Whitebeard ship, having only recently assimilated the powers of the Dark Fruit. He is still in the exploratory phase of mastering its abilities. Engaging with Ace at this juncture would certainly not bode well for him. However, Blackbeard is equally aware that, given Ace's formidable strength, it is only a matter of time before Ace seeks him out. Thus, while evading Ace, Blackbeard contemplated how he would respond when they eventually crossed paths. Ace's prowess is indisputable, and as he has just set sail, he is in dire need of capable hands. If Ace could be persuaded to join him in his maritime conquests, it would be nothing short of splendid. Of course, based on Blackbeard's understanding of Ace, the likelihood of this happening is nearly non-existent. Hence, Blackbeard prepared himself for the possibility of rejection. Should Ace refuse, Blackbeard would not hesitate to unleash the powers of the fruit he had recently acquired upon him. He brimmed with confidence, never once considering the possibility of failure. Haha. The scene from the live stream just now was indeed a prophecy for me. Capturing Ace and delivering him to the Navy would suit me perfectly, Blackbeard declared confidently while savoring his drink. Beside him, Basis erupted in laughter upon hearing Blackbeard's words. That kid Ace, so oblivious to his own limitations, truly believes he can stand against us on behalf of Whitebeard. Now that he has chosen to follow Blackbeard and become one of his crew, he has placed his faith in his strength. If Blackbeard were unable to defeat Ace, Basis would not be so unwavering in his loyalty. Haha. Since that is the case, I shall answer the question, Blackbeard proclaimed, taking a swig of his drink. I will answer. The one who can imprison Ace is undoubtedly me. After Blackbeard made his proclamation, the live stream did not immediately reveal the correctness of his claim. The other participants seized the opportunity to evaluate the validity of Blackbeard's assertion. Hancock remarked, Blackbeard, are you the deluded toad who seeks to protect my Amazon kingdom? I did not expect such grandiloquence. Moria interjected, who is this fellow? He must have recently ventured out to sea to harbor such delusions of defeating Ace. He might as well retire to sleep. Frankie chimed in, oh. Who would have thought that the warlord Moria could freestyle? Marco added, Blackbeard, it hasn't been long since we last met, and yet your bravado has grown so immense. Kazar equipped, let us welcome the next dreamer. Luffy exclaimed, Blackbeard, although I do not know who you are. If it truly is you who has defeated Ace and imprisoned him, I shall make you regret it. Nami coughed, let us maintain some civility here. Law chuckled, indeed. The captain of the Straw Hats is as bold as ever. At this moment, Blackbeard has just embarked on his journey and has not yet gained significant notoriety, so it is only natural that not many recognize him. However, Ace was a different story. Almost every individual who sailed the Grand Line had, to some extent, heard of his name. In these vast seas, reputation signifies strength and status. In comparison to Blackbeard, Ace's renown was undeniably greater, leading many to doubt the veracity of Blackbeard's claims, particularly since he had previously provided an incorrect answer. However, Just as everyone was questioning the validity of Blackbeard's response, one individual silently sighed. That individual was Whitebeard. The fact that Teach could lie in wait on his ship for decades speaks volumes of his ambition, patience, and foresight. Blackbeard's strength is already unfathomable. And now with the enhancement of the Yami Yami no Mi, he has finally gained his freedom and is eager to make a name for himself across these seas. One cannot predict the madness he might unleash. At this juncture, Ace confronting him head-on may not yield favorable outcomes. This is also why Whitebeard refrained from immediate pursuit after Teach's betrayal. On the other hand, upon witnessing Blackbeard's response, Luffy also let out a quiet sigh. The reason for Luffy's lamentation mirrors that of Whitebeard, for Blackbeard's answer was indeed the correct one. Whitebeard feared that it might ultimately be Teach who would imprison Ace. While Luffy regretted that the answer to this question had been so effortlessly provided by Blackbeard, thereby losing yet another opportunity. Nevertheless, regardless of Luffy's regrets, a new answer has emerged, and the live broadcast has responded to the veracity of this answer. Ding. Congratulations to group member Blackbeard for providing the correct answer. Ding. Congratulations to Blackbeard for receiving the reward, the famed sword Thunderstorm. The final answer has finally been announced. Perspectives on this answer vary widely among all parties involved. However, it was undeniable that none of them had anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous Blackbeard would indeed stir such monumental upheaval in the future world. Hancock. I never imagined it would truly be Blackbeard. Buggy. Ha ha ha. I always believed that Blackbeard was a figure of great ambition. Akainu. Humph. A mere weathercock. Swaying with the wind. Doflamingo. It appears that an extraordinary individual has emerged aboard the Moby Dick. While the audience in the live broadcast engaged in animated discussions, in an unknown region of the Grand Line, a pirate ship, resembling a white whale, suddenly erupted with a deafening blast. As the sound reverberated, the entire vessel began to tremble violently. The cause of this turmoil was none other than Whitebeard. Upon hearing the announcement in the live stream that Blackbeard had answered correctly, a surge of blood rushed to Whitebeard's head. His fists, clenched tightly, struck the air beside him with such force that it generated a thunderous sound. The atmosphere thick with the echoes of shattering. It nearly threatened to capsize the Moby Dick. That damn Teach. Whitebeard's furious voice resonated throughout the ship. Deep and powerful like that of a raging tiger. Calm down, father. Marco quickly interjected, sensing Whitebeard's wrath. The live stream is merely a prophecy. We still have the opportunity to alter our fate. However, his words of consolation were evidently ineffectual. As one of Whitebeard's most esteemed sons, he could not idly witness the impending calamity befalling Ace. Therefore, in the wake of his fury, Whitebeard immediately inscribed the following lines in the live broadcast. Teach. Listen well. I, Whitebeard, hereby vow that if you dare to inflict even the slightest harm upon Ace, I shall ensure that you meet a fate most gruesome. Whitebeard pirates. Heed my command. Launch a full-scale pursuit of the traitor Teach. To all the pirates of the world, take heed. Whoever captures Teach and delivers him to my ship, the Moby Dick, shall be handsomely rewarded by me. Whitebeard. Chapter 47. This era is named Whitebeard. Chapter 47. Marco. This era is named Whitebeard. On the other side, Blackbeard was elated upon receiving the system's announcement confirming his correct answer. Initially, he harbored doubts about his capability to confront Ace. After all, Ace was a renowned pirate, seasoned from countless battles at sea, while Blackbeard had spent decades lurking aboard Whitebeard's ship with little opportunity for significant combat. In terms of combat experience, Ace held a slight edge over Blackbeard. Furthermore, Ace exhibited a more advanced mastery of his devil fruit abilities. Nevertheless, despite this, Blackbeard remained confident in himself. The reason for his unwavering belief lay in the formidable devil fruit he possessed, the Yami Yami no Mi. The recent response from the live broadcast served as a harbinger, affirming to Blackbeard that he would ultimately triumph over Ace. Ace, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 500 million, held the esteemed position of the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates. More significantly, his veins coursed with the blood known as that of the Demon Child. Blackbeard comprehended the profound implications that Ace's execution would hold for both the Navy and the future of the world. Perhaps, by delivering a criminal of Ace's caliber to the Navy, he could secure greater advantages for himself. The insights gleaned from the live broadcast illuminated Blackbeard's path forward with newfound clarity. However, while ideals are splendid, reality often proves to be stark. The joy of Blackbeard was short-lived, as the harshness of reality swiftly struck, jolting him from his reverie. Through the exposure in the live broadcast, Blackbeard found guidance for the future. However, Ace was also aware that, knowing he would inevitably be captured by the Navy, he could certainly take measures to evade such a fate. Yet, what truly instilled fear in Blackbeard was not Ace himself, but rather Whitebeard. As one of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard's strength and influence are beyond question. If it were merely a matter of opposing Whitebeard alone, it would be one thing. However, he now found himself at odds with all of Whitebeard's followers. Though Whitebeard held the title of Pirate Emperor, his unambitious nature earned him the respect of many pirates. With a bounty on his head proclaimed by Whitebeard himself, a legion of his devoted followers would undoubtedly pursue him. Under such circumstances, Blackbeard could not afford to lower his guard. Nevertheless, this outcome was not entirely unexpected for him. Since the moment he had slain Thatch to seize the dark fruit, he had anticipated this day. Although he had not foreseen its arrival so swiftly, he was not entirely unprepared for it. Thus, while Blackbeard felt a degree of concern regarding Whitebeard's global manhunt, he was not intimidated. Whether he could conjure a miracle would ultimately hinge upon the dark fruit in his possession. Furthermore, having spent many years aboard the Moby Dick, Blackbeard had learned of Whitebeard's declining health, all of which factored into his strategic planning. Having glimpsed the future he desired through the live broadcast, he dismissed Whitebeard's warnings from his mind. Blackbeard declared, "Do you seek my life? Haha. Let those unafraid of death come forth. Just what I need for some practice." He continued, "Ace, I await your arrival," Blackbeard boasted in the live stream. Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters in Marineford, in the office of the Fleet Admiral, Sengoku sat in his chair, his gaze fixed upon the live stream, a look of deep concern etched across his face. Sengoku understood Ace's true identity and fully comprehended what executing Ace would entail. Given the current world order, the Navy, the 7 warlords, and the 4 emperors constituted the crucial forces that maintained a semblance of peace upon the seas. Logically, in order to preserve the existing balance and tranquility, if the Navy were to capture Ace, they ought to return him to Whitebeard. However, the Navy cannot proceed in such a manner. Ace is a descendant of Roger, his veins coursing with the blood of the D clan, inheriting the will of D. The D clan has long been recognized as the nemesis of the celestial dragons. Across the vast expanse of the seas, Ace stands as the most prominent figure among the D lineage. If left unchecked, he is likely to emerge as the leader of the will of D, which would be detrimental to the government's dominion. Thus, from Sengoku's perspective, only by executing Ace can the government's status and the Navy's honor be preserved. Through the foresight granted by the live broadcast, Sengoku envisions Ace standing upon the execution platform at Marineford in the future. This prospect brings him great satisfaction. However, he is simultaneously deeply concerned about the wrath of Whitebeard. Whitebeard's stance on the execution of Ace has been unequivocally clear. He vehemently disapproves. Even before any events have transpired, Whitebeard has issued a global bounty on Blackbeard. Should Blackbeard succeed in capturing Ace and delivering him to Marineford, will he be able to withstand the fury of the Yonko, Whitebeard? In light of Whitebeard's rage, how many sacrifices must the Navy make to publicly execute Ace before the eyes of the world? What rewards might they reap in return? Furthermore, what reactions and choices will his longtime friend Garp make? The worldwide manhunt for Blackbeard, instigated by Whitebeard, has already begun to disrupt the delicate balance of power in the world. If this scenario were to unfold, what monumental changes might the world witness? These questions have become a source of great concern for Sengoku. At this moment, the live broadcast is abuzz with excitement, as the rise of Blackbeard and the fall of Ace capture the attention of the entire world. However, the warring states had no interest in merely spectating. In order to better confront potential future challenges, they swiftly summoned several key figures from the Navy to deliberate on strategies. This live QA had unveiled glimpses of changes in the world to come, prompting many to contemplate the matter of allegiance. After all, to remain unyielding amidst the vast seas, aligning with the right leader is paramount. Although Blackbeard was already being hunted by Whitebeard, his triumph over Ace undeniably showcased his might. And observing Blackbeard's meteoric rise, numerous pirates expressed their desire to follow and merge with him. Naturally, Ace and his companions would not remain passive in this regard. Marco declared, "We shall not spare anyone who dares to oppose the Moby Dick. So Blackbeard, you better pray for your fate." He continued, "This era is named after Whitebeard." To which Blackbeard retorted, "No, this era is called Blackbeard." Marco, eager for confrontation, invited, "Do you seek a fight? The Moby Dick awaits you." In the chat room of the live stream, discussions quickly devolved into a heated dispute between 2 factions, one supporting Blackbeard and the other championing Ace. Naturally, there were also many observers like Law, whose stance was one of detachment. Law believed that regardless of how the world transformed, the revelations of the past and the predictions of the future would only impact the present and future as long as they did not concern him. The overthrow of the old order and the establishment of a new one cannot be determined by mere words. It is a process that has evolved through countless cycles of creation and destruction. Despite the current chaos in the live chat, it is clear that such disputes are not easily resolved. But perhaps a new world could emerge from the clamor? This encapsulates the current mindset of Luo Fei. Just as the members of the live broadcast room were engrossed in fervent discussion, a new live scene quietly unfolded. Chapter 48, The Man Who Shook Marineford. The appearance of Whitebeard. The images in the live room began to shift once more. As per customary practice, the correct answer had now manifested. And the live broadcast should display the scene of Blackbeard personally handing Ace over to the Navy. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the revelation of Blackbeard's formidable abilities that allowed him to conquer Ace. However, amidst the gaze of all those present in the live broadcast, it was not Blackbeard that reappeared, but rather the already highly alert Marineford. The scene still depicted Ace facing execution. The coastline of Marineford remained tranquil, with the crescent-shaped bay reflecting the azure sky. Everything appeared exceedingly calm, devoid of even a solitary seagull, for any living creature that dared to traverse Marineford, even in the skies, would be met with indiscriminate gunfire from the Navy, regardless of whether it was a symbol of peace like the seagull. The 7 warlords held their positions at the harbor, while the 3 admirals stood guard at the execution platform below. Within the naval harbor, 100,000 soldiers stood ready for action. In this tense atmosphere, Admiral Sengoku approached the execution platform, standing beside Ace. Ace, reveal your father's name. Sengoku inquired with a grave expression, holding a den mushi. My father is Whitebeard, Ace declared. However, just as Ace finished his response, Sengoku opened his sharp eyes and retorted, No, your mother is Port-Asti, Rouge. You were born a year and 3 months after your father's death, inheriting the world's most malevolent bloodline. That is you. Your father is the Pirate King, Gold. Roger. The den mushi in Sengoku's hand was directly connected to the central screen of Sabaody Archipelago, where a multitude of reporters had gathered. Thus, the revelation of Ace's lineage as the son of the Pirate King spread with astonishing speed. Not only did the people present in Sabaody Archipelago become aware, but through the live broadcast, nearly the entire world learned of Ace's heritage as the descendant of the Pirate King, except for a few powerful and well-informed individuals. Almost everyone was taken aback upon hearing this news. Shanks remarked, So you are the son of the Pirate King. I hope you take good care of yourself in the future and do not let the bloodline of the Pirate King extinguish. Ace replied, Hey, Shanks. Don't say such things. My only father is Whitebeard. Cavendish exclaimed, That notorious villain actually has a child? Buggy stated, The legend of Gold. Roger continues. Strussen commented, It's a relief he was captured. Being the child of the Pirate King, he must be quite ruthless. Yerlita inquired, So, is the strength of Fire Fist inherited from his father? Bonnie asked, Is he also searching for the One Piece? Hey, Ace. Can you tell us where the ultimate treasure is? Hawkins interjected, You're thinking too much. Didn't you see the ominous signs in the live broadcast? Regardless, Fire Fist is doomed. Little Oars protested, No. Ace is truly a gentle person. Marco advised, I suggest you refrain from making such statements. Ace is one of us on the Moby Dick. At this moment, Ace, witnessing the ominous signs in the live broadcast and the discussions about his lineage in the group, felt a sense of disorientation. The fact that he was the son of a devil was the last thing Ace wished to confront. Yet now it was suddenly exposed to the entire world, and clearly, he was not prepared for this psychological onslaught. As a pirate, with his father being the Pirate King, one would expect that all pirates would admire Gold. Roger, wouldn't he one? However, Ace is not. In his eyes, Roger's identity led to the death of his mother. Rouge and his own execution by the Navy rendered him an orphan from the moment of his birth, forcing him to grow up in the most destitute conditions among the lowest strata of society. Here, everyone harbors disdain for Roger, and consequently, for him as well. Naturally, Ace became unwilling to acknowledge Roger as his father. In such an environment of complete denial towards Roger, Ace struggled to find meaning in his existence from the very moment he was born, as everyone wished for his demise. As he matured, Ace ultimately discovered his faith, which was embodied by Whitebeard. Whitebeard embraced him as his son and provided him with ample space and freedom to express himself. Whitebeard proclaimed that all are children of the sea, and none shall be abandoned. From that moment, Ace firmly recognized Whitebeard as his true father, and he wholeheartedly believed in this truth. However, the revelation of being the son of a demon has now been exposed to the entire world. The sense of helplessness and the absence of hope that had surrounded him since childhood once again enveloped him entirely. Unbeknownst to him, tears silently streamed down his cheeks. In the midst of Ace's isolation and despair, Whitebeard once again made a declaration in the live broadcast. Whitebeard, Ace, do you remember what I told you? Every individual's existence holds significance, and each person has their moment to shine. Whitebeard, no matter where you are or what choices you make, I will stand by you. As your father, Whitebeard, whoever dares to speak ill of Ace's heritage, I, Whitebeard, shall not let it go unpunished. With Whitebeard's formidable proclamation, the chat group finally fell into a much greater tranquility. At this moment, Ace is in tears, having grown up in the shadows. His entire life has been a quest for the meaning of his existence, even though he has encountered a group of like-minded friends and brothers. Along with the father figure he holds in the highest regard, he still has not discovered the answer he seeks. Yet, despite his circumstances, Whitebeard remains steadfastly by his side, unwavering in his support regardless of what transpired. This sense of security was something Ace had never experienced before. Meanwhile, as the participants engaged in conversation within the chat group, the live broadcast continued to unfold. Just moments prior, Sengoku had been delivering a speech to the world, primarily denouncing Ace's alleged transgressions and extolling his own sense of justice. Finding it tedious, the audience diverted their attention to the chat group to engage in dialogue. However, at this moment, due to the emergence of a certain scene, all eyes once again converged upon the live broadcast. That scene was the appearance of Whitebeard on the execution platform. Admiral Sengoku was fervently delivering a speech when he suddenly received a report from his subordinate, stating that the gates of justice at the port had opened without any prior indication. Simultaneously, on the crescent-shaped sea of Marineford, a thick fog suddenly enveloped the waters. And as the mist began to dissipate, countless pirate ships emerged. As these vessels drew nearer, it became evident that they were all pirates under the command of Whitebeard. A total of 43 ships formed the fleet, each captain renowned across the New World, all of whom were exceptional masters of their craft. However, Despite the fact that the entire fleet of 43 ships under Whitebeard now floats upon the sea, the man himself, along with the Moby Dick, remains conspicuously absent. Surely, Whitebeard will make his appearance. As everyone eagerly awaits the moment he will emerge, the surface of the ocean suddenly ripples with wave upon wave. These waves begin at the center of the crescent-shaped harbor, gradually spreading outward and forming a colossal surge. A shadow looms larger upon the water, and then, like a gigantic white whale, the Whitebeard pirate ship leaps forth from the heart of the tumult. The Moby Dick has finally made its entrance, under the gaze of all. A tall, robust man with a crescent-shaped white mustache and wielding a naginata stands at the bow of the ship. It is none other than Whitebeard. As the live-stream camera focuses on him, everyone is captivated by the resolute and defiant glint in his eyes. It has been decades since we last met, Sengoku. I trust my dear son is well? Whitebeard booms, standing proudly at the ship's helm, facing Sengoku with a hearty laugh. The climactic confrontation between the four emperors and the Navy is set to commence, igniting a fervor within countless hearts in the live stream. They're all eager to discover how this monumental battle will ultimately unfold. However, just as everyone eagerly anticipated the unfolding events, the live stream abruptly froze. A mechanical voice then resonated, posing the question, in the chaotic battle, who stabbed the cold blade into Whitebeard's back? Chapter 49, The Zodiac Talismans. The stakes are high. The question reappeared, in the chaotic battle, who stabbed the cold blade into Whitebeard's back? Correct answers would yield the reward of a talisman from another world, while incorrect responses would result in a random loss of something from the wrongdoer, including but not limited to fruit abilities, martial arts, life, and equipment. As the prompt echoed in the streaming room, 12 octagonal zodiac talismans appeared in the reward space. Upon seeing this prize, the viewers were left perplexed, their foreheads adorned with question marks. Buggy, zodiac talismans? What on earth are they? Aren't they just 12 worthless stones? Moria, I have no clue whatsoever. Who could possibly answer this question? Bartolomeo, the reward is 12 worthless stones? Excuse me, but I'm out. Cavendish, as if you could answer it anyway. Moria, what exactly are these zodiac talismans? Why no introduction? Robin, perhaps the lack of explanation indicates their utter ordinariness? Crocodile, that does seem to make a certain degree of sense. Moria, So, are you all prepared to forfeit this question? That would leave me with fewer competitors. Doflamingo, indeed, no one can rival you. The opportunity is all yours. Let's see if you can retain your position as a warlord of the sea after this question. The viewers in the stream were utterly oblivious to the capabilities of the 12 zodiac talismans. Many even speculated that they were simply ordinary stones, albeit with a somewhat uniform appearance. Just as everyone dismissed the 12 talismans, one person's eyes suddenly lit up. That was Rofi. If Rofi was not mistaken. The 12 zodiac talismans appearing in the live stream were infused with the talismanic power from the future world, residing within the body of a demon saint. The rat talisman symbolized reputation, granting motion to inanimate objects. The ox talisman represented strength, bestowing immense power upon its user. The tiger talisman signified balance, capable of harmonizing conflicting forces and remedying the deficiencies among the 12 talismans. The rabbit talisman denoted speed, while the dragon talisman symbolized destruction. The snake talisman could render one invisible, and the yang talisman represented soul projection. The monkey talisman allowed transformation, enabling the user to morph into any person or object. The rooster talisman represented flight, the dog talisman eternal youth, and the pig talisman could emit electric light. Individually, each of these talismans constituted an extraordinary weapon in this realm. The existence of rewards from another world was an unforeseen delight for Rofi. How many more surprises could this live stream possibly hold? He could not help but feel a surge of anticipation. If Rofi were to secure this reward, he would wield unparalleled power, transcending even the confines of Marineford, commanding respect across the globe. Given that the question pertained to an event from the future, it was nearly impossible for anyone to guess the answer. Thus, Rofi was determined to seize the moment while others remained in contemplation. After a brief reflection, Rofi initiated a brainstorming session in the live stream. Rofi, have you all considered that throughout his life, Whitebeard, whether in times of fortune or adversity, has always faced his foes head-on and would never willingly expose his back to an enemy? Rofi, therefore, the only individuals capable of inflicting a wound upon Whitebeard's back must either be exceptionally powerful or someone he has placed his trust in. Rofi, while many within our navy could accomplish this, we would never stoop to such treachery. Even amidst his logical deductions, Rofi did not neglect to display his loyalty. However, his remarks quickly incited discontent among the viewers, especially those allied with Whitebeard. Marco, are there truly many individuals in Marineford capable of injuring our father? That is laughable. Rofi, oh, you dare claim there aren't? Our 3 admirals and Fleet Admiral Sengoku are all capable of striking down the 4 emperors and kicking the warlords of the sea. For a mere pirate to question us is simply absurd. Akainu, why is this being brought up again? Akiji, though I am aware of my strength, there is no need to boast. Kizaru, ha. While kicking the warlords is feasible, punching the 4 emperors is a bit more challenging. Moria? Crocodile, I sense an offense here. Rofi, Akiji and Kizaru, let us not be so humble about this. I know you're formidable, and you certainly would not engage in backstabbing. Rofi, Thus, the only individuals capable of leaving a mark on Whitebeard's back must be those he trusts. Chapter 50. The Talisman Acquired. A power that strikes fear into the world. Luo Fei, the one who could stab Whitebeard in the back, must undoubtedly be someone he holds in the highest regard. Looking at the live stream, the only individuals he trusts would be his sons. Luo Fei, among Whitebeard's sons, the most likely candidate to wield the sword against him would be none other than Joseph from the Blackbeard pirates. Luo Fei, after all, it was mentioned in our naval textbooks that Josu's crew was annihilated by Roger, leaving him no choice but to seek refuge with Whitebeard's crew. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Roger is the one Josu harbors the deepest resentment towards. At this point, Luo Fei had articulated his answer clearly, having elucidated the reasoning behind it as well. However, despite all that Luo Fei had articulated, there remained a few dull-witted individuals who failed to grasp the essence of his words. Take Moria, for instance. Moria exclaimed, Squirto's most loathed adversary is Roger. What relevance does that hold regarding his assassination of Whitebeard? Doflamingo retorted, to call you foolish is an understatement. How have you managed to survive in the new world with such a low intellect? Moria protested, what do you mean? Is my inquiry not legitimate? Do you not harbor any doubts? Mihawk interjected, well, the esteemed Lord Super Administrator has indeed been quite explicit. Moria pressed, what exactly do you comprehend? What is the underlying meaning? Crocodile remarked, truly, it's a veritable intelligence wasteland. Moria continued, isn't Squirto one of Whitebeard's most esteemed subordinates? Even if he detests Roger. Roger has been dead for 2 decades. What motive could he possibly have for assassinating Whitebeard? As the other Shichibuke mocked him with their biting sarcasm, Moria was on the brink of exploding, yet he remained perplexed and posed his question once more. Moria incessantly inquired within the live stream, and Hancock, the Empress, growing weary of his incessant prattle, offered a subtle hint. Hancock stated, it was previously revealed in the live stream that Ace is of Roger's bloodline. After a moment of contemplation following Hancock's revelation, Moria finally grasped the situation. Squirto's most detested figure was indeed Roger, and Ace was Roger's son. Furthermore, Whitebeard had come to Marineford, willing to openly oppose the government to save Ace. Given the recent live stream footage and Whitebeard's statements, it seemed highly probable that Whitebeard had been aware of this matter for quite some time, concealing this secret from everyone. From Squirto's perspective, the situation could easily be perceived as favoritism from Whitebeard, or perhaps a chance for revenge. Ultimately, secrets cannot remain hidden forever. When this truth finally came to light, Squirto's emotional turmoil would be entirely understandable if, at that moment, some individuals were to incite him further. It was not implausible that he might drive a blade into Whitebeard's back. Moria finally experienced an epiphany. Moria exclaimed, oh, so that's how it is. You lot should have spoken up sooner instead of keeping everything under wraps. Moria added, the Empress is indeed beautiful and kind-hearted. Hancock replied, I merely wish to avoid your incessant droning, you wretched catfish. Moria retorted, what have I done to deserve this? Meanwhile, mere seconds after Luo Fei articulated the correct answer, the live stream announced the accuracy of his response. Ding. Congratulations, Luo Fei. Your answer that Whitebeard was injured by Squirto is correct. Ding. Congratulations, Luo Fei. You have earned a Zodiac charm. As the announcement resonated, the 12 Zodiac charms that had previously lain quietly in the prize section suddenly disappeared, appearing before Luo Fei. He gazed at the 12 charms that had unexpectedly materialized in front of him, filled with delight, while the live stream audience continued to deliberate over the results. Luo Fei began to examine each charm meticulously. However, despite having received his reward for the correct answer, Luo Fei still struggled to fully comprehend why the government was so intent on executing Ace. As a pirate, Ace posed no significant threat to the Navy. If the sole reason for opposing the formidable Whitebeard was Ace's status as a pirate, Luo Fei found it utterly unworthy of consideration. He even mused that it might be more prudent for the Navy to return Ace to Whitebeard and negotiate terms, rather than proceeding with execution. If the Navy's rationale for executing Ace stemmed from his lineage as the son of the Pirate King, Roger, that reasoning was even more perplexing. Roger's execution had occurred 2 decades prior, and during this time, few were aware that Roger had left a descendant. Moreover, Ace's proclaimed father was solely Whitebeard. The unresolved issues of 20 years ago need not be revisited now, especially in light of the potential ramifications of offending Whitebeard. Thus, after weighing these considerations, Luo Fei could only arrive at one conclusion regarding the government's fervent desire to execute Ace, the enigmatic century of history. There exists a legend that the decaying is the sworn enemy of the celestial dragons. Ace, bearing the name of had garnered considerable fame on the seas, igniting admiration among numerous pirates for the lineage, causing the celestial dragons to grow increasingly uneasy. In order to conceal the truth of the blank century, the world government, which serves the celestial dragons, felt compelled to decree Ace's execution. Luo Fei surmised that perhaps this was the sole justification compelling the government to pursue Ace's death at any cost. Regarding this matter, Luo Fei briefly pondered before dismissing the thought. After all, the charms were now in his possession, and he was eager to test their potency to see if they were indeed as formidable as he suspected. On the other side of the Navy headquarters, another individual sharing Luo Fei's elation was Akainu. Although Akainu was currently on leave at home, this did not diminish his enthusiasm for his work, nor his enjoyment as a spectator. as the live stream confirmed Luo Fei's accuracy. A scheme to sow discord between Whitebeard and his crew began to take shape in Akainu's mind. While the incident involving Roger's annihilation of Squirto's entire ship transpired 2 decades ago, the information disclosed during the live stream suggested that he had never truly let go of this grievance. Now that he was aware of the situation, the internal turmoil he experienced would undoubtedly be as profound as it would be in the future. Thus, the opportunity to persuade Squirto to turn against Whitebeard for the Navy appeared promising. With this thought, Akainu immediately set his plan into motion. Drafting a nearly 1,000-word report to submit to Admiral Sengoku, the content requested that Sengoku promptly dispatch intelligence operatives to undermine the relationship between Squirto and Whitebeard. Unfortunately, as he was currently on leave with no sway within the government, he could only relay this idea to Sengoku, hoping for his assistance in its execution. Just as Akainu was preparing to send the letter, the ground beneath him suddenly trembled. Initially, he assumed it was an earthquake. However, he soon abandoned this notion. After all, this was Marineford, where ordinary earthquakes could scarcely exert any influence. Thus, casting aside this thought, Akainu promptly stepped outside to investigate. To his astonishment, he beheld a fissure gaping open amidst the distant mountain's peak. Moreover, that very crack exhibited a relentless tendency to expand, suggesting that the entire mountain range's collapse was merely a matter of time. Should that mountain range succumb to collapse, the entirety of Marineford would find itself in peril of sinking into the sea. What on earth was happening? Akainu shouted out and hurried over to inspect. Chapter 51. The strongest man of the Navy? On the brink of destroying Marineford, the distant mountain, now fracturing, could be deemed the second highest peak of Marineford. Situated by the coastline, the tremors of this colossal mountain intensified, occasionally accompanied by surging waves. The waves grew increasingly formidable, relentlessly battering Marineford, suggesting that within mere moments, they would obliterate the surrounding structures and villages. At that moment, the tide had risen to several dozen meters, with an upward trend still in progress. Akainu's speed could not match that of the waves. Before he could intervene, a gray haze enveloped his vision. The tidal surge had taken on an overwhelming magnitude. Witnessing this scene, Akainu felt a surge of anxiety. If he did not act swiftly, the entire Marineford would plunge into catastrophe. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, Admiral Akiji suddenly appeared. With a single strike of Ice Age, the monstrous tide was instantly transformed into a colossal dragon, frozen midair. The crisis was momentarily averted, and Akainu's racing heart began to find some solace. Subsequently, Akainu activated his abilities, unleashing Meteor Fist, rapidly melting the ice and propelling it back into the sea. After approximately half a minute, the immediate peril had finally subsided. However, even if the overwhelming tides of Marineford recede, the root of the problem remains unresolved. The once majestic mountain, now marred by cracks, continues to tremble, while new waves begin to gather strength. They await the moment when the mountain can no longer withstand the pressure and collapses, at which point these tides will surge forth once more. By then, any attempts at remedying the situation will become exceedingly arduous. Thus, the paramount task at hand is to ascertain the cause of the mountain's inexplicable fissures, identify its source, and prevent its collapse. Once the immediate crisis is averted, Akainu and Akiji exchange a glance before proceeding towards the source of the tremors. Meanwhile, in the Admiral's office, Sengoku and Garp also sense the disturbance on the island and hasten to the central control room to access the island-wide surveillance. Through the monitors, Sengoku observes that not only the Admiral's office has experienced intense tremors, but the entirety of Marineford is engulfed in violent upheaval. However, although varying degrees of tremors occurred throughout Marineford, the sensation was least pronounced in the eastern region. Upon confirming this situation, Sengoku swiftly seized a communication device capable of reaching the entirety of Marineford and urgently proclaimed, Level 1 alert. Everyone, evacuate swiftly to the eastern coastline. Naturally, Sengoku's words were directed primarily at the ordinary soldiers and civilians, while elite naval officers such as Garp and Kazara remained to deliberate on strategies to address the impending crisis. As Sengoku busied himself with overseeing the evacuation efforts and assessing the extent of the damage on the island, Garp took it upon himself to scrutinize the western coastline, where the tremors were most intense, through his binoculars. Ultimately, Garp deduced that the epicenter of this formidable disturbance likely originated from the Naval Academy. Meanwhile, as the entire island was in a frenzy, retreating toward the eastern coast, Luffy stood resolutely within the training grounds of the Naval Academy, utterly still. At that moment, Luffy held a talisman in his hand, the very one symbolizing strength, the Bull Talisman. Just moments prior, Luffy had decided to experiment with the power of the Bull Talisman, bringing it to the training grounds of the Naval Academy. Initially, he approached a practice post, eager to test the extent of his newfound strength augmented by the talisman. Unexpectedly, with a single punch, a whirlwind surged beneath his feet, and the sky subtly shifted in hue. Luo Fei felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his entire being. Before he could even strike, the iron post before him had disintegrated into mere dust. He had an inkling of the immense force behind his punch. Yet it was too late to retract it. With the iron post shattered, his fist came crashing down upon the ground beneath him. As his fist made contact, the earth splintered instantaneously, resembling a serpent slithering forth, with the fissures widening progressively. At the end of this crack lay the towering mountain that stood before the Naval Academy. Upon witnessing the mountain's surface begin to fracture and tilt ominously, Luo Fei finally grasped the magnitude of his recent strike. What was even more astonishing was that this was merely a casual punch, devoid of any exertion of his full strength. As Luo Fei marveled at the power of the bull talisman, Akainu and Akiji swiftly arrived at the scene. Following the vibrations, they accurately located Luo Fei. At that moment, he stood silently, confronted by a chasm that extended several meters deep. The depth of this crevice pointed ominously towards the distant mountain range. The implications of this scene were painfully evident. Luo Fei, did you cause all this? Akainu exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. My apologies, Admiral Akainu. I merely threw a casual punch, never anticipating such catastrophic force, Luo Fei replied, feigning ignorance in response to Akainu's inquiry. Standing before him was a vice admiral. And now that he possessed such formidable strength, Luo Fei felt compelled to adopt a more modest demeanor to allay any suspicions from the Navy. It is all the fault of this wretched stone. It has brought calamity to Marineford. I shall dispose of it immediately, he proclaimed, attempting to express his loyalty. Just as he spoke, Luo Fei prepared to cast aside the bull talisman he held. However, as he lifted his arm, the talisman shrank as if it were a parasitic worm, ultimately burrowing itself into Luo Fei's body. Akiji observed this spectacle, his expression one of incredulity. Could it be that such overwhelming power is bestowed by this cursed stone? Indeed, it is this very stone that has wrought disaster upon Marineford. Yet I can no longer part with it, Luo Fei lamented, gazing mournfully at the bull talisman that had vanished within him. Once disregarded, this now coveted zodiac talisman had showcased the truth of his recent punch, eloquently demonstrating its might to the audience in the live stream. Through Luo Fei's shared vision, the viewers bore witness to the extraordinary power he had unleashed. Moria, I never anticipated such strength from the talisman. Had I known, I would have participated. Doflamingo, with your intellect, it would be wise to refrain, lest you risk losing your already scant skills. Hancock, the Admiral was truly magnificent just now. In a bid to curry favor, Hancock lowered herself to offer such compliments. Bonnie, huh? Is this truly the power of those 12 worthless stones? It's astounding. Nami, such a seemingly ordinary punch nearly obliterated Marineford. What other secrets does the Navy conceal? Rayleigh, this strength rivals that of the Navy hero, Garp. I predict that within the next decade, Luo Fei will undoubtedly emerge as the Navy's most formidable man. Robin, did anyone notice that the Admiral only utilized one zodiac talisman? Perhaps this is merely a fraction of its power? Upon hearing Robin's observation, the entire audience gasped collectively. A single talisman nearly led to Marineford's destruction. What calamity would the combined 12 unleash? What manner of formidable creature had the Navy cultivated? As a result of Luo Fei's recent punch, the very seas began to churn restlessly, particularly alarming the pirates preparing to venture into the New World. Chapter 52. A sluggard even more indolent than Akiji. While the entire live stream audience marveled at Luo Fei's displayed power, Sengoku, too, bore witness through the shared vision. He could hardly fathom that such devastating force, capable of annihilating Marineford, emanated from a mere 17-year-old naval youth. Furthermore, if Luo Fei claimed this was simply a casual strike, what devastation would a full-force blow entail? The thought was chilling. Simultaneously, Garp took note of this revelation. Observing Luo Fei through the island's surveillance, he nodded approvingly. Indeed, this lad possesses the spirit of my youth. Garp exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Sengoku could not resist a sarcastic remark. Are you blind? Luo Fei is far more formidable than you were in your prime. Garp, unperturbed by Sengoku's jibe, laughed even louder. Indeed, this young man surpasses my former self. Garp conceded, acknowledging Sengoku's assessment. Thus, my prior suggestion to appoint Luo Fei as an instructor at the Naval Academy was undoubtedly sagacious, wouldn't you agree? Garp added, ensuring to take credit for the recommendation. However, he did indeed play a significant role in advocating for Luo Fei's position as a naval instructor. Who would have thought this lad would prove so exceptional? Let us proceed to the Naval Academy and witness for ourselves. After the discussion of the Warring States period, they made an appointment with Garp to visit the Naval Academy. At this moment, within the academy, Akainu and Akiji had just been astounded by Luffy's extraordinary power and were now compelled to devise a plan for the aftermath of the disaster. Akainu and Akiji were bustling about, constantly contacting the Navy responsible for the reconstruction of Marineford. In contrast, Luffy appeared remarkably relaxed. While Akainu and Akiji were preoccupied with their tasks, Luffy sat comfortably in a chair, sheltered under an umbrella, leisurely observing the two admirals in their flurry of activity. It was Akainu who had personally procured this chair for Luffy, and he had even arranged for the umbrella to be held up for him. Concerned that Luffy might be overwhelmed by the sudden acquisition of such immense power, Akainu had thoughtfully provided a place for him to rest. Especially after Luffy had expressed his anxiety regarding his newfound abilities. Luffy had not anticipated Akainu's meticulous care. Furthermore, it was unexpected for Luffy to realize that since the textbook incident, Akainu had been quietly watching over him. Yesterday, due to the textbook issue, Akainu faced scrutiny from the entire world, yet only Luffy unwaveringly stood by his side, regardless of right or wrong. Although Luffy's seemingly fervent remarks had inadvertently caused Akainu some trouble, in Akainu's heart, He had already concluded that Luffy was genuinely loyal to the Navy and to him. Naturally, Akainu felt compelled to look after those who remained loyal to him, especially now that he had lost some of his power. He needed to cultivate a closer bond with Luffy. To put it in a more sentimental light, one could say that Akainu bestowed all his tenderness upon Luffy. Meanwhile, Luffy, watching the two admirals scurrying about, felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He even began to fantasize about the allure of a beach with sunglasses and, ideally, the company of beautiful women in bikinis. Though merely a daydream, Luffy firmly believed that such a reality would eventually come to pass. However, there was one thing that puzzled him. Having nearly caused the collapse of the second tallest mountain in Marineford, he wondered where Kizaru had vanished to. Where has Lord Kizaru gone? Why haven't I seen him for such a long time? Luffy inquired. Upon hearing this, both Akainu and Aokiji paused their work and exchanged glances. Indeed, with such a significant event unfolding, where could that fellow Kizaru be? Akainu exclaimed loudly. Then began searching for him in the live stream. Akainu, Kizaru, where the hell have you run off to? Aokiji, disaster recovery, understand? Kizaru, huh? Didn't the fleet admiral say everyone should head to the eastern town? I just got here. Akainu, I'm utterly speechless. Aokiji, I didn't expect someone to be even more laid back than me saying Goku. Kizaru, was it my notification that was inadequate? Or is your self-awareness lacking? I was referring to ordinary soldiers and civilians. Kizaru, well, I believe the townsfolk in the east also wish to be protected. Look, I'm not slacking off. The conversation among the three admirals in the group chat left Sengoku feeling uneasy as he walked. Akainu was overly proactive. Aokiji, while somewhat lazy, still took significant matters seriously. Kizaru, on the other hand, seemed unconcerned about anything. It was likely that even if a fire were to reach his doorstep one day, he would calmly inquire, "Can I clock out now?" Observing the three admirals squabbling in the chat, Sengoku couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Logically, it was probable that the position of fleet admiral would be passed on to one of these three admirals. However, observing their current state, regardless of whom he entrusts the responsibility to, Sengoku cannot shake off his unease. If this continues, who will inherit the position of fleet admiral when he grows old? While Sengoku was troubled by these thoughts, he found himself at the entrance of the Naval Academy, where he unexpectedly encountered Luffy. Since yesterday, Luffy had brought him numerous surprises, and the pace of his growth had far exceeded Sengoku's expectations. Perhaps, as a rising star, Luffy could continue to astonish him. With this thought, Sengoku felt a sudden sense of calm. Before long, Sengoku approached Luffy. Chapter 53, A Firework Gift for the New World Pirates. Sengoku's unexpected arrival took Luffy by surprise. After all, the two admirals, Akainu and Aokiji, were preoccupied, while he, the instigator, was leisurely basking in the sun. Following the events of the previous day, he had just managed to establish a magnificent image in Sengoku and Garp's minds, and he could not allow it to crumble over trivial matters. Thus, upon seeing Sengoku and Garp approach, Luffy quickly rose to greet them. "Admiral Sengoku, Admiral Garp, I intended to hand over the talismans to Dr. Vegapunk for research. But for some reason, as soon as they arrived in my possession, they fused with my body and I can no longer extract them. Whenever I think about removing the talismans, I experience excruciating pain in my head," Luffy lamented. Luffy deliberately expressed this, both to convey his loyalty through the desire to submit the talismans and to explain why the two admirals were resting while he was leisurely enjoying the sun. Of course, Luffy's words about his willingness to hand over the talismans were mere pretense, although it appeared to everyone that the 12 Zodiac talismans had indeed merged with Luffy's body. He could retrieve them whenever he wished, and they posed no harm to him. This was merely a tactic to continue earning Sengoku and Garp's trust. Despite possessing formidable power, Luffy understood that many in the vast sea sought his life. At this stage, as he was still mastering these abilities, he needed to rely on the strength of the Navy. Thus, it was essential to appropriately display his loyalty. Sengoku, upon hearing Luffy's words, nodded in satisfaction. Clearly, he was convinced by Luffy's account, especially after Luffy had personally delivered the pirates' offerings the previous day, which significantly elevated Sengoku's regard for him. "Luffy, you are a good lad. Since the 12 Zodiac talismans are the result of your endeavors, hold onto them tightly and refrain from attempting to extract them," Sengoku said with a kind smile. Of course, Sengoku's words were mere formalities. Luffy simply smiled, outwardly agreeing. In the face of such overwhelming power, no one could maintain composure, and Sengoku was no exception. If Luffy had not mentioned that the talismans were deeply integrated into his bloodline, Sengoku would have surely sought to obtain them by any means necessary. The earlier inquiry from Akainu about Zeus was a prime example. Without Sengoku's directive, Akainu likely would not have been so hasty to act. Naturally, Luffy kept these thoughts to himself and did not voice them aloud. After exchanging pleasantries, it was time to get to the core of the matter. Sengoku soon made his intentions clear. "Luffy, was that punch you threw earlier merely a casual gesture?" Sengoku inquired with a smile. "Indeed. I did not anticipate it would cause such significant damage to Marineford," Luffy replied with a hint of regret. Had Luffy been a man in his 30s, he certainly would not have expressed himself in this manner. However, at present, his physique is that of a mere 17-year-old youth. and thus he must adeptly capitalize on this guise to forge the greatest advantages for himself. The most significant attribute of this identity that can yield him the utmost benefit is his ignorance and innocence. After listening, Sengoku nodded in satisfaction once more and remarked, "Quite remarkable. With just a casual gesture, you can shatter mountains. It certainly evokes memories of Garp in his prime. I wonder, though, what magnitude of effect you would achieve should you unleash your full power?" As Sengoku spoke, his gaze drifted towards the distant sea. "Now, Luffy, direct your full strength towards that expanse of ocean. Consider it a military exercise, and let us witness the true extent of your might, shall we?" Upon hearing this, Luffy finally grasped Sengoku's intent in coming here to ascertain the true measure of Luffy's power. Akin to a flash of concern, Akiji swiftly interjected, "Isn't this rather unwise? The ordinary punch you just delivered already caused significant damage. If you were to unleash your full strength, Marineford could very well find itself in jeopardy." Akiji expressed his apprehension. Nevertheless, Sengoku paid little heed to Akiji's worries. Since he had made such a pronouncement in front of the live audience, he must have contemplated the repercussions. "Fear not. Let us consider it a celebratory display for the pirates preparing to venture into the New World." Sengoku responded with a hint of levity. Chapter 54. The Pirates Who Soiled Themselves in Fear. A world in awe. Luffy was taken aback by Sengoku's request. The casual punch he had just delivered nearly cleaved a mountain asunder, and the subterranean tremors had triggered a colossal tidal wave. What if his full-powered strike obliterated Marineford? There would be no need to await the onset of the Paramount War. Marineford would need reconstruction forthwith. Yet, despite the looming severe consequences, Sengoku remained resolute. The underlying rationale was evident. Sengoku sought to utilize Luffy's full-force strike to instill fear across the globe. Ever since the advent of this live broadcast, reports flooded in from the Navy station worldwide, indicating a sudden surge in local pirate activity. At such a critical juncture, Sengoku surmised that the pirates had seized upon the opportunities presented by the broadcast, prompting many to embrace piracy. Such occurrences necessitated intervention from Sengoku. Thus, he was willing to risk Marineford's potential calamity to compel Luffy to unleash his full might. Luffy possessed the ability to share his immediate vision, rendering him the sole candidate capable of executing this world-shaking military exercise. Though Luffy did not entirely comprehend Sengoku's intentions, he acquiesced to Sengoku's insistence. "Very well, Admiral. I shall endeavor to see what I can achieve," Luffy declared, and following Sengoku's guidance, he proceeded to the western coast, preparing to unleash his full strength upon the sea. Coincidentally, Luffy also wished to test the true extent of the Bull Talisman's power. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the world, the naval military exercise involving only Luffy commenced. With a firm stance, Luffy began to gather energy, summoning wave upon wave of force that swept through the surrounding sand and stone, reducing them to mere dust. A thick gray mist enveloped him as the energy coalesced around him. Witnessing this, Garp widened his eyes in astonishment. "Is this armament hockey? I can't believe this kid has grasped the essence of armament hockey under such circumstances." Garp exclaimed in disbelief. It is well known that armament hockey enhances one's defensive capabilities, serving as an invisible armor that can also evolve into offensive power to counteract other abilities. When employed, armament hockey can envelop the user's body and weaponry, causing parts of the skin to darken while becoming harder than steel. However, such formidable armament hockey requires years of rigorous training to master. The phenomenon of someone like Luffy suddenly unleashing it in battle is indeed a rarity. Thus, it is no wonder that Garp was so astonished upon witnessing Luffy's manifestation of armament hockey. Sengoku and the two admirals beside Garp were equally taken aback. They had endured grueling training and relentless combat experiences to attain their current prowess, while Luffy's strength seemed almost preordained, evoking both admiration and envy among the admirals. At that moment, Luffy was indifferent to the thoughts of those around him. He was solely focused on discovering the magnitude of power he could unleash with this full-force strike. As his strength continued to surge, Luffy gathered energy and then swung his fist down towards the ground. In that instant, everyone instinctively retreated several steps. For their observation, hockey indicated that even they would struggle to withstand Luffy's impending blow. To avoid injury, retreat was the only option. What terrifying power! Could this truly be the future of the Navy? Garp mused, gazing at the young man enveloped in power with admiration. "Attention, everyone," he called out. Then, before the eyes of all, Luffy let out a low roar, and his fist descended with incredible force. At that moment, the very fabric of reality seemed to shift. A tempestuous force enveloped Luffy, extending outward from his fist like a guiding thread. S-class alert. Everyone, retreat. Sengoku swiftly commanded, recognizing the perilous situation. Wherever they fled, the farther from the vortex of this storm, the better. As Sengoku's words echoed, the trees and rocks nearby were instantly reduced to rubble, swirling in the air like dust. Yet, that was merely the beginning. Luffy's full-powered strike was overwhelmingly potent, cleaving the sea in two, creating a magnificent divide in the waters leading to the New World. With the ocean split asunder, a colossal tsunami followed suit, surging across the newly parted sea surface. For the first time, onlookers beheld the ocean floor. Gazing down the lengthy fissure, none could fathom where it might lead. In addition to the profound impact on the sea, the sky above bore witness to a serpentine line stretching forth in the direction of the rift, a testament to Luffy's full-force strike. The ocean trembled, and the heavens darkened. At this moment, not only were the naval leaders, led by Sengoku, left in awe, the entire audience in the broadcast room stood agape at the spectacle. Is such power truly within the realm of human capability? A pirate aboard a vessel just entering the Grand Line exclaimed in terror. You've seen it, haven't you? That Navy officer, Luffy, is it? He is no mere human. He is a deity. Several pirates began to murmur. The previously stunned pirate, still in disbelief, paused for a moment before declaring, if that's the case, what are we even doing? That Navy officer is so powerful, we will inevitably be captured. The frightened pirate trembled as he spoke. Although the other crew members shared his fear of Luffy's might, they felt compelled, out of camaraderie, to offer some words of reassurance. However, just as a crew member was about to console him, he discovered that his trousers had inexplicably become wet. He had, in fact, been so frightened that he had lost control of his bladder. Upon witnessing this, the other crew members refrained from mocking him at first. Instead, in the midst of such a tense and fearful atmosphere, they too began to feel a sense of dread. It is easy to imagine the formidable intimidation that Luo Fei's punch instilled across the world. The objectives of the Warring States period were thus achieved. However, Marineford also suffered immense calamity. Mere seconds after Rayleigh retracted his fist, the sea, which had been split in two by Rayleigh's tremendous force, began to surge uncontrollably. Two colossal waves collided, and in an instant, a towering wall of water, reaching heights of 100 meters, loomed ominously over Marineford. This is a tsunami, cried one soldier in the Navy. Immediately, everyone became aware of the peril. At that moment, the eyes of every individual in Marineford reflected the overwhelming tsunami, leaving them all in a state of shock and disbelief. Just as fear gripped their hearts, Admiral Akainu swiftly intervened. With a technique known as Ice Age, he froze the impending tsunami before it could reach Rayleigh. As the wave surged towards Marineford, a blast of icy energy erupted from Akainu's fingertips, freezing the tsunami in its tracks. The disaster was momentarily averted, and a wave of relief surged through the hearts of everyone in Marineford, grateful for their narrow escape. Following this, Admiral Kazara quickly took action. In this frozen realm, he unleashed a series of dazzling light beams, causing the already frozen waves to shatter into fragments. Hey, can you make those ice chunks smaller? You're complicating things for me, exclaimed Akainu. As he spoke, he unleashed a flurry of meteor fists, smashing the ice blocks that Kazara had created and sending them crashing back into the sea. Thus, through the combined efforts of the three admirals, the catastrophe threatening Marineford was finally resolved. Rayleigh, the architect of this upheaval, surveyed the scene with a sense of satisfaction. Had it not been for the intervention of the three admirals, Marineford would undoubtedly have faced annihilation. The full might of the Bull Talisman was powerful enough to obliterate a nation, and Rayleigh felt content with its impact. However, such a display of power exacted a significant toll on his body. Without exceptionally robust physical capabilities, he would likely find himself incapacitated for several months after delivering such a strike. Reflecting on this, Rayleigh felt fortunate to have integrated all of Moria's physical techniques. Yet, he was acutely aware that relying solely on these abilities was far from sufficient. Having already exerted his full strength once, he would require at least a month of recovery before he could do so again. It was clear that in his pursuit of greater power, he must acquire even more formidable skills. For an ordinary individual, reaching this level of strength made further advancement exceedingly difficult. However, for Luffy, everything is possible. The live broadcast room before him presents an extraordinary opportunity. Perhaps, within a short span, this platform could facilitate the realization of his aspirations. Chapter 55, Because You Are All My Sons. The crisis at Marineford was ultimately averted through the concerted efforts of the three admirals. Furthermore, prior to Luffy's strike, Sengoku had prepared thoroughly, ensuring that Luffy's punch demonstrated the Navy's might to the world while sparing Marineford from any irreparable calamity. For Sengoku, this was a double triumph. For Luffy, this experience allowed him to gain a clearer understanding of his own strength. With the crisis averted, Kazara returned to his office to bide his time. Meanwhile, Akainu, after the disaster had been resolved, rode his bicycle to the sea. Wherever Akainu pedaled, the seawater immediately froze, clearing a path for him. Originally, Akainu's return was in response to Sengoku's request, aimed at discussing a countermeasure for the emergence of the live broadcast room. Unexpectedly, he encountered a monster like Luffy. Do not misconstrue. The monster as perceived by Akainu does not pertain to Luffy's appearance, but rather to his formidable power. Astonishingly potent to the extent that Akainu could scarcely believe such prowess could be attained by a human being. Conversely, Luffy's youthful visage renders it difficult to believe that such might belongs to a mere 17-year-old. Akainu's venture back to sea was also to ascertain the extent of the devastating punch unleashed by Luffy that had altered the very essence of the world around them. Meanwhile, as the Navy personnel busied themselves with the restoration of Marineford, new developments emerged within the live broadcast. The scene depicted Ace kneeling on the execution platform. Upon the emergence of this image, it became evident to all that the fierce battle had not yet concluded. Ace had been captured by the Navy, and an execution broadcast for the entire world was underway, with Whitebeard leading over 40 ships in a daring rescue attempt. This issue transcended the mere question of Ace's execution. It had escalated into a conflict between the Navy and the four emperors of the pirates. Once initiated, one side would inevitably face defeat. In the unfolding scene, the Whitebeard pirates had already engaged in fierce combat with the Navy, transforming Marineford into a veritable hellscape, replete with carnage and devastation. The crescent-shaped bay of Marineford had been entirely encased in ice by Aokiji. Originally, this was intended as a means to contain Whitebeard's Moby Dick. However, the pirates unexpectedly utilized Aokiji's ice age as a springboard to successfully land on Marineford. In a desperate bid to thwart the pirates' landing, the Navy immediately launched an assault on the frozen surface. If they could shatter the ice back into the sea, the pirates would be prevented from setting foot on land. However, despite this, the Navy could not impede the advance of the Whitebeard pirates, for the formidable figure of Little Oars had emerged. Little Oars, a descendant of the legendary demon Berserker, possessed a physique that surpassed that of ordinary men, coupled with exceptional strength. In his eyes, Ace was a kind and gentle soul, a beacon of hope that Ace had once provided him. Now, when Ace needed him the most, he would not falter. Yet, despite Little Oar's impressive stature, he remained a mortal being. Confronted by the relentless barrage of gunfire from the Navy, he ultimately succumbed. Even as he fell, he resolved to expend his final strength in a valiant effort to rescue Ace. After a fierce battle that lasted mere minutes, overwhelmed by the Navy, Little Oars selflessly used his own body to forge a path for the Whitebeard pirates to save Ace. Not far away, the immense form of Little Oars lay sprawled across the ice, connecting the execution platform in Marineford. Little Oars had perished. Countless pirates tread upon the body of Little Oars, successfully making their way to the execution platform of Marineford. This was the final wish of Little Oars, as well as the collective hope of all pirates in their endeavor to rescue Ace. With Little Oars paving the way, the spirits of the pirates soared. The diverse assaults from the 7 warlords, the formidable intimidation of Whitebeard, and the emergence of other forces, including the Revolutionary Army and the Straw Hat crew, temporarily granted the pirates a significant advantage. At this moment, Marineford was engulfed in flames and bloodshed, littered with ruins and debris. Even Sengoku, usually composed, displayed a hint of anxiety. Whitebeard, wielding his blade, gazed into the distance, his eyes reflecting a blend of arrogance and tenderness as he looked towards Ace. It was at this juncture that Squirdo suddenly appeared behind Whitebeard. "Old man," Squirdo called out, standing at Whitebeard's back. Taken aback by Squirdo's unexpected presence, Whitebeard expressed his surprise. "Squirdo, what troubles you?" he inquired. Noticing Squirdo's unusual demeanor, Whitebeard, who was accustomed to his fierce combat spirit, found it strange that today, Squirdo was not charging into battle as he usually would. "All 43 pirate crews under your command have greatly benefited from your kindness. We would willingly brave fire and water for the sake of the Whitebeard pirates," Squirdo responded, choosing instead to engage in calm conversation, avoiding Whitebeard's question. Yet beneath this tranquility, there lingers an unsettling sense of an impending storm. In the distance, Marco has already sensed the unusual atmosphere through the observation of his keen perception. However, it was all too late. When he finally comprehended what was about to transpire, everything had already come to an end. Thrusting deep into Whitebeard's body was the blade of Squort. The pirates were utterly astounded. They never anticipated that the one who would deliver such a grievous blow to Whitebeard was not the Navy, but rather someone he held in the highest regard. Confronted with such a heart-wrenching betrayal, Whitebeard chose not to immediately execute Squort. Instead, he endured the agony and personally extracted the dagger embedded in his flesh. Beads of perspiration adorned his face, yet in his gaze, amidst disbelief, there remained a glimmer of warmth. The live broadcast abruptly ceased at this moment. The answer to the earlier question had finally been validated. The live chat exploded with fervor as viewers grappled with the shocking imagery. They could hardly fathom that the formidable Whitebeard, who had dominated the Grand Line for over a decade, would ultimately be wounded by one of his own. What left them in awe was that even after being stabbed by his own son, there was no trace of hatred in Whitebeard's eyes. Marco exclaimed, "Squort, how could you do this? Have you forgotten our bond of 20 years? Ace added, "Squort, if my lineage has instilled such profound animosity towards our father, I am deeply remorseful. However, I implore you to direct your fury at me, rather than inflicting harm upon him." Squort stammered, I truly do not understand why this has happened." At this moment, Squort was on the brink of collapse. First, he learned that his dear brother Ace was the scion of his enemy, and then he discovered that his most revered father had concealed such a pivotal truth from him. Now, he bore witness to the horrifying act of plunging a knife into Whitebeard's body with his own hands. The weight of this revelation was overwhelming, and he struggled to process it. Whitebeard, upon witnessing this scene, was equally taken aback. He had kept this matter hidden from Squort, fearful of the reckless actions he might undertake upon learning the truth. However, after more than 20 years of camaraderie, Whitebeard could hardly believe that Squort truly intended to kill him. Whitebeard proclaimed, "I am convinced that this cannot be Squort's genuine desire. Someone must be instigating him from the shadows." As doubts about Squort swirled among the onlookers, Whitebeard stepped forward to defend him. Squort, taken aback by Whitebeard's unwavering trust even after witnessing his betrayal, felt a surge of emotion within him. "Father, why do you still choose to believe in me at this moment?" Whitebeard replied calmly, "Because you are all my sons." His serene words brought tears to Squort's eyes. Chapter 56, An Intrusion by the Blue Fatty? A new reward for answering questions. The explanation for the previous query has been provided in the live broadcast. Despite the deep shock inflicted upon him by the betrayal, Whitebeard did not harbor any resentment towards Squord. Kaido laughed. Haha, Whitebeard, your parenting skills are truly lacking. Besides Teach, even Squord has plunged a knife into you. Haha. Naturally, Ace was not one to remain silent in the face of Kaido's mockery. Failure in parenting? Then your son Yamato must be exceedingly filial, Kaido. Ace retorted. It was acceptable to harm him, but to threaten father? Absolutely not. Thus, in response to Kaido's taunts, Ace swiftly launched his own counterattack. Previously, Ace had traveled to Wano, and during that time, he met Kaido's son, Yamato. Had it not been for the explosive collar around Yamato's neck, he might well have become one of Ace's crew members. Therefore, if there were to be a list of failed parenting, Kaido would undoubtedly feature prominently. Kaido seemed to hit a nerve with Ace's words as he fell silent. Retreating into the depths of the group chat, Big Mom interjected, I have long maintained that anyone can betray you. Only one's own blood is truly worthy of trust. Mom. Listening to the jibes directed at him, Whitebeard remained unfazed, even bursting into hearty laughter. Aboard the Moby Dick, Marco observed Whitebeard's reaction with a mix of confusion and concern, hastening to offer comfort. However, in this moment, Whitebeard did not seek solace from others. He burst into hearty laughter, then waved his hand to embrace his sidekick, Squirdo. How could this foolish son turn against his own father? Truly a foolish son, Squirdo. Yet, despite your folly, my love for you remains unwavering. I deeply sense your profound hatred for Roger. However, Squirdo, the notion of retribution is utterly absurd. Has Ace ever wronged you? You have shared both hardships and joys with him, weathering countless adversities alongside your comrades. The lineage of Ace is inconsequential in this vast ocean. We have crossed paths. It is not merely you two. All of you are my sons, and we are all family. I hope you can comprehend this. This was one of the rare moments when Whitebeard revealed his tenderness and vulnerability. He approached his family with a sincere heart, choosing to believe even in the face of potential betrayal in the future. Upon hearing Whitebeard's gentle confession, the crew was profoundly moved, particularly Squirdo, who was now in tears. Father. Squirdo repeatedly called out the word, Father. Finally, as he cried out Father, Squirdo found release. From that moment forth, no force or rumor could sway him. In response to the mockery and divisive words from the live stream audience, Whitebeard spoke up. I believe this was not Squirdo's intention. The one who has led him astray must surely be the Navy. That worm who dares to bellow from the shadows, I shall remember you. Anyone who dares to harm those aboard the Moby Dick is my enemy. Whitebeard did not blame Squirdo for his actions but instead discerned the essence of his betrayal instigation by the Navy. Given the circumstances, it was evident that the Navy would resort to extreme measures to secure victory in this battle of honor and reputation. Thus, it was entirely plausible that the Navy sought to exploit Squirdo's unique identity to drive a wedge between father and son. In light of Whitebeard's speculation, a loyal supporter of the Navy quickly spoke up. Impossible. Our Navy is honorable and would never stoop to such tactics. Indeed, this individual was Luo Fei, who felt compelled to uphold his image as a fervent supporter of the Navy. Additionally, due to his unique status as a 17-year-old boy and a super administrator in the live stream, no one bore ill will towards him. Hancock interjected. I wouldn't be so certain, especially considering the events surrounding Akainu's textbook compilation that occurred just yesterday. Isn't that all in the past? Must we continue to dig up the grave? Retorted Akainu. Akainu, if the one pulling the strings truly is you, I will not let it go unpunished. Just as the crowd continued to argue over Squirdo's actions, new developments emerged within the live stream. This time, there were no prior visual cues, only a direct question. QA time. Who truly stopped Ace's execution? Reward for a correct answer, a bamboo copter. Penalty for an incorrect answer, random deprivation of one item from the wrongdoer's possession, including but not limited to fruit abilities, martial prowess, life, or equipment. As the notification chimed, everyone saw a simple bamboo copter appear in the prize section. Isn't that just the bamboo toy we played with as children? Shanks remarked. Haha, yes. When Usopp was little, if he cried, I would toss him a bamboo copter to play with, and that little fellow would be so joyful. Upon seeing Jesus Burgess suddenly appear, Usopp aboard the Straw Hat ship was filled with excitement. In Usopp's memory, he had scant impressions of his father, Jesus Burgess, and even his appearance was but a blur. Yet, this father who departed from him in his youth has etched a grand and towering image in Usopp's heart. Even though the villagers proclaim that his father is a charlatan who became a pirate in pursuit of treasure, in Usopp's eyes, his father Yasopp remains a valiant warrior of the seas. Usopp, yes, father. I recall how you often crafted bamboo gliders for me to play with during my childhood. However, father, did you not say that each bamboo glider represents a pair of wings? That with unwavering faith, it would transform into wings, allowing me to soar into the azure sky? Usopp, yet, father, these years have passed, and where are my wings? To this day, Usopp continues to hold unwavering belief in Yasopp's words. However, upon hearing this, Jesus' face suddenly flushed with embarrassment. For the words he uttered back then were merely intended to deceive Usopp. A bamboo dragonfly is simply a bamboo dragonfly. How could it possibly transform into wings? Or elevate a person to the azure sky? However, should he reveal to Usopp that his words from years ago were merely a deceit? He felt profound pride in his son Usopp, who had grown into a valiant warrior of the sea, And he knew that Usopp, too, took pride in having such a father. He could not, in such a moment, expose the lies he had told in the past, even if the intention behind those lies was solely to bring Usopp joy. Just as Jesusburg found himself at a loss, Captain Shanks timely stepped in to alleviate the situation. Perhaps the bamboo dragonfly in the live stream is indeed the legendary one that can transform into wings, Shanks remarked. He believed that since this bamboo dragonfly had appeared as a reward in the live stream, it could not possibly be an ordinary object. However, as soon as Shanks uttered these words of support for Jesusburg, he was met with rebuttals from the audience. Kaido said, I could crush it with a mere stomp. You think that bamboo dragonfly can turn into wings? Doflamingo added, I never expected you, Shanks, a Yonko, to be so naive. Caesar chimed in. Where on earth is there a bamboo dragonfly that can fly? Tell me, and I'll produce a ton of them. Moria interjected, Caesar. Make sure to inform me when you do. I would love to import them in bulk. Caesar retorted, those without money shouldn't make such extravagant claims, Moria. Don't misunderstand. I'm not referring to you. Morgan said, I truly do not wish to question the Yonko, but if even two simple bamboo sticks can fly, what does that mean for the rest of the avian world? Just as the audience expressed their skepticism, a functional image suddenly appeared beside the reward section of the live stream. In the image, they saw a plump blue creature soaring freely in the sky, with a bamboo dragonfly perched atop its head. Moria exclaimed, what the hell? It actually can fly. Usopp gasped, is this the bamboo dragonfly that can turn into wings? Luffy cheered, wow, that's so cool. What my dad said is truly real. Usopp affirmed, of course. After all, he is a brave warrior of the sea. Jesusburg muttered in disbelief, I can't believe such a thing actually exists. Upon seeing this scene, Luffy immediately understood what this flying bamboo dragonfly was. If it could fall into his hands, combined with the power of the transparent fruit, there would be no place in the world he could not reach. With this thought, a smile crept across Luffy's face. Yet, to gain the reward, one must answer a question. Although Luffy knew the answer, he lacked the opportunity to speak it aloud. Thus, he decided to observe the live stream for a while longer. While he liked the reward bamboo dragonfly, it was not something he deemed absolutely essential. After all, with Germa's 60 SIXS technological prowess, flying into the skies was not an unattainable dream. Chapter 57. Is the Empress finally bald? Regarding Ace's heritage and matters aboard the Whitebeard ship, due to Whitebeard's deliberate suppression, coupled with the emergence of a new question in the live stream, this topic quickly faded from the discussion. After witnessing the effects of the bamboo dragonfly, many in the live stream began to compete for this reward. The ability to soar through the skies was a dream cherished by countless individuals throughout history, a pursuit that had led many to their demise. Now that the opportunity had presented itself, they would undoubtedly strive to seize it. At the forefront were the scientists of the seas. Vegapunk exclaimed, a bamboo dragonfly that can fly? Splendid. If we can understand and mass-produce this, it will surely usher in a new golden age for the Navy. Sengoku declared, since this is something Dr. Vegapunk desires, I shall do everything in my power to obtain it for you. Caesar scoffed, do you think this is something you can just obtain through sheer effort? How naive. Frankie said, oh, a bamboo dragonfly that can carry people into the sky? Fascinating. Bellamy chimed in, if my jumping ability were enhanced by this, my damage output would multiply. Sugar laughed, imagine Bellamy with a bamboo dragonfly on his head? That is just hilarious. Shiki remarked, Little girl, I suspect there is more to your words. Buggy mused. I wonder if this could improve the accuracy of the buggy bomb? Lindbergh exclaimed, why didn't I think of that? By installing a flying bamboo dragonfly on a cannonball, we could achieve pinpoint accuracy. Brilliant. Though no one answered the question in the live stream, their enthusiasm and curiosity regarding the reward remained unabated. As they pondered how to maximize the utility of this flying bamboo dragonfly, the king of the sky spoke. Shiki commented, really? Just flying through the air is such a trivial feat, yet you all are so excited? Enel scoffed, mere mortals, do you truly aspire to soar through the heavens? Don't be foolish. Vinsmoke Judge sneered, what you all see is merely the remnants of our Vinsmoke family-esque experiments. Tsuru stated, flying is something anyone can do. Our Navy's 6 powers can achieve it with ease. Doflamingo quipped, Tsuru, your Navy's 6 powers were stripped away yesterday, yet you still claim to fly? How marvelous. Tsuru stammered. Oh, I spoke too hastily. In summary, opinions on the merits of this reward varied among the participants. Those who had no need for flight simply opted out of the question, quietly observing others in the live stream. Those who desired the reward but lacked intelligence busied themselves with irrelevant chatter. Meanwhile, those who considered themselves clever began brainstorming, attempting to deduce the correct answer from the clues revealed in the live stream. Hancock declared, I am ready to answer. They say blood is thicker than water. So the one who truly saved Ace must be his grandfather, Garp. Hancock's answer led to a brief silence in the live stream. It was surprising to see her, after enduring numerous failures in answering questions, wholeheartedly preparing to answer once more. Her spirit was indeed commendable. However, they had not anticipated that Hancock's answer would be Garp. It is important to note that Garp is a naval hero, and his stance represents the Navy. If Garp were to intervene and halt Ace's execution under such circumstances, it would equate to a betrayal of the Navy. This answer was audacious, leaving the audience in the live stream momentarily unsure of whether to believe it. Fortunately, The live stream did not keep them in suspense for long. Shortly after Hancock provided her answer, a notification chimed. Ding. Hancock answered incorrectly, losing her princess cut hairstyle. The quiz continued. As the sound echoed, far away on Amazon Lily Island, Hancock observed large clumps of hair falling from either side of her head. Had her semi-permanent princess cut truly vanished? I have become bald. Hancock could hardly fathom that the penalty for her incorrect answer would result in baldness. For the ever-beautiful and confident Empress Hancock, this was nothing short of a devastating blow. At that moment, Hancock was in her chamber attending to state affairs, surrounded by numerous subjects. All she wished for was to find a hole to burrow into. How could the esteemed Empress suffer from baldness? Moreover, it was only on the sides. Hancock was in profound anguish. The pain she felt was no less than that of losing her conqueror's haki. Thankfully, her two younger sisters were present. Upon noticing Hancock's distressed expression, they quickly dismissed the surrounding courtiers. It's all right, hair can grow back. We can always change hairstyles. Her second sister, Boa Sonia, comforted her. The third sister, Boa Marigold, immediately understood and hastily grabbed a comb, approaching Hancock from the other side, reassuring her. Yes, sister. You are so beautiful and have such abundant hair. It's merely a few strands that are lost. They will grow back, so don't fret too much. As she spoke, she styled Hancock's hair into a center parting. The hair in the center was swept to either side, naturally covering the bald spots. After finishing, she produced a small mirror and held it before Hancock. Look, sister, you still look so radiant, the second sister remarked, unable to suppress her admiration as she gazed at Hancock's reflection. In their eyes, Hancock's beauty undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of the pirate world. And changes in hairstyle would not diminish her allure in the slightest. However, Hancock has always been intolerant of any form of insult. Even though she was aware that her two sisters had come to console her, the sight of a clump of her own hair on the ground left her in tears. Meanwhile, at the Marine Academy of Marineford, Luffy could not help but laugh upon hearing about Hancock's punishment during the livestream. The illustrious Empress, suffering from hair loss? And only on the sides? It was the extreme opposite of a Mediterranean hairstyle. When he noticed a few strands of hair suddenly resting in his hand, Luffy pondered what Hancock would think if she knew that all her lost hair had ended up with him. Since he had no use for the hair, he might as well find an opportunity to return it, thereby earning a favor from the Empress. After all, a top beauty like Hancock must be quite concerned about her appearance. Helping her at this moment would surely make a lasting impression on her. If it led to a deeper connection, that would be even better. With these thoughts in mind, Luffy soon spoke in the live stream. Luffy, Hancock. As a member of the Seven Warlords, I assure you as a super administrator that your lost hair will be returned. There is no need for you to be overly distressed. Hancock, is that true? I am most grateful. Hancock, then, is there hope for my conqueror's haki to be restored? Luffy, well, that is a bit uncertain, but your hair will definitely come back. While the conqueror's haki may not return, at least the lost hair was assuredly on its way back. Overwhelmed with joy, Hancock quickly expressed her gratitude in the live stream. Hancock, super administrator. You are indeed different from other despicable men. I shall remember your kindness. From this moment forth, Super Administrator Luffy shall be a distinguished guest of Amazon Lily. Chapter 58, The Second Peak of Whitebeard. Hancock publicly declaring that Luffy was unlike other despicable men and announcing him as a distinguished guest of Amazon Lily left everyone in the live stream stunned. It is important to note that Amazon Lily is also known as Daughter Island, aptly named as it is solely inhabited by women, home to the Kuja, a female warrior tribe. Due to its location in the doldrums, Amazon Lily is shielded from any stormy weather, allowing its residents to lead prosperous and stable lives. Additionally, the surrounding waters are filled with enormous sea king nests, which deter ordinary sailors from daring to venture in, ensuring that the island's inhabitants can live in peace without outside interference. Thus, it is a veritable paradise for women and a nightmare for men. This island is referred to as a paradise for women because, since its founding, it has been exclusively inhabited by females, and there is no shortage of beautiful maidens. More importantly, all the women here are untouched. Therefore, describing this place as a paradise for women is by no means an exaggeration. However, because it is a land solely for women, any man who dares to set foot here is treated as an invader and subjected to severe punishment. In this regard, any man who enters will inevitably meet a tragic fate. With no return, it is indeed a nightmare for men. However, at this moment, the Empress of Amazon Lily boldly declared in front of the entire live stream audience that Luffy was a distinguished guest of their nation. If he is indeed a distinguished guest, does that not mean he can come and go freely? Due to Hancock's proclamation, Luffy inadvertently acquired many adversaries. Baki, it's getting serious. My fists are hardened. Brook, does that mean we can see a multitude of vividly colored women's garments? Nami, who is this person? How scandalous. Sanji, indeed. Unlike me, who can only feel sympathy for my sister. Chopper, goodness. Luffy must have accumulated an extraordinary fortune over several lifetimes. Peach Rabbit, would you like this fortune? Chopper, I wouldn't dare to ask for it. Luffy, dear brother, please take care of yourself. Trafalgar Law, ha ha ha. The esteemed administrator hasn't done anything yet. And here we are, concerned about his well-being. Blackbeard, that is a grave misjudgment. What may seem like inaction now could change in the future. Hancock, what are you men babbling about? I merely announced that the esteemed administrator has become a guest of my nation, and yet you are also exhilarated? Luo Fei, indeed. Indeed. I too do not comprehend what these peculiar gentlemen are thinking. Upon receiving this news, Luo Fei, while maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor, was inwardly overjoyed. To be granted the privilege of freely entering and exiting Amazon Lily is a dream come true for countless men. And it marks a significant event in the annals of the island's history. It is well known that although Amazon Lily is isolated from the world, its inhabitants are vibrant and unrestrained. Their attire is not bound by societal norms, and their words and actions are notably bold and audacious. What a blissful experience it would be to reside in such a land for a few days. Now that Hancock has opened the doors for him, Luo Fei felt no need for hesitation. Moreover, there exists a particular place on Amazon Lily that has long piqued his interest. Luo Fei, Hancock. I have heard that there is a splendid hot spring on Amazon Lily. I must surely try it out when I have the chance. Indeed, it is the hot spring. Little did Hancock anticipate that Luo Fei's first thought upon learning of his newfound freedom to enter the island was to indulge in a hot spring. Hancock, I had no idea that the esteemed administrator harbored such unique preferences. If it's merely about the hot spring, I shall ensure your comfort. Sanji, merely indulging in a hot spring? What a waste of opportunity. Doflamingo, what do you know? This is about vision. Hancock, enough. Do none of you wish to answer the questions? Noticing that the conversation in the live stream was veering off course, Hancock could not help but interject. Her desire to honor Luo Fei with the status of esteemed guest was not solely for the sake of reclaiming her hair. Rather, she hoped to fortify her position by aligning with Luo Fei. After all, her repeated mistakes in the live stream had significantly diminished her strength, making the pursuit of a formidable ally entirely reasonable. Upon perceiving Hancock's subtle hints, Luo Fei quickly grasped the underlying message. Luo Fei, if you wish to avoid answering questions, I could arrange to shorten the response time. What do you all think? As the administrator of the live stream, adjusting the response time was merely a routine matter. However, to maintain a sense of reverence and urgency among the participants, Luo Fei only informed them of his ability to shorten the response time, without mentioning the possibility of extending it. Furthermore, as the sole administrator, even if others harbored doubts about Luo Fei's statements, they had no means to verify them. Simultaneously, with Luo Fei's declaration, all present clearly understood his stance. Although Hancock's capabilities had been significantly compromised, who could overlook the protection afforded by Administrator Luo Fei? Those who had previously mocked Hancock for permitting Luo Fei free access to the island promptly chose to mute themselves. This silence left ample room for those genuinely eager to engage with the questions. Soon after, Whitebeard began to respond. Whitebeard, I am Ace's father. It is my duty to rescue him. Whitebeard, therefore, my answer is that the one who truly prevented Ace's execution is I, Whitebeard. This marked Whitebeard's inaugural participation in the live stream's question and answer session. Despite his usual vibrancy in conversation, he had remained silent during prior answering opportunities. This was partly due to the fact that, having reached this stage in his piratical career, he no longer felt a pressing need for further strength. Additionally, he wished to avoid the peril of losing a treasured ability should he fail to answer correctly. However, at this moment, he is actively participating in the quiz. The sole reason is his family. For the sake of Ace, he is willing to take this risk. Moreover, in the recent scene, Whitebeard witnessed his entire crew mobilized in a valiant effort to rescue Ace. He cannot believe that such unwavering commitment would fail to secure Ace's safety. In response to Whitebeard's assertion, the live stream quickly reacted. Ding. Whitebeard answered, the one who truly prevents Ace's execution is Whitebeard, but the answer was incorrect. The quiz continues. Whitebeard has failed to answer. However, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. His punishment for the incorrect answer was the removal of all ailments. Upon hearing the prompt in the live broadcast, Whitebeard instantly felt a significant lightness within his body. The vitality that previously required intravenous support was steadily being restored. At that moment, Whitebeard was engulfed by a singular sensation. His second peak of glory was on the verge of arrival. Chapter 59. Who would not exclaim how chaotic this realm is? Upon hearing the punishment imposed on Whitebeard in the live broadcast, the entire ocean was left in awe. They had speculated that his penalty for the incorrect answer might involve the forfeiture of weapons or abilities. But who could have anticipated that it would entail the deprivation of all suffering? Can this truly be considered a punishment? It is evidently a boon. Although for the multitude at sea, the true condition of Whitebeard has remained an enigma. Yet, having entered the twilight of his years, the once formidable Whitebeard, despite still possessing remarkable strength, is undoubtedly not as formidable as in his youth. In his prime, Whitebeard roamed the seas, his name reverberating across the vast ocean. However, in the present day, he leads a more reclusive existence, seldom stirring trouble. In moments of boredom, he gathers a few of his sons. And there have been whispers that he requires continuous intravenous treatment. Thus, in the eyes of the public, the current Whitebeard is perceived as an aged relic, lacking the potency to pose a significant threat. However, at this moment, as the ominous sound of punishment echoed through the live broadcast room, everyone inhaled sharply in shock. The combination of age and illness had diminished Whitebeard's strength by at least a third. Yet now, free from ailments, The only factor that could potentially weaken him, his age, had transformed into a testament to his battle-hardened experience. In this very moment, Whitebeard appeared unencumbered by any limitations on his formidable abilities. Since the dawn of the previous era, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, had been a formidable force stirring the seas. Decades have passed, new generations continue to rise, yet Whitebeard's prowess remains undiminished. For pirates, if Whitebeard were to pursue the throne of the Pirate King at this juncture, despair would envelop them. Conversely, for the Navy, Whitebeard had been dormant for years, yet should he decide to unleash turmoil upon the world, a cataclysmic battle would be inevitable. Far away in Marineford, Sengoku furrowed his brow upon hearing such news. Whitebeard's resurgence undoubtedly signaled a warning to the peace the Navy endeavored to uphold. The zenith of Whitebeard's strength was imminent, and his choices would directly impact the shifting dynamics of the world to come. However, Whitebeard himself harbored no such grandiose aspirations. Upon realizing his full recovery, his foremost thought was to safeguard his family. Unlike others who worried about his ambitions to conquer the world, he, now well past 50, had tasted the myriad flavors of life. After witnessing the splendor and decay of the world, Whitebeard's singular desire was for familial unity, while many were anxious about Whitebeard's resurgence. Luffy chuckled. To be liberated from all afflictions? Such an outcome was indeed favorable. The punishment for incorrect answers in the live broadcast need not be a deterrent. It might very well serve as a boon. Making this known could ignite a fervor for participation in answering questions. Nonetheless, Luffy was equally eager for the rewards of this quiz and intended to join in. Before he could formulate a coherent strategy for answering, Luffy aimed to encourage the audience's participation while ensuring they did not arrive at the correct answers. To lead the audience astray, Luffy promptly engaged in the live stream. I wonder if everyone noticed that, in the rescue squad for Ace that just appeared in the broadcast, apart from the Whitebeard pirates, there were also numerous members of the Revolutionary Army involved? Luffy remarked. The figures of the Revolutionary Army shown in the footage seem to have emerged from Impel Down. Do they not? In the recent live stream, viewers had witnessed a colossal and rather garish figure, none other than the Okama King, Ivankov. While few were aware that Ivankov belonged to the Revolutionary Army, his close ties with the revolutionary leader, Dragon, were no longer a secret. If this alone did not convince the audience of Ivankov's allegiance, then the presence of his steadfast companion, Imizuna, would certainly serve as proof. This individual, sporting a distinctive hairstyle of alternating orange and white, was a blatant emblem of the Revolutionary Army. Originally, the Revolutionary Army had no stake in this upcoming conflict. However, following the recent revelation of the identities of the two supernova pirates, Luffy and Ace, the Revolutionary Army appears to be entangled in this matter in an ambiguous manner. Thus, it is not impossible to suggest that the Revolutionary Army may have intervened to halt Ace's execution. As the crowd began to speculate once more, Hancock, who had initially failed to answer a question, presented a new line of thought. Hancock remarked, Luffy's grandfather is Garp, and Luffy refers to Ace as his brother. Does this imply that Ace and Garp share a blood relationship? Although Hancock did not state this explicitly, her words hinted at the possibility that Garp could also be the one who prevented Ace's execution. After all, blood is thicker than water. Moreover, from the recent live broadcast, Garp's expression was indeed rather intriguing. As a grandfather, Garp had to witness his grandson Ace being executed by the Navy, while as a naval hero, he could only stand by and watch. The irony of a white-haired man sending a black-haired one to his demise is quite absurd. Hancock perceived the turmoil in Garp's gaze, which led her to this conjecture. Moria exclaimed, no way. The naval hero Garp not only raised the world's #1 criminal, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, but also has an inexplicable connection to Pirate King Roger? Moria continued, goodness. Who wouldn't exclaim, what a chaotic circle you have? As Hancock's remarks diverted everyone towards an unrelated direction, Luffy chimed in, moreover, given that Ace is the orphan of Pirate King Roger, it seems rather unreasonable for Roger's crew not to participate in the rescue. Wouldn't you agree? Doflamingo responded, there are hardly any of Roger's crew left to hear of, right, Rayleigh? Rayleigh replied, isn't that merely moral coercion? I just wish to spend my remaining days peacefully on this island. Robin added, in the recent live broadcast, when Whitebeard emerged from the sea, the ship appeared to have a layer of colorful coating, didn't it? There are likely very few craftsmen in the world who possess such coating technology. Rayleigh quipped. You might as well just mention my name. Shanks interjected, if that is the case, it would seem unreasonable for me, as an apprentice crew member, to refrain from taking action, haha. If Ace were truly captured, I would undoubtedly intervene, not out of personal sentiment, but in pursuit of world peace. Right, Buggy? Buggy retorted. Don't call my name. Being an apprentice on Roger S. ship was merely a trivial chapter in my illustrious life. Despite Buggy's grandiose words, he was more cowardly than anyone else. So what if Ace is Roger's son? When Roger was alive, he was merely a lowly crew member, unable to bask in any glory. Now, 20 years later, with Roger having turned to dust, did they expect him to care for his son? That was simply impossible. Chapter 60. Garp remained silent, treating Sengoku's words as nonsense upon witnessing the comments made by Shanks and others. The audience in the live stream began to grasp the situation. Rayleigh, once Roger S. right-hand man, now sought only to live out his twilight years in tranquility and was unlikely to participate in the rescue of Ace. However, considering that Whitebeard's ship, the Moby Dick, leapt from the depths of the sea to Marineford with that coating, it seemed that even if Rayleigh was reluctant to actively engage in this tumult, he would still be willing to lend his assistance in the effort to rescue Ace. Looking at Shanks, it was evident that he harbored a sense of justice. Shanks' motivation for rescuing Ace was straightforward: to prevent a direct conflict between the Navy and Whitebeard, which could lead to a catastrophic war on a global scale. Therefore, from this perspective, it was clear that Shanks would certainly be an individual to intervene in order to avert war. However, to claim that the true obstacle preventing Ace's execution lies solely with him would be a misconception. The case of Buggy, who was once a fellow crew member of Roger alongside Shanks, further illustrates this point. It has been 2 decades since Roger faced his execution. And while Shanks has ascended to become one of the formidable emperors of the sea, Buggy remains merely a fledgling pirate, having just embarked from the East Blue. Even if Buggy wished to rescue Ace, he may lack the requisite capability. With 3 former members of Roger's crew who had motives to save Ace now eliminated, the remaining contenders are the Revolutionary Army, the Navy, and the pirates who followed Whitebeard. Katakuri remarked, among the Navy, the one most likely to rescue Ace is undoubtedly Garp. However, Garp, can you truly forsake your familial ties for the greater good? In an apparent validation of this hypothesis, he deliberately tagged Garp, ensuring that Garp would take notice. He awaited Garp's response. As a hero of the Navy, Garp, standing firmly on the side of justice, ought to swiftly declare that he would never betray the Navy's principles. Should Garp take a stand at this moment, Katakuri would be convinced that in Garp's heart, the Navy's justice surpasses his personal affections. However, after several minutes had passed, Katakuri still did not receive the answer he desired. At this moment, Garp, upon hearing Katakuri's question, fell into deep contemplation. When he witnessed Ace bound to the execution platform through the live stream, his heart was profoundly shaken. Aside from the shock, only pain and turmoil remained. Although Ace was not Garp's biological grandson, he had watched the boy grow up. Garp's affection for Ace was no less than that for Luffy, yet as a naval hero, he could only stand by and watch as his kin faced execution at the hands of the Navy. Simply witnessing such a scene was unbearable for Garp, filling him with heartache. Observing Whitebeard and others rallying support for Ace in the live stream brought him some solace. What the naval hero could not accomplish, Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors of the sea, managed to do. How contradictory and ironic this was. At this thought, Garp couldn't help but shake his head. In that moment, he wished he were merely an ordinary old man, free to exert every effort to rescue Ace without reservation. Yet, the justice he bore was an exceedingly heavy burden. If the future unfolded as anticipated, could he truly stand by and watch Ace perish? He did not know the answer. He could only hope that if this event was destined to occur, it would be delayed. Before that moment arrived, Garp would do everything in his power to prevent it. Defying fate is a formidable endeavor, but for Ace, Garp was willing to attempt it. Ultimately, Garp did not respond to Katakuri's inquiry. Would Garp betray the Navy's justice for Ace? This question was not only of concern to the pirates, but also to Sengoku. As a longtime friend, Sengoku was well aware of Garp's capabilities. If Garp truly intended to assist Ace and side with the pirates, it would be a calamity for the Navy. While Garp wrestled with his indecision, Sengoku stepped in to provide an answer on his behalf. The dignity of the Navy must not be trampled. I believe that Garp, as a hero of the Navy, would never commit an act that would bring shame to our ranks. Sengoku's words effectively rendered Garp's decision. Simultaneously, Sengoku's statement served as a reminder for Garp to remain ever aware of his identity. However, these words were ultimately mere expressions of Sengoku's opinion. Until Garp made a definitive statement, they could be dismissed as irrelevant. Silence was the most eloquent response. While Katakuri's observation haki could not foresee the distant future, he reasoned from a human perspective that Garp could not possibly be indifferent to Ace's impending demise. Thus, Katakuri quickly decided to participate in the discussion. I shall answer. The one who will truly prevent Ace's execution will undoubtedly be his grandfather, Garp. Chapter 61. Katakuri's analysis and the final outcome. Garp did not provide a response to Katakuri's question, but Sengoku, seeing Garp's prolonged silence, took it upon himself to answer. However, Sengoku's response did not instill confidence in the audience of the live stream, nor did it convince Katakuri. From the recent images in the live stream, Katakuri observed Garp's expression of anxiety and helplessness. It was clear that Garp did not wish to witness Ace's death firsthand. Although Whitebeard and others had set out to rescue him, assessing the situation in terms of strength, even if all 43 of Whitebeard's ships were to mobilize, they would face the admirals and the 7 warlords of the sea on the Navy's side. The forces were evenly matched, and Whitebeard could not expect to gain a significant advantage. Given that the Navy had publicly declared Ace's execution before the world, they were undoubtedly well prepared. It would not be an easy task for Whitebeard to successfully rescue Ace. As for the Revolutionary Army and Straw Hat Luffy, who were also visible in the footage, Katakuri dismissed these possibilities without a second thought. The former had been captured by the Navy in the past, and even if they attempted to confront the Navy now amidst the chaos, they would not possess a considerable advantage, the latter appearing gaunt and malnourished. led Katakuri to speculate that this individual might not even withstand a single blow from one of the Navy's 3 admirals. Although there had been predictions in the live stream that Luffy would one day defeat the Golden Lion, Katakuri was skeptical. Based on the appearance and attire observed in the 2 live broadcasts, it can be inferred that Luffy's victory over the Golden Lion occurred subsequent to the execution of Ace. Consequently, Katakuri swiftly dismissed Luffy as a potential answer. This constitutes Katakuri's analysis. Following this examination, the answer becomes exceedingly clear. Since it is neither Whitebeard nor the Revolutionary Army alongside Luffy, the ultimate answer must be none other than the Navy's Garp. Garp's proximity to Ace positions him as the most suitable candidate for the rescue. Thus, Katakuri arrived at his recent conclusion. The audience in the live stream held their breath upon hearing this answer, eagerly awaiting the announcement of its accuracy. Whitebeard hoped fervently that this answer was indeed correct, even if the ultimate reward for answering was claimed by another. If Garp were to choose to protect Ace at a critical moment, he would have no further concerns. Sengoku also awaited the announcement with palpable tension. Had he not been the fleet admiral of the Navy, he would undoubtedly support Garp in the rescue of Ace. Regrettably, the world offers no alternatives. His identity and position destined him to make choices solely aligned with the Navy. He fervently wished that Katakuri's response was erroneous. That Garp remained the hero of the Navy, its paragon. Garp himself anticipated the outcome, pondering what decisions he might make should such circumstances arise. As they awaited the ultimate revelation, an air of tension enveloped the crowd. Yet, only Luffy remained unperturbed, even harboring a sense of secret delight. For he was aware that Katakuri's answer was indeed incorrect. Consequently, he would once again be rewarded for the misstep of a fellow member. The most formidable aspect of Katakuri was his exceptional observation haki, potent enough to foresee fleeting moments of the future. In his current state, he possessed unparalleled martial prowess. The rare conqueror's haki, and the most enigmatic and formidable dark fruit. Alongside these, he was equipped with an array of weapons and treasures. If he could also acquire Katakuri's formidable observation haki, given time to master and integrate all these abilities, he would undoubtedly emerge as a titan of the seas. At that juncture, commanding the entirety of land, sea, and air would pose no challenge. Chapter 62, The Supreme Observation Haki Integration. Luffy optimistically contemplated this notion. Soon, the live stream responded to Katakuri's answer. As Luffy had anticipated, the response was indeed incorrect. A notification chimed. Group member answered. Garp prevented Ace's execution. Answer incorrect. Penalty for the error. Deprivation of Katakuri's observation haki. The quiz continues. Upon hearing this announcement, reactions within the live stream varied. Some rejoiced while others despaired. Naturally, the members from Cake Island were disheartened. Katakuri's status within the Charlotte family was akin to that of the 3 admirals in the Navy. On Cake Island, 3 exceptionally powerful high-ranking officials reigned. Minister of Biscuits, Charlotte Cracker, Minister of Juice, Charlotte Smoothie, and Minister of Flour, Charlotte Katakuri. Among these 3, Katakuri consistently held the title of the Star of the 3 admirals. It can be asserted that a significant portion of Katakuri's fearsome capabilities was attributed to his observation haki. This extraordinary ability to glimpse into the near future allowed him to discern the weaknesses of any adversary he faced, rendering him, in the eyes of many, a flawless embodiment of perfection, devoid of any apparent flaw. However, the live broadcast has announced that Katakuri's observation haki has been permanently stripped away, after several rounds of questioning. No one can contest the results of the live stream. In light of the unexpected appearance of the broadcast yesterday, many ministers from the surrounding towns of Cake Island hastily gathered to discuss future plans. The sweet 3 generals, along with all of Big Mom's children, are now assembled within the castle of Cake Island. The news of Katakuri losing his observation haki has thrown everyone into disarray. Among his siblings, Katakuri has always been regarded as a symbol of faith and leadership. In the face of a mother like Big Mom, who could erupt at any moment due to her cravings, Katakuri has been perceived as a competent patriarch. His formidable and unpredictable strength served as their best protective barrier. Now that Katakuri's observation haki has vanished, his power is undoubtedly diminished. Therefore, even though no one speaks of it, there is a shared sense of unease among them. Simultaneously, Big Mom, seated high above, quickly shifted her gaze to Katakuri upon observing the heavy expressions of those around her. Looking at Katakuri, whose face remained composed, Big Mom remarked, "A punishment for an incorrect answer? Does that mean you will no longer possess observation haki? How unfortunate, Katakuri, your value has diminished." As she spoke, her eyes grew perilously sharp. The other ministers in the hall felt a wave of anxiety wash over them upon witnessing Big Mom's demeanor. She places immense importance on the utility of those around her, and anyone deemed useless risks being discarded. Of course, being cast aside is merely the lesser fate. They fear that a rage-fueled Big Mom could drain one's life force or, in a fit of dissatisfaction, cast them into the hellish jungles. Much like what happened to the father of Chiffon, you know. Thus, upon hearing Big Mom's words about Katakuri's diminished value, a sense of dread permeated the room. Even Katakuri himself felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing her statement. Stripped of his observation haki, he found it impossible to discern Big Mom's thoughts. The atmosphere within the Cake Island Palace turned tense in an instant. Fortunately, at that moment, Big Mom's 35th daughter, Rayleigh approached with a grand cake. Mom, look. This is the cake I made after consulting Lord Snack. I assure you it tastes far better than those sent by the country. Would you like to try it? Rayleigh said, her large eyes sparkling with innocence. As Big Mom gazed at the dessert, the dangerous glint in her eyes quickly faded. Aha, a dessert? Of course. I must try it. However, if it does not taste as delightful as you claim, do you know what the consequences will be? With a cheerful demeanor, Big Mom scooped a spoonful of cake and brought it to her mouth. Upon seeing her satisfied expression after tasting the cake, a collective sigh of relief escaped the others. They all felt grateful that Rayleigh had brought the dessert, temporarily alleviating the looming crisis. However, only Katakuri is aware that if his strength diminishes significantly, such a crisis will continue to arise. As the foremost of the sweet commanders of Cake Island, a decline in Katakuri's power will naturally affect the entire island's might. Consequently, as anxiety began to permeate Cake Island, those who coveted across the seas also stirred restlessly. Of course, the one most delighted by Katakuri's loss of observation haki is none other than Luffy. What Katakuri has lost, Luffy can now possess. In other words, he has successfully mastered observation haki. However, it seems that Luffy, lacking professional training in this ability and having only recently assimilated Katakuri's powers, cannot yet wield it with the same formidable strength. Fortunately, Luffy does not dwell on this. His mindset remains positive. After all, these abilities are a gift. And whatever power he can harness from them is a boon. The more skills he acquires, the better, although he may not yet be proficient. That does not preclude future mastery. Moreover, Luffy's body has been transformed by the absorption of so many abilities, setting him apart from the ordinary. What would take a normal person a year to fully comprehend, Luffy can achieve in a single day. At this rate, within a month, he will have fully integrated these powers. By then, he will no longer require the protection of any faction. To expedite his growth, Luffy intends to actively seek out the training grounds. However, just as he prepares to leave, a fragment of thought suddenly surfaces in his mind. In this fleeting vision, Luffy finds himself outside, en route to the Marine Academy's training grounds, when he unexpectedly encounters Garp. Judging by the circumstances, it appears Garp is indeed searching for him. As he greets Luffy and approaches him, but the words he utters remain unclear. Just as Luffy strives to discern Garp's message, his consciousness abruptly snaps back to reality. The scene was both strange and familiar, yet based on his attire, it is evident that this moment did not occur in the past, but rather is likely to transpire in the near future. After a brief moment of confusion, Luffy suddenly comprehends the implication. Could it be that what he just witnessed was a glimpse of the immediate future? Chapter 63. Garp's obvious favoritism? Luffy has yet to step outside. Yet he has already seen the scene that will unfold after his departure. This sensation is extraordinary, prompting Luffy to question the nature of his vision. Was that fleeting image truly a vision of the future, or merely a figment of his imagination? To validate this hypothesis, Luffy promptly sets out. As he walks the familiar path from his home to the Marine Academy, an odd sense of familiarity lingers in his mind. However, having traversed this route countless times, he refrains from concluding that his earlier vision was prophetic. The sole affirmation that convinces Luffy of the glimpse into the future lies in Garp himself. Throughout the journey, Luffy remains focused, eagerly anticipating Garp's appearance. Soon, he arrives at the precise spot that flickered through his memory, the location of their meeting. Yet, this time, Garp is nowhere to be seen. The once familiar path lies empty. Witnessing this, Luffy briefly falters. Could it be that the vision that danced through his mind was nothing more than a product of his imagination? With this thought, Luffy can't help but chuckle, realizing he might simply be too idle, indulging in fanciful musings. Though he cannot explain the earlier vision, Luffy's cheerful disposition prevents him from dwelling on it. Since that future has not yet come to pass, he decides to move forward and heads directly to the Marine Academy. However, just as he nears the academy, he finally spots Garp. Luffy. Garp calls out from a distance, clearly relieved to see him. I didn't expect to find you here. You were quite elusive. Garp speaks breathlessly, as if he has traversed a great distance. Upon hearing Garp's call, Luffy quickly turns to face him. Garp is not dressed in his usual uniform, but rather in a casual floral shirt. Moreover, as Garp speaks, Luffy notices a particularly noticeable piece of vegetable lodged in his front tooth. Taken aback by Garp's appearance, Luffy finds himself momentarily stunned. Garp looks exactly as he did in Luffy's fleeting memory. The vegetable on his teeth, the size, shape, and position, seems as if it has been copied and pasted. At this moment, Luffy has nearly confirmed that the vision he had before leaving was indeed a glimpse of the future. He swiftly grasps the reason behind the change in their meeting location. After witnessing the vision, curiosity compelled Luffy to leave earlier than planned. According to his original intentions, he had meant to enjoy a glass of milk before setting out. However, the present circumstances demonstrate that it was merely due to his decision to forego a single glass of milk that he and Garp happened to miss each other. The future he glimpsed was, at the very least, 5 minutes ahead. Could it be that the recently acquired observation haki had already reached such a formidable level? This thought stirred a sense of exhilaration within Luffy. It is noteworthy that Katakuri, renowned for possessing the most potent observation haki, could foresee only up to a minute into the future. Indeed, it seems that his innate talent is exceptional. Luffy delightedly mused to himself. Just as Luffy was momentarily lost in thought, Garp approached him. Luffy, are you heading to the Naval Academy? Coincidentally, the matter I wish to discuss is also related to the Naval Academy, Garp stated upon reaching Luffy. Upon hearing Garp's words, Luffy quickly regained his composure and politely replied, Yes, I intend to practice at the Academy's training ground. Although the Admiral has permitted my graduation from the Naval Academy, I must not neglect my martial skills. Practicing at the training ground was indeed Luffy's original intention. The essence of a statement can be transformed through different expressions, evoking entirely distinct feelings. For instance, the remarks just made by Luffy, while retaining their original meaning, resonate in a manner that is particularly comforting to the ear. Upon hearing this, Garp nodded approvingly, a sense of satisfaction evident in his demeanor. What a fine child. If only all those at the Naval Academy were as diligent as you, Luffy. Garp smiled, patting Luffy on the shoulder, expressing his contentment. In response to Garp's praise, Luffy humbly smiled and courteously remarked, Oh, it's nothing. Everyone at the Naval Academy is working hard. After all, maintaining the persona of a diligent young man in front of Garp necessitates such polite exchanges. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream was able to witness and hear the dialogue between the two, thanks to the shared perspective initiated by Luffy. Some of the naval soldiers who trained alongside Luffy were taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief upon hearing Garp's words. They never imagined that terms like diligence and good child would one day be associated with Luffy, who had been the most mischievous and least industrious during their school days. However, it is indeed disconcerting that Luffy has received such high praise from Lord Garp. Naturally, the others feel a sense of imbalance. Rayleigh remarked, Is it truly appropriate for Lord Garp to exhibit such evident favoritism? Dasky responded with laughter, Ha ha ha, Luffy is remarkably talented. It is only fitting for Lord Garp to favor him a bit. Tina interjected, Is this really Luffy? During holidays, that aside, even in regular classes, this lad often skipped out to have fun. When I served as his instructor, I never saw him working so diligently. Tina was visibly upset. Peach Rabbit chimed in, Tina, do not speak ill of Luffy. I know him well, and he is not that kind of person. Tina retorted, So, are you implying that I was deceived by Luffy during my 3 years as an instructor? T-Pig lamented, Peach Rabbit, how could you defend another man? It pains my heart. Peach Rabbit replied, Another man? Are you referring to yourself? His name is Luffy, remember it. T-Pig commented, Such blatant favoritism makes me envious. Luffy added, Envious one. Amidst the doubts expressed by the others, Luffy himself remained unfazed. After all, these individuals were inconsequential to him, and their opinions held no weight. As for Garp, there was no need to elaborate. Once he had made a judgment, he would not waver due to the mere words of others. Just as the live stream audience was buzzing about Garp's commendation of Luffy, Garp quickly articulated his purpose for visiting. Luffy, I have come to discuss your future after graduation. Garp's demeanor grew serious, and Luffy listened intently. Given Garp's recent favorable attitude towards him, coupled with his current status as a significant asset to the Navy, Luffy felt reassured that he would not be assigned to some desolate location after graduation. Soon, Garp continued, after discussions with the Admiral, We have decided to appoint you as the new instructor at the Naval Academy. Of course, the Admiral is mindful that you have just graduated and may not be fully prepared for this role, so we have also assigned you an assistant instructor. She has considerable experience, and you can consult her whenever you have any uncertainties. Upon hearing this arrangement, Luffy's eyes brightened. Transitioning from a student to an instructor seemed quite appealing. However, aside from his promising future, Luffy was particularly curious about one matter. Who is this assistant instructor? He inquired. Chapter 64. The old Sal leads a chest C, again and again. Garp smiled slightly at Luffy's question and replied, Have you heard of Ain? Consider yourself fortunate. Sengoku had frequently invited Ain to join the Naval Academy, but she always declined. This time, for reasons unknown, she agreed quite readily. However, do not rejoice too soon. Ain has only committed to 1 month. During this time, she will diligently fulfill her duties as an assistant instructor. So be sure to ask her any questions you might have. A month from now, I expect to see you become a competent instructor. Garp's eyes conveyed the gravity of his expectations for Luffy. Upon learning that Ain would be his assistant instructor, Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had heard much about Ain. She was a user of the reverse fruit and a skilled swordswoman, trained during Zifa's tenure as admiral, and was one of the survivors of the ability user attack incident. Beyond her formidable strength, her management and execution capabilities were exceptional. She had assisted Zifa in establishing the Neo Navy and was his right-hand ally. This was precisely why Sengoku had chosen Ain to serve as an assistant instructor at the Naval Academy to aid Luffy. Firstly, Ain's experience in establishing the Neo Navy would undoubtedly qualify her to train and manage new recruits effectively. Secondly, since Ain had her own commitments and could only stay for a short period, granting her the title of chief instructor would be inappropriate. The role of assistant instructor was a perfect fit. Of course, from Luffy's perspective, Ain's inherent strength was not the most critical factor. What mattered most was that Ain was one of the few beauties in the Navy. If Ain were to become his assistant instructor, Luffy could only feel that his dream had come true. Every young man likely harbors fantasies of having a stunningly beautiful bodyguard. Now, it seemed he had transformed that fantasy into reality with his very own beautiful bodyguard. Rest assured, Lord Garp, I will certainly give my best effort. Luffy responded with a nod, his excitement palpable. After informing Luffy of the higher-ups' arrangements for his post-graduation plans, Garp offered a few casual reminders, essentially advising him to work hard and study diligently, assuring him that the Navy would not treat him unfairly in the future. Luffy outwardly appeared compliant. However, his acquiescence was merely superficial. When one possesses the power to reshape the world, would they still be willing to remain in subservience? The answer, undoubtedly, is no. Luffy was no exception. Having acquired immense divine power, he knew that if a confrontation were to arise, even a Navy admiral might not stand as his equal. The reason why Luffy chose not to rise in rebellion is quite simple. It is due to his inherent laziness. Rather than instigating a war and taking on the arduous role of a leader or entrepreneur with grand aspirations, akin to the Revolutionary Army's dragon, Luffy prefers to live a carefree life, content with simply going through the motions each day. In this regard, Luffy shares a rather similar disposition with the Admiral Kizaru. However, unlike Kizaru, who must obey others despite his high rank, Luffy is convinced that, given time, he will possess strength that surpasses Kizaru and everyone else in this world. When the opportune moment arrives, Luffy intends to showcase his power to the entire world, ushering it into a new era under his influence. As for those self-proclaimed deities, the celestial dragons, they ought to have been eradicated long ago. At this moment, although Luffy appears foolishly cheerful on the surface, his heart is brimming with grand ambitions. On the other hand, after informing Luffy of his upcoming duties, Garp directly handed him the appointment letter personally written by Admiral Sengoku, instructing him to assume his position immediately. Due to Tina's abrupt departure, there was no one available to fill her role at the Navy Academy, and since Luffy had studied under Tina for 3 years, he was deemed the most familiar with her teaching methods. Thus, Garp and Sengoku decided to forego pre-employment training and allow Luffy to take up his post directly. Although this immediate assignment felt rather sudden, Luffy did not object. After bidding farewell to Garp, he proceeded directly to the Navy Academy. Upon re-entering the Navy Academy, Luffy's steps were noticeably more confident and assured. It is worth noting that during his previous time at the Academy, Luffy did not apply himself diligently and was regarded as the most unruly student in his class, leading to discontent among many of his peers. His carefree and fearless nature had earned him quite a few adversaries within the Academy. Who could have imagined that the class troublemaker would transform from a student into an instructor? It would certainly be amusing to see the reactions of those Navy soldiers who once disapproved of him. At this moment, as Luffy received his appointment and walked joyfully through the Navy Academy, new developments unfolded in the live broadcast. A warning sounded. If a correct answer was not provided within 3 minutes, one member of this live stream would randomly lose their life. Ever since Whitebeard and Katakuri failed to answer, no one else had participated, and the prolonged silence led to this ominous warning. Upon hearing the alert, everyone in the live stream grew tense. As the threat of death loomed, the broadcast had clearly stated that if no answers were provided within 3 minutes, a name would be randomly taken. The one who might perish could be anyone, including oneself. Buggy exclaimed, "Hey, is no one going to answer? Does no one want the reward?" Unable to contain himself, Buggy posed this question. Trafalgar Law retorted, "Since you were so eager, why not answer the question yourself?" Jewelry Bonnie chimed in, "Buggy, weren't you quite intrigued when the reward was first announced? Are you too scared now?" Buggy responded, "Huh? How dare you question me, Buggy the Clown? All right, I will answer. My answer is..." Suddenly, he interrupted himself. "Oh no. A giant wave is coming. My signal is unstable. I have to go. Talk later." Hancock questioned, "Is there really a strong or weak signal in this live stream?" "I was unaware." Momonosuke remarked, "Boss, my signal is quite good here." Jewelry Bonnie laughed, "Haha. It seems you were truly frightened. However, your excuse is absolutely pathetic." Bartolomeo added, "Haha. Buggy, you're just like an old sow bringing forth piglets, always full of excuses." Shanks remarked, "Now that is a bit crude. But, ha ha ha, it is indeed true. It is often said that official critiques can be most devastating, and now..." Facing rebuttals from his own trusted subordinates, Buggy found himself at a loss for words. However, there was no way out. Baki was utterly at a loss regarding the questions, and he was loath to gamble his future and prospects. In the face of the crowd's skepticism, Baki chose to remain silent, due to his interference. Half of the remaining 3 minutes for answering had already elapsed. With only a minute and a half left, the tense atmosphere once again enveloped the room. Choosing to answer meant that the worst outcome would be merely incurring his own losses. However, if one refrains from answering the questions, they might find themselves facing dire consequences. In such a critical situation, it is inevitable that a brave soul will step forward to respond, Nami remarked. Since Whitebeard is not the one who will ultimately prevent Ace's execution, and the Navy cannot be the sea, then it must be this person. Chapter 65, The Great Escape from Impel Down. The comedic figure Buggy? When Nami uttered these words, she appeared quite confident. Just as everyone believed she had deduced the correct answer, her subsequent statement left them all stunned. Nami declared, "The only ones who can truly stop Ace's execution are those prisoners in their garb." Upon her pronouncement, a brief silence enveloped the live stream. It seemed as though she was about to answer, but in reality, she was merely encouraging others to do so. by narrowing the range of potential answers. She aimed to stimulate her companions into action. As long as someone responded, regardless of correctness, the punitive mechanism of the live stream would not be triggered, thus sparing her from the imminent threat to her life. Truly, Nami's strategy was ingenious, as Luo Fei murmured. He had long recognized Nami's caution and frugality. Yet he was pleasantly surprised by her cleverness at such a crucial moment. However, Luo Fei understood that as a vulnerable woman, she needed to be shrewd to survive for many years under Arlong's rule. At this thought, Luo Fei suddenly conceived a bold idea. With Nami possessing both cunning and profound wisdom, and being a potential intellectual asset aboard the future Pirate King's ship, why not draw her to his side and have her assist him? Sengoku had successfully held the position of admiral for many years, thanks in no small part to the support of figures like Vice Admiral Tsuru and Garp. Blackbeard, after betraying Whitebeard, prioritized recruiting allies over seizing wealth and power. The former Pirate King, Roger, reached the Grand Line as pivotal points thanks to the protection of numerous capable and noble individuals aboard his ship. Thus, it is evident that behind every illustrious hero lies a cadre of silent supporters. Given that Luo Fei now harbored ambitions of challenging for higher positions, it was only fitting to surround himself with such talents. Besides her sharp intellect, Nami was also an exceptional navigator. If he could secure her genuine assistance, it would indeed be a wise choice. However, when it came to gathering allies, quality outweighed quantity. Finding a group of individuals sincerely willing to carve out their own paths alongside him was no easy task, so Luo Fei was not in a rush. As for whether to invite Nami to join him, he merely entertained the thought and was not yet certain. After all, having witnessed the downfall of the Golden Lion, Luo Fei was cautious in his approach. He recalled how the Golden Lion, upon escaping from Impelled Down, learned from his previous defeat against Roger due to unfavorable weather conditions. When he planned to execute his scheme to devastate the East Blue, he sought a navigator to assist him in gauging the weather. Naturally, Nami, being one of the finest navigators at sea, became a prime target for the Golden Lion. However, after abducting Nami, he underestimated her loyalty to her crew and the strength of the Straw Hat Pirates, leading to his own failure. Now, with the foresight of the future, Luo Fei took heed of the lesson learned from the Golden Lion's ill-fated attempt to forcibly seize Nami. Thus, he chose to exercise patience. He needed a suitable opportunity to gauge Nami's sentiments before determining his next course of action. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream quickly grasped the situation. Nami was not answering the question but merely helping to narrow down the options once more. With the primary force, Whitebeard's pirates, losing hope in rescuing Ace, and the Navy, particularly Garp, unlikely to extend aid, the battlefield was left with these mysterious intruders who had appeared from nowhere. Sengoku exclaimed. You mean those prisoners in their garb? He had initially focused on counting the combatants brought by Whitebeard, neglecting to consider the forces from other factions. Nami's insight served as a timely reminder. Garp added, if I'm not mistaken, those in prison garb are all from Impelled Down, correct? His demeanor shifted to seriousness. The video had repeatedly shown criminals who had escaped from Impelled Down. If this were indeed the case, the ramifications would be severe, rivaling the Golden Lion's escape years prior. Previously, all attention had been drawn to Whitebeard's assault on Marineford. Now, with the emergence of a new question, the Navy's focus shifted, finally acknowledging this pressing issue. Sengoku demanded, Magellan, come forth and explain this situation. Hannibal interjected, report to you, Admiral Sengoku. The warden has once again gone missing. If you believe his performance to be lacking, I could consider stepping in as warden. Hannibal seized the moment, eager to usurp Magellan's position as the new warden. However, Sengoku did not afford him much attention. Sengoku replied, oh, let us wait for Magellan to return before we delve into this. Despite his frustrations, Sengoku understood Magellan's unique constitution. Buggy exclaimed, what the hell? When did I also end up in prisoner garb? You're later, Machi. If that day truly comes, you must rescue me. Shanks teased, Buggy, have you been captured? What a shame. It seems we may lose a comedic figure from the live stream. Buggy retorted, shut it. Don't you dare mock me. At that moment, Buggy, having just landed on an uninhabited island in the New World with a treasure map, was enjoying a lavish banquet while studying the treasure's location. His life was exceedingly pleasant until the shocking news of his impending capture at Impelled Down shattered his bliss. Shanks' taunts only deepened Buggy's frustration. Shiria pondered. Could it be that I finally have a chance to see the light of day again? Sengoku snapped, dream on. Now that the live stream has foretold this, we will bolster our defenses around Impelled Down. Not a single criminal shall escape. Shiria replied, not necessarily. Who can predict the future? Perhaps your very actions will lead to such outcomes. His philosophical musings plunged Sengoku into deep contemplation. Can the future they see truly be altered? Will every attempt to change it be in vain, potentially accelerating its arrival, as Shiria suggested? The Golden Lion exclaimed, what the hell? How come you lot are all in fine form? Doflamingo laughed. Looks like you escaped a bit too early, huh? What a pity. Nico Robin interjected, wait. Did I just see Crocodile in that mix? Crocodile responded, are you certain you're not mistaken? Moria laughed, ha. Sand Crocodile, does this humble you? Moria has not forgotten the derisive words Crocodile uttered after he was stripped of his abilities in the live broadcast room. Now, witnessing Crocodile's impending downfall, he seizes the opportunity to retaliate. Crocodile, with an air of disdain, warns Moria, do not rejoice too soon, my friend. You ought to keep a close eye on your devil's triangle. The implication is clear, with your diminished physical prowess. You are hardly in a position to concern yourself with my affairs. Crocodile, known for his composure, remains unflustered even upon foreseeing the calamity that awaits him. He responds with a calm demeanor. At this moment, Luffy interjects. Hey, I wonder if the one who ultimately rescues Ace will be me? After all, I did just emerge from a ship brimming with prisoners, didn't I? Chapter 66. I shall awaken your rotting will. Kapu, the first to react with alarm, exclaims, Luffy, you insolent brat, cease your nonsense. If you truly end up in Impel Down, I shall crush your head. It is well known that Impel Down, located beneath the sea, is a fortress for the world's most notorious criminals. The prison is shrouded in secrecy, housing the most heinous offenders within its terrifying confines. Guarded by monstrous jailers and monitored by visual transponder snails, surrounded by a fleet of warships surpassing the number of demon-slaying orders issued. Furthermore, the depths of Impel Down are home to numerous colossal sea kings, earning it the moniker of an impregnable fortress. This underwater prison operates under the jurisdiction of the world government, the Navy headquarters, and the Justice Island, three formidable institutions beyond Kapu's reach. Should Luffy be captured, his chances of escape would be exceedingly slim. However, Luffy appears blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. Upon hearing Kapu's warning, he cheerily retorts, Didn't you see that I managed to escape in the end? No need to worry. Luffy embodies an unwavering optimism and a relentlessly positive spirit, regardless of the circumstances. Kapu insists, no, under no circumstances can you enter that prison. Remember this well. Enough of this. Where are you right now? I shall go and rouse your decaying will. Were it not for the constraints imposed by the virtual screen of the broadcast room, Kapu would undoubtedly deliver a loving punch to Luffy. In Kapu's heart, Luffy is his beloved grandson, and he desires for him to return to the path of adventure, to be sheltered under his wings. Although Luffy has become a bounty-hunting pirate, he has yet to accumulate any serious offenses. As long as Luffy is willing to reconsider, Kapu, as his grandfather, possesses the means to navigate the complexities of the Navy headquarters, ensuring Luffy's safety and security. However, if Luffy were indeed captured and taken to Impel Down, it would imply that he had committed an act severely detrimental to the interests of the government. At that point, even Garp would be unable to assist Luffy in any meaningful way. Yet, Garp, burdened by his own concerns, could articulate nothing, resorting instead to the force of his iron fist to convey the tenderness he felt within. Luffy, with his innocent disposition, would remain oblivious unless Garp explicitly explained the situation. Luffy exclaimed, No way. I don't care. I must go. I will definitely rescue Ace. His stubborn declaration echoed his resolve. Since childhood, he had been left in the care of the mountain bandit Dayton by Garp, and Ace and Sabo had become his closest companions. With Sabo's fate uncertain, Luffy could not bear to witness his only brother Ace facing peril. Thus, Luffy had firmly resolved that he would do whatever it took to save Ace. Observing Luffy's determination, Garp was suddenly engulfed by a wave of helplessness. Just as Dragon had once been, so too was Luffy now. Neither son nor grandson bore any resemblance to him. They had all chosen paths that were starkly opposed to his own. Their decisions, once made, could not be thwarted. As Garp wallowed in his melancholy, Sengoku approached him. However, Sengoku was not clad in his admiral's uniform. He wore ordinary clothing. He placed a comforting hand on Garp's shoulder and remarked, Your family, the D's, certainly produces resilient individuals. Yet, you need not worry. Everyone has their own fate, and Luffy will carve out his own destiny. At that moment, Sengoku was no longer the admiral. He was merely an old friend of Garp's. Garp, taken aback by Sengoku's words, countered, Shouldn't you be the least inclined to wish for Luffy to become a pirate? As an admiral, Sengoku's allegiance lay firmly with the Navy, and all his actions were dictated by that commitment. Garp could hardly fathom that Sengoku would utter such sentiments. Sengoku merely smiled and replied, As the admiral, I ought to despise Luffy's existence. However, once I shed my naval uniform and embrace the life of an ordinary man, I find myself rather looking forward to what this young man might achieve. If Luffy truly becomes someone akin to Roger, I shall respect his choices. After this exchange, a profound silence enveloped them. Soon, Garp found solace in the understanding that everyone has their own destiny. This era has afforded each individual ample opportunity to make their mark. If this is Luffy's choice, Garp sincerely hoped that it would be the right one. Meanwhile, as Garp and Luffy engaged in their spirited dialogue, Ace, the subject of their discourse, felt a pang of inexplicable sorrow. While Luffy remained unaware of Garp's heartfelt intentions, Ace perceived them clearly. Luffy's grandfather was a staunch Navy man, and in every circumstance, the Navy perpetually embodied justice. Yet, despite this, Luffy has always harbored the dream of becoming the king of pirates. His father is the king of pirates, and when Roger was executed, he should not have been present. However, it is precisely this individual, who seemingly has no place in this world, that has unwittingly drawn so many into peril. Each person possesses their own significance and pursuit. Yet, he finds himself unable to discern anything. He cannot perceive the meaning of his existence, nor does he comprehend his aspirations. The emergence of Whitebeard truly illuminates the path of his life. However, this radiance is insufficient to illuminate the entirety of his life, especially now that Ace is acutely aware that in the not-so-distant future, he will face execution at the hands of the world. His heart is increasingly overwhelmed with doubt and solitude. Fate resembles a roller coaster, rendering it difficult to discern whether what one possesses is a gift or a punishment. This applies to his very existence. Ace, Luffy, there is no need for you to take risks on my behalf. If this is my destiny, I shall accept it. In this moment, Ace resembles a wounded beast. Even as his wounds bleed, he conceals himself to lick his own wounds. However, before Luffy can respond, Whitebeard interjects. Whitebeard, Ace, I will not allow you to resign yourself to fate. Since the live broadcast has provided a hint, it offers us the opportunity to alter it. Whitebeard, Luffy. My straw hat boy, rest assured, as long as I, Whitebeard, draw breath, I shall not permit anyone to harm my family. This declaration from Whitebeard profoundly impacts Ace. Ace, Dad, Ace exclaims, overwhelmed with emotion. This was meant to be a poignant drama. Alas, Shanks's interjection swiftly dissipates the sentiment. Shanks, about that. I didn't mean to disrupt the atmosphere. I merely wanted to remind everyone that we have only 30 seconds left to answer the questions. As the time to respond draws to a close, Luffy notices that no one else in the live room is participating, prompting him to hastily declare his answer. Luffy. After all, Luffy is someone who can defeat the Golden Lion. Perhaps he truly is the one who can rescue Ace in the future? Luffy. Moreover, among those who escaped from Impel Down, it is likely that only Luffy harbors the deepest feelings for Ace. Luffy, if it cannot be Whitebeard and certainly not the Navy, then I shall boldly speculate that it is Luffy. Luffy, I choose to answer. Chapter 67, The Bamboo Dragonfly in Hand. Luffy under surveillance. As Luffy successfully submits his answer, a wave of tension washes over everyone once more, as the time for responses is about to elapse. If Luffy answers correctly, the questioning will conclude, which would indeed be the most favorable outcome. However, if Luo Fei answers incorrectly, the outcome is indistinguishable from having not answered at all. Since the question has arisen, it is imperative that a correct answer must also surface. The rules of the quiz were previously announced in the live broadcast. One stipulation being that group members must provide the correct answer within the designated time frame. Failure to do so would result in the random forfeiture of one member's life. Initially, there was little hope regarding this question. Nearly 2 hours had elapsed, and no one had managed to articulate the correct answer. Now, with only a few seconds remaining, there was a palpable disbelief that Luo Fei could respond correctly. Setting aside the pressing time constraints that hindered calm contemplation, the answer provided by Luo Fei was scarcely convincing. The answer he offered was Luffy. However, the majority of individuals currently present in the live stream are entirely oblivious to the identity of Luffy. In fact, in the minds of most, Luffy's prowess is undoubtedly perceived as inferior to that of Ace. Given that the formidable Ace was apprehended by the Navy, what significant achievements could a mere Luffy possibly attain? However, despite the doubts that linger, everyone is fervently hoping that Luo Fei's answer is indeed correct. Even if it means that the coveted reward, the bamboo copter, is claimed by Luo Fei, the instinct to pursue benefit and evade harm is inherent in human nature, especially when faced with life and death dilemmas. As anticipation filled the air, the live stream finally revealed the final answer. Congratulations to Luo Fei. The answer is correct. He has earned the bamboo copter. With the system's announcement, a collective sigh of relief swept over everyone. The correct answer had emerged, and the live stream's alarms were finally silenced. No one would lose their life due to this question. Undoubtedly, Luo Fei stands to gain the most. Others felt joy merely for having preserved their lives, while Luo Fei's elation stemmed from receiving the reward, the bamboo copter from the blue chubby figure. With this bamboo copter, combined with the invisibility ability he obtained from Abu, Luo Fei would traverse the heavens and the earth as if in a realm uninhabited. As Luo Fei reveled in his reward, the Straw Hat pirates aboard the Sunny were consumed by frustration over the matter, particularly Nami. Upon discovering that the correct answer was indeed Luffy, her eyes widened in shock. She had witnessed the chaos of the live broadcast, the 3 admirals, the 4 emperors, the 7 warlords. A clash of such magnitude seemed beyond their control. Nami exclaimed, "It was Luffy. What a pity. Such a golden opportunity squandered." Usopp chimed in, "Well, it was you who helped narrow down the options." Nami retorted, "Don't say that. I'm so heartbroken." Chopper lamented, "What a cool bamboo copter. And now it's gone." Luffy reassured them, "It's all right. As long as we know Ace can be saved, that's what matters. There will be other chances for rewards." Seeing Nami, Usopp, and Chopper in low spirits, Luffy quickly sought to uplift their mood. He embodies the spirit of not dwelling on the past and remaining ever hopeful for the future. Nevertheless, due to this incident, Luffy's reputation began to resonate throughout the seas. Following prophecies of Luffy potentially defeating the Golden Lion, news of his impending rescue of Ace spread like wildfire. It was evident to all that Luffy was a person of immense potential. Powers such as Kaido and Whitebeard had already begun to formulate plans to win Luffy over. In fact, radicals like Kaido were adamant about inviting Luffy to join his beast pirates. Should Luffy decline, Kaido would not hesitate to send him to Wano as a laborer. Meanwhile, the Golden Lion, anticipating potential threats posed by Luffy, hastily revised his plans, intent on annihilating the East Blue. His foremost task was to eliminate any possible individuals or elements that could lead to his downfall. To eradicate Luffy and preemptively avert disaster became the Golden Lion's self-assigned mission. Of course, Luffy does possess some connections. This vast and ruthless sea is no place for the Na'vi to thrive. Although Luffy is carefree, he is not without a formidable background. With his father, the revolutionary leader Dragon, his grandfather, the naval hero Garp, the hopes of Shanks resting upon him, his brother Ace, and the backing of the Whitebeard pirates, Luffy enjoys a powerful support network. Yet, when one's experience and strength do not match such renown, even with numerous benefactors, predicting unforeseen calamities becomes challenging. Even Luo Fei began to question whether the current Luffy could successfully navigate to the end of the Grand Line. Chapter 68. I quit. I'm going to cycle around the world. Unbeknownst to Luffy, who remained blissfully unaware of the predatory gazes upon him, he was instead elated by the advanced knowledge of his successful rescue of Ace. While Luo Fei harbored doubts about Luffy's future, it did not impede his subsequent plans. In the original world, Luffy was indeed the chosen one. However, now he, Luo Fei, has arrived, bound to the live broadcast room. Thus, he must leave his legend upon this vast ocean. At this moment, Luo Fei has reached the Naval Academy. Along the way, numerous soldiers clad in naval uniforms stood straighter upon seeing him approach, their gazes filled with respect. Soldiers who have spent over a year in the Naval Academy are well aware of the kind of person Luo Fei once was, skipping classes, teasing classmates, provoking instructors, and consistently ranking last in every subject. He was nothing short of a little tyrant at the academy. Yet, it is precisely this individual who has transformed his fate through the live broadcast platform, continuously earning rewards and gaining the recognition of the esteemed Marshal and Garp. In their eyes, this is a tremendous honor. Thus, Luo Fei has now become a symbol of the underdog's triumph in their eyes. In response to such gazes, Luo Fei merely smiled faintly, displaying no significant excitement, seemingly unaffected by the transformation in his status. However, although Luo Fei outwardly appeared as usual at this moment, Luo Fei has undeniably become a prominent figure within the academy. Even if he maintains a composed demeanor towards his peers, they are unlikely to reciprocate the same sentiment towards him. Since his arrival at the Naval Academy, he has been inundated with flowers sent by female classmates. It seems that a certain allure of strength is a common trait among women. In the Naval Academy, there are few young and accomplished instructors as charming as Luo Fei, which explains why the female students exhibit such openness upon encountering him, as if fearing they may never have another opportunity to meet again. Luo Fei can perhaps comprehend some of the sentiments these young women harbor. However, even some male sailors came to present flowers to themselves, which was something Luo Fei could hardly tolerate. Ultimately, in order to reach the academic affairs office swiftly and to avoid unnecessary disturbances, Luo Fei decided to employ the power of the transparent fruit, rendering himself invisible as he made his way to the office. Just as Luo Fei was heading to report at the academic affairs office, the live stream flickered to life. This time, it was a response to the earlier question. In the crescent-shaped harbor of Marineford, Whitebeard, despite his battered and frail condition, continued to command his subordinates in battle. Under Whitebeard's leadership, countless pirates launched an assault towards the execution platform. If even one of them could reach the platform successfully, Ace's chances of salvation would increase. In response to the fierce onslaught of the pirates, the Navy had devised countermeasures, specifically the traps embedded in the encircling wall. This wall was deeply buried in the ocean. By activating a specific mechanism, it could swiftly rise from the depths, effectively trapping Whitebeard and his men within the crescent harbor. However, due to the ice age unleashed by Akainu earlier, the surrounding wall has now frozen, preventing it from functioning smoothly. Had the surrounding wall been able to activate successfully at this moment, the odds of victory in the naval confrontation against Whitebeard would have significantly increased. After all, when Whitebeard and his companions are completely encircled, they would find themselves in a wholly passive situation. However, such a magnificent opportunity was utterly extinguished by Akainu's ice age. The Navy personnel responsible for activating the encirclement wall were stamping their feet in frustration, yet found themselves powerless. Of course, those stamping their feet were not solely the Navy officials in charge of the encirclement wall. At this very moment, another individual, Akainu, was observing the unfolding events from a live broadcast. The Navy's strategy was nearly laid bare before him. However, upon witnessing the encircling wall rendered inoperative due to the ice age unleashed by Akainu, his eyes nearly bulged with frustration. Akainu exclaimed, "Akainu, what is the matter? How could you falter at such a critical moment? This splendid opportunity has been squandered because of you. Can you not take this more seriously?" Akainu's words were laced with a sense of disappointment, as he deeply understood the significance of the Navy's battle against Whitebeard and could not afford any missteps. Akainu, upon hearing this, felt a surge of defiance. After all, his intentions had also been for the Navy. I faltered? If it weren't for my ice age, how could we have immobilized Whitebeard's ship upon the ice? Do you think you could have done better? Akainu retorted without backing down. However, Akainu was not one to be underestimated. When he saw Akainu openly defying him, he spoke again. Akainu remarked, "Indeed, your ice age is quite useful, isn't it? If it weren't for you freezing the seawater, those pirates would likely still be aboard their ships." Akainu's words were laced with sarcasm. Akiji was notably irked by this remark. After laboring diligently, he was accused of faltering? Quite impressive. Akiji retorted, I quit. I'm going to cycle around the world. Seeing Akiji falter first brought Akainu a sense of satisfaction. In the realm of disputes, he had never been bested. However, with two of the three admirals embroiled in conflict, the third admiral seemed obliged to contribute to the discourse. Just as Akiji and Akainu exchanged disdainful glances, Kizaru leisurely interjected, it seems Akiji is indispensable. Had he not frozen the ocean, Whitebeard would likely have already sailed to the execution platform, wouldn't he? Quite troublesome. At this moment, Kizaru assumed the role of a peacemaker. Chapter 69, The Grand Public Embarrassment of Doflamingo. Akainu and Akiji have always been among the most favored candidates for the position of Fleet Admiral, hence their occasional conflicts. However, in the past, these contradictions were not evident. At most, they could be regarded as nothing more than Akainu's unilateral attempts to create obstacles. Yet now, due to Akainu's audacity in dismissing Akiji's contributions with such reckless abandon, Akiji has suddenly come to the realization that he can no longer remain passive. If he continues to remain silent in the face of Akainu's provocations, will he not eventually find himself subjugated, with Akainu riding on his back? The mere thought of such a person ascending to the position of Fleet Admiral sends shivers down Akiji's spine. What dismal future awaits the Navy under Akainu's leadership? Contemplating these matters, Akiji's inner tranquility dissipates. He understands that if he remains silent at this juncture, it will be exceedingly difficult for him to maintain his standing within the Navy. However, when the typically taciturn Akiji prepares to mount a counterattack, he suddenly realizes that he is no match for Akainu in verbal sparring. It is hardly surprising. One is a long-absent, lethargic admiral, while the other is an assertive figure frequently found in the Navy's command center. In a confrontation between them, how could Akiji possibly come out on top? Akainu's aggressiveness ignites Akiji's fury. The internal discord between two of the three admirals spells disaster for the Navy, while it may seem trivial for pirates to mock them. The real concern lies in the potential erosion of the Navy's prestige and morale. Fortunately, Kizaru, sensing the impending disaster, swiftly intervenes as a mediator, easing the tension between the two admirals, allowing them to save face. However, Kizaru's motives extend beyond merely preserving the dignity of the admirals. He seeks to demonstrate his own capabilities to Sengoku. As he plays the peacemaker, Kizaru muses that his adept handling of the situation ought to warrant a raise. Upon witnessing Kizaru's earnest efforts at mediation, Sengoku quickly grasps the underlying implications. It must be said that Kizaru's efficiency in resolving conflicts is commendable. After Kizaru's intervention, Akiji and Akainu find themselves in a more favorable position and choose not to escalate matters further. To reward Kizaru for his efforts, Sengoku personally informs him via Din Mushi that he has performed admirably, and this month's bonus is rightfully his. In this world, few things motivate Kizaru to work as effectively as a salary increase. Meanwhile, Sengoku grows increasingly concerned upon witnessing the verbal altercation between the three admirals in the live broadcast. Akainu's extremism, Akiji's silence, and Kizaru's lethargy all three possess formidable strength, yet none seem particularly suited to the comprehensive demands of the Fleet Admiral position. Sengoku falls into deep contemplation. If the three highest combatants of the Navy cannot be considered as candidates for the role of Fleet Admiral, then who truly possesses the qualifications for this esteemed position? Nevertheless, while Sengoku harbors concerns, he remains unhurried. There is ample time ahead for him to evaluate potential successors to the Fleet Admiral. During the quarrel between Akainu and Akiji, the live broadcast continues to unfold. The sea is frozen, and countless pirates rush across the ice to rescue Ace, causing the scene to spiral into chaos. From the footage, it is evident that the battle between pirates and the Navy has officially commenced. However, from a practical perspective, this epic melee has only just commenced. As the Navy's encircling wall faltered in its timely ascent due to Akiji's Ice Age, a giant from the Navy, John Gianto, bravely surged forward to buy precious time for the wall's elevation, charging towards the Whitebeard pirates racing towards Marineford Square. John Gianto, leveraging his considerable size as a giant, relentlessly wielded his sword, striking down the surrounding pirates and scattering them in disarray. However, as he brandished his weapon before Whitebeard, the massive sword seemed utterly incapable of advancing even a fraction further. With a single move, Whitebeard effortlessly sent John Gando flying. Subsequently, he unleashed the might of his Tremor fruit, instigating the most formidable tsunami and earthquake that Marineford had ever witnessed. Under the influence of Whitebeard's immense power, the ice beneath his feet began to tilt sharply, causing the entire square where the execution platform stood to also shift dramatically. Yet this was merely the beginning. After tilting the entire island of Marineford, the surrounding unfrozen seas were also affected by the might of Whitebeard's tremors, generating towering waves and relentless tsunamis. With the combined forces of earthquake and tsunami, the island and the surrounding waters began to tremble violently, facing unprecedented devastation. Sensing the impending doom, the Whitebeard pirates had already sought refuge in safe locations. Meanwhile, the Navy, utterly oblivious to Whitebeard's true strength, palpably felt the overwhelming power of what was lauded as the strongest devil fruit of the natural type. Even Luffy was nearly swept into the depths of the sea by the sudden onslaught of earthquake and tsunami, only narrowly escaping thanks to the assistance of his comrades. The so-called gods of battle wreak havoc on mere mortals. How could inexperienced Navy personnel like Kobe ever witness such a spectacle? At that moment, they were hardly able to maintain order or confront pirates. Their own survival was in jeopardy. For those of considerable strength, however, Whitebeard's seemingly indiscriminate assault, though unexpected, posed no substantial threat to them. Particularly, Doflamingo, upon witnessing the widespread destruction of Marineford, couldn't help but break into a wicked grin. This sinister and arrogant smile of his was captured live, laid bare for the world to see. How could Doflamingo still find amusement amidst such a catastrophic event at Marineford? Moreover, it was not merely a chuckle. The most absurd part was that while he laughed, he muttered a string of nonsensical phrases. What a chaotic old fool. Let it be chaotic. Let it be destroyed. Ha! Such juvenile proclamations and that gleeful demeanor would prompt even Doflamingo himself to seek a hole to hide in. Moria, Doflamingo's old rival, quickly seized the opportunity to mock him. It seems you revel in the chaos. Marineford faces such destruction, and you still manage to laugh. Truly. A traitor among the warlords of the sea. The implication was clear. Sengoku, do you see? Who truly stands with the Navy? Doflamingo should be removed at once. Observing Moria in his moment of smugness, Crocodile couldn't help but interject. It is well known that although we are called the warlords of the sea, we each fight our own battles. Do not conflate your actions with ours. For pirates, although the title of warlord of the sea bestows a degree of prestige and convenience, it does not unify them in purpose. However, from the perspective of a pirate's original intent, they do not wish to associate their identity as 7 warlords with maintaining ties to the Navy. This is precisely why Crocodile could not help but interject upon hearing Moria's air of superiority. In Chapter 70, The Legend of Country Oars, Fighting Until the Last Moment, Doflamingo felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment after witnessing his own words broadcasted live, causing him to awkwardly dig his toes into the ground. His discomfort did not stem from the content of his words, but rather from the realization that they had been exposed to the entire world. Despite Doflamingo's formidable inner strength, he found himself somewhat unraveling at that moment. Nonetheless, Moria's words ignited a flicker of determination within him, particularly as they alluded to Sengoku, whose insinuations were unmistakably provocative. Doflamingo is not one to be trifled with, and he quickly discerned Moria's underlying message. Though he held the title of a warlord, his allegiance had never aligned with the Navy. With his immense power and control over Dressrosa, alongside a cadre of loyal subordinates, he harbored no fear of the Navy's suspicions. The identity of a 7 warlord indeed afforded him certain advantages for his ambitions, yet it was not indispensable. Moreover, the fact that Sengoku had yet to intervene suggested that he would not take immediate action regarding this matter. Consequently, Doflamingo's arrogance surged anew. He swiftly retorted to Moria's mockery. Moria, it appears the Emperor is not in a hurry, but the eunuch is. What business do you have with this matter? Why the haste to jump in? Is your devil's triangle living too long for your liking? Doflamingo, renowned for his sharp tongue, excelled in the realm of discourse, second to none except perhaps Akainu. In this succinct statement, he conveyed to Moria that this issue was of no concern to him, while also implying a subtle threat. Given Moria's current diminished strength, he would do well to safeguard his own territory in the Devil's Triangle and refrain from instigating trouble, lest he risk his own downfall. This was the message Doflamingo aimed to impart to Moria. Sengoku, unable to tolerate Doflamingo's belittlement of Moria, grew concerned that the delicate balance among the 7 warlords might be disrupted and sought to intervene to restore order. However, as the marshal, there were certain matters of balance that he could not openly address, so he entrusted the task to Crane. Crane stated, Moria, Doflamingo, Crocodile. I hope you remember that the power of the 7 warlords is bestowed by the government. Please refrain from actions that would disappoint the government. This succinct reminder served to underscore the reality for the 7 warlords. Their privileges were granted by the government, which could just as easily retract them. Thus, on matters of significant principle, I hope you will make judicious decisions. After Crane's words, Moria and Crocodile fell silent, not out of fear of the Navy, but rather a desire to avoid inciting further trouble that might attract attention. Doflamingo merely remarked, that old woman is quite verbose, and the conversation came to a swift conclusion. Such issues, when brought to light for all to see, should be acknowledged without necessitating a debate over victory or defeat. The turmoil instigated by Doflamingo finally came to an end, and the collective gaze of the audience swiftly shifted back to the live broadcast. In the broadcast, the battle of the century continued unabated. After John Gando was sent flying by Whitebeard, he did not relent. Observing the gradually tilting Marineford, Gando charged once more at the old man. Whitebeard capitalized on Gando's giant frame to send him hurtling once again. This time, the trajectory aimed directly towards the execution platform. If this strike could hit the platform, the difficulty of rescuing Ace would significantly diminish. However, Whitebeard's powerful blow did not topple the platform as anticipated. Amidst the swirling debris, the 3 admirals of the Navy promptly intervened to counter Whitebeard's assault. As the dust settled, the onlookers beheld the trio, Kizuru, Akainu, and Akiji, simultaneously raising their hands to avert the impending crisis. Though their gestures appeared somewhat comical, the outcome proved effective. With the immediate threat averted, the three admirals began to converse. Akiji turned his head and reproached, "This is all due to the failure to activate the barrier in time." The barrier was the responsibility of Akainu, and Akiji's words essentially sought to hold him accountable. Akainu, feeling indignant at the accusation, retorted, "Isn't it because of your ice?" Observing the exchange of blame between the two, Kizaru interjected, "Why not just meld it, Sakazuki?" Undeniably, Kizaru's cutting remark left Akainu visibly chagrined. Yet, given the urgency of the situation, Akainu chose to dismiss Kizaru and Akiji's bickering, refocusing his attention on the Whitebeard pirates before him. Meanwhile, as the Whitebeard pirates were momentarily thrown into disarray by the Navy's defense against Whitebeard's recent attack, Captain Jozu quickly emerged. Under Jozu's leadership, the pirates regained their morale and charged once more towards the execution platform before the Navy could reorganize. In the face of the renewed onslaught from the furious Whitebeard pirates, Kizaru exclaimed in trepidation, and the Navy commenced a fierce barrage of cannon fire. Sengoku made the decision to halt all machinery across the town, redirecting all energy to support the elevation of the barrier. Seizing the opportunity presented by the Navy's defensive lapse, Luffy extended his arm, poised to sprint towards the execution platform. Just as the situation teetered on the brink, the barrier finally ascended, and Luffy's outstretched arm was instantly rebuffed. The pirates attempted to breach the defensive wall, but their efforts proved futile. This ironclad barrier, shaped like a circle, swiftly encircled the Whitebeard pirates, trapping them with no avenue for retreat. The Navy believed that once the barrier was raised, the pirates would be unable to escape, heralding the moment of their impending hunt. However, they have overlooked a singular fact: the existence of the demon Oz. Young Oz is a descendant of the demon nation Oz, renowned as a berserker among the ancient giants. In his lifetime, he reveled in bringing defeated island nations back to his realm, establishing a nefarious kingdom and leaving behind tales of his audacious conquests that astonished the world. However, no matter how formidable a creature may be, it invariably possesses its vulnerabilities. Even the immensely powerful Oz ultimately succumbed to the frigid grasp of the Ice Country, meeting his demise in the cold. Young Oz, as a descendant of Oz, naturally inherited the strength of his forebear. In a desperate bid to rescue Ace, Young Oz exerted every ounce of his power, fighting until the final moment. At that juncture, Oz's colossal form pressed against a corner of the encircling wall, preventing it from rising properly. The explanation provided by the Navy's energy department indicated that Oz's blood had seeped into the machinery, resulting in a decline in power that hindered the wall's ascent. Even in death, young Oz's body continued to fight. Though life had ebbed away, his spirit remained ablaze. For Ace, young Oz was willing to shed every last drop of his blood. Such a scene left an indelible impact on the hearts of all who witnessed it. Whitebeard discerned a turning point in the battle. However, Sengoku swiftly issued the next command. For the public execution of Ace, he had made ample preparations. With no other options left, "Let us proceed, Akainu." As Sengoku's words resonated, the Navy promptly launched its second wave of attack. This time, it was Akainu's domain. Chapter 71. Akainu, where did you acquire that floral shirt? Following Sengoku's directive, the Navy's second operational plan commenced without delay. In the live broadcast, Akainu strode forward with an air of arrogance and confidence, taking 2 deliberate steps. Steam billowed around his tightly clenched fists. Soon, flames illuminated his entire arms, and within moments, searing magma enveloped them. The molten rock cast an even more terrifying glow upon Akainu's already brooding visage. Meteor volcano. Akainu roared, raising his elemental arms skyward, unleashing a relentless barrage of magma like a machine gun. The incessant streams of lava surged into the sky, resembling meteors tracing elegant arcs through the air. In an instant, the entirety of Marineford was ablaze, engulfed in smoke and fire. Originally, meteors were believed to bring forth beautiful wishes as they fell. Yet Akainu's meteor volcano was intended to herald calamity. Upon witnessing the devastation unleashed by Akainu, both Admirals Akiji and Kizaru exchanged expressions of astonishment. Such an assault would surely devastate Marineford. Even if the Navy emerged victorious, the aftermath would demand considerable effort for reconstruction. Akainu's reckless actions were astonishing. However, such a large-scale, high-damage attack would likely not have occurred without Sengoku's directive. Thus, they were not particularly surprised by the outcome. Their orders were clear: to protect Marineford and ensure the successful execution of Ace, leaving the concerns of post-war reconstruction to Sengoku. As they observed Akainu engaging in battle ahead, Akiji and Kizaru found solace in their roles as spectators, content to remain behind Akainu. Just as Akiji and Kizaru were engrossed in the unfolding drama, the meteor volcano Akainu had unleashed transformed into countless magma fists, hurtling towards the icy surface of Crescent Bay, where the Whitebeard pirates were preparing to land. The immense, searing magma struck the ice, instantly melting it. Countless pirates, caught unawares, fell into the sea due to the collapsing ice. This was the Navy's strategy: to freeze the ships in place, preventing their advance, and then raise a barrier to encircle the pirate crew. An assault on the encirclement would render escape impossible for the pirates. Sengoku believed that the victory in this conflict far outweighed the significance of post-war reconstruction and the sacrifices made during the battle. At that moment, the situation of the Whitebeard pirates unfolded precisely as the Navy had anticipated. Within the smoky confines of the Meteor Volcano's encirclement, the pirates were in disarray. Even the flamboyant Ivankov and Luffy found themselves bewildered by the sudden onslaught of magma fists. The atmosphere was thick with tension and unease, faced with Akainu's fierce assault. The pirates were clearly thrown into a state of panic. Yet, amidst such a tense, fearful, and chaotic atmosphere, Whitebeard stood resolutely, unperturbed. Only his golden pupils continued to emanate a steadfast brilliance. This mission to rescue Ace was one he deemed absolutely essential. However, at this moment, he must take action to thwart the Navy's sweeping purge. The spectators in the live stream, upon witnessing such a scene, expressed their thoughts. Among those participating in the discussion, the attention of the pirate supernovas was particularly piqued. After all, this was a battle concerning the dignity and survival of the old era. The outcome of the bygone age bore significant implications for these new generation pirates. Kid remarked, "The Navy indulges in such trivial antics. Does this signify the end of the entertainment? I was expecting to witness a thrilling showdown, yet this is all there is." Hawkins responded, "This is becoming increasingly intriguing. I am eager to learn the outcome of this war." Capone Beach interjected, "Aren't you adept at fortune-telling? If you are so keen to know, why not read the omens?" Capone added, "Oh, by the way, could you share the results with me afterward?" Hawkins retorted, "Do you genuinely believe fortune-telling is a simple endeavor? Without knowing when events transpired, rash predictions could harm one's health. I refuse to do it. Those who wish to can do so." Capone replied, "Ah, now I understand." Hawkins questioned, "What have you grasped?" Capone continued, "I've come to realize why you always appear so frail." Hawkins shot back, "You are the one who is frail." Thus, the two began to bicker like schoolchildren in the live stream. Buggy exclaimed, "Could it be that the pirate's downfall is indeed as Squirto suggested? That Whitebeard sacrificed his comrades to secure Ace's safety?" Akainu interjected, "Buggy, who do you think you are looking down upon? Do we need to collude with pirates to achieve victory?" Akainu asserted, "This is a choice of justice. This is fate." He then addressed Sengoku. "I request a lifelong package for Buggy at Impel Down." Buggy remained silent. Trafalgar Law stated, "Such a dull conjecture. It is precisely because Whitebeard would never act in such a manner that he has become a living legend." Initially, Law's comment was merely an expression of his opinion. But unexpectedly, it caught Whitebeard's attention. Whitebeard laughed heartily, "You have quite the discerning eye. I do not claim to be a legend, but I would gladly accept you as my son. What say you?" Taken aback by Whitebeard's warm invitation, Law felt surprised. However, he had his own path to pursue. Joining a powerful pirate crew or supporting someone to become a maritime force were not his aspirations. Thus, he swiftly declined Whitebeard's offer. Tama remarked, "Am I the only one who notices the exceptional quality of Akainu's attire? It remains unscathed despite the flames." Akainu, to tell me where you procured that floral shirt." Akainu replied, Is that truly what you should be focusing on?" Chapter 72, Permanent Silence for the Celestial Dragons. Humaman's confusion, the banter among these new generation pirates did not disrupt the normal broadcast of the live stream. After all, up until now, this battle, which would later be known as the Marineford War, had only just begun. At this moment in Marineford, amidst Akainu's relentless assaults, the area had transformed into a slaughterhouse for the pirates. In the midst of flames and smoke, countless individuals fell into the inferno. The ice melted, bodies were toppled, and ships were consumed by fire. Furthermore, due to magma plunging into the sea, the water temperature surged dramatically, boiling within mere seconds. Those pirates who fell into the water found their last glimmer of hope extinguished. Even the Moby Dick, which had sustained the Whitebeard pirates for decades, was utterly destroyed in this conflagration. These two vessels, emblematic of all the glory and dreams of the Whitebeard pirates, were thus engulfed in flames. The sight of the flag's downfall left countless members of the Whitebeard crew in shock and sorrow. Even Whitebeard, upon witnessing such devastation, felt a stirring within his heart. As he watched the Whitebeard flag vanish amid the flames, Whitebeard silently bid farewell to this longtime companion. "Forgive me." Yet, this was not the end. As everyone fled towards the edges of the battlefield in search of a final escape, they beheld numerous colossal and fearsome figures emerging through the smoke. These were none other than Bartholomew Kuma, known as the Tyrant, in the collective understanding of all present, as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Kuma was expected to be an independent entity. However, at this moment, they were confronted by a line of tyrant bears. One warlord was already sufficient to deal with. Yet now there were so many. In an instant, a sensation known as despair swiftly crept into the minds of those ordinary pirates. Even Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors, along with his numerous division commanders, felt a twinge of discomfort. Of course, their unease did not stem from fear of the tyrant bear's power. Rather, they discerned the unusual nature of the situation. The bear before them bore an uncanny resemblance to the tyrant bear they had previously known. However, in observing the attack patterns of these bears, one can discern certain clues. Their methods of assault are entirely uniform. Whether it be the devastating laser beams emitted from their mouths or the energy spheres released from their palms, all constitute indiscriminate attacks. Even his former comrade, Ivankov, was not spared from the bear's merciless onslaught. Compared to humans, these bears now resemble war machines. This was the collective sentiment of Whitebeard and others at that moment. Nevertheless, such thoughts were merely ephemeral. For, in the grand scheme of things, the pressing concern was not the anomaly surrounding the tyrant bear, but rather the imperative of rescuing Ace. In pursuit of this goal, Whitebeard devoted all his energy and effort. The scene depicted Whitebeard swiftly retaliating against the Navy's encirclement. Yet, the focus of everyone had shifted away from how Whitebeard would counter the Navy siege and instead rested upon the tyrant bear. Why has the bear been mass-produced? Why does it behave like an emotionless automaton? Where has the original bear gone? Among the 7 warlords, why is the bear the most loyal to the Navy? An innumerable array of questions flooded the minds of those watching the live broadcast. Undoubtedly, the most astonished of all was the bear itself. As Bartholomew Kuma, he was acutely aware that those bears appearing in the live footage were not him. However, if one is not truly oneself, why then does one retain so many characteristics of the self? Regarding this question, Kumaman engaged in a profound philosophical contemplation. Bartholomew Kumaman pondered, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Are those variouses still truly me? From whence do they come? And to where do they go? Why do I exist in this world? What does my existence signify for this world? Did the world choose me, or did I choose the world? Kumaman, typically reticent, perhaps found his silence shattered by the recent live broadcast, prompting him to articulate such a plethora of thoughts. Regardless of his speculations, he finds himself unable to comprehend the future. As his companion, Bartolomeo also expresses his doubts at this moment. Bartolomeo, I never anticipated that your usual silence was merely a buildup of pent-up energy, waiting for this moment to be unleashed. Upon hearing Bartolomeo's remark, Kuma finally fell silent. He harbored numerous secrets, each of which contained information detrimental to the Navy. His habitual reticence served as his finest cloak of protection. Speaking too much could lead to missteps, and the recent events had already indicated that significant upheavals awaited him in the future. Kuma surmised that the cause of these impending changes was likely intertwined with his own secrets. However, even in his silence, he could not quell the curiosity of others regarding the matter. Caesar, it seems like he has been transformed into a mindless weapon. One wonders what the government is truly concocting. St. Roseward, a mindless weapon, you say? How wasteful that would be. St. Roseward, Sengoku, I command you to bring me a Kuma tomorrow. I intend to make him my steed. With such an imposing slave, I must be the first to ride him. As soon as St. Roseward uttered these words, an immediate discomfort swept through all members of the live stream. To liken the formidable tyrant Kuma, one of the 7 warlords, to a mere mount, expressed in such a derisive and contemptuous tone, was unsettling for anyone who heard it. However, due to the unique status of St. Roseward, despite the general aversion towards him, the majority of participants in the live stream found themselves unable to voice dissent against his words. This is because St. Roseward is a celestial dragon who arrogantly considers himself a noble of the world and claims to be a descendant of the creators, possessing the most exalted position and power in this realm. Should any harm befall a celestial dragon, the admirals of the Navy Headquarters or CP0 would promptly lead an army to intervene, leading to a gradual erosion of power and enabling the celestial dragons to perpetually abuse their authority, committing various tyrannical acts. They exhibit severe discrimination against anyone who is not a celestial dragon. In essence, they regard no one as human. Naturally, the majority of the live stream members chose silence, intimidated by the authority of the celestial dragons and the formidable forces backing them. Yet, a small faction of members dared to challenge the celestial dragons. Shanks, the 7 warlords of the sea are not mere pawns. I hope you can come to understand this. Doflamingo, do you really expect that bunch to comprehend anything? How Navi? At this moment, Luo Fei, upon witnessing the brazen audacity of the celestial dragon, could not help but furrow his brow. This live stream is his domain. When did it become the prerogative of a celestial dragon to dictate terms? However, given his current status, engaging in direct dialogue with the celestial dragons could inadvertently bring him unforeseen calamities. After much contemplation, Luffy promptly conceived a solution that would serve both his interests and safety. He realized that direct communication with the celestial dragons was not a viable option. However, the live broadcast room was indeed accessible. With a simple maneuver by Luo Fei, a notification promptly appeared at the top of the live stream. Alert! As a representative of the celestial dragon, Roseward's remarks violated the principles of fairness, camaraderie, and harmony upheld in this live broadcast room. Consequently, Roseward and all celestial dragons will be permanently expelled from this live stream. Chapter 73, The Subtle Alteration of Time's Trajectory. Shaping the Future. Well, it seems that Roseward, in his attempt to assert his authority, has merely succeeded in shooting himself in the foot. Before he could comprehend the unfolding events, the scene before him reverted to its original state. Along with this restoration came the final notification from the live stream. Notification: you have been permanently expelled from the live broadcast room. Roseward stood there, utterly dumbfounded by the turn of events. He had intended to proclaim his dominance within the live stream, yet found himself unceremoniously ousted from the chat instead. Moreover, due to Roseward's exceptional status, not only he but all other celestial dragons were similarly affected and expelled from the live stream. This news struck a significant blow to the already monotonous existence of the celestial dragons. Their lives, once devoid of excitement, had found a semblance of richness and amusement through the advent of the live broadcast, which now seemed to slip away from their grasp. But now, it is rather unfortunate that a mere utterance from Rodsvard Saint has stripped them of this small pleasure. This is unacceptable. A method must be devised to reclaim this power. Thus, as soon as Rodsvard Saint realized he had been expelled from the live broadcast room, he promptly contacted Sengoku. If memory serves correctly, the current super administrator of the live stream is Luo Fei, who possesses the authority to invite and expel individuals from the room. Luo Fei is merely an ordinary Navy officer, whereas Sengoku, as the fleet admiral, is undoubtedly qualified to make a request of him. However, even though Rodsvard Saint has been treated accordingly, the only one capable of bringing himself back to the live broadcast is Luffy, yet he has still overestimated his own standing. In reality, the celestial dragons indeed possess numerous privileges. In this virtual live stream room, which profoundly influences reality, Luo Fei stands as the sole deity. Upon receiving a call from Zhangguo, who expressed a desire for Luo Fei to reintegrate the celestial dragons into the group chat, Luo Fei promptly declined. His rationale was as follows: I apologize, esteemed Zhangguo, but this is a directive from the livestream system, and I am unable to alter it. However, if His Holiness Rosward is resolute in his wish to return, I do have a potential solution. While rejecting Zhangguo's request, Luo Fei simultaneously offered him a glimmer of hope. Upon hearing these words, Zhangguo eagerly inquired, "Pray tell, what is this method?" Reluctantly, Zhangguo understood the necessity of adhering to the celestial dragon's commands, given his own identity and position. Hadn't the system just stated that? In accordance with principles of amicable and equitable communication, any individual or utterance that contradicted these rules would be deemed unacceptable within the live stream. Thus, I daringly conjectured that if His Holiness Rosward were to renounce his identity as a celestial dragon, much like Doflamingo did, he might be embraced by the live stream. Luo Fei remarked nonchalantly. Zhangguo, upon hearing this suggestion, was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. Like Doflamingo? What does that imply? This would require His Holiness Rosward to relinquish his identity as a celestial dragon. Only by forsaking the identity of a creator deity could a celestial dragon conform to the principles of fair and amicable communication, thereby gaining acceptance within the livestream. Luo Fei's proposition was, in essence, entirely logical. However, for the celestial dragons, this is an utterly impossible endeavor. Is there truly no other alternative? Sengoku, undeterred, inquired once more. Luo Fei feigned contemplation for a moment before responding with gravity. It appears so at present. Luo Fei's implication was unmistakable. Did he wish to re-enter the live broadcast? Then he must relinquish his identity as a celestial dragon. Due to historical circumstances, the celestial dragons may traverse the world with impunity. Yet that does not grant them the license to act without restraint everywhere. Luo Fei had long harbored disdain for the various actions of the celestial dragons. But due to his current limitations in power, he found himself unable to contend with the celestial dragons who had ruled this world for centuries, along with the formidable forces that supported them. Thus, he opted to exert his influence through the live broadcast to deliver a stark warning to the celestial dragons. No matter how exalted their status, they were still barred from entry into the live broadcast. Furthermore, Luo Fei hoped that the impartiality exhibited by the live broadcast would convey a crucial truth to all. In this world, the celestial dragons are not the sole authority. Only by daring to resist can one find realms untouched by the celestial dragon's interference. This live broadcast stands as a prime example. There exists no direct conflict between Luo Fei and the celestial dragons. The emergence of this class signifies oppression towards all races. In the past, the authorities remained indifferent, choosing not to intervene. However, he is now qualified to confront and potentially overturn this hierarchy, and thus he must certainly make the attempt. The objective is arduous and distant. Yet there will always be those willing to bear the burden, much like the Revolutionary Army. Upon hearing Luo Fei's affirmative response, Sengoku understood that there were no other possibilities and promptly severed the communication. On the celestial dragon's side, he needed to concoct a plausible excuse for explanation. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, Luo Fei's audacious remarks garnered the admiration of numerous participants. Trafalgar Law, hats off to the super admin. To dare suggest that Rodsvard Saint relinquish his celestial dragon identity, only the super admin could utter such words. Luo Fei, just an average thought from the third most powerful in the world. I merely expressed my opinion, which may not necessarily be accurate. Dokihote Doflamingo, ha. Rather than expecting those fellows to voluntarily abandon their celestial dragon status, I would sooner believe that pigs can climb trees. Sugar, boss, that's rather vulgar. Doflamingo, just a metaphor, merely a metaphor. Kizaru, have those fellows truly exited the live stream? Speaking is much easier now. Hancock, I believe. Lord Kizaru, that your choice of words could be more precise. It is not an exit, but rather a dismissal. Akiji, Kizaru, are you perhaps a bit too obvious in your delight? The sudden appearance of Rodsvard Saint slightly diverted everyone's attention. However, with the expulsion of all celestial dragons from the live stream, their focus quickly returned to the crux of the matter. Why had the tyrant Kuma transformed into such a state? produced in mass, devoid of emotion? If what they witnessed were merely products of technology, then where had the real Kuma gone? The revolutionaries were particularly concerned about this issue, as they were well aware of the secrets surrounding Kuma. Thus, they had ample reason to suspect that his future modification must be linked to this exposed secret. Once such speculation arose, they naturally felt compelled to take precautionary measures. Their concern for the safety of their comrades overshadowed the fear of secret exposure. Consequently, a select elite team, including Sabo, was swiftly dispatched from the White Earth Island to Marineford. Foreseeing the future, they yearned for it to unfold favorably for them. Hence, the alteration of fate became inevitable. The trajectory of time subtly shifted, and the wheels of history began to turn rapidly. Yet, can one truly change the future through self-righteous endeavors? Chapter 74. Are you actors in Marineford? In addition to the revolutionary army taking measures in light of Bartholomew Kuma's impending fate, doubts regarding Kuma's identity began to surface within the Navy as well. After dealing with the celestial dragons via the transponder snail, Sengoku promptly summoned Tsuru and Garp. These two were Garp's most trusted allies within the Navy, and thus Sengoku often sought their counsel during significant events. In fact, based on the Navy's historical operational outcomes, Sengoku had long harbored suspicions of a mole lurking within their ranks, perhaps a revolutionary spy, a pirate infiltrator, or an agent from another faction with ulterior motives embedded within the Navy. However, given the current circumstances and evidence, they could not ascertain the mole's allegiance or identity, only form a rough hypothesis. However, now, through the prophetic insights gleaned from the live broadcast, the warring states have discerned the dubious nature of this matter. Judging by the recent developments, it appears that the transformation of Kuma into a human weapon, along with his mass production, is likely orchestrated by Vegapunk. Those Kumas produced in mass bear an almost identical appearance to the original, inheriting certain abilities as well. If Vegapunk were to undertake such research, it would necessitate the original Kuma's consent. By the rationale of a reasonable individual, it is unlikely that anyone would willingly consent to their own infinite replication, particularly for a warlord of the sea. After all, the fundamental relationship between the warlords and the world government is intrinsically that of pirates and the Navy. For the sake of a shared interest, the warlords are inclined to execute certain directives issued by the world government. However, this merely reflects a superficial relationship. In reality, the seven warlords and the government are not aligned in their intentions, making it even less plausible for them to consent to being used as specimens for the Navy's research. This perspective is one that Sengoku adopts while considering the matter from the standpoint of an ordinary individual. However, the portrayal in the live broadcast tells a different story. What compels Kuma to willingly offer himself to the Navy, subjecting himself to the research of Dr. Vegapunk for mass production? The underlying reasons are likely more intricate than they seem. From the conclusions drawn, the current Sengoku has identified numerous ambiguities surrounding Kuma, and even Garp has reluctantly concurred with Sengoku's suspicions. Consequently, after a brief discussion, Sengoku promptly penned a confidential letter to the government, requesting the dispatch of intelligence agents to thoroughly investigate the tyrant Kuma. On one front, Kuma's identity has come under suspicion. Meanwhile, the live broadcast continues to reveal the shocking events of the war that would leave an indelible mark on posterity. In the live footage, amidst the relentless barrage of the Navy's artillery and Akainu's magma fists, the pirate faction, led by Whitebeard, quickly finds itself in a precarious situation. The path to the plaza is steadily melting away and vanishing. The encirclement that recently emerged from the depths of the sea resembles a coffin, severing the last avenue of escape for the Whitebeard pirates. Just as Sengoku believed Whitebeard to be cornered, he seized the Den Mushi and announced to the world the impending execution of Ace. The operational plan was proceeding smoothly. Immediate execution of Port Gas D. Ace is to be enacted. With Sengoku's declaration reverberating, Ace is on the brink of confronting his ultimate fate. Below the execution platform, Moria cackles in delight, while Garp sits below, helplessly closing his eyes. Those who had come to save Ace and Marineford are instantly thrown into disarray. In this moment of tension, they instinctively gaze towards the soul gap in the encirclement, created by the fallen body of Little Oars. To rescue Ace, this is the only path available. However, they were equally aware that the Navy had undoubtedly laid a meticulous trap at this vulnerable point. Just as everyone hesitated, Luffy gradually rose from the smoke, calling out Ace's name with a resounding voice, and then, without a moment's hesitation, charged towards the solitary gap. Perhaps inspired by Luffy's unwavering resolve, countless surviving pirates began to advance towards this opening as well. However, as the pirates had previously surmised, the Navy had indeed concentrated a formidable array of firepower at this breach. Anyone daring to charge forth would inevitably be met with cannon fire that could obliterate them. Witnessing so many comrades perish in their attempts to rescue him reignited Ace's fighting spirit, yet regrettably, the sea prism stone handcuffs rendered him immobile. As allies fell one after another, even Luffy tragically succumbed to the depths, though Jinbei was fortunate enough to rescue him. In this moment of despair, when hope seemed all but extinguished, the seemingly deceased Little Oars rose once more, albeit with heavy steps. Despite his grievous injuries, he remained steadfast in his purpose, to save Ace. The sight of oars standing revived the spirits of Whitebeard's crew. Nevertheless, even if oars resumed the fight, it was solely through his indomitable will, for his body could scarcely endure the forthcoming battle. The Navy's relentless cannonade struck fiercely. Though Orr's colossal form shielded his comrades from a significant portion of the onslaught, he could not sustain the struggle much longer. Fortunately, Orr's resurgence bought his allies a precious moment. Just as Kizaru was about to deliver a lethal blow to Little Oars, a towering column of water surged forth, abruptly interrupting all devil fruit assaults. Little Oars seized this opportunity, narrowly escaping. In a fleeting instant, time seemed to stand still. When that powerful current finally subsided, Luffy's figure emerged before everyone. Luffy had successfully reached the execution platform. The astonishment on the faces of all present was palpable, particularly on Jinbei's, whose expression radiated with relief. Indeed, Luffy's arrival at the platform was largely thanks to Jinbei's assistance. Jinbei's technique, the sea current over the shoulder throw, had summoned a colossal water dragon that surged toward the execution platform, with Luffy ensconced within its embrace. Not every devil fruit user possesses the audacity to conceal themselves within such a torrent, and Jinbei admired Luffy's bravery. The three admirals, taken aback by Luffy's sudden appearance, were expressions of shock. At long last, he had arrived. The son of the dragon, truly fearless. So young, yet so terrifying. The Navy's three admirals immediately unleashed their derision at Luffy's presence. However, despite the sarcastic tone, the underlying meaning of the words conveyed considerable respect for Luffy. Simultaneously, the discourse among the three admirals illuminated the circumstances surrounding the execution platform for all to witness. Both pirates and Navy personnel alike beheld Luffy's figure upon the scaffold. On Whitebeard's side, upon witnessing Luffy's emergence on the execution platform, it was as if he had discerned a breakthrough in the war, prompting him to swiftly initiate a new wave of strategic maneuvers. However, the Navy, it seems, has yet to grasp the ramifications of Luffy's sudden appearance. The three admirals, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru, persist in their verbal assaults against him. Your tenacity is indeed commendable, Akainu scoffed, but this stage is far too premature for you. You cannot hope to triumph over us. Akiji and Kizaru echoed his sentiments. Despite their disparagement, none of the three made any actual move against Luffy. It was only when Luffy regained his breath and boldly confronted the admirals that the next round of battle commenced. Return ace to me. The verbal onslaught from the admirals had afforded Luffy ample time to recuperate. No sooner had he spoken than he launched his attack against them. On the other side, upon witnessing Luffy charging ahead, Whitebeard swiftly rallied his crew to counterattack. At that moment, the members watching the live broadcast finally exhaled in relief. Initially, Whitebeard's crew descended with the upper hand, followed by a Navy counteroffensive. Just as it appeared the pirates would face defeat, Luffy's unexpected emergence altered the tide of war. The unfolding battle could aptly be described as a tumultuous saga. Everyone present felt a profound resonance with the recent combat scenes, especially Sengoku. Observing the three admirals relentlessly berating Luffy, Sengoku sensed impending calamity. Sengoku, Akainu, Akiji, Kizaru, did I summon you to Marineford merely to act as spectators? Would it not be more prudent to cast him back into the sea while you converse? Sengoku queried pointedly. Chapter 75. The war at Marineford takes a twisting turn. Let the bullets fly. Yet, it is not entirely unwarranted for Sengoku to harbor such doubts. After all, during a previous QA in the live broadcast, it had been foretold that Luffy would ultimately be the one to rescue Ace. From the recent footage, although Luffy had charged beneath the execution platform, he appeared to be in an extremely weakened state. As a devil fruit user, he must avoid contact with seawater. Nevertheless, Luffy had surged forth from the currents, fortuitously landing before the three admirals. Had they chosen to act decisively at that moment, eliminating Luffy would likely have been a matter of mere moments. Yet, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru opted instead to engage in a verbal sparring match with him. Given Luffy's current disheveled state, he hardly warranted their derision. Moreover, the circumstances were hardly conducive to idle chatter, and yet they continued their discourse for an extended duration. Luffy's physical resilience was extraordinary. This very interlude was sufficient for him to catch his breath and regain his strength. Once rejuvenated, he would undoubtedly challenge the Navy anew. Sengoku found it perplexing why the admirals chose this moment to engage Luffy in conversation. Sengoku, Akainu, Akiji, Kizaru, return and submit to a reprimand. Sengoku's fury escalated, momentarily overshadowing the fact that the events of the broadcast were set in the future. Upon hearing Sengoku's reprimand, Kizaru felt a sense of indignation and was the first to respond. Admiral, one cannot frame it that way. From the perspective of the footage, it was clearly Akainu who spoke first. Since he initiated the dialogue, is it not justifiable for me to chime in? Kizaru deftly shifted the blame onto Akainu. Akainu's eyes widened in astonishment. He had anticipated Kizaru would confront Sengoku, only to have the tables turned upon himself. Though Kizaru's words were irksome, they rang true. The Navy's two attempts to deride Luffy had indeed been instigated by him. Faced with undeniable facts, Akainu sought to defend himself by addressing the timeline. Admiral, I believe it is inappropriate to demand a reprimand. Considering this is an event occurring in the future, do you truly find it fitting to punish us in the present? Though Akainu stood as an outsider to the events, he struggled to comprehend his actions within the footage, even as he understood the source of Sengoku's ire. However, writing a self-criticism is absolutely unacceptable. Regarding this matter, Sengoku and Akainu began to bicker in the group. After successfully shifting the blame onto Akainu, Kizaru gleefully watched the unfolding drama. Akiji, on the other hand, maintained a much more composed demeanor. Marshal, do not be anxious. Luffy has only just arrived at the square, and he still has some distance to cover before reaching the execution platform. Let the bullets fly for a while longer. Akiji discerned that the war for Ace was just commencing in the live broadcast from Marineford. Although both sides had already engaged in 2 large-scale confrontations, neither had suffered any significant losses among their main forces. To declare oneself invulnerable against Akainu and Kizaru at this juncture would be rather premature. Let the bullets fly for a while longer. Upon hearing Akiji's words, everyone settled down once more, redirecting their focus to the live stream. At this moment, Luffy had regained much of his strength. He did not respond to the earlier taunts of the 3 admirals, but instead launched an assault against them directly. Luffy's confrontation with the 3 admirals quickly stirred a commotion among the Navy. However, Luffy was also acutely aware of the disparity in strength between himself and the 3 admirals, as well as the dwindling time he had. In battling the admirals, he devised a clever stratagem. Initially, Luffy intended to activate Gear Second to generate a large volume of steam, obscuring everyone's vision, allowing him to approach the execution platform unnoticed. Yet, just as he dashed towards the platform, Kizaru, utilizing the powers of the Pika Pika no Mi, instantly appeared before Luffy and delivered a swift light kick, sending him flying. The force of Kizaru's kick was substantial, leaving Luffy momentarily incapacitated. Seizing the opportunity, Sengoku immediately ordered the executioner to commence the execution. On the platform, Ace seemingly resigned himself, closing his eyes. Below, countless individuals were affected by this event: Whitebeard, Jinbei, Marco, Jozu, Nami, Mihawk, Luffy. At this moment, everyone's hearts were taut with tension. Yet due to the distance, none could approach the execution platform. As the executioner's blade descended, the hearts of the onlookers hung in suspense. However, what transpired next astonished all present, including Sengoku. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, 2 streaks of blood erupted from the execution platform, and Ace opened his eyes in astonishment. Ace had been saved. The crimson streams emanated from the bodies of the 2 executioners standing beside him. Sengoku glared fiercely at the base of the platform and bellowed, "Who on earth is responsible for this?" As Sengoku's gaze descended, all the Marines trained their weapons on a singular point beneath the execution platform. Soon, the attention of the crowd shifted in unison with the Marines' actions. Sengoku quickly recognized the individual responsible. "You bastard. I had thought that your long-standing grudge with Whitebeard would lead you to assist us." It was Crocodile, the sand alligator. Indeed, the very person who had intervened at the crucial moment to rescue Ace was none other than Crocodile. His appearance did not only evoke surprise from Sengoku. Marco, with the wings of the phoenix ignited in cerulean flames, landed upon a nearby wall, equally astonished by the sudden emergence of this man. Jinbei, too, regarded Crocodile with disbelief as he stood on the plaza. Jinbei was aware of the animosity between Crocodile and Whitebeard, and he could hardly fathom why someone who had long sought Whitebeard's demise would choose to save Ace. Chapter 76. Desert Journey, the runaway princess of Alabasta in the live broadcast. Everyone was engulfed in shock at Crocodile's abrupt appearance. Anyone familiar with Crocodile understood the bitter rivalry he shared with Whitebeard. Whitebeard's arrival at Marineford was to prevent the execution of Ace. Thus, neither the Marines nor the pirates anticipated that, at such a critical juncture, Crocodile would act to thwart the execution. Crocodile offered his own explanation, "That dying old man I will deal with later. But before that, I do not wish to see your gleeful faces." This was Crocodile's stance. The you he referred to was, of course, the Marines. He intended to resolve his feud with Whitebeard at a more opportune moment. However, at present, he shares a common aspiration with Whitebeard, to thwart the Navy's plans. Outside the live broadcast room, all present were taken aback upon hearing Crocodile's explanation. It is noteworthy that Crocodile currently holds the status of a warlord of the sea. In a certain sense, the stance of the warlords aligns with that of the Navy. The Navy, in this pivotal moment of warfare, deliberately invited the warlords to provide their presence, hoping to bolster their combat strategies with the formidable influence of these figures. While enjoying the privileges bestowed by the Navy, the warlords are also expected to fulfill corresponding obligations. However, it was evident that Crocodile had not acted in such a manner. Could it be that Crocodile had betrayed the Navy? Once such thoughts emerged, they became inescapable, particularly for Sengoku, as doubts began to creep in regarding Crocodile. His inner turmoil became unbearable. It felt akin to discovering a worm in one's meal, an unsettling sensation that lingered. Consequently, Sengoku swiftly took to the platform of the live broadcast to voice his suspicions regarding Crocodile. "Sengoku, Crocodile, what do you mean by not wanting to see the jubilant faces of our Navy? I believe you owe me a reasonable explanation." As Sengoku uttered these words, a flicker of anger stirred within him. The very notion of the Navy recruiting pirates was enough to invite ridicule from the world. In an effort to legitimize such actions, The government had deliberately established the identity of the warlords of the sea. However, Crocodile's recent actions could only elicit 4 words from Sengoku: utterly ungrateful. While relishing the privileges bestowed by the Navy, he simultaneously engages in activities that undermine its interests, which Sengoku simply cannot tolerate. Should Crocodile fail to provide a reasonable explanation regarding this matter, Sengoku would deem it necessary to petition the world government for the revocation of Crocodile's warlord status. Nevertheless, in response to Sengoku's fierce inquiries, Crocodile maintained a demeanor of calm indifference. After all, this incident was yet to unfold, and he was still adeptly concealing his true intentions. The entire nation of Alabasta remained firmly under his control. Crocodile, you inquire of me? How could I possibly know what has transpired? I have been tirelessly managing Alabasta, only to be met with such a result. Crocodile continued, it seems the Navy truly does not regard us warlords as allies. Of course, Crocodile could never pledge loyalty to the Navy. However, in his quest for the ancient weapon Pluton, he could not afford to reveal himself too early. Thus, in this matter, he chose to feign ignorance. Naturally, with Crocodile's cunning, even his act of pretending to be oblivious was executed with finesse. For instance, his earlier statement simultaneously conveyed his innocence to Sengoku while also posing a question back at him. Crocodile challenged Sengoku, questioning why, despite his diligent governance of the nation, he was met with suspicion from Sengoku. Taken aback by Crocodile's reasoning, Sengoku found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He had initially approached Crocodile seeking an explanation. Yet the tables had turned, and he was now the one being questioned. Just as Sengoku grappled with how to respond, Crocodile spoke once more. Crocodile, Admiral, the matter is not yet resolved. Perhaps we should allow the situation to unfold a little longer. Yet again, the phrase "let it fly" echoed in Sengoku's mind, pushing him to the brink of exasperation. This seemingly interminable confrontation had revealed to him a multitude of human follies. First, the 3 admirals had openly shown leniency towards Luffy. Now, Crocodile was audaciously confronting the Navy. It was as if they held him in utter disregard. However, due to Kizaru's remark to let the bullet fly for a moment, he found himself in an inescapable predicament. There was no recourse, for the images displayed in this live broadcast were merely prophetic glimpses of the future. Indeed, he could not justifiably blame those of the present for events yet to unfold. However, now that Sengoku has been alerted, he has more time to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. To swiftly investigate Crocodile's intentions, Sengoku once again dispatched documents to the intelligence agency of the world government, instructing them to not only look into Bartholomew Kuma, but also to scrutinize Crocodile. Noticing Sengoku's silence, Crocodile promptly withdrew from the conversation. Nevertheless, his silence did not imply inaction. Crocodile understood that Sengoku had begun to harbor suspicions and caution towards him, and to prevent his plans from being exposed, he needed to expedite his actions. While Crocodile was preoccupied with his maneuvers against Sengoku, a girl on the island of Whiskey Peak, at the entrance to the New World, began to weep silently. Perhaps overwhelmed by her emotions, she could not contain her tears, and her body trembled uncontrollably. This girl was none other than Nefertari Vivi, the former princess of the kingdom of Alabasta. Once, Alabasta was a prosperous and democratic nation, but with Crocodile's arrival, it had plunged into deep suffering. The citizens were in despair, the royal family was on the brink of extinction, and the mastermind behind all this, Crocodile, could still utter such grandiloquent words. How could Vivi not be enraged? As a survivor of the royal family, she was compelled to endure humiliation and disguise herself as an employee of the Baroque works. As her nation lay under Crocodile's control and the royal family was scorned by the people, her true objective has always been to investigate the Baroque workshop, which seeks to instigate a civil war and subvert the kingdom of Alabasta. Although she has yet to uncover any concrete evidence to prove that Clockter is the mastermind behind Alabastan's impending catastrophe. However, Vivi firmly believed that Crocodile was inextricably linked to this affair. Watching her adversary eloquently speak in the live broadcast, she felt a tumult of anger and frustration. Fortuitously, the platform of the live stream granted her the opportunity to confront Crocodile directly. Nefertari Vivi, Crocodile, do you truly believe your own words? Can you honestly claim that the 3 years of drought in the Alabasta kingdom bear no relation to you? Is your so-called diligent nation building not merely a guise for destruction? Utilizing the platform of the live stream, Vivi finally articulated the sentiments she had long harbored but could not voice. Each participant in the live stream possessed an independent view, alleviating her concerns about revealing her identity through her words. In response to Vivi's interrogation, Crocodile maintained his indifferent demeanor. Naturally, he was taken aback that the exiled royalty of Alabasta dared to confront him so openly. Crocodile, Princess Vivi, it appears we may have a misunderstanding. Was it not the previous king who brought calamity upon the kingdom? You must not be so indiscriminate in your accusations. Crocodile, if you are dissatisfied with my actions, you could simply approach me for clarification rather than resorting to vitriolic outbursts here. At this juncture, Crocodile continued to play his role, obscuring the truth. Nevertheless, while he feigned indifference to Vivi's presence, he discreetly commanded his subordinates to investigate her whereabouts with utmost urgency. Concurrently, Sengoku took note of Vivi's remarks. He understood that although Crocodile appeared courteous on the surface, he was, in fact, a cunning and ruthless individual. Given that Vivi, risking her life, dared to speak such words. Perhaps she truly possessed knowledge of significance. Since he was resolved to investigate Crocodile, the Princess of Alabasta could serve as a valuable lead. However, before proceeding, he needed to ensure Vivi's survival. With this thought in mind, Sengoku promptly contacted Akiji via the transponder snail. Are you not planning another journey? This time, to the desert. As I have arranged a task for you. Chapter 77. Do you see this sea? It is all water released by Akiji. After articulating her thoughts, Vivi felt a sense of relief wash over her, as if she had finally liberated the pent-up words that had long been confined within her heart. However, she quickly regained her composure. As a persecuted royal princess, openly questioning Crocodile was undeniably attention-grabbing. At this moment, Crocodile must have already taken precautions against her. Moreover, given Crocodile's insidious and ruthless nature, it was entirely possible that he had already dispatched assassins after her. Although the live stream provided her with some convenience and a means to conceal her identity, it could not shield her from Crocodile's pursuit. Thus, upon regaining her senses, Vivi promptly chose to remain incognito. The sudden appearance of Vivi, the princess of the Alabasta royal family, in the live stream stirred turbulent undercurrents beneath the seemingly calm surface of the sea. What schemes was Crocodile concocting? What had led to the downfall of the Alabasta kingdom? One enigma after another surfaced due to the prophecies broadcasted in the live stream. Sengoku had already discerned these signs and could not afford to overlook them. Would Crocodile's quest for the ancient weapon Pluton be altered as a result? Could the Straw Hat Pirates, having been requested by Vivi to assist in Alabasta, proceed smoothly? All of these remained uncertain. Within the live stream, nearly everyone capable of navigating the seas recognized the unusual nature of these events. However, due to the multitude of entanglements, they refrained from addressing the matter overtly, opting instead to silently note it and conduct discreet investigations. Meanwhile, the unfinished Marineford War within the live stream continued unabated. As Crocodile had brazenly slain 2 of the Navy's executioners, all eyes were drawn to him. In response to Sengoku's inquiries, Crocodile articulated his disdain for witnessing the Navy's jubilant expressions. From the perspective of pirates, Crocodile's proclamation exuded an undeniable aura of dominance. However, from the Navy's perspective, Crocodile's actions were deemed a severe provocation. Consequently, swift measures were taken to curtail Crocodile's brazen behavior. In an instant, as Crocodile concluded his statement, his head was violently severed and sent flying to the ground. At the junction between his neck and body, onlookers noticed an almost imperceptible yet steel-like cord, subtly glimmering with light. This was the manifestation of Quixote Doflamingo's string fruit ability. Utilizing the most inconspicuous of weapons to inflict maximum lethality is emblematic of Doflamingo's approach to life. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, blood did not spout from the severed neck of Crocodile. Instead, the spectators witnessed his decapitated head gradually transforming into sand as it separated from his body. With each moment, the head continued to disintegrate into grains of sand, while simultaneously, a new head began to coalesce from the sand, symbolizing the power of a devil fruit awakening. Both Doflamingo and Crocodile are possessors of Paramecia-type devil fruits, and upon awakening their abilities, they can influence entities beyond themselves. Doflamingo can transmute his surroundings into weapons for offense and defense, or even become a part of the string element. As a pirate with significant influence in the New World, Crocodile too has awakened such formidable powers. The ability to transform his body into sand is merely a trivial aspect of his skill set. Just as Crocodile's form was regenerating, Doflamingo emerged from the crowd, draped in a striking pink mink coat. Striding towards the square with an air of indifference, he inquired of Crocodile, "Hey, you scoundrel. Have you abandoned me to ally with Whitebeard? I can get jealous, you know." Doflamingo posed the question with a sinister smile. Meanwhile, during Doflamingo's remarks, Crocodile's severed head reformed once more in the guise of sand. Before long, Crocodile appeared before everyone once again, seemingly unfazed. Naturally, Doflamingo did not expect his gambit to inflict any significant damage upon Crocodile. Such encounters, devoid of any fundamental interest at stake, are typically resolved with a mere show of force, never escalating to a full-blown confrontation. The surrounding Navy personnel and other pirates remained bewildered, unaware of the intricate history between the two. However, the current situation does not allow them to clarify the issue at hand. They're all preoccupied with one question. Are Minggu and Crocodile truly allies? From Ming Ji's recent inquiries, it is evident to the crowd that there exists a certain transaction between him and Crocodile. At this moment, whether Minggu has been persuaded by Crocodile to betray the Navy, or if Crocodile has been intimidated by Minggu into withdrawing from the pirate faction, both scenarios could significantly influence the present battlefield dynamics. Amidst the anticipation of the onlookers, Crocodile promptly responded, "I will not ally with anyone." Upon hearing this, Minggu sought clarification, asking, "Are you still planning to abandon me?" This time, Crocodile answered without hesitation, "I suppose so." His response explicitly indicated his stance. Realizing that further verbal sparring was futile, Doflamingo abandoned the exchange, and in a fleeting moment of eye contact, a fierce battle ensued between the two. Simultaneously, turmoil erupted in other areas of the battlefield. First to arrive at the execution platform was Luffy, who, hindered by the 3 admirals, found it impossible to approach even a fraction of the platform. The other Navy personnel had also recognized the situation and were concentrating all their efforts to impede Luffy's advance. However, these ordinary sailors could only be considered cannon fodder in the presence of Luffy. He continued to push forward, with the distance to the execution platform diminishing steadily. At this point, the admirals, who had previously retreated, could no longer remain idle. Akainu stepped forward first, intent on punishing Luffy. However, before he could take more than a few steps, he was intercepted by Akiji. Akiji stood before Akainu and launched an ice spear toward Luffy's arm, which pinned him to the ground like a nail. Subsequently, Akiji approached Luffy and uttered, "Though your grandfather has done me a great favor, I must apologize. This is the path you have chosen as a man." With the calmest of tones, Akiji pronounced Luffy's death sentence. Yet, after stating this, he did not immediately thrust the ice spear into Luffy's body. Rather, he took a few steps forward as if positioning himself for a more precise strike. At that moment, Marco, the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, transformed into the Phoenix and kicked Akiji away, once again saving Luffy. Akiji was sent flying several dozen meters, and the ice spear fell to the ground. In the live broadcast room, the audience was overwhelmed with emotions upon witnessing these events. Perona remarked, "That's an admiral. How could he fall so easily, like a mere producer? It's utterly unscientific." Moria added, "Need I say more? Did you not hear Akiji's words to Luffy? Your grandfather has done me a favor." Cavendish pointed out, "Do you see this vast sea before us? It is all due to Akiji's leniency." Buggy exclaimed, "I can't believe this." As the audience began to question Akiji's actions, Luffy's staunch supporter, Luo Fei, could not remain silent. "You mustn't speak ill of Admiral Akiji. Did you not see him preparing to strike?" Luo Fei defended Akiji. However, his rationale failed to convince everyone. Nico Robin interjected, "Please, who is Akiji? He is an admiral. Can an admiral be so easily defeated?" Chapter 78, The Whitebeard Pirates Fight Desperately, finally land. In the wake of the events just witnessed in the live broadcast, the audience engaged in fervent discussion. They unanimously agreed that this seemingly grand war between the Navy and the pirates had betrayed itself on both sides. First, the revelations regarding Luffy and Ace's lineage tarnished the reputation of the Navy hero, Garp. Then, Squirtle's ambush on Whitebeard followed by Crocodile's betrayal of the Navy's cause. Now, Akiji openly declared that Luffy's grandfather had aided him. Although Akiji appeared to speak with malice, his actions belied this sentiment. He preempted Akainu's intentions to execute Luffy, yet hesitated in action until Marco intervened to rescue Luffy. Perhaps, in the heat of battle, those present were too embroiled in the chaos to question Akiji's behavior. However, at this moment, everyone has taken on the role of an observer, and their perspective on the matter has naturally become much more objective. Typically, during such times, one would expect the warring states to be restless, vociferously demanding an explanation from Akiji. However, this time, Sengoku did not act in such a manner. The reason Sengoku refrained from questioning Akiji was not due to his trust in him, but rather because he had grown weary of the frequent occurrences of such events, having lost patience in pursuing the truth. The issues unveiled by this conflict had transcended the scope of Sengoku's capacity to manage at that moment. Sengoku expressed his frustration, indicating his exasperation. Nevertheless, his decision to refrain from publicly confronting Akiji in the live broadcast was a calculated approach, aimed at preserving the overall reputation of the Navy, and did not imply that he would cease to investigate the matter. As Akiji pedaled his bicycle on the way to the kingdom of Alabasta, Sengoku felt an urgent need to contact him via the transponder snail, instructing him to cease all tasks and return to Marineford for an inquiry. Fortunately, Garp arrived just in time to prevent Sengoku from taking such action. Garp's reasoning was noble, emphasizing the importance of prioritizing national affairs. Moreover, given that Alabasta had not seen rain for 3 years, leading to widespread suffering among its populace, if Crocodile indeed harbored any sinister schemes, they would likely come to light soon. Furthermore, Akiji had grown under their watchful eyes. If he were to harbor any treachery, how could it possibly escape the keen insight of the illustrious fleet admiral? In summary, Garp was resolutely determined to protect Akiji. After all, Akiji had only come under suspicion due to his association with Luffy. Since Akiji was currently engaged in a mission, it was best to allow him to proceed, deferring any future concerns to a later time. Initially, Sengoku found it difficult to heed Garp's words, as he recognized that Garp's actions were merely in defense of his grandson, Luffy. However, due to the incessant nagging of Garp in Sengoku's ear, Sengoku finally relented and agreed to allow Akiji to address the matters concerning the Alabasta Kingdom first. The investigation into Akiji's conduct within the Navy has reached a temporary conclusion here. Yet, should the Navy harbor doubts about Akiji, how would he react upon learning of their suspicions? It would undoubtedly be disheartening for someone so devoted and loyal to the Navy to find himself doubted due to a prophecy from a live stream. Anyone in his position would surely feel unsettled. Meanwhile, in the live stream, the pirate's sense of crisis surged dramatically after Ace narrowly escaped death within the Bay of Marineford. The ice melted and ships caught fire, leaving the pirates with no foothold, destined to be engulfed by the depths of the sea shortly. With no retreat left, everyone resolved to fight with all their might. As the battle plan reached this critical juncture, they had no choice but to engage in a desperate struggle for victory. Thus, countless pirates leapt into the sea, swimming towards the only breach created by little oars. No matter the cost, they were determined to reach the plaza. Upon witnessing the pirates recklessly charging toward the plaza, the Navy fell into disarray, concentrating their firepower to secure the port. Under the Navy's relentless cannon fire, the pirates found it exceedingly difficult to reach the shore, resulting in a stalemate. Yet, just as both sides faced off, unable to gain any advantage, a whirlpool suddenly erupted at the center of the besieged bay. The scene resembled that of the Moby Dick surging forth from the depths, coated in a shimmering sheen. Witnessing this sight, an ominous premonition rose within the hearts of all the Navy personnel. However, having developed to this point, even if the Navy recognizes the anomaly, it is already too late. In mere seconds after the current surged, another pristine ship from the Whitebeard pirates emerged before the crowd. This was Whitebeard's trump card. Just as the Navy could set a perimeter to besiege the Whitebeard pirates, Whitebeard would naturally refrain from exposing all his forces, fully aware of the impending trap. Upon the appearance of this intact ship, it surged towards the direction of Little Oars, for this would be their sole avenue of escape. Sengoku swiftly grasped the pirate strategy and immediately commanded all naval forces to focus their firepower on Little Oars. As long as they could take down Little Oars, the pirates would have no possibility of breaching the encirclement. Regrettably, by the time Sengoku realized the gravity of the situation, it was already too late. The ship, carrying the entirety of the Whitebeard pirates' combat strength, surged forth like a ferocious beast of the sea, successfully landing at Marineford under the protection of Little Oars. They entered the square. They rescued Ace. They occupied the Marine headquarters. Ace, wait for us, the pirates exclaimed, brandishing their weapons with exhilaration. Chapter 79, Whitebeard vs. Akainu. Joza takes action. As Sengoku observed the pirates successfully disembarking, he clenched his jaws in frustration. He had never anticipated that the encirclement he had meticulously arranged to thwart the pirates would become their key to a successful landing. However, the pirates' successful arrival merely escalated the monumental battle to a more critical juncture, failing to halt Ace's execution. The confrontation between the pirates and the Marines raged on. Seizing the opportunity while the pirates were still acclimating to the terrain, the Marines concentrated their artillery fire on Little Oars, who, despite the sheer number and agility of the pirates, was an easy target due to his immense size and current incapacitation from injuries. At this moment, Little Oars, having served his purpose in facilitating the Whitebeard pirates' landing, was rendered vulnerable, his shortcomings laid bare. Although his colossal frame could shield the Whitebeard pirates, it also deprived him of the strength to save himself. Faced with the relentless barrage from the Marines, the pirates found themselves unable to assist Little Oars significantly. Within mere seconds, the onslaught proved too much for Little Oars, leading him to collapse entirely. This time, he truly fell. Before losing consciousness, he uttered a final plea: "We must save Ace," channeling his last vestiges of energy to ensure Ace's rescue. This was perhaps the true mission that had brought Little Oars to Marineford. Witnessing Little Oars' mountainous form crumple, Ace's heart shattered. He had never imagined that so many would perish in the name of his rescue. It was at this moment that the flame of survival ignited within Ace. Yet, with his hands shackled by sea-stone handcuffs, he found himself powerless to act. The scene before them left everyone in profound shock. Only Whitebeard, amid the collective gaze, leaped from the ship, landing squarely in the square. "My sons, fall back," Whitebeard commanded, and with a single sweep of his naginata, he cleared the surrounding Marines. Under Whitebeard's formidable presence, the Marines involuntarily retreated. Meanwhile, the pirates, invigorated by Whitebeard's direct involvement, leapt from the ship to the square. "Young ones, save Ace and eliminate the Marines." Whitebeard issued his first command upon disembarking. Whether it was the intimidation of Whitebeard's aura or the overwhelming surge of the pirates, the ordinary Marine soldiers trembled at his words. Within mere minutes of the Whitebeard pirates' successful landing at Marineford, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted dramatically. Witnessing such a transformation, Sengoku could no longer remain passive. "Garp, we can no longer stand idly by," he declared from the side of the execution platform. The outcome of this conflict was vital to the reputation of the Marines in the world government. As one of the strongest forces, both Garp and Sengoku could not continue to remain in the rear. With the frontline forces evidently lacking, Sengoku was compelled to devise a new strategy. The Marines' focus shifted from Luffy to Whitebeard. After all, Luffy was merely an inexperienced rookie pirate, posing a significantly lesser threat compared to Whitebeard. The first to strike against Whitebeard was one of the three admirals, Akiji. As Whitebeard made his way to the square, Akiji leapt forward, accompanied by an icy chill. "Iceball," Akiji shouted, unleashing a powerful blast of cold that surged from his arms, encasing Whitebeard in a block of ice. The surrounding Marines watched in astonishment, quickly erupting into cheers. Had it been an ordinary person, they would have likely perished from the freezing assault. Yet, this time, the one ensnared by Akiji was no ordinary individual. It was Whitebeard, a man capable of shaping the very course of an era, even encased in ice. Whitebeard maintained his piercing gaze, sharp as that of an eagle. Akiji and the frozen Whitebeard locked eyes in a silent confrontation. Soon after, the ice shattered, and Whitebeard swiftly broke free from his constraints. The first round of battle ended in a stalemate, prompting Akiji to swiftly launch a second assault on Whitebeard. This time, Akiji opted for close combat. However, he bore no weapon in his hand. As he closed the distance between them, he was immediately pierced by Whitebeard's blade. The onlooking Navy personnel, witnessing this scene, could not help but feel a surge of concern for Akiji, with some even beginning to pray for his safety, hoping he would not meet his demise as a result. However, what they did not anticipate was that this was the true intention of Akiji. Since freezing had proven ineffective against Whitebeard, why not attempt to pierce him with ice? While external assaults might be resisted, injuries inflicted internally would be far more challenging to heal. Ice. For spears. Akiji once again let out a low cry, then directly grasped the long blade that Whitebeard had plunged into his own body, instantly enveloping the weapon in a layer of frost. Additionally, the air surrounding Akiji rapidly transformed into elemental ice, and in mere moments, for sharp, pointed ice spears were aimed at Whitebeard. Given the proximity of the attack and the formidable nature of the ice spears, should Whitebeard be pierced, his vitality would undoubtedly suffer greatly. However, at this critical juncture, Whitebeard's subordinate, Diamond Jozu, suddenly rushed forward, transforming half of his body into the hardest diamond to shield Whitebeard from the impending assault. Akiji's attack was thwarted once more, as the body that had been pierced by Whitebeard's sword instantly turned to ice, crashing to the ground. It was only when the ice fragments rapidly reformed into Akiji's likeness that the ordinary Navy soldiers finally comprehended the futility of physical attacks against him, for he could effortlessly elementalize his body. Akiji was indeed a formidable adversary, and Jozu understood this well, recognizing that prolonging the confrontation could jeopardize Ace's rescue. Jozu firmly urged Whitebeard, "Old man, you must go ahead." As the mightiest among them, Whitebeard could not afford to be delayed by Akiji. In pursuit of a swifter rescue for Ace, Whitebeard acquiesced to Jozu's plea. After leaving Jozu behind, Whitebeard continued his advance. Yet, the path ahead remained fraught with peril. Akiji was merely the first obstacle he encountered upon entering the plaza. Formidable foes such as Kizaru, Akainu, Sengoku, and Garp awaited their turn to confront him. Chapter 80. The War at Marineford. The Rising Stars take the stage. Although Akiji had evaded Whitebeard's lethal blow by elementalizing his body, he had still sustained some injuries. Once his body had reconstituted, the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth indicated his condition. However, at that moment, Whitebeard had already moved on. And with Jozu standing in his path, Akiji found himself powerless to impede Whitebeard further. In the plaza, Whitebeard, Luffy, and the other members of Whitebeard's crew pressed onward toward the execution platform. Garp, standing upon the platform, observed Luffy charging toward them and could not help but display a hint of exasperation. Beads of sweat began to form on Garp's forehead. He had never imagined that he would reunite with Luffy in such a life-and-death scenario. Both Ace and Luffy were children he had watched grow up, though Garp appeared stern. A tender part of his heart had always been occupied by these two young boys. The passing of time had led to an unexpected twist of fate for Garp. Nevertheless, as a naval hero, every decision he made had to align with his principles, irrespective of his personal feelings. Aside from Garp, there was another individual on the battlefield who keenly observed Luffy, Kobe, who had crossed paths with Luffy on several occasions yet felt a profound connection to him. Kobe's lifelong aspiration was to become a just and righteous Marine. However, an unexpected twist of fate led him to become a mere deckhand aboard a pirate ship. Later, the arrival of Luffy transformed his seemingly predetermined destiny, and with Luffy's assistance, Kobe successfully extricated himself from his plight and joined the Navy. As they parted ways, Kobe declared to Luffy, "The next time we meet, it will be I who captures you. I shall grow stronger. One day, I will ascend to the rank of Admiral." Though their paths diverged, both were resolutely striving towards their respective ambitions. When Kobe encountered Luffy once more, the promise of their youth resurfaced vividly in his mind. Yet now, Luffy had become audacious enough to contend with Navy admirals, while Kobe found himself powerless, praying for survival amidst the ruins. Witnessing the chaos around him and Luffy's valiant struggle, Kobe's heart was engulfed in turmoil. They had made a pact, yet he remained impotent, having made no progress whatsoever. What could he possibly contribute to this war? Kobe was ensnared in profound conflict within himself. Meanwhile, as Kobe wrestled with his tumultuous emotions, Luffy faced an obstacle in the form of Rear Admiral Squirrel, wagering his reputation as a Navy admiral, stood defiantly in Luffy's path, obstructing his advance. At that moment, Luffy was already exhausted. Confronted by Squirrel's onslaught and a surprise attack from Rear Admiral Spot, he was clearly at his limits. Under the barrage of Spot's spear, Luffy fell once more. Yet, amid this fierce assault, he exhibited remarkable tenacity. Luffy, resolute, struggled to rise again, clinging to a flicker of hope. However, the ordeal was far from over. Just as Spot and Squirrel prepared to strike once more, Kizaru intervened with a lightning-fast kick, sending Luffy sprawling. In this moment, Luffy was utterly devoid of the strength to rise. Though his eyelids fought to remain open, his limbs had become unresponsive. It could be said that even the most inconsequential soldier on this battlefield could effortlessly claim Luffy's life. Garp, witnessing Luffy being knocked down repeatedly, felt a deep pang of compassion, his fists clenched, veins bulging, and beads of sweat accumulating upon his brow, as though he were on the verge of rushing in to shield Luffy. However, Sengoku soon detected the unease emanating from Garp. As the fleet admiral, it was his duty to remind Garp of his position within the Navy. "Garp, clarify your stance," he succinctly stated. A simple remark that plunged Garp's heart into turmoil once more. Meanwhile, Kizaru, who had just sent Luffy sprawling, approached him with an air of superiority. He declared, "Bravery alone is futile, Straw Hat Luffy. Without the strength to rescue what is lost, no amount of effort will suffice." In that moment, Luffy found himself paralyzed. His mind descending into chaos. Was it truly as Kizaru had said? Was he utterly powerless? The world around him began to blur, and exhaustion overwhelmed him. Just as he was about to succumb to darkness, Kizaru launched another swift kick, sending Luffy flying. As everyone braced for Luffy's inevitable demise, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Kizaru's kick had propelled Luffy directly into Whitebeard's embrace. How astonishing! This kick was indeed fortuitous, landing Luffy in the safest of havens. Yet, amidst the urgency of battle, no one seemed to notice the peculiar trajectory of Kizaru's strike. Upon catching Luffy, Whitebeard remarked, "You've grown forgetful, haven't you? A man like you allowing such a weakling to take the lead." As he spoke, Kizaru prepared to launch another attack on Whitebeard. Fortunately, the crew surrounding Whitebeard reacted swiftly, positioning themselves protectively in front of him. Meanwhile, Jinbe and Ivankov, who had been separated from Luffy, finally found him, witnessing Luffy's frail and nearly lifeless state. The ship's doctor immediately commenced treatment. While Luffy lay unconscious, a new and brutal battle erupted on the plaza. The pirates fought desperately, while the Navy strove to obstruct their advance. The Whitebeard pirates rallied, with Marco transforming into a phoenix, aiming to soar towards the execution platform to save Ace. The warlords of the sea, including Mihawk, Hancock, and Moria, also began their slaughter. On the Navy's side, the likes of Momonosuke and the pacifists quickly joined the fray. This time, without the constraints of the Navy's encirclement, both sides engaged in a fierce struggle. Chapter 81. A life or death decision. During Luffy's unconsciousness, the battle between pirates and Navy intensified once more. The Navy fought valiantly to halt the pirates' advance, while the pirates, driven by desperation, pressed on towards the execution platform. On the ground, the clash between pirates and Navy raged fiercely. The pirates, mindful of their own interests, chose not to confront Whitebeard directly, instead engaging in combat amidst the chaos of battle. Admiral Akiji found himself entangled by Diamond Jozu, while Kizaru was momentarily hindered by other captains from Whitebeard's crew. At this juncture, only Akainu, one of the three admirals, along with Sengoku and Garp, could stand against Whitebeard. Garp, still conflicted, had no intention of clashing with Whitebeard at that moment. Sengoku, overseeing the battlefield, could not afford to act recklessly until the last possible moment. Thus, the responsibility of confronting Whitebeard fell solely to Akainu, who eagerly sought to unleash his full power in this fierce battle. Seizing the opportunity presented by the Navy's top combatants being preoccupied, Marco of the Whitebeard crew unfurled his phoenix wings and soared from above Marineford toward the execution platform. As the manifestation of his devil fruit abilities, the Navy's ordinary artillery fire proved utterly ineffective against him. Consequently, the only forces capable of thwarting him were likely Garp and Sengoku. It was a foregone conclusion that Sengoku would intervene, rendering Marco's chances of successfully rescuing Ace exceedingly slim. However, if he could secure even a modicum of assistance from Garp, the possibilities would expand infinitely. Thus, he presently wagers on Garp's stance. As long as Garp's compassion and mercy for Ace surpasses so-called principles, success would be within reach. Nevertheless, it became evident that Marco's gamble had failed. As Marco drew closer to the execution platform, Sengoku could scarcely refrain from intervening. Yet, just as Sengoku was poised to act, Garp suddenly rose, delivering a single, devastating punch that sent Marco crashing to the ground. The hope of rescuing Ace was thus shattered by Garp's formidable strike. Ordinary physical assaults could not inflict substantial harm upon Marco's phoenix wings, but Garp was no ordinary foe. Renowned as the hero of the Navy and the Iron Fist, Garp's singular blow was sufficient to incapacitate Marco. Upon witnessing Garp's intervention, astonishment filled the eyes of all present, even halting their movements for a few seconds. The naval hero, Monkey D. Garp, had finally made his appearance. The legendary Marine hero Garp had joined the fray. Vice Admiral Garp had taken action. The strongest defender, undoubtedly. Garp's intervention served as a powerful stimulant for the morale of the Marines. His decisive action instilled a renewed sense of hope for victory in the ongoing conflict. After incapacitating Marco, Garp took his place on the chair beneath the execution platform, where the admirals had previously sat. Garp's choice to do so was evidently the result of intense internal conflict. However, now that he has made his decision, there can be no wavering. Thus, after Garp took his seat, he uttered these words, "If you wish to pass through here, you must first slay me." The Marines were greatly inspired upon hearing this. Conversely, the pirates found themselves in a rather bleak situation. Although they had not personally experienced Garp's might, they were well aware of his legendary status. 20 years prior, Garp had engaged in multiple confrontations with the Pirate King, Roger, which had earned him worldwide renown. Furthermore, it was Garp who, alongside Sengoku, confronted the formidable Shiki, the Golden Lion, at Marineford, ultimately driving Shiki into the confines of Impel Down. These two monumental events, coupled with Garp's reputation as a hero of the Navy, instilled a profound sense of trepidation among the pirates. Whitebeard seemed to sense the unease within his crew and quickly rallied them, saying, "Foolish lads, do not be intimidated by his name. He's merely an old soldier." Indeed, while Garp was formidable, they had no retreat at this juncture. Moreover, their objective had yet to be achieved, making retreat out of the question. Just as Whitebeard finished speaking, Akainu swiftly raised his arm, glowing with fiery magma, and addressed Whitebeard. "If you are of that generation, heed your enemy before you." With that, he unleashed his attack, Dogbite Red Lotus. A torrent of magma, resembling a hellish hound, surged toward Whitebeard. However, Akainu's assault did not inflict any significant damage upon Whitebeard. With a mere flick of his hand, Whitebeard deflected Akainu's magma strike. The Dogbite Red Lotus, now irrevocable, plummeted like a meteor toward the nearby town under Whitebeard's counterattack. With Akainu taking the initiative to strike, the battle, which had been momentarily halted by Garp's sudden intervention, reignited. Sengoku, determined to prevent any prolonged conflict, resolved to expedite Ace's execution. However, due to the executioner responsible for Ace's fate being slain by Crocodile, they were compelled to hastily seek another executioner. With the execution platform lacking a headsman, the pirates seized this rare opportunity to resume their bloody skirmish. Nevertheless, with the steadfast presence of Garp, the morale of the Navy remained unshaken, and their spirits soared. Faced with the relentless assaults of the pirates, the Navy did not yield in the slightest. Under the Navy's fierce onslaught, the Whitebeard pirates began to falter. Ace, witnessing his comrades fall one after another, what does he reflected on the significance of his own existence? On the other hand, Luffy, for Ace's sake, made a life-risking decision. Though Luffy's body had reached its limits, he still clung to one final chance. Chapter 82, Ace's Inner Monologue. Luffy's last request. Meanwhile, Ace, observing the bloodshed wreaked upon the plaza because of him, found himself engulfed in a tempest of turmoil. As he watched his comrades valiantly throw themselves into danger for his sake, Ace grappled once more with the meaning of his own life. On the execution platform, Ace reminisced about the imperfect first half of his existence, his heart crumbling beneath the weight of despair. When Ace first learned of his father being the infamous Pirate King, he may have felt a flicker of pride. However, when he eagerly inquired about Roger's deeds from others, he was met with scorn. Being told that his very existence was a sin, such words inflicted profound wounds upon the young Ace's spirit. These denigrating remarks led him to question why he was alive in this world, and he redirected his anger toward Roger. Thus, he distanced himself from any connection to Roger, vowing never to speak his name again. After teaching those ruffians a lesson, Ace swore to ascend to the highest pinnacle, to have his existence acknowledged by all. Henceforth, he embarked on the path once tread by Roger, setting sail under the banner of piracy, traversing the boundless seas. With a resolute character and exceptional abilities, Ace became a dazzling presence across the oceans in just a few years. In a bid to further validate his strength, Ace resolved to challenge one of the four emperors, Whitebeard. However, the vast chasm in their power rendered him unable to even scratch Whitebeard. Fortunately, Whitebeard, with a magnanimous heart, not only overlooked Ace's repeated challenges but also embraced him as a son. When Ace first boarded Whitebeard's ship, he sought every means to assassinate Whitebeard but failed each time. His perspective shifted following a conversation with Marco. Ace inquired, "Why do you call him old man?" Marco replied, "Because he calls us his sons. We are the world's outcasts, and it brings us joy, even if it is merely words." Upon hearing Marco's sentiments, Ace was moved to tears. They shared similar experiences, both being despised by the world. Amidst the vastness of existence, this place was their sole refuge, enabling them to survive alongside one another. With this realization, Ace finally embraced Whitebeard in his heart. From that moment on, his ambitions subtly transformed. Previously, he fought for himself, but now he bore the name of Whitebeard as he pressed forward. Yet, despite having such kindred spirits, Ace remained unable to escape the shadows of his childhood. Even though Luffy acknowledged him and Whitebeard accepted him as Roger's son, he could not believe that everyone would accept the existence of Roger's offspring. Thus, when the war atop Marineford commenced and Sengoku publicly declared his identity before the world, Ace instinctively recoiled, lowering his head in silence, for he could not confront the gazes filled with skepticism and hatred surrounding him. Moreover, he was loath to lose the sanctuary he had so painstakingly found. However, the scene unfolding before him was entirely beyond his expectations. Just when Ace believed he was beyond redemption, his comrades were tirelessly striving to rescue him. Little Oars sacrificed himself for his salvation, and Luffy, driven by the same purpose, clashed with the Navy's admirals, now gravely wounded and unconscious. Besides these, countless others had fallen in their efforts for him. Yet, despite the circumstances, they did not relinquish their resolve, steadfastly advancing on the path to rescue themselves. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Ace appeared to find solace. The demon that had resided in his heart for over a decade seemed to dissipate in an instant, enveloped by the care and love of his companions. At that moment, tears streamed down Ace's face uncontrollably. How detestable! I have been so twisted. At a time when my father, brother, and comrades are bleeding and sacrificing themselves, I am overwhelmed with joy and tears. It is only now that I truly comprehend the preciousness of life. Ace finally grasped the meaning of existence and the value of his own being. Below the execution platform, Garp also heard Ace's heartfelt soliloquy. and a bittersweet expression surfaced on his weathered face. He had made his choice as a hero of the Navy. As Ace's grandfather, he felt a sense of guilt. Yet he could no longer take any action. Ace's internal turmoil lasted but a fleeting moment. However, in the battlefield, a moment can bring about profound change. In the square, Whitebeard continued to fight valiantly, facing off against Akainu. Given Whitebeard's strength, suppressing Akainu was not a formidable challenge. However, at this moment, his body had already been struck by an underhanded blow from Squirdo, and coupled with the sudden onset of his pre-existing ailments, Whitebeard's offensive had begun to falter. Despite possessing the might to stand against any adversary, he found himself powerless against the ravages of illness. Just after exchanging blows with Akainu, a sharp pain surged through his heart, and soon after, Whitebeard, weakened, knelt partially on the ground, a mouthful of blood uncontrollably spilling forth. Time spares no one. Akainu seized this opportunity, preparing to deliver a fatal strike to Whitebeard. Marco, who had just been knocked down by Garp, rushed to his father's side in a state of alarm upon witnessing his condition. However, this concern proved to be a distraction, allowing Kazara to exploit the moment, successfully landing a hit on Marco, whose body was on the brink of elemental transformation. The situation for Diamond Jaws was similarly dire. Overwhelmed with worry for his father and Marco, Jaws merely turned to glance back, only to find himself encased in ice by Akiji, with several captains restrained by the admirals. The remaining ordinary crew members were rendered powerless to assist. Whitebeard now stood truly isolated and defenseless. At that critical juncture, Akainu's magma-like hand ruthlessly struck Whitebeard's chest. Luffy was gravely injured, and Whitebeard was being suppressed. The current circumstances were exceedingly grim for the pirates, with the potential for total annihilation looming large. Just as the forces attempting to rescue Ace seemed on the brink of overwhelming defeat, the wounded Luffy summoned the last of his strength to make a final plea to Ivankov. He requested Ivankov to administer another injection of the exhilarating hormone, akin to the aid he received when escaping from Impel Down. During that harrowing escape, Luffy had been poisoned by the Warden Magellan, teetering on the edge of death. However, driven by his unwavering determination to rescue Ace, he allowed Ivankov to inject him with a stimulant hormone, granting him the extraordinary strength to transcend his physical limits and momentarily restore his body to a state capable of combat. At that time, Ivankov, in a bid to ensure Luffy's survival, indeed took such action. However, the power that transcends the limits of the body inevitably comes at a cost. This method of depleting one's life force has already been employed by Luffy once, and the consequences of its repeated use are unfathomable to Ivankov. Chapter 83, Whitebeard's Determination. At this moment, Luffy lay powerless on the ground, yet he summoned every ounce of strength within him to grasp Ivankov's foot. However, upon hearing Luffy's final plea, Ivankov's eyes widened in astonishment. "What are you saying? Another injection of the stimulant hormone? This is madness. No, you have fought from Impel Down to this point, and the toxins have driven you to the brink of death. Your body has long surpassed its limits. I have previously stated that the stimulant hormone is merely a temporary measure. If you continue to numb your body like this, you may truly lose your life." Ivankov spoke with evident concern. No one understood the perilous cost of exhausting life through stimulant hormones better than Ivankov himself. And because he comprehended this truth so well, he felt compelled to strongly dissuade Luffy from entertaining such thoughts. The current situation was exceedingly perilous. He had to ensure Luffy's safety. Otherwise, he would have no face to return to his old partner, Monkey D. Dragon. However, despite Ivankov's earnest pleas, Luffy remained impervious to his words. At this moment, Luffy's heart was consumed by a singular thought: to rescue Ace. He resolved to give it his all. If he were to die, so be it. Let me fight, Ivankov. If my inability to fight now results in Ace's failure to be saved, I would wish for death afterward. So, please grant me the strength to battle. This was Luffy's determination. Throughout, Luffy had regarded Ace as his beloved brother. Their fraternal bond transcended the very essence of life itself. Upon hearing Luffy's heartfelt declaration, Ivankov finally grasped Luffy's true feelings. Given Luffy's current physical state, his endurance was miraculous. It was this unyielding conviction that had sustained him thus far. Recognizing Luffy's resolute intent, Ivankov understood that further obstruction would be futile. "Very well, proceed as you wish." Upon uttering these words, Ivankov bestowed upon Luffy the exhilarating hormone that symbolized the burning of one's life force. As this hormone coursed through every fiber of his being, Luffy felt a significant reduction in his fatigue. He was finally able to fight once more. The moment he regained his footing, Luffy charged toward the execution platform again. The executioner summoned by the Navy was prepared, and Luffy had to hasten his pace. Ivankov, who initially intended to caution Luffy about his health, realized that Luffy was beyond such concerns. With no other choice, Ivankov followed Luffy, shielding him from potential harm along the way. Navy vice admirals and pacifists attempted to impede Ace's rescue, but thanks to the assistance of Ivankov and Hancock, Luffy's progress quickened considerably. Meanwhile, the situation with Whitebeard was equally precarious. His old ailments had resurfaced, placing him at a disadvantage in his battle against Akainu. Several formidable captains on the Whitebeard pirate ship exhibited vulnerabilities, their concern for Whitebeard's health evident. In his current condition, Whitebeard's defenses had diminished, and his movements had slowed significantly. Seizing this opportunity, the Navy unleashed a barrage of cannon fire aimed at Whitebeard's chest. Caught off guard, he was struck directly. Old wounds festered anew, and thick smoke billowed from his form. As Whitebeard's colossal frame swayed precariously, his crew rushed to his side. Yet, just when the Navy believed victory was within their grasp, Whitebeard steadied himself after a brief tremor. Once balanced, he addressed his subordinates with a commanding tone. Do not approach. These insignificant foes think they can slay me. I do not require your assistance. I am Whitebeard. With that declaration, he swung his massive blade with ferocity. The ground beneath ruptured as if in an earthquake, sending the surrounding Navy forces sprawling. This was the power of the tremor fruit. This was Whitebeard's might. A titan of the previous era could not be vanquished by mere naval soldiers or cannon fire. Atop the execution platform, Sengoku observed Whitebeard's resurgence, his eyes narrowing slightly. He discerned Whitebeard's physical distress and recognized that the once mighty pirate was now at the brink of collapse. Consequently, he issued orders to the Navy. Do not falter. He is wounded. To this, Whitebeard promptly responded. Wounded, you say? What a laugh. Do you think this trifling injury can bring about my demise? As he spoke, he resembled a proud lion. Though aged, his presence remained formidable enough to intimidate those around him. If I were to die, what would that signify? I am acutely aware. So heed my words. Until I have witnessed my son's bright futures, I shall not perish. Is that not right, Ace? With a gentle gaze, Whitebeard looked towards Ace on the execution platform. Chapter 84, A Rare Phenomenon. The Awakening of Conqueror's Haki. Whitebeard, having devoted his entire life, merely sought a complete family. Yet he is also aware that although old soldiers do not perish, they inevitably wither away with time. Whitebeard wishes for the safety of his family. Yet he finds himself in the twilight of his years. He cannot forever remain the strongest in the world, nor can his banner perpetually shield his sons. After him, there must be someone to continue safeguarding the Whitebeard pirates. Thus, he chooses Ace. Ace's resilient character, his formidable lineage, and the weight of the will of the D-clan that he bears are sufficient for Whitebeard to nurture Ace as his successor. Perhaps some may perceive Whitebeard as biased, just as the Great Spider can easily be incited by Akainu to choose betrayal. However, in response to the betrayal of the Great Spider, Whitebeard did not treat him as he would an enemy. Faced with the Great Spider's inquiries, Whitebeard chose the path of forgiveness. While embracing the Great Spider, he reproached him, stating that sending the Whitehair to their demise was the utmost act of filial disrespect. Perhaps, in regard to Ace, Whitebeard harbored even greater expectations. However, if today the condemned were to be any member aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard would undoubtedly rise to the occasion. I cannot perish before witnessing the radiant future of my sons. This declaration from Whitebeard is not born of a mere desire for life. Rather, it is articulated for the more distant future of the Whitebeard pirates. By designating Ace as his successor, if all proceeds smoothly, with the transition of generations and the evolution of eras, then his pirate crew shall remain a formidable force among the four emperors of the sea. However, now with the outbreak of the war on the summit, everything has been shrouded in uncertainty. If Ace cannot be saved, then the entire Whitebeard pirates will inevitably face an unpredictable demise. Therefore, even though Whitebeard has resolved to risk his life today, he will spare no effort to protect Ace. By deliberately mentioning Ace at the end of his words, Whitebeard aims to convey to Ace that he is deeply loved. Not a single member of the Whitebeard pirates has abandoned the decision to rescue him. He hopes that Ace will comprehend his sentiments, and even if he cannot, he must steadfastly hold on to the belief in living on. This time, everyone has understood Whitebeard's determination. Jinbei and the other pirates of the Whitebeard crew, upon hearing Whitebeard's declaration, have also resolved to follow his will. They gathered behind Whitebeard, ready to fight to the last breath to uphold the Whitebeard flag and protect their father's honor. Meanwhile, Sengoku was evidently infuriated by Whitebeard's actions and decided to hasten Ace's execution. Having reached this point in the public execution before the entire world, Sengoku has said all that needs to be said, and there is no reason to prolong the matter any further. When it was time to truly execute Ace, Crocodile suddenly appeared, swiftly eliminating 2 executioners, causing a delay. Now, new executioners are prepared, and Sengoku has no grounds to continue the delay. Sengoku quickly issued the order. Since you wish to see the future, I shall let you see it now. Execute. As Sengoku's words fell, the 2 executioners by Ace's side raised their blades. The pirates watched this scene, their hearts lodged in their throats. If Ace were truly executed, they would be utterly defeated. Whitebeard, in a rush, stepped forward in an attempt to intervene. In his prime, Whitebeard possessed the strength to fully prevent this execution. However, the relentless afflictions of the years had severely ravaged his body, coupled with the recent fierce battle and his grievous injuries. He now found himself overwhelmed by a surge of emotions. Before he could take a few more steps, a sharp pain seized Whitebeard's chest. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, causing his stride to falter momentarily. Meanwhile, Luffy, who had just received a stimulant injection, witnessed the scene of Ace on the verge of execution, having only just regained the ability to fight. Luffy could not bear the thought of Ace dying before his very eyes. Yet, his current position remained a considerable distance from the execution platform, rendering it utterly impossible for him to arrive before the executioner's blade fell. In that fleeting moment, the agony, helplessness, and struggle coalesced into a single, furious roar. Stop, please, Stop. Just as Ace teetered on the brink of execution, a miracle transpired at the instant Luffy unleashed his anguished cry. A wave of temporary blankness swept through the minds of all who heard Luffy's furious shout. Surrounding them, a multitude of incompetent pirates and Navy personnel succumbed to the impact, collapsing en masse. The two executioners on the platform were similarly affected, suddenly overwhelmed by dizziness, causing their blades to clatter to the ground. Consequently, the Navy's second attempt to execute Ace was once again thwarted. Unaware of the immense power he had just unleashed, Luffy, upon realizing Ace was still safely on the platform, charged toward it once more. While Luffy himself was oblivious to the significance of his actions, the prominent figures on the battlefield understood all too well. Ivankov, following closely behind Luffy, gasped in astonishment. What you just displayed was Conqueror's Haki? Besides Ivankov and the other astonished pirates, the Navy also sensed a looming crisis. Is this for real? It's astonishing. Just like Old Man and red-haired Shanks, he possesses Conqueror's Haki. It appears this lad has inadvertently tapped into a terrifying power. It is only natural for the son of the revolutionary dragon to wield such an ability. The unintentional release of Conqueror's Haki allowed Luffy to successfully halt Ace's execution. However, it was precisely for this reason that the Navy began to fear the latent potential of Luffy. Consequently, the commanding officer responsible for guarding the execution platform made a hasty decision to prevent Luffy from becoming an even greater threat in the future. The most prudent course of action was to eliminate him at the earliest opportunity. Thus, all available Navy personnel gathered along Luffy's anticipated path, preparing to execute a coordinated assault against him. With Ace's execution imminent, both Luffy and Ivankov found themselves with no surplus energy to squander in this confrontation. In the midst of this tense standoff, Whitebeard re-emerged. He positioned himself before the thronging Navy forces and commenced his onslaught against them once more. Realizing that even gravely wounded, Whitebeard remained a formidable threat, the Navy was reluctantly compelled to allocate a portion of their strength to confront him. As Whitebeard faced renewed attacks from the Navy, his crew encircled him, providing cover and support in his defense. Yet Whitebeard understood that if the stalemate persisted, it was unlikely that anyone would succeed in rescuing Ace. Thus, he made a bold decision. My comrades, from this moment forth, we shall devote ourselves entirely to protecting Straw Hat Luffy, given his current physical condition. It was no simple task to draw closer to the execution platform. Yet, Luffy is capable of such feats. He possesses a courage and determination that rivals Ace, along with a resilience and strength sufficient to contend with the admirals of the Navy, coupled with the recently awakened Conqueror's Haki within him. These qualities are more than enough for Whitebeard to place his final bet upon him. Given the bleak prospects of his own survival on the execution platform, it is far more prudent to fully shield Luffy's advance by drawing the fire towards himself. He enhances Luffy's chances of reaching the execution platform. This is the most profound assistance Whitebeard can offer to Luffy. Upon receiving such orders from their captain, the Whitebeard pirates may have felt a fleeting sense of confusion, yet they complied with Whitebeard's commands nonetheless. Under the unwavering protection of the Whitebeard pirates, Luffy's progress became remarkably smoother. However, for Luffy, there lies an even greater challenge ahead. This challenge is none other than his grandfather, Garp. Chapter 85, The Paths They Choose, Luffy vs. Garp. From this moment forth, let us wholeheartedly protect Straw Hat Luffy. With Whitebeard's declaration, all members of the Whitebeard pirates gathered around Luffy, clearing away the obstacles in his path. Under the protective shield of the Whitebeard pirates, Luffy, living up to everyone's expectations, swiftly reached the base of the execution platform. Yet, despite being considerably closer to the platform, it loomed high above, constructed on a towering elevation. To reach Ace efficiently, Luffy would need to construct a bridge in midair. Although his Gum Fruit abilities allowed him to stretch his arms to expedite his ascent, he remained vulnerable to potential attacks. At that critical moment, Ivankov's subordinate, Imazuna, made his entrance. Imazuna, a member of the Revolutionary Army, is characterized by his orange left half and white right half, often holding a goblet. Additionally, Imazuna possesses the Scissor Fruit ability, allowing him to transform any part of his body into scissors, capable of slicing through anything, even hard materials like stone, with the ease of cutting paper. To assist Luffy in reaching the execution platform, Imazuna swiftly employed his unique skills, using his hands as pincers to cut through the bluestone pavement of the square. He then bridged the severed pavement to connect with the upper section of the execution platform, creating a pathway for Luffy. Just as Luffy, filled with hope, charged towards the platform, Garp suddenly appeared, blocking his way. "Grandpa, move aside," Luffy exclaimed urgently upon seeing Garp standing in front of him. With Ace just a step away, Luffy could not afford to pause at this critical juncture. However, since Garp chose to confront Luffy, it must have been after considerable contemplation. How could I possibly yield? I am a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters. Long before your birth, I have been battling pirates. If you wish to pass through here, you shall tread over my lifeless body, Straw Hat Luffy. That is the path you have chosen for yourselves. As Luffy charged forward, Garp uttered these words. His allegiance to the Navy compelled him to intervene. Although he was reluctant to oppose his own grandson, he feared the potential loss of Ace's life. Yet, this is the conviction and pursuit he has upheld throughout his life. When personal emotions clash with national interests, it is likely that no one can make a correct and rational judgment. Garp is no exception. Upon hearing Garp's words, Luffy finally comprehended that, ultimately, their positions diverge. Yet, even in this moment, Luffy still did not regard Garp as an adversary. Unlike Ace, Luffy's heart remained steadfast. Despite Garp's declaration of opposition, Luffy continued to see him as his grandfather. Thus, in such a pressing situation, Luffy uttered a heartfelt plea. "Please, let me through. Grandpa." Such a forceful yet endearing tone could only emanate from Luffy himself. Faced with Luffy's affectionate insistence, Garp felt a sense of helplessness. In this critical moment, how could this young man still utter such words? Yet, this is the essence of family. A tender part of Garp's heart stirred unexpectedly. Yet, even as his heart began to waver, his lips continued to utter the same resolute words. "I have long proclaimed that to pass through here, one must tread upon my lifeless body." However, mere seconds after Garp uttered this declaration, vivid memories of the moments spent training young Luffy surged forth in his mind. When did it come to pass that his most cherished grandson began to embark on a path entirely contrary to his own? Perhaps it was when he compelled the young Luffy to train in the depths of the mountains. Or perhaps it was due to the encounter with the red-haired figure in Windmill Village. Regardless of the reasons, he has consistently refrained from causing Luffy any harm. Luffy feels the same way. He recalls vividly, from over a decade ago, the scenes of training in the deep mountains alongside the young version of himself, accompanied by Garp. One evening, utterly fatigued and on the brink of slumber while walking, Luffy was carried down the mountain by his grandfather. Amidst Luffy's hazy consciousness, Garp revealed a tenderness that had long been concealed in his heart. "You must truly despise me for being such a fearsome grandfather, don't you? Yet, Luffy, the reason I compel you to undergo such rigorous training and aspire for you to become a Marine is that I fervently wish to steer you away from a misguided path. That is my heartfelt desire." This was the first half of what Garp could articulate. The unspoken second half lingered in the air, for only by becoming a Marine can I better safeguard you. At that moment, Garp believed Luffy had fallen asleep, which allowed him to momentarily display such a rare and gentle demeanor. Yet Garp remained unaware. At that moment, despite Luffy's exhaustion, his consciousness lingered in a state of hazy awareness. He perceived Garp's tender words from the depths of his heart and understood the burdens Garp bore with such dedication. Although Luffy outwardly presented a carefree and light-hearted demeanor, in truth, he comprehended the situation more profoundly than anyone else. Thus, even as Garp resolutely positioned himself before Luffy, he never genuinely entertained the notion of stepping over Garp's fallen body to rescue Ace, as Garp had insisted. On the battlefield, as the distance between Luffy and Garp diminished, both of their minds swiftly departed from their shared memories. They shared a bond of blood that was thicker than water, yet at this moment, they found themselves compelled to confront one another with weapons drawn. How lamentable a situation this was. "I cannot do this, grandfather. Please, step aside." In that final moment, Luffy still harbored the hope that Garp would relent and allow him passage. Yet, Garp remained steadfast and unyielding. If he could not comply, Ace would undoubtedly face death. This was Garp's response. "Life is fraught with disappointments, and I shall show no mercy. Luffy, I will regard you as an adversary. In the face of war, familial bonds mean nothing." This is the stance being exhibited at this moment. Upon hearing this, Luffy quickly comprehended the gravity of the situation. As the two were about to clash, Luffy activated Gear Second. Once his body was infused with power, he raised his fist and swung it toward Garp. Since it was impossible to expect Garp to step aside voluntarily, he had no choice but to charge forward. After all, it was merely a fight, and they had sparred in their youth before. Luffy was acutely aware of Garp's formidable strength, thus he approached this encounter with utmost seriousness, nearly expending all his energy. Now, Luffy was in a desperate battle, with no alternative but to rescue Ace. Of course, Luffy understood that this punch would not inflict any fatal harm upon Garp. However, this single punch could buy him a little more time, which would be a gain. The title Iron Fist of Garp was not earned without merit. Considering the original strength of both individuals, this punch from Garp would, even if it did not inflict any harm on Luffy, at least shatter the bridge. Yet, just as their fists were about to collide, memories of Ace and Luffy's childhood flashed before his eyes. Garp had trained alongside them, watched them grow. They had chosen different paths, and now they were destined to fight to the death. Could he truly bear to witness these two children plunge into the abyss of death? No, that was certainly not what he wished to see. In the final moment, Garp chose to yield. As their fists met, he deliberately held back some of his strength. Consequently, it was no surprise that Garp was knocked off the bridge, allowing Luffy to continue his dash toward the execution platform. This was Garp's love. He never uttered words of concern or affection, but his actions spoke volumes about his feelings. Chapter 86, The Buddha Form, a Reversal Rescue. Garp's last act of leniency finally enabled Luffy to reach the execution platform, standing before Ace. At last, they had arrived. Gazing at the weary Ace, Luffy displayed his signature grin and joyfully exclaimed. Upon seeing Luffy, Ace felt a wave of relief wash over him, and a smile finally graced his face. His younger brother, whom he had always worried about, had grown into someone capable of standing on his own. After a brief exchange of greetings, Luffy swiftly produced a key, preparing to unlock the Sea Prism Stone handcuffs that bound Ace. However, just as Luffy was about to unlock Ace's handcuffs, Sengoku could no longer remain passive. "Do you really believe you can escape from my grasp?" Sengoku's low roar resonated like an ancient bell, instantly reverberating throughout Marineford. Simultaneously, as Sengoku's words fell, his form began to grow larger, emanating golden light in radiant waves that blinded all who gazed upon it. When the golden brilliance finally diminished, the spectators could open their eyes, only to witness Sengoku transformed into a colossal golden Buddha. The formidable mythical Zoan devil fruit, the Buddha fruit, had at last made its appearance, leaving everyone present astonished by the unfolding spectacle at the execution platform. For the majority of those gathered, it was their first encounter with Sengoku's powers. Humanity has always harbored a certain dread of the unknown, especially when it pertains to the fleet admiral of the Navy. Given the gravity of the situation, it was clear that ordinary individuals could no longer intervene. The fleet admiral's intervention signified that the battle had reached a critical juncture, and all eyes anxiously turned toward the execution platform. Nevertheless, even in his transformed state as the Buddha, Sengoku could not prevent Luffy from unlocking Ace's shackles. Sengoku had initially believed that Luffy lacked the key, presuming that his presence at the execution platform was merely to accompany Ace to his demise. Yet now, Luffy unexpectedly produced a key, and at such a close distance. However, just as Luffy was poised to unlock the shackles for Ace, an unforeseen incident transpired. From a considerable distance away, Kizaru raised a finger and unleashed a brilliant flash, instantly severing the key in two. With a crisp sound, the key shattered. Luffy panicked, and Sengoku swiftly seized the opportunity, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to both Luffy and Ace. Luffy's arrival at the execution platform had already gravely challenged the Navy's authority. Even though he was the grandson of Garp, Sengoku could not permit this insolence to continue unchallenged. Straw Hat Luffy, you are a villain deserving of death. I shall execute both you and your brother, Sengoku declared with malice, then unleashed the Buddha's palm, directly aimed at Luffy and Ace. At that moment, Sengoku's hand had grown to the size of a small mountain, and with Ace shackled to the execution platform by sea prism stone handcuffs, if Luffy attempted to flee, Ace would surely perish. His mission was to rescue Ace, and under the current circumstances, escape was out of the question. To counter Sengoku's impending assault, Luffy immediately bit his finger, activating Gear 3rd. Just as the crisis reached its peak, another twist emerged. This was the newly appointed executioner. Previously, due to the hockey Luffy had inadvertently released, the two executioners beside Ace had collapsed. Now, perhaps influenced by the sound of the key hitting the ground, or due to his own inherent strength, the lean executioner surprisingly regained consciousness. Luffy locked eyes with the slender executioner and immediately recognized him. It was none other than Galdino, the wielder of the candle fruit. Galdino was a member of the Baroque Works, codenamed Mr. 3, distinguished by the small braid on his head shaped like the number 3. After the downfall of Baroque Works, Mr. 3 was captured and imprisoned in Impel Down. Later, Luffy, in his quest to rescue Ace, stormed Impel Down and led a group of inmates to escape, with Mr. 3 among them. He had originally possessed the opportunity to flee. However, after experiencing a battle side by side with Luffy and Impel Down, Mr. 3 began to develop a more favorable opinion of him. This time, he deliberately disguised himself as an executioner, hoping to assist Luffy. Upon witnessing Mr. 3 awaken, Luffy instinctively expressed his desire for Mr. 3's assistance without much thought. Luffy, by nature an optimist, would not hastily categorize others as foes unless they infringed upon his principles. Especially now, with their lives at stake, Luffy instinctively regarded Mr. 3 as an ally. Hey, Mr. 3, use your candle wall to protect Ace. Upon uttering these words, Luffy bit down on his finger, causing his body to expand 100-fold in an instant, preparing to confront Sengoku's mighty strike alone. In a heartbeat, the war drum-like hand descended fiercely. Although Luffy initially attempted to defend himself, it was only a matter of time before he could no longer hold out. Given the urgency of the situation, Mr. 3 complied with Luffy's command and swiftly employed his candle fruit abilities to create a protective wall, shielding both Ace and himself within its embrace. However, despite this, Luffy was by no means a match for Sengoku. He could only withstand a few seconds before succumbing to Sengoku's relentless assault. The after effects of activating the third gear soon manifested, causing Luffy's body to rapidly diminish, shrinking to half its original size. Fortunately, there exists a glimmer of hope even in dire circumstances. It is not only Luffy who faces the formidable onslaught of the warring states. The execution platform also stands in jeopardy. As Luffy succumbs to defeat, the platform rapidly begins to collapse, and Luffy, Ace, Mr. 3, and others find themselves plummeting swiftly. During their descent, Mr. 3 quickly comprehends the gravity of their situation. In a bid to aid Luffy in successfully rescuing Ace, Mr. 3 promptly crafts a key from wax. Though they may have initially been adversaries, their differing positions and interests have now converged towards a common purpose. However, upon recalling the words spoken by his brother, Mr. 2 Bon Clay, who vowed to assist the Straw Hat Boy in his escape until his last breath, he understood his choice. Why not seize this opportune moment to depart? Because they were comrades, no justification was necessary. In the face of life and death, Bon Clay did not flee. He would steadfastly uphold the bond of friendship with the Straw Hat Boy. Mr. 3 was similarly moved by this spirit, prompting him to choose the same path as Bon Clay. Since aiding Luffy in rescuing Ace was Bon Clay's final wish, his current task was to fulfill that desire. In tribute to his fallen comrade and to honor the bond he shared with Bon, he ventured here at the peril of his own life. Soon, Mr. 3 fashioned the key and handed it to Luffy. Luffy grasped the key, swiftly aligning it with the sea stone handcuffs that bound Ace. The Navy, having noticed this, unleashed a barrage of cannon fire towards the direction of Luffy and his companions. Amidst a cacophony of gunfire, the execution platform was nearly obliterated. Yet, just as everyone assumed that Luffy, Ace, and Mr. 3 had perished, a surge of roaring flames erupted. The liberated sea stone handcuffs fell from the debris. Subsequently, waves of fire ignited, gradually transforming into a towering blaze. From the thick, black smoke, a path through the inferno suddenly emerged, revealing the figure of Fire Fist Ace before all. Ace was finally saved. Following the broadcast of Ace's rescue, the live stream abruptly ceased. Initially, the public harbored skepticism regarding Luffy's ability to rescue Ace from the heavily fortified Navy. However, now, after witnessing this epic battle worthy of being inscribed in history, they have finally been convinced. Undoubtedly, what astonished them the most was not merely the exploits of Luffy, but rather the reverence for the impending conflict that looms ahead. Within the live broadcast, it was evident to all that both Whitebeard's faction and the Navy suffered tremendous losses in this war. The devastating blow to these two formidable powers, which wield significant influence in the New World, is bound to alter the future dynamics of the entire world. As for this unknown conflict, what shall it bring them, calamity or opportunity? As the live stream came to a halt, everyone began to ponder this question. Beyond the ordinary members in the broadcast room contemplating this matter, the room's super administrator, Luo Fei, was also deep in thought. The Summit War was initially a monumental event in this world, with profound implications for the future. In the aftermath, the reconstruction of Marineford, the demise of the Whitebeard pirates, Big Mom's conquest of Fishman Island, the Straw Hat Crew's ascension in their training, and the rise of Blackbeard's crew alongside other pirate supernovas. The world ahead is destined to undergo tumultuous upheaval due to this monumental clash. These are the futures that Luo Fei is already aware of. However, now, as the live stream lays everything bare before the world, Luffy finds himself engulfed in uncertainty regarding this predetermined future. Once everyone becomes aware of the impending horror, they are bound to take precautionary measures. Will this future still come to pass? And can Ace, the spark that ignited this war, evade a fatal outcome? Chapter 87, The Clearing of Doubts and the Infighting Navy. Regarding the question posed in the live stream, who will ultimately rescue Ace? A comprehensive answer has emerged, and all have come to believe Luffy's assertion. Although this inquiry has reached its conclusion, the shock and confusion it has instilled in people's hearts linger persistently. From the onset of the war, Luffy's presence did not significantly alter the course of events. It was only later, when those who were meant to be impelled down and the pirates scattered across the globe made their appearances, that the situation became increasingly intricate, rendering the outcome even more elusive. This very circumstance has led all members of the live stream to question the monumental conflict. When did Crocodile deviate from the ranks of the 7 warlords? How did Luffy and the others manage to rise against the odds and navigate through the numerous obstacles to reach Marineford? What transformations did the tyrant Kuma undergo to become the soulless entity on the battlefield? Yet, these are not the most perplexing enigmas. The most baffling issue of all pertains to Luffy himself. Luffy possesses commendable strength among the new generation of pirates, yet his feats at Marineford, as depicted in the live broadcast, are truly astonishing. How could this seemingly inconspicuous pirate accomplish what even one of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard, could not achieve at the cost of his life? The Navy had meticulously prepared for this battle, yet in the end, Luffy seized the opportunity to successfully rescue Ace. A feat that even the 3 admirals and Fleet Admiral Sengoku could not thwart. While Sengoku's failure to intervene may be understood, after all, he acted too late, and Luffy's sudden emergence with the key caught him off guard. The actions of the 3 admirals remain enigmatic. When Luffy first appeared before them, they had every opportunity to eliminate him in an instant. However, they did not do so. Instead, they engaged in conversation with Luffy. Particularly notable was Akiji's words to Luffy, stating, "For the sake of your grandfather's kindness to me," which evoked a plethora of thoughts. In the scene, Garp himself was effortlessly knocked down by Luffy with a single punch, a blatant display of leniency. It can be asserted that Luffy's unimpeded journey to the execution platform was not solely due to his formidable strength and resilience, but also significantly influenced by the discreet assistance of these individuals. As the overseer of the room and possessing omniscient insight, Lon naturally comprehended the underlying reasons. A favored child of destiny, Luffy commands respect not only from the Navy and the Revolutionary Army but even from formidable figures like Shanks. Rather than being a grassroots underdog achieving success against all odds, he was born into privilege in Rome and ventured to the seas to pursue his dreams. The immense capabilities granted by the Gum Gum fruit further enhanced Luffy's boundless potential. Therefore, Law fully grasped the unfolding events in the live broadcast. However, the other members in the live broadcast room hold a differing opinion. Ultimately, Luffy's ability to turn the tide and rescue Ace is inextricably linked to the collaborative efforts of various forces. The unwavering protection from the Whitebeard pirates played a significant role, while the Navy's oversight in air defense also afforded Luffy considerable advantages. For the pirates, Luffy's triumph signifies a victory for their kind, and regarding the Navy's actions, they can merely offer a few jests and mockery. However, the situation within the Navy is markedly different. As a bureaucratic entity, the Navy failed to seize several critical opportunities, causing the tide of war to shift unfavorably against them. To safeguard their reputations and avoid post-war accountability, they have now begun to shift blame amongst themselves. With Akainu at the forefront, he believes he performed impeccably during the conflict and thus directs his ire towards others. Akainu, so this battle was solely my endeavor? Were the rest mere actors? Chapter 88, the number one enemy of the government. The power players behind Luffy the others Akainu refers to, though not explicitly named, are largely understood. It is certain that the individuals he speaks of are all members of his own faction. Only those he deems allies could provoke such a sardonic response. And the few individuals whom Akainu pointedly addresses in the live broadcast are likely among those present on the battlefield. Influenced by Akainu's words, Kizaru, eager to vindicate himself, quickly responds, Kizaru, but I fought quite earnestly. Did you not see how the Straw Hat Brat was left on the brink of collapse by my hand? Akainu, indeed. You were quite diligent, even sending the Straw Hat Brat flying out of the center of the conflict. The arena was vast. Yet you chose to kick Luffy directly into Whitebeard's embrace. One might mistakenly think you were attempting to rescue him. It must be said that Akainu's perspective is astutely critical. So much so that even Kizaru finds himself at a loss for a rebuttal. In the recent display, he did indeed send the Straw Hat back into Whitebeard's arms. He had the opportunity to effectively conclude this epic battle with a single kick, yet fate took a different turn. At the time of the conflict, it is unlikely anyone foresaw Luffy successfully rescuing Ace. Kizaru, your statement is rather amusing. I was not even aware of who the Straw Hat Brat was. To suggest I intended to save him is a ludicrous exaggeration. Seeing no better rationale to offer, Kizaru opts for a defiant refusal to acknowledge any wrongdoing. Regardless of the entangled history between Kizaru and Luffy, as long as he does not concede, no one can condemn him based solely on speculation. Sengoku cannot, nor can Akainu. War is rife with unexpected turns, and thus Kizaru's actions are understandable. In contrast to Kizaru's evasive cleverness, Akiji appears far more forthright. Akiji, it is evident that during that conflict, I did grant the Straw Hat Brat an opportunity. Yet I certainly did not anticipate that a minor misstep would lead to such a dramatic turn of events. Akiji, however, it is fortunate that I have recognized this now. Straw Hat, should we cross paths again, I shall show no mercy. Compared to Kizaru's ambiguous remarks, Akiji's expressions are decidedly more candid. Yet, even if he were to deny his actions, the evidence is clear to all who witnessed the live broadcast. By admitting his fault, he preserves a semblance of honor. Having confronted his own shortcomings, Akiji then calls out to Garp from the live stream. Akiji, Lord Garp, I was merely following orders. I shall seek an opportunity to repay the favor I owe you in the future, and I hope you will not hold it against me. Akiji's statement is fundamentally sound. After all, Garp has shown him kindness, and Luffy is Garp's beloved grandson. His ruthless actions would indeed be a disservice to Garp. However, it has now been foretold within the live broadcast that Luffy will pose a significant threat to the Navy in the future. Under such circumstances, Akiji can no longer allow Luffy to grow unchecked. He deliberately took the time to communicate with Garp, not only to express his stance to the government but also to offer a reminder to both Garp and Luffy. Upon hearing this, Garp merely sighed softly, offering no further response. From the moment Luffy chose a path that completely diverged from his own, Garp had already foreseen that a day would inevitably arrive when the two of them would face each other in conflict. However, he was taken aback by the turmoil and discomfort that surged within him upon witnessing such a scene. He had a profound understanding of the capabilities of the three formidable admirals, which only heightened his concern for Luffy. He fervently hoped that the day they would confront each other head-on would be postponed for as long as possible, just as Garp was lost in his myriad reflections. Akainu interjected once more. Akainu, are you inquiring about Vice Admiral Garp's opinion? What a futile endeavor. I presume the live broadcast had already provided you with your answer. The implication of Akainu's words was unmistakable. He had already concluded that if it truly came to such a dire situation, Garp would not stand idly by regarding the peril faced by his grandson. Thus, Akiji need not formally seek permission. Upon hearing Akainu's veiled mockery, Garp felt a surge of anger rising within him. If Akainu truly despised him and wished to engage in a battle, that would be one thing. However, it was this insidious and derisive attitude that left Garp feeling profoundly unsettled. Garp, perhaps you should first reflect on your own actions, old man. Mind your own business regarding my affairs. Although Garp currently held the rank of Vice Admiral, which placed him beneath Akainu in terms of strength and reputation, he was certainly Akainu's equal. Therefore, when he engaged in dialogue with Akainu, his confidence was markedly bolstered. Akainu, not one to back down, quickly retorted. Akainu, I act with righteousness and integrity. It is you, Vice Admiral Garp, who ought to regulate your own conduct if you wish to avoid being the target of scorn. Garp, known for his fiery temper, was naturally displeased by Akainu's blatant show of superiority. It wasn't long before Garp and Akainu began an angry exchange in the live broadcast. Sengoku, having already been overwhelmed by the influx of information, now found himself increasingly burdened by the public quarrel between Sengoku and Akainu. The issue at hand had escalated beyond merely addressing the missteps made by the Navy during the recent battle. It had transformed into a matter of how to uphold the Navy's reputation in the eyes of the public. Whether motivated by his duty to the Navy or influenced by his personal feelings, Sengoku felt compelled to side with Garp. Sengoku, Garp is a hero of the Navy. I trust in his character and believe he will make the most righteous choice when faced with a moral dilemma. Sengoku understood the profound impact that the title of Navy hero had on the organization. There was no need for further analysis. He knew that in the hearts of the vast majority of sailors, Garp represented their unwavering faith. As long as the banner of this Navy hero remained steadfast, their loyalty would never waver. Thus, safeguarding Garp's dignity was tantamount to preserving the Navy's honor. Simultaneously, after declaring his unconditional trust in Garp, Sengoku issued a proclamation to the world regarding Luffy. Sengoku, since the live broadcast has foretold that the Straw Hat Boy will grow to become a force that astonishes the world, I hereby announce, Luffy. If you persist in your piratical pursuits without turning back, you shall become the #1 enemy of the Navy. No matter where you may flee, we will pursue you to the ends of the earth. Sengoku recalled that during the earlier live QA, it had been predicted that Luffy would be the one to shatter the Golden Lion's head. If such an individual could be harnessed for the Navy's cause, it would be an unparalleled boon. However, if Luffy insists on becoming an adversary of the government, he might have no choice but to take the initiative and act preemptively. Originally, Sengoku hoped that his words would serve as a warning to the pirates of the New World. To his surprise, however, his statements not only failed to instill fear but instead brought him considerable trouble. Shanks, Marshal, there's no need to be so furious. Luffy has just set sail and has not committed any heinous acts. Labeling him as the government's #1 enemy seems rather excessive, don't you think? Or are you afraid of Luffy? Shanks continued, let us do this. Grant me this favor, and allow this matter to pass without further action, shall we? Hawkeye, red-haired. Is this the individual you were willing to gamble everything on, even sacrificing an arm? If so, I would indeed like to observe. Hancock, from what I gathered in the video, the Straw Hat Boy appears to hold great significance to me. Thus, before that dreadful future unfolds, I am willing to ensure the safety of the Straw Hat Boy. Dragon, do you intend to strike at Luffy? Have you consulted me about this? Whitebeard, Straw Hat Luffy. It seems your future path will be fraught with challenges. Why not join my crew and become my son? Chapter 89. Sengoku's response, Luffy's decision initially. When Garp witnessed Sengoku declaring war on his own grandson, concern stirred within him. Although Luffy has embarked on the path of piracy, Garp, as a grandfather, still yearns for his grandson's safety. Sengoku had just announced in the live broadcast that if Luffy continued to be obstinate, he would become the government's foremost enemy. Garp was acutely aware of the implications of such a statement. If Sengoku was truly resolute in targeting Luffy, then the road ahead for Luffy would be exceedingly arduous. At that point, simply surviving would become a daunting task, let alone achieving fame on the seas. Even as Sengoku made such declarations, Garp pondered what assistance he could offer to Luffy. However, the subsequent shift in public opinion within the live broadcast room completely surpassed his expectations. The 4 emperors, the 7 warlords of the sea, and the Revolutionary Army, leaders of factions that dominate half of the New World, had surprisingly allied themselves with Luffy. With such formidable figures standing in his defense, it would be exceedingly difficult for the Navy to impose any sanctions on Luffy. After all, the upheaval caused by these factions would pose a greater threat to the foundations of the world government than the potential danger presented by Luffy himself. Upon witnessing the seemingly unified front in the chat group advocating for Luffy, Sengoku let out a resigned sigh. This marked the first time in his tenure as Fleet Admiral that he felt such an overwhelming headache. It was almost laughable to think that a mere pirate could render the esteemed Fleet Admiral utterly powerless. Sengoku indeed harbored concerns regarding the protection that figures like Whitebeard extended to Luffy. However, as these individuals openly challenged the authority of the Navy within the live broadcast, Sengoku could not remain indifferent. Regardless of the outcome, the Navy's dignity must not be compromised. Even upon witnessing numerous factions rallying in support of Luffy, Sengoku resolutely maintained a defiant stance. Sengoku proclaimed, "Pirates and rebels, are you threatening me? You are quite overestimating your capabilities. It is high time for an expansion of Impel Down." He instructed Magellan, "Prepare for the expansion of Impel Down. I require you to at least double the scale of the deep-sea prison within 3 months. This is necessary, as a significant influx of rebels will soon be entering." Sengoku's position was unmistakably clear. To oppose the government would result in a lifetime spent in the depths of the prison. He could not allow the Navy's reputation to be trampled upon without a fight. Naturally, Sengoku was confident in his ability to subdue those who disregarded the Navy. Although figures such as Whitebeard, Shanks, and Dragon were formidable and the Navy could not easily contend with them, their subordinates were often less capable. The Navy's strategy was to seize opportunities when their members were isolated, delivering decisive blows through seemingly inconspicuous means. Furthermore, there was a prophecy within the broadcast that Ace would fall into the hands of the Navy. Should this come to pass, even without executing Ace, the Navy could negotiate a lucrative deal with the Whitebeard pirates. Of course, those matters were for another time. What Sengoku needed to do now was, as he instructed Magellan, to prepare for expansion and readiness for battle. Given the prophecy that the Straw Hat Boy would significantly impact the future of the world, and with Marineford nearly annihilated post-battle, he had to make thorough preparations while everything was still calm, in anticipation of the impending storm. Aokiji had already been dispatched to Alabasta to investigate the secrets behind the kingdom's 3-year drought, while also bearing the mission to rescue Princess Vivi. Akainu, due to the previous textbook incident, had been temporarily demoted to observation. Among the 3 admirals, only Kizaru remained without a task, so Sengoku naturally assigned this matter to him. However, due to the previous broadcast, Sengoku could no longer place complete trust in Kizaru. Thus, alongside entrusting this task to Kizaru, he also ordered Vice Admiral Tsuru to assist him in the endeavor. Ostensibly, it was a collaboration, but in reality, it served as covert supervision. Of course, Kizaru was not entirely oblivious to Sengoku's decision. Nevertheless, he bore no resentment towards Sengoku's directive. On the contrary, upon hearing that Sengoku had sent someone to assist him, he welcomed the idea, eager for more support to share the burden of responsibility. After deploying these plans, Sengoku finally felt a sense of relief as he could sit down and exhale deeply. Yet, despite this, a flicker of apprehension lingered within him. The emergence of the live broadcast had unveiled numerous unforeseen crises. Once the inevitability of the future became apparent to all, inaction would be an untenable option. What then? Would he do should new threats arise? Did he possess the fortitude to steer the Navy through the tumultuous tides of this era and remain steadfast? Meanwhile, at the Naval Academy, while all the naval officers were engulfed in fear and anxiety over the ominous predictions of the live stream, Luffy, in stark contrast, appeared remarkably at ease, even humming a cheerful tune. Bamboo copter, oh bamboo copter, finally in my grasp. At that moment, Luffy had arrived at the Academic Affairs Office of the Naval Academy, initially intending to report for duty and facilitate a smooth handover of responsibilities. However, as there was no one currently in the Academic Affairs Office, Luo Fei simply decided to sit and wait. While he waited, he couldn't help but take out the bamboo dragonfly he had just received. Perhaps every child harbors a shared dream, to possess a wondrous companion like Doraemon. And Luo Fei was no exception. Although he did not possess Doraemon at present, he had acquired this bamboo dragonfly, in both strategic and sentimental terms. It represented the fulfillment of a dream. As Luo Fei waited, a question began to occupy his mind. How could he maximize the utility of this small bamboo dragonfly? Using it solely for himself seemed a bit extravagant. After all, Luo Fei currently enjoyed the favor of Garp, as long as he acted out. No one in the Navy would dare to challenge him. Thus, for him, the bamboo dragonfly was merely an ordinary toy. Presently, Luo Fei still felt a sense of novelty towards the bamboo dragonfly and would occasionally take it out to play with. However, what happens once the novelty wears off? It will merely gather dust in the system's inventory. In order to maximize the potential of this bamboo dragonfly, Luffy swiftly made a bold decision. Since this bamboo dragonfly was merely an ordinary flying artifact in his possession, he might as well entrust it to the genius scientist, Dr. Vegapunk, of the Navy for further research. Dr. Vegapunk, a scientist at the Navy headquarters of the world government, possesses the remarkable capability to create technologies that are 500 years ahead of contemporary science, earning him the moniker of a scientist who transcends human intellect by half a millennium. Given that Vegapunk was able to transform a figure like Tyrant Kuma into a formidable weapon of destruction and a paragon of peace, he surely possesses the capability to convert the bamboo dragonfly into a groundbreaking weapon as well. Chapter 90. Caesar under surveillance. Although Luffy had conceived the idea of having Vegapunk assist in the modification of the bamboo dragonfly, there remained a crucial issue to consider. As a member of the world government, any research conducted by Vegapunk must be officially sanctioned by the government. However, he is currently reluctant to share the findings of this research, particularly not wishing to relinquish the results to the Navy without compensation. Previously, he was willing to present the treasures acquired from pirates to Sengoku in exchange for trust. After all, he was newly emerged and conspicuous, wielding considerable wealth. To allay Sengoku's suspicions, it was essential for Luffy to undertake an action that would instill confidence in him. Those treasures were sufficient to dispel any doubts Sengoku had regarding him. Now that Luffy has garnered significant recognition from the Navy's upper echelons, he sees no reason to offer the valuable bamboo dragonfly to them. Moreover, if the enhancement of the bamboo dragonfly merely serves to bolster the Navy's overall strength, it would not contribute to his personal growth. Although Luffy has yet to establish his own faction, he understands the principle of preparing supplies before mobilizing troops. While gathering allies is necessary, the urgency of such a matter is not pressing at this moment. Therefore, it would be wiser to seize the current opportunities and engage in endeavors that would yield future benefits. Despite being only 17, Luffy's mindset reflects the experiences of 2 lifetimes, granting him a more composed perspective on issues. Nevertheless, after contemplating this, Luffy must consider another crucial matter: how to meet Dr. Vegapunk and discreetly enlist his assistance for this research. Every experiment conducted by Vegapunk has the potential to astonish the world. For instance, he unraveled the conditions for the transmission of devil fruit abilities, allowing objects to possess these powers. He devised a method for Navy ships to traverse windless zones using sea prism stone, enabling free passage across the seas. He created human weapons known as pacifistas for the Navy. And in Punk Hazard, he bred artificial biological pets and conducted experiments on human gigantism, discovering bloodline silver and producing the first artificial devil fruit. Vegapunk's existence has provided the Navy with unimaginable strategic advantages, and his influence is pervasive. Although Caesar Clown aspires to rival him, Luo Fei knows that Caesar's capabilities fall far short of Vegapunk's heights. Consequently, Vegapunk's safety has become the Navy's top secret. However, as far as Luo Fei is aware, Vegapunk's allegiances do not entirely align with the Navy. In his youth, Vegapunk was deemed a dangerous entity by the world government after discovering the blueprint of life, leading to his arrest and the dissolution of his original research team. However, in this world, Vegapunk's research team was forcibly disbanded by the world government, and he himself came under their control, subsequently beginning to work for them. Had Vegapunk's stance been as resolute as that of the Wano Kingdom, perhaps Luffy would not have set his sights on him. However, it is precisely due to this obscure past that Luo Fei believes that discussing a potential collaboration with Vegapunk is not an insurmountable task. Upon realizing this, Luo Fei is left with but one objective, to locate Vegapunk's hiding place. While everyone in the town is aware of the brilliant scientist Vegapunk, none can ascertain his whereabouts. This secret is likely known only to certain high-ranking officials within the Navy. However, Luffy was determined to keep his quest to locate Vegapunk a secret from the Navy. After much contemplation, he fixed his gaze upon another individual, Caesar. As a former colleague of Vegapunk, Caesar must possess valuable insights. Chapter 91. An Unprecedented Endeavor. Caesar Clown, a notorious scientist driven to madness, was once a member of the Navy's scientific division and a former associate of Vegapunk. He was apprehended due to the catastrophic scientific weapon incident during the Punk Hazard affair and subsequently escaped from a prison ship. To Luffy's knowledge, Caesar is currently collaborating with Don Quixote Doflamingo, continuing his nefarious scientific pursuits. If all goes as expected, Caesar should have returned to the infernal realm of Punk Hazard, the very place that had been plunged into chaos because of him. The most perilous locations often serve as the safest havens. Following the research disaster at Punk Hazard, Caesar's capture resulted in the near destruction of the island, rendering it one of the most inhospitable places for humanity. Thus, it would be utterly inconceivable for anyone to anticipate that, a year after the calamity of the Punk Hazard experiment, Caesar would choose to return to that very site. However, within this everyone, there is notably the absence of Luffy. Presently, Luffy's thoughts have become increasingly clear. The first task he undertook after setting sail was to seek out like-minded crewmates. The samurai and second-in-command, Zoro, the navigator, Nami, the chef and combat powerhouse, Sanji, the sharpshooter, Usopp, the ship's doctor, Chopper, and the yet-to-board musician, Brook, the craftsman, Frankie, the historian and translator, Robin, and the fishman, Jinbe. Although Luffy's crew is not extensive, each member stands as a paragon of strength in their respective fields. Luffy understands that to achieve greatness, reliance solely on oneself is insufficient, which is why gathering companions was his foremost priority after embarking on his journey. Similarly, Luffy comprehends this principle. To accomplish an unprecedented endeavor, he must assemble a crew that rivals the best. If the world-renowned genius scientist Vegapunk could join his ranks, it would be nothing short of ideal. Currently, the most effective way to locate Vegapunk is to travel to Punk Hazard and first seek out Caesar. The challenge then becomes how to reach Punk Hazard in a manner that is both reasonable and discreet. This has emerged as a perplexing dilemma. Presently, Luffy possesses the string puppet granted by Doflamingo. This puppet, while obedient to its master, closely resembles him in every aspect, to the extent that if Luffy deliberately conceals his identity, it can convincingly masquerade as him, creating a decoy to journey to Punk Hazard without arousing suspicion or leaving his original form behind in Marineford to make the trip is not a daunting task. Once this matter is resolved, only one question remains: where to find a vessel capable of setting sail. At this thought, Luffy cannot help but feel a twinge of regret. Previously, when pirates were offering tributes, he had seen an island abundant in minerals and precious woods and had offered a few ships. However, at that time, Luffy felt that those vessels held little significance for him. Moreover, the extraction of minerals and timber by the island's inhabitants was no easy task. He merely wished to establish his authority over those pirates within the confines of the live broadcast. Thus, the expenditure of resources seemed unnecessary, and he symbolically levied a few boxes of precious ore. Had he claimed those ships back then, he would not be plagued by the current troubles. Nevertheless, despite the regret, Luffy did not dwell on it for too long. After all, there is ample time ahead, and he has much time still at his disposal. Furthermore, Luffy had just graduated from the Naval Academy and secured a position as an instructor, which significantly elevated both his status and identity, granting him access to a broader array of opportunities. Chapter 92. Tina is not to blame. I never uttered such words. In addition to his position at the Naval Academy, Luffy possessed another remarkable advantage, his status as a super administrator in the live broadcast. Although every member in the broadcast room was afforded the opportunity to answer questions, and rewards for correct answers were never diminished, this aspect highlighted the inherent fairness of the broadcast for all participants. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that Luffy possesses an omniscient perspective that others cannot match. With the aid of this unique vantage point, Luffy can effortlessly answer questions and reap rewards. After all, he is in no rush. The enhancement of his abilities and the gathering of like-minded companions require time. and he has an abundance of it. As Luffy fiddles with his bamboo helicopter, deep in contemplation, a sudden knock resonates from the Office of the Academic Affairs. Luffy realizes that the person responsible for the handover has finally arrived, sparking his curiosity about who can truly manage the entire Navy Academy now that Tina has departed. Initially, the executive dean of the Navy Academy was Zephyr. However, Zephyr had seldom been seen at the Naval Academy for several years now, and consequently, his authority had naturally devolved to others. The current Zephyr was merely a nominal principal. The remaining instructors were either elite officers temporarily reassigned from other naval divisions or high-ranking officers stationed at the naval headquarters. Aside from Tina, who could be considered a regular presence at the Naval Academy, there were essentially no dedicated instructors in the institution. Soon, amidst Luffy's anticipation and curiosity, an elderly lady with a head of white hair entered the room. It was none other than Vice Admiral Tsuru. Vice Admiral Tsuru, a two-star admiral and chief of staff at the naval headquarters, was colloquially known as the Great Strategist. She had joined the Navy in the same era as Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr, having worked alongside them for many years and held an esteemed position within the naval headquarters, commanding respect even from admirals. Tsuru had also participated in the naval assembly that summoned the warlords of the sea, upholding a pristine sense of justice. If Garp was the flag displayed by the Navy, then Vice Admiral Tsuru's existence was undoubtedly the essential yet often overlooked mechanism propelling that flag forward. Luffy could hardly fathom that the individual tasked with coordinating the instructor position at the academy was Vice Admiral Tsuru. As she approached, he could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "Vice Admiral Tsuru?" Upon hearing this, Tsuru merely nodded slightly and walked directly to Luffy. "Indeed, it is I. I did not expect you to recognize me," she replied, taking a seat and speaking to Luffy as if engaging in casual conversation. Upon hearing her words, Luffy immediately braced himself, as he had never encountered Vice Admiral Tsuru at the Naval Academy before, and given his status, it was inconceivable that he would meet someone of her caliber. As he gazed at the person before him, he could distinctly utter the name of General Crane. And it was unlikely he would betray any telltale signs. "Haha, indeed. I often heard the instructor speak of you, praising your wisdom and competence, along with your gentle and kind demeanor, particularly towards us juniors, to whom you are exceedingly amiable, especially upon noticing the insignia upon your shoulder. I became even more convinced of this truth." Luffy initially extolled Crane through the words of others, subsequently revealing his basis for judgment. Such seamless discourse would leave no room for doubt in anyone's mind. Even General Crane, upon hearing these words, felt a wave of relief wash over him, finding Luffy increasingly agreeable with each passing moment. However, one individual held a dissenting view regarding Luffy's remarks, Tina. As Luffy's leading instructor, how could she forget having made such statements? "I want to take the blame. I never said such a thing," Tina hastily clarified in the live stream. Although it seemed unnecessary, she wished to prevent anyone from perceiving her as a gossiping figure, for she was, after all, the epitome of a cool and aloof goddess. However, upon hearing Tina's words, Doflamingo swiftly identified the inconsistencies within them. "Doflamingo, oh? Are you suggesting that Admiral Crane's seemingly gentle and kind demeanor is merely a facade?" It must be said that Doflamingo possesses a remarkable talent for manipulating concepts. A seemingly ordinary statement can effortlessly be transformed into various interpretations by him. Faced with this challenge, Tina decided to abandon her explanation altogether, directly acknowledging that the words relayed by Luffy to Crane were indeed her own, albeit one she had forgotten. In Chapter 93, Luffy aspires to become a physical education instructor at the Naval Academy. Under Doflamingo's relentless questioning, Tina ultimately conceded to Luffy's assertions. Crane, upon observing the dialogue in the live stream, felt a surge of joy, thinking to herself that her standing among these younger generations remains quite esteemed. Luffy, witnessing the live stream, couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph. Initially, he had merely spoken casually. Although he hadn't anticipated Tina's forthright nature would expose the fact that she had never uttered those words, he was grateful for Doflamingo's role as the instigator. Despite the somewhat convoluted process, the outcome was satisfactory, leaving Luffy quite content. After a few casual exchanges, the rapport between Luffy and Admiral Crane was significantly strengthened. Following a brief introduction to the job responsibilities, Crane promptly provided him with a course schedule. Given Luffy's recent arrival, many tasks were unfamiliar to him, so Crane initially assigned him only theoretical courses. She assumed that having spent 3 additional years at the Naval Academy, Luffy would have absorbed the foundational knowledge, regardless of how he may have frivolously engaged in other pursuits. However, Crane ultimately overestimated Luffy's academic capabilities. "Admiral Crane, perhaps it would be better to assign me different tasks? I struggle to remember even the foundational knowledge, let alone teach it to others." Luffy expressed his concerns with a hint of embarrassment. His worries were not unfounded. Although he had spent an extra 3 years at the Naval Academy compared to his peers, those years were largely spent indulging in leisure. His exam results had relied heavily on clever tricks rather than genuine understanding. The thought of teaching such scholarly material left him apprehensive. Crane was taken aback by Luffy's request. She could hardly believe that he, who had been retained at the Naval Academy for 3 years, lacked even the most basic knowledge. Good heavens! Luffy, you are one of the rare prodigies of the naval headquarters. You must be underestimating your own abilities, am I right? She inquired incredulously, adjusting her glasses. Although Crane could not discern the reasons behind Luffy's retention at the naval headquarters for 3 years, she remained astonished. However, since the advent of the live broadcast, Luo Fei has repeatedly answered questions correctly, leading Crane and several high-ranking naval officials to believe that he is indeed a once-in-a-century talent for the Navy. Thus, when Luo Fei expressed his unfamiliarity with these fundamental courses, Crane was taken aback. Nevertheless, Crane proved to be rather open-minded. She recognized that whether Luo Fei's statement was intentional or not, it indicated his disinterest in the position, since he had already mentally dismissed it. Insisting on imposing it upon him would likely not bode well. After a brief contemplation, Crane inquired further, "What position would you prefer?" Then, she adjusted her glasses and asked with a hint of exasperation, as she struggled to conceive of any role within the Naval Academy that might be less demanding than that of a basic knowledge instructor. Upon hearing that Admiral Crane had finally relented, Luo Fei quickly pondered other subjects offered at the Naval Academy. Soon, he recalled one that piqued his interest. "I believe a physical education instructor would suit me perfectly. Why not let me be the sports teacher?" Luo Fei exclaimed with enthusiasm. Although he had lingered at the Naval Academy for 3 years and had merely scraped by in most subjects, there was one area where he consistently achieved perfect scores: physical fitness assessments. Chapter 94. Even Kizaru weeps. Despite Luo Fei's 3-year tenure at the Naval Academy and his average exam results, however, it is this physical fitness test that brings the greatest satisfaction to Luffy and the Academy instructors, perhaps gifted with extraordinary abilities. Luffy has exhibited exceptional physical capabilities since his first arrival at the Naval Academy 3 years ago. In every practical training exercise, whether it be rock climbing or cross-country trekking, Luffy consistently stands out as the most outstanding performer. Regrettably, within the Naval Academy, the physical fitness test is merely regarded as a routine health examination. As long as one surpasses the minimum standard, it does not influence the overall academic performance. The most apparent reward for Luo Fei was the admiration from his male peers and the affection from the female students. This explains why, despite possessing exceptional abilities, Luo Fei's academic standing remained at the bottom. However, although excelling in the physical fitness test did not significantly aid Luo Fei's studies, it nonetheless brought him some satisfaction. After all, at the tender age of 15 or 16, nearly all cadets are in the throes of youthful exuberance, holding a profound admiration for robust physiques and athleticism. Consequently, Luo Fei garnered considerable popularity within the Naval Academy, although 3 years of repeating a year did not improve Luo Fei's academic achievements. The adoring gazes from his classmates provided him with immense comfort. When he heard that Luo Fei wished to take on the role of physical fitness instructor, he averted his gaze, feeling somewhat troubled. His discomfort stemmed from the fact that an instructor had already been appointed for this particular course. Given the limited number of instructors within the Naval Academy, it was quite a feat to fill even one position. Now, it seemed that this seemingly insignificant role had unexpectedly become sought after. Nevertheless, he held a genuine fondness for Luo Fei, even though he felt conflicted about Luo Fei's request. He endeavored to assist him in fulfilling his desire. "The position of physical fitness instructor can indeed be arranged for you, but it is likely that you will not be the only one in this role," he remarked. Upon hearing this, Luo Fei quickly became intrigued. 2 instructors for the same course? This is unprecedented in the Naval Academy. Who is the other person? Luo Fei inquired. In his recollection, due to the Academy's lack of emphasis on the physical fitness course, there had never been a dedicated instructor appointed to oversee it. Thus, he was taken aback when he mentioned that someone had already been selected for the position. "It is Ain." The moment he uttered this name, an image of a girl with sky-blue hair immediately surfaced in Luo Fei's mind. He was astonished to learn that his competitor for the role of physical fitness instructor was none other than Ain. Luo Fei did not know much about Ain, only that she was a student of Zifa, a user of the retrogression fruit, and a skilled swordswoman. Being a swordswoman, she should excel in physical techniques, making her suitability for the instructor role quite logical. Furthermore, Ain had experience assisting Zifa in establishing the Neo Navy, undoubtedly giving her far more expertise in training new recruits than himself. Luo Fei quickly accepted this situation. As he pondered Ain's character and appearance, he spoke once more. "Since you wish to become a physical fitness instructor, then do your best in that role. I will negotiate with Ain on your behalf." After saying this, he handed Luo Fei a piece of paper and continued, "This is your class schedule. Make sure to remember your class times and do not be tardy. You are already familiar with the Naval Academy, so I want to take you on a tour. Soon, Rear Admiral Itachi will finish his class, and you can ask him any questions regarding teaching." After imparting these instructions, he intended to say more but was interrupted by a phone call from Sengoku, prompting his departure. Once he left, Luo Fei found himself alone in the academic affairs office. With some free time, he perused his class schedule. The Naval Academy at Marineford implements an elite education system, resulting in a relatively small number of preparatory cadets, only about 300 in total. These 300 students are divided into 6 classes, each having 2 physical fitness sessions per week. Given this arrangement, Luo Fei's schedule appeared quite ample. With only 2 classes a day, he could indulge in leisure time, enjoying the provisions while brazenly slacking off, truly a dream life for the likes of Kizaru. The schedule was straightforward. Luo Fei memorized it after a single glance. He noted that he had a class scheduled for that afternoon. Having missed lunch, he decided to head to the staff cafeteria to see if there were any meals left, hoping to take a brief respite. After all, the role of a physical fitness instructor demands considerable physical fitness, and he needed to replenish his energy before potentially demonstrating strenuous exercises. Moreover, the staff cafeteria boasted a more extravagant decor compared to the ordinary cadet dining hall. When he was still an ordinary cadet, he had longed to see the ambience and cuisine of the staff cafeteria, and now he finally had the opportunity to do so. Just as Luo Fei set off towards the staff cafeteria, the live broadcast resumed. Chapter 95, Whitebeard. I am a remnant of the old era. The once again spinning live broadcast displayed the ravaged Marineford, engulfed in smoke and bloodshed. This was the grim reality that everyone witnessed in the live stream. Upon seeing this scene, Sengoku, in the marshal's office, narrowed his eyes, revealing a hint of danger in his expression. It seemed that this war had not concluded with Ace's rescue. As Sengoku uttered these words, his expression was complex. Although this conflict unfolded in the future, Sengoku's keen instincts as a marshal allowed him to discern the true nature of the war. On the surface, it appeared to be a direct confrontation between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy. In truth, the outcome of this war transcends mere naval prestige. Its implications for the future trajectory of the global order are immeasurable. The complete mobilization of the Navy's core forces failed to prevent Ace's rescue, thereby signaling a provisional victory for the pirates. When Sengoku witnessed Ace's successful extraction, he internally solidified his perception of the war's outcome. The pirates had achieved triumph at a minimal cost, leaving the Navy's reputation irrevocably tarnished and its authority diminished in the eyes of the world. The ramifications of such an outcome implied that the Navy would require an extensive period to reclaim what was lost in an instant. During this protracted interval, it is highly probable that pirate factions will continue to flourish unchecked. Sengoku, having prepared for the worst, felt compelled to urgently reorganize the Navy's forces immediately following the conclusion of the previous broadcast. However, a situation that was deemed utterly disastrous by Sengoku has begun to take a turn for the better. Each broadcast from the live stream arrives laden with critical issues, never indulging in trivial matters. Now, the focus of the live stream has once again shifted to this ongoing war, indicating that there remains a glimmer of hope. Ace's rescue is not the final outcome of this conflict. Upon realizing this, Sengoku's previously tense demeanor relaxed considerably, allowing him to concentrate more intently on the images being broadcasted. In the live footage, Luffy, at a moment of dire crisis, utilized a candle key crafted by Mr. 3 to unlock the sea prism stone handcuffs binding Ace. Once freed, Ace's strength surged back instantly. Drawing upon the inexhaustible power within him, Ace elementalized his surroundings, propelling himself, Luffy, and Mr. 3 out of the inferno. After a brief moment of reminiscing, Ace and Luffy stood shoulder to shoulder, ready to confront the encroaching Navy forces. Though their encounters have been rare, their synergy was impeccable, swiftly overwhelming the surrounding Navy troops and revitalizing the morale of the pirates. However, just as the two believed they had escaped the Navy's encirclement, Admiral Akiji made a sudden appearance. This time, Ace instructed Luffy to step behind him, after all that Luffy had done for him. It was now his turn as an elder brother to protect his younger sibling. The battle between ice and fire was on the brink of eruption. The clash of two formidable natural-type devil fruit users posed the question of who would ultimately prevail. Were it a conventional one-on-one duel, it might well escalate into a legendary confrontation. However, the current Akiji has endured prolonged battles, his stamina no longer at its peak. Moreover, Ace is not one to relish combat. After blocking a fierce blow from Akiji, he swiftly continued to flee with Luffy in the direction of their comrades. Yet, even if they manage to temporarily evade the Navy's pursuit, it does not signify their escape from peril. This place remains Marineford, a territory firmly under Navy control, where they hold undeniable superiority. Although Ace has successfully been rescued, a paramount concern looms before them: how to safely depart from Marineford. Squard, who had previously struck Whitebeard, is now engulfed in remorse for his act of betrayal. He is resolved to reclaim the honor of the Whitebeard pirates, willing to exhaust his last reserves of strength, even at the cost of his life, to forge a future for the crew. Thus, under Squard's leadership, a massive, intact vessel charged forth like a ferocious beast towards the plaza of Marineford. At this moment, Squard has steeled himself. As soon as the ship docks and his companions board, he will disembark with those who still wish to follow him, ready to engage in battle against the Navy. In warfare, bloodshed and sacrifice are inevitable. Aware of his past actions against his captain, Squard feels unworthy of survival. To escort the final voyage of the Whitebeard pirates with his life is the only redemption he can conceive. In the distance, Whitebeard has also spotted Squard's rapidly approaching figure, instantly grasping his intent. However, as the patriarch of all aboard, how could Whitebeard allow his son to stand before him? His sons defended the honor of the Whitebeard pirates with their lives, and as a father, he naturally must shield them from the storm. Thus, in full view of all present, Whitebeard swiftly positioned himself in the path of the advancing ship, a single hand halting its relentless approach. Squardo was taken aback by this unexpected act. He had already steeled himself. he had indeed betrayed his father. Amidst the confusion and shock of the onlookers, Whitebeard began to speak slowly. Squirdo, do you not realize how unfilial it is for a white-haired man to send a black-haired one to his grave? Do not be so self-righteous. That strike of yours could not claim my life. This was Whitebeard's response. Even at this critical moment, he sought to alleviate Squirdo's inner turmoil with his words. After delivering this message, Whitebeard stepped forward, addressing the Marines, imparting his final words of advice to his sons. Everyone has their time to pass. Since our purpose has been fulfilled, our presence here is no longer required. Stand strong, Whitebeard pirates. I now issue my final command as captain. We shall part ways here, and all of you must live on, safely returning to the New World. In his resolve to protect his sons, Whitebeard understood the overwhelming strength of the Marines and refused to place his children in peril, just as he had told Sengoku before. He would not fall until he beheld the radiant future of his sons. Now that Ace was freed, it was his duty to ensure the safety of his sons. Whitebeard was acutely aware of his mission. I am a remnant of the old era. There is no ship in the New World that can carry me. Set sail. My children. Chapter 96, Whitebeard's autobiography. The tears of an era. I am a remnant of the old era. There is no ship in the New World that can carry me. As Whitebeard uttered this phrase, the figure of Roger seemed to materialize before him, reminiscent of the glorious age of fierce competition among great powers. In that era, the Roger's name resounded across the world, basking in the glory of a great pirate. It was also the time when Whitebeard shone brightly. Once the wheel of fate begins to turn, it cannot be halted. Perhaps Whitebeard's destiny was sealed from the very beginning. Whitebeard was an orphan, hailing from a deeply impoverished background, which compelled him to set sail at a tender age. Unlike those who ventured out with grand ambitions, Whitebeard's initial dream was pure and simple. He merely sought a decent life as a pirate. He first joined the then mightiest crew, known as the Sea Monarch, the Rocks Pirates, where he spent his youth and adolescence. Gold will always shine. During his time with the Rocks Pirates, Whitebeard gradually revealed his talents, earning a measure of renown in the Grand Line. However, from the perspective of the members of the Rocks Pirates, Whitebeard stands in stark contrast to other pirates. He is not consumed by an obsession for status or treasure. Rather, he often finds himself lost in thought. At this juncture, Whitebeard has come to a profound realization regarding his life's pursuit, the longing for a family and a circle of loved ones. Perhaps it is his childhood experiences that instill in him a deep yearning for the warmth of familial bonds. However, within the Rocks Pirates, Whitebeard could not experience the warmth of familial bonds. Fortunately, shortly thereafter, Rocks was defeated by the combined forces of Roger and Garp, leading to the disintegration of the once formidable Rocks Pirates. Seizing this opportunity, Whitebeard established his own crew, finally able to create a family-like pirate crew according to his vision, a development that brought him immense joy. As the tale unfolds, as many are aware, Whitebeard found a group of sons who similarly yearned for the warmth of a family, including Marco, Jozu, and others. The Whitebeard pirates grew increasingly larger, soon becoming a renowned and formidable crew in the New World. During this period, two pivotal events significantly altered the course of the Whitebeard pirates. The first was the joining of Odin, whose presence became crucial for Roger's ascent to the title of Pirate King. At that time, Whitebeard had already come to understand the significance of the poneglyphs, and fortuitously, Odin was among the few in the world capable of deciphering them. It can be posited that had Whitebeard been resolute in his quest for the legendary treasure and ensured that Odin remained with him, the title of Pirate King might very well have been his. Ultimately, Whitebeard allowed Yutian to choose his own path. It can be asserted that Roger's eventual triumph was inextricably linked to Whitebeard's magnanimity and tolerance. This marked the first pivotal event that altered the course of the Whitebeard pirates, a moment that destined Whitebeard to be forever estranged from the title of Pirate King. Fortunately, Whitebeard himself remains indifferent to such matters. The second significant event altering the trajectory of the Whitebeard pirates is the ongoing war at Marineford. Sengoku, disregarding Garp's anguish and the threat posed by Whitebeard, has resolved to publicly execute Ace, a decision driven by two factors. Ace is the son of the Pirate King, Roger, and he serves as the captain of the second division of the Whitebeard pirates. Regardless of the identity under which Ace is executed, it will instill profound fear among pirates, potentially heralding the end of the Great Pirate Era. Should such an outcome transpire, the Navy could readily ally with Smoker to extensively publicize the event. After all, if even Roger's son could not secure the legendary treasure and ultimately succumb to the hands of the Navy, others would find little incentive to risk their lives for an elusive prize. Thus, Whitebeard fervently strives to protect Ace, not solely for the sake of his life or their paternal bond, but to safeguard the era of great piracy that Roger's demise had ushered in. Set forth, my children, and return safely to the New World, Whitebeard declared to his sons behind him in his final moments. Do not look back. The times have changed. The luminaries of the Whitebeard era have all fallen, leaving him as the sole guardian of the banner known as family, continuing to sail. He symbolizes the last vestige of the old era, and in the face of the ascendant new generation, Whitebeard is destined to fall. Yet, at the very least, he chose to meet his demise here, paving a path for his beloved sons. In his final moments, he also endeavors to bestow hope upon the New World. Having lived for so long, Whitebeard has savored all that life has to offer and experienced the breadth of existence. Throughout his finite life, He has sailed the seas for decades, having long since pierced through the corridors of time to discern his fate. From the moment he resolved to lead all members of the Whitebeard pirates to Marineford, he was acutely aware that this was a war from which there would be no return, not to mention the unknown forces still lurking within the Navy. Even the combined might of Sengoku and Garp posed a perilous threat, with a single misstep potentially leading to his complete annihilation. If someone must remain to hold back the Navy, he willingly accepts the role of that vanguard. Set sail, my children. Return safely to the New World. That ocean is the wellspring of all riches, dreams, and companions. The journey is indeed a long one. Reflecting on the past, Whitebeard harbors no regrets. Now, it is time to settle the score with the Navy. Chapter 97. The Inhuman Akainu, Ace's final fate if the path away from here is fraught with peril. He is prepared to sacrifice everything, even his life, to escort his sons safely back to the New World. This represents Whitebeard's ultimate realization. After imparting these words to his sons, he has no time left for further explanation. With a powerful swing of his robust arm, he struck fiercely at the air, unleashing a colossal earthquake capable of toppling Marineford. A tempest that swept through with the ferocity of a storm. As he beheld the transformation of Marineford into ruins, a look of astonishment crept across Sengoku's face. He had not anticipated that Whitebeard, upon his arrival at Marineford, had not exhibited such formidable power, yet now, in a moment of grave injury and with his crew on the brink of departure, he revealed it. Sengoku had indeed underestimated Whitebeard's strength. However, at the same time, Sengoku comprehended Whitebeard's intentions. He was well aware of the formidable power of the Tremor fruit. Once a peer of Roger, even in his twilight years, his aura remained undiminished. When he first arrived at Marineford, Ace was still in the hands of the Navy, and Whitebeard had to consider Ace's safety, which prevented him from unleashing his full strength. However, now that Ace is safe, in order to escort everyone away and bid a formal farewell to this era, Whitebeard can finally unleash his full might. The fierce momentum Whitebeard has displayed is unmistakable. Sengoku can discern that Whitebeard is truly fighting with a mindset of ultimate sacrifice. He intends to plunge the entire Marineford, along with himself, into the depths of the sea. The strongest fruit of the natural system, fueled by Whitebeard's final resolve, unleashes immense power. As Whitebeard emits a powerful shockwave capable of rending space itself, many structures on the island begin to lean and collapse. Even the plaque of absolute justice hanging on the walls of Marine headquarters cannot withstand such a tremendous impact and falls aside. In an instant, the Marines are engulfed in sheer panic. Simultaneously, the Navy swiftly gathers a formidable force to launch an assault against Whitebeard. Yet, with his own strength, Whitebeard deflects all these attacks, paving a relatively safe path for his sons behind him, witnessing their father endure relentless harm. Everyone aboard the Moby Dick is engulfed in anguish and turmoil. However, they also comprehend that at this juncture, any further hesitance on their part would merely tarnish the reputation of the resolute father figure who has prepared himself for the inevitable. The Whitebeard pirates must not face total annihilation. Among those who feel the most anguish upon realizing Whitebeard's intentions, none suffer more than Ace. For over a decade, their father has bestowed upon him an abundance of warmth, and now, in his peril, Ace feels a profound sense of helplessness as his son. He is engulfed in inner turmoil and suffering. The kindness of Whitebeard is a treasure he shall cherish for a lifetime. In this moment, Ace has come to grasp his father's intentions. He will not allow the sacrifices of his father to be in vain. He is determined to carry forth his father's final wish and return safely to the New World. However, before that, he needed to formally bid farewell to his father. Thus, Ace broke through the heavy encirclement of the Navy and arrived behind Whitebeard, creating a brief barrier of flames. Within this barrier, Ace knelt on the ground, his head bowed. Although Ace had countless words to express to his father, when the moment came, he found himself at a loss for where to begin. Whitebeard, understanding Ace's inner turmoil, directly addressed him with these words. There is no need for further elaboration. Ace, allow me to pose a question. Am I a worthy father to you? Upon hearing Whitebeard's inquiry, memories flooded back, and a gentle light flickered in Ace's eyes. Of course, Whitebeard smiled contentedly. This was the pursuit of his life. To conclude his existence in such a manner left him without regrets. The farewell between Whitebeard and Ace was devoid of excessive words. Yet the bonds of affection and gratitude were deeply engraved in their hearts. They had both discovered their answers. After their farewell, Whitebeard continued to confront the Navy. While Ace ran alongside Luffy and others towards their comrades, Ace's companions had managed to commandeer a warship. They merely needed to wait for Ace and the other retreating comrades from the plaza to board before they could depart smoothly. However, the Navy was not likely to allow them to leave so easily. Although Whitebeard was immensely powerful and had drawn the majority of the Navy's fire, he was ultimately just one man and could not withstand the onslaught alone. Sakazuki seized this opportunity and pursued Ace and his group. Nevertheless, at that moment, most of the Navy's strength remained tethered by Whitebeard. Akainu understood that a violent pursuit would only capture a small fraction of the pirates and could not prevent the majority from escaping. Rather than inflicting physical harm, Akainu preferred to engage in psychological torment against his enemies. Thus, as he faced the fleeing pirates, he unleashed a torrent of scathing remarks. Do you truly believe you can escape? How naive. He ridiculed. The moment you rescue Fire Fist Ace, you retreat. The Whitebeard pirates are merely a band of cowards. The pirates, upon hearing these words, were filled with rage. Akainu's tactics were so crude that it was evident he was merely attempting to provoke them. To avoid falling into Akainu's trap, despite their inner turmoil, the pirates maintained their resolve and continued to sprint towards the awaiting warship. Yet, Akainu was not finished. Seeing that direct attacks were ineffective, he quickly shifted his strategy and launched a personal assault on Whitebeard, the figure whom the pirates revered. But the captain is nothing more than a failed relic of a bygone era, he declared. Upon hearing the term failure, Ace could no longer restrain himself and halted in his tracks. He turned around, his fist ignited with fury. Clenching his teeth, Ace demanded Akainu to retract his words. His comrades urged him not to stop, to disregard Akainu's taunts, yet Ace resolutely believed that Akainu was insulting his beloved father and refused to turn back. Akainu, recognizing the success of his ploy, continued to provoke Ace. Retract? I shall not. I speak the truth. Your father, Gold, Roger, conquered the Grand Line and sacrificed his life to usher in the era of the great pirates. Although my remarks may be inappropriate for a Navy officer, he undoubtedly deserves the title of Pirate King. And what of Whitebeard? Did he ever possess the courage to stand against Roger in battle? Hiding in a safe place, surrounded by a multitude of followers, content to be a king of the hill, what a farce. He scoffed. Though there are many fools who claim to protect the peace of numerous islands in the name of Whitebeard, in my view, they are merely subduing insignificant pirates to play the hero. While Roger was alive, they bowed before him, and even after his death, they cannot be deemed true rulers. It means he will forever remain in Roger's shadow, a perennial failure. That is Whitebeard. Reflecting on this, one cannot help but pity him, a man adored by a band of minions, being called father, engaging in petty theatrics aboard a ship, ruling the seas for decades without achieving anything substantial, and ultimately being betrayed by a foolish son who, in his attempt to protect them, inflicted a mortal wound. What a hollow existence. Akainu's words pierced deeply into the hearts of everyone aboard Whitebeard's ship. Tears streamed down Scordo's face, and Ace's heart began to bleed. He could not permit the man he revered most to be so insulted. Thus, he raised his furious fist and advanced step by step towards Akainu. As he approached, Ace repeatedly demanded Akainu to silence himself, unable to endure the indignity cast upon his beloved father. At this moment, Akainu resembled a rabid dog. The more he observed Ace's fury, the more his visage contorted into a menacing, terrifying grimace, and his words became increasingly vile. A man who strays from the righteous path possesses no intrinsic value in life. You band of pirate lackeys have no reason to continue existing. Whitebeard's demise as a failure is indeed fitting for a wretched overseer like him. Upon hearing these words, Ace's inner fury became unbearable, and he roared in response to Akainu, declaring, Whitebeard is the legendary pirate who forged this era. You shall not insult my savior. This era is named after Whitebeard. With that, Ace's fist ignited into flames, surging violently towards Akainu. Thus commenced the clash of fire and magma. However, Ace's irrational strike, fueled by anger, proved no match for Akainu. After a brief collision, Ace was sent flying. As a user of the Marineford War, Ace was, astonishingly, burned. Observing the fallen Ace, Akainu launched yet another verbal assault. Do you truly believe yourself the strongest among the Logia-type devil fruit users? You are but a mere flame, while I am magma capable of extinguishing even fire. Our powers cannot be compared. Seeing Ace downed, Luffy was filled with concern and hurried forth, eager to assist. Yet, alas, his body had reached its limit. After taking only a few steps, he collapsed onto the ground. As Luffy fell, a life card, previously hidden beneath his hat, tumbled out. This life card had been entrusted to him by Ace. The nearby Akainu also noticed Luffy, and upon seeing the two brothers, who were now struggling to move, he could not help but smirk derisively. Perhaps in an attempt to shatter Ace's last vestiges of hope, Akainu, upon witnessing Ace's grievous injuries, refrained from delivering a final blow. Instead, turning his gaze toward Luffy, who was not far away. The sons of Pirate King Gold, Roger, and Revolutionary Dragon being sworn brothers was indeed astonishing. Your bloodline is irredeemably tainted. Anyone may escape, but you two brothers shall not. Watch closely. After uttering these words, Akainu raised his fist, which was spewing magma, and charged directly at Luffy. At that moment, Luffy's consciousness was hazy and sluggish. He was solely focused on retrieving the life card of Ace that he had inadvertently dropped, entirely oblivious to the encroaching peril. However, given Luffy's current physical state, he might have sensed the danger posed by Akainu, yet his body, having surpassed its limits, could no longer execute any evasive maneuvers. Witnessing this, everyone felt as though their hearts had momentarily ceased to beat. Akainu's speed was swift. In that fleeting moment, they could not fathom how to rescue Luffy. Ace, realizing that Akainu's target was not himself but Luffy, shouted in alarm. For Luffy, Ace had bestowed nothing but love and tenderness. Having already experienced Akainu's devastating punch, Ace could not bear to imagine the consequences should Luffy, in his current state, endure such a blow. Yet, amidst this tense and heart-wrenching scenario, the live stream abruptly ceased. All members within the live stream, upon witnessing the sudden end of the footage, were left in despair, as if they had been anticipating an exciting poker game with a beautiful companion only to have it abruptly interrupted. Just as confusion reigned, a notification chimed in the live stream. Question: will Ace ultimately leave Marineford alive? Chapter 98. If this does not constitute love, what could be more tragic? The query regarding whether Ace would survive and depart Marineford was perhaps the simplest posed in the live stream thus far. It was a single-choice question with only two options, yes or no. Far away, navigating the seas of the New World, Luffy, upon reading the question, almost instinctively arrived at a conclusion. Luffy, this question is quite simple. It's practically a gift. Who is Ace? Ace is my sworn brother. Of course. He will escape that dreadful place. This was Luffy's immediate and sole thought upon the question's appearance. However, just as Luffy was about to voice his answer, Ace, who had reached the desert region of Alabasta, interjected. Ace, Luffy, I've heard that in the seas of the New World, there exists a sea king called the giant eye fish, which is quite delicious. I wonder if you've ever tried it. Ace understood Luffy's character, thus, whether out of trust or hope, he knew Luffy would inevitably say the correct answer. However, Ace also recognized his own situation. Currently, two individuals held paramount importance in his life, Whitebeard and Luffy. In such dire circumstances, he had but one choice, and Ace's answer was in stark contrast to Luffy's. Fully aware that Luffy's answer would be incorrect, he felt compelled to prevent him from speaking it. For Luffy, the most crucial matters were threefold: the dream of becoming Pirate King, the well-being of his friends and family, and food. In order to divert Luffy's attention swiftly, Ace spoke those words. The effect was immediate. Upon hearing Ace's statement, Luffy's thoughts indeed aligned with Ace's direction. Luffy, huh? Really? Chopper, let's go fishing. Chopper, Baka, that's a sea king, not just some ordinary fish or shrimp. Sanji, delicious sea kings? Let us go fishing. Luffy, Yoshi, let us set off. Nami, come back here. Observing Luffy frolicking with his crewmates, Ace couldn't help but chuckle softly. If given the choice, he would wish to protect Luffy's smile for eternity. Regrettably, the live broadcast has foretold his fate. Ace declared, allow me to respond to this inquiry. He continued, my answer is, no. Had Ace been devoid of attachments, he could have effortlessly evaded the Navy's pursuit, leveraging his elemental abilities. However, he could not permit the esteemed reputation of Whitebeard to be tarnished. Nor could he allow his soul brother, Luffy, to be bullied. Therefore, in light of the circumstances presented in the live broadcast, he could only charge forth without hesitation. Within the live stream, Akainu had just exchanged a blow with him. Following that strike, Akainu remained invigorated while Ace was clearly wounded. From this, Ace comprehended the disparity in strength between himself and Akainu. Nevertheless, he could not allow Akainu to harm Luffy without intervening. He could not defeat Akainu merely to protect Luffy. Thus, the only course of action left to him was to shield Luffy from this fatal blow with his own flesh and blood. To sacrifice his life for the brother he cherished would not be in vain, even in this fleeting existence often scorned by others. Ace had evidently come to terms with such an outcome. Upon witnessing Ace's declaration in the live broadcast, Whitebeard let out a silent sigh. He understood Ace's character more than anyone else. Although Ace had carved out a place for himself on the seas, in Whitebeard's heart, Ace remained that reckless boy. Akin to Luffy, it was precisely this aspect of Ace that filled Whitebeard with such deep concern. However, this matter that both Ace and Whitebeard could comprehend was beyond Luffy's understanding. When Luffy realized that Ace had resigned himself to the belief that he could not escape Marineford alive, he became frantic. Luffy, Ace, do not speak recklessly. With the formidable assistance of Uncle Whitebeard, Grandpa, and myself, there is no doubt that you can survive and leave Marineford. Luffy, is it possible to retract that statement? Your answer must be erroneous. What will happen if your powers are stripped away? Luffy, Ace, you are being too willful. Luffy hastily expressed his concerns, not allowing Ace a moment to respond, when Garp interjected with urgency. Garp, mind your words, you rascal. What do you mean by my assistance? I have not aided you in any manner. Doflamingo, is it not evident? A dignified vice admiral of the Navy, a hero capable of defeating even the legendary Golden Lion with a single blow, cannot overpower a mere child who has just set sail? Truly, I am gaining new insights. Green Cabbage, Garp, have you grown feeble with age, or is it I who can no longer wield my sword? If you are truly this weak now, wait, I shall immediately arm myself and make my way to Marineford. Hancock, if this does not constitute love, then what remains to be mourned? Observing the myriad of doubts within the live stream, Garp, far away in Marineford, sighed deeply and finally fell silent. Is it truly that obvious? I sincerely hope for your safety. In the room, Garp murmured to himself. On the other side of the live stream, upon receiving the answers to the questions posed, a prompt indicating correctness was swiftly displayed. Ding. The question, can Ace survive and leave Marineford, was answered by Ace with a no, and at that moment, everyone held their breath. Ace's affirmation or denial would dictate the outcome of this grand and devastating war at the summit. The focus shifted to which side, the Navy or the pirates, would ultimately prevail in this conflict. Amidst this tension and anticipation, the live stream finally announced the results. Answer, correct. Thus, the war concerning Ace's fate reached a conclusion. Yet, the focal point of the inquiry, Ace, stood in uncertainty as to whether he should feel joy or sorrow. He had answered the question correctly, and he ought to feel elated. However, in this matter, he is not long for this world. Moreover, it is not solely him. In a bid to save himself, Countless innocent companions are also ensnared. Perhaps it is due to his foresight of the future. Or perhaps the simulation of the impending war has allowed Ace to gain a clearer understanding of his own heart and the significance of his existence. The turmoil within him has considerably diminished, replaced instead by a profound appreciation for the present. His beloved father, his worried younger brother, and his comrades, all of them are thriving in this world. That is sufficient. As for the calamities that may lie ahead, Ace has already come to terms with them. Yet, since the live stream has revealed this grim future to him, it has granted him the opportunity to effect change. Although Ace remains uncertain whether his adversaries will take any further action as a result of this broadcast, he is now on high alert, determined to prevent such tragedies from unfolding with ease. Upon hearing this revelation, Luffy's heart is inevitably filled with despondency. Has he truly been so weak that it led to Ace's demise in his attempt to save him? Darn it. He must become stronger. Luffy silently reassures himself. Because Luffy and Ace had answered the questions too swiftly, the live stream had yet to announce the rewards for their correct answers. Now that the right answer has emerged, the live stream has ample time to declare the reward for this round. This time, the reward appears to be an unremarkable wooden drawer. However, once the system elucidated the functions of this wooden drawer, everyone was left in a state of astonishment. Even Luffy could not help but feel a twinge of envy. Such a rare reward, had he known, he would have answered the questions himself. Chapter 99, Traversing Past and Future, The Journey's End. Congratulations to group member Ace for answering correctly and receiving the reward, a time machine. As the voice in the live stream faded, a wooden drawer soon appeared in the rewards section. At first glance, it seemed to be an unremarkable wooden drawer. Yet, the name is indeed rather intimidating. How could such a humble wooden drawer be dubbed a time machine? Upon witnessing this reward, the audience in the live broadcast was momentarily taken aback. The rewards provided by the system seemed to grow increasingly perplexing. The last one was a stone-made zodiac talisman, and now it is a wooden drawer? Moreover, judging by the previous incident with the zodiac talisman, this wooden drawer is certainly not as simple as it appears. This is a live broadcast room where all things miraculous come to life. The rewards bestowed here are bound to be extraordinary. Based on past experiences, the more unassuming the exterior of a reward, the more formidable its capabilities. Furthermore, this little drawer is astonishingly named a time machine. While everyone else is filled with curiosity about this reward, Luo Fei feels a twinge of regret. For he is the sole individual in this world aware of the drawer's true function, despite its seemingly ordinary appearance. This drawer possesses the ability to traverse both past and future, to return to the past and rectify regrets, to journey into the future and witness outcomes. What a coveted power that many would yearn for. If he possessed a time machine, wouldn't he be able to effortlessly return to his original world? He could also easily glimpse the trajectory of the future. The mere thought of a time machine connecting the past, present, and future, allowing traversal through three distinct temporal dimensions, transcending the limitations of time and distance, evokes a sense of its formidable and terrifying potential. Alas, this reward is not his to claim. Luo Fei feels a deep sense of unwillingness, yet he finds himself powerless. After all, this reward was rightfully earned by Ace through answering questions, and it belongs to Ace, no matter how much he desires it. He cannot forcibly take what belongs to another. However, the emergence of the time machine also prompts Luo Fei to contemplate another similar ability, the time fruit. The possessor of the time fruit is Momonosuke, although Luo Fei is unaware of further details regarding her. However, Luffy understood that when Kaido intended to annihilate Wano and eradicate the Kozuki family, it was this very ability that transported Momonosuke and Kinemon to the future, preserving the embers for the revival of the Kozuki clan. Although Luffy was unaware of this woman's name, the people of Wano revered her as Lady Toki. In her rare appearances, she once articulated, "With this extraordinary power of the time fruit, I have journeyed ceaselessly into the future until I reached the terminus of my travels." While Luffy was uncertain of the destination she referred to as the terminus, he was assured that Toki must have originated from a distant past. Moreover, Luffy had a conjecture that Toki was likely aware of the blank period that transpired 800 years ago, due to turmoil and discontent. She might have entrusted her hopes for peace to the future, perpetually embarking on time-traveling journeys. Of course, this inference was merely a product of Luffy's logical reasoning. The veracity of the situation remained unknown to him. Nevertheless, although these were Luffy's speculations, they were drawn from the established existence of the formidable time fruit. The devil fruits are destined to reincarnate, meaning that upon the demise of the fruit's user, the original fruit will reemerge. Given the present circumstances, it is likely that Lady Toki perished in the Great Fire over a decade ago. Consequently, this time fruit should have manifested anew in its cycle. However, in light of the current circumstances, the reality appears to be quite different. Has this coveted fruit yet to be discovered? Or is it possible that the esteemed Master Sure did not perish in the Great Inferno, and that the possessor of the time fruit still lives, thereby negating the notion of reincarnation? Regardless of the scenario, each possibility is enough to stir the heart of Luffy. The time machine in Ace's possession was acquired through answering questions, and as the chief administrator of the live stream, Luffy cannot engage in unscrupulous acts of theft. However, regarding the time fruit, Luffy harbored a certain confidence in his ability to acquire it. With this thought, a sense of tranquility enveloped his heart. In the live broadcast room, As all eyes were drawn to the diminutive wooden drawer, it suddenly vanished. Since Ace had answered the question correctly, the reward that had disappeared naturally found its way into Ace's possession. Just as Ace pondered the purpose of this small drawer, he received a demonstration video as an added bonus from the live stream. Through the video, Ace discovered that the operation of this time machine drawer was quite straightforward. When one wished to utilize it, they simply needed to envision the desired time and place in their mind and then pull open the drawer, which would lead them into the time tunnel. However, at the conclusion of the demonstration video, it was revealed to Ace that the time machine could only be utilized twice, signifying a round trip through time. Upon grasping the functionality and limitations, Ace understood that this device must be reserved for a dire moment. Thus he carefully concealed the time drawer. Fortunately, the rewards in the live broadcast room were exclusively of exceptional quality, out of consideration for practicality. When the time drawer reached Ace, it seemed to sense his innermost thoughts and began to rapidly diminish in size, ultimately transforming into a ring. Observing the now miniature time drawer before him, Ace expressed his satisfaction. The live broadcast hinted at his demise, yet simultaneously bestowed upon him a potential life-saving artifact. The gifts of fate can often arrive unexpectedly. One should not remain confined within the dark prison of their own making. Stepping outside and persevering just a little longer can lead to the embrace of sunlight. Today, Ace experienced a bountiful harvest. Not solely due to the rewards from the live broadcast, but also the solace it provided to his spirit. Chapter 100, The O'Hara Demon-Slaying Order. While the appearance of the time machine stirred something in Luffy, its capabilities were not unique to this world. Here, we finally reach a pause in the century-long battle that had just been broadcasted. Witnessing such a thrilling spectacle early in the day left the members feeling overwhelmed, especially Ace, whose fate had been a tumultuous roller coaster since the video commenced. Merely facing execution by the Navy had drawn him back and forth twice. In a moment of desperation, he was ultimately freed from his handcuffs by the Candleman's key, escaping the execution platform. Just when Ace believed his life was spared, he was met with a decisive blow from Akainu. Throughout this ordeal, he helplessly watched as his father, Luffy, and comrades sustained injuries and perished in their attempts to save him, rendering Ace's emotions akin to a wild ride. Fortunately, although the outcome depicted in the live broadcast was grim, fate still smiled upon him in this moment. While other group members did not experience the same intense emotional fluctuations as Ace upon witnessing the live broadcast, they were nonetheless profoundly affected. After all, the nature of this war had shifted the moment Whitebeard and his crew made their grand entrance at Marineford. It was no longer merely a battle for Ace's defense, but a direct confrontation between the Navy and the pirates. The ultimate outcome of this conflict would dictate the future trajectory of the world. All present, whether from the 4 emperors, the 7 warlords, or the Revolutionary Army, eagerly anticipated the resolution of this war. Upon hearing the live broadcast forecast Ace's impending demise, a wave of astonishment swept through the majority, for war, to most, offers no benefits, only detriments. However, one individual, upon hearing such news, erupted into joyous laughter, Blackbeard. From the moment he first witnessed the live broadcast depicting Ace's execution, he had anticipated this outcome. This event was entirely within the realm of his design. He intended to surrender Ace to the Navy, thereby achieving certain objectives through this collaboration. Initially, when he observed the formidable efforts of Whitebeard to rescue Ace, he harbored concerns about the potential failure of his plan. Yet, once the live stream revealed the answer to the question, Blackbeard finally exhaled in relief. Furthermore, from the images conveyed during the broadcast, Blackbeard discerned that Whitebeard was nearing his limits. Although Whitebeard displayed a terrifying vigor following Ace's rescue, it could not obscure the undeniable truth of his waning strength. With Ace's execution, Whitebeard grievously wounded, and the Whitebeard pirates in utter disarray. The moment would soon arrive for Blackbeard to unveil his dark fruit. Although the live stream concluded at this juncture, it did not extend to reveal the fates of the Whitebeard pirates following Ace's demise. Yet, even if the live stream did not explicitly announce it, Blackbeard, with his formidable intuition, confidently concluded that he would emerge as the ultimate victor of this conflict. With this thought, his smile grew increasingly unrestrained. However, despite his loud laughter, a deep-seated concern gnawed at him. Would Ace continue to pursue him? Based on his past understanding of Ace, the heinous act of slaying a comrade was, in Ace's eyes, an unforgivable transgression. Given Ace's character, he would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly, no matter the distance. However, now that the live broadcast has revealed Ace's ultimate fate, Blackbeard is concerned that Ace's mindset may shift, leading him to abandon the pursuit. If that were to occur, he would need to devise another scheme to lure Ace into his trap, perhaps in an effort to provoke Ace. Blackbeard directly addressed him in the chat group amidst the shock and tumult following the conclusion of the live stream. Hey, Ace, do you wish to kill me in vengeance for Sachi? Then come. I'm waiting for you. Don't let me look down on you. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard understands that Ace is a person who can both endure and strike back, but only if his bottom line is not crossed. Hatred can drive a person to impulsiveness. If Ace can analyze the situation rationally without being swayed by emotion, he would cease his pursuit. Blackbeard believes that after watching this live broadcast about the future, Ace will regain some semblance of reason. Thus, he deliberately mentions Sachi's name to remind Ace. This is Blackbeard's strategy, to incite Ace into a frenzy. compelling him to pursue recklessly, thereby granting Blackbeard the opportunity to showcase the power of his dark fruit. Yet, whether Ace will act according to Blackbeard's intentions remains uncertain. The live stream, which commenced in the morning, has been broadcasting this remarkable event. Just as everyone thought the broadcast might temporarily subside, another live stream soon followed. This time, the visual shifted from Marineford to a distant and ancient island. This island, located in the West Sea, is deemed distant not due to its geographical remoteness, but because it was obliterated over a decade ago. In terms of time, it is indeed far removed. Its ancient nature stems from the profound historical significance it embodies. On this seemingly ordinary small island in the West Sea resides the world's largest collection of scholars and the most extensive library, known as the Tree of Knowledge. As a result, this island is revered as a sanctuary for archaeologists. The scholars here share a remarkable trait: they can comprehend the essence of history. Indeed, this island is O'Hara. When this long-forgotten isle re-emerged before the public eye, all attention was drawn to it. The massacre decree from 20 years prior is still vividly etched in the memories of nearly all viewers. Recalling that bloody event, the decree marked a horrific slaughter. The massacre decree represents the Navy's highest-level military operation, authorized by the world government and executed by the Marine headquarters, which conducts indiscriminate and devastating attacks in designated areas to eradicate all entities posing a threat to the world government's dominion. Vessels carrying out such missions are equipped with two types of transponder snails, one golden and one silver. The golden snail is used to initiate the massacre decree, while the silver snail receives notifications both under the control of the three admirals and the fleet admiral. Naturally, the golden snail can also be authorized for use by others. The massacre decree embodies a brutal, scorched earth assault, deploying 10 warships, 5 vice admirals, and elite naval forces. These warships, crafted at the Navy's exclusive shipyard Water City, are the most formidable and aggressive weapons capable of combating Sea Kings, each accommodating 1,000 personnel, alongside the powerful warships. The backbone of this operation comprises vice admirals and admirals from the Navy headquarters, along with nearly 10,000 elite naval personnel. Once the massacre decree is activated, it cannot be halted. Thus, the O'Hara massacre decree 20 years ago resulted in the complete annihilation of the island and its inhabitants in a single night. Such a level of military action, even today, would be sufficient to instill fear across the world. However, according to the bounty notices released by the Navy, it seems that a young girl survived the calamity. When Fleet Admiral Sengoku beheld the once vanished O'Hara once more manifesting in the live stream, an unsettling premonition stirred within him. Sengoku realized that whatever was being broadcast would not be trivial. Could it be that O'Hara's secrets were about to be unveiled? Sengoku murmured to himself. He knew that the war from years past was not rooted in righteousness, a fact he was acutely aware of. Furthermore, the Navy had indeed left evidence of wrongdoing during this operation. Should the truth of this conflict be unveiled, he could scarcely fathom how the Navy would maintain its standing. Meanwhile, in the secret palace rain banquet of Alabasta, Crocodile, with a cigar in his mouth, observed the woman beside him with keen interest. The woman, possessing sun-kissed skin and a tall stature, was garbed like a white-clad hunter. This woman was none other than Nico Robin, the sole survivor of the O'Hara massacre decree. In the year 1514 of the Sea Circle calendar, Robin sought refuge in Alabasta, and over the years, through her intellect and unique abilities, she ascended to become the deputy director of Baroque works. This scene may ring familiar to you, does it not? It seems that the events of that time still harbor many untold stories, Crocodile remarked with a hint of languidness. To be candid, Crocodile remains quite intrigued by the downfall of O'Hara. However, due to the fact that the Demon Extermination Order is a highly classified military operation of the Navy, public discourse surrounding it has been meticulously controlled. Apart from the 3 words O'Hara Demon Extermination Order, outsiders are left in the dark regarding any other details. After Robin sought refuge with him, she refrained from mentioning this chapter of history, leaving Crocodile utterly uninformed. Now, the live broadcast aims to unveil this historical narrative, piquing Crocodile's interest. In response to Crocodile's curiosity, Robin calmly remarked, "Indeed, it is a distant memory." As she spoke, her dark red pupils momentarily contracted. Gazing at the familiar yet distant scenes before her, Robin appeared outwardly composed, yet her heart was already stirred with tumultuous emotions. Over the years, in her quest for survival, she had learned to conceal all her feelings deep within and mastered the art of self-disguise. However, when this place called hometown re-emerged, the vague yet warm images within Robin's heart surged forth. "Thank you for allowing me to once again behold O'Hara." Robin silently murmured to herself with a faint smile gracing her lips. Regardless of the reason behind the broadcast of this historical segment, the fact that it enabled the memories of O'Hara to vividly materialize before her eyes, even if merely as virtual shadows, filled Robin's heart with gratitude. Chapter 101. The Isle of West Blue, Robin, and O'Hara's Past. This live broadcast unfolded from Robin's perspective. At that time, Robin was merely an 8-year-old girl. O'Hara, during this period, exuded an aura of tranquility, with its people living in harmony and the island flourishing in prosperity. Yet, young Robin, having been raised in the care of others, experienced a solitude that greatly surpassed that of her peers. Both of Robin's parents were scholars on O'Hara Island. She lost her father at birth, and when she was 3, her mother set out to sea for research, leaving Robin all alone. Although she was taken in by her uncle's family, they seemed to harbor little warmth for her, treating her more like a servant than a guest. The other children on the island, perceiving Robin as an orphan and a possessor of a devil fruit, regarded her as a monster, perpetually ostracizing and bullying her. Thus, it can be said that young Robin was profoundly lonely. Yet, despite this, Robin's childhood remained illuminated by rays of sunshine. The source of this light was none other than the scholars working within the Tree of Knowledge. On this particular day, after being bullied by other children while reading outside, Robin returned home, anxious that her uncle would scold her for being late. To her surprise, upon her arrival, she discovered that her uncle's family had already gone out to celebrate a birthday, leaving her only a note and a myriad of household chores. The island was alive with laughter and merriment, yet all of this felt detached from Robin's reality. Years of living under someone else's roof had rendered her increasingly withdrawn and taciturn. Faced with her uncle's family's indifference and neglect, Robin could only silently wipe away her tears and diligently attend to the chores dictated in the note. By the time she completed all the tasks, it was already deep into the night. Exhausted from her labors, Robin did not seek rest. Instead, she grabbed a book and hurried toward the Tree of Knowledge. For today was the day she would return her book. The Tree of Knowledge was unusually quiet. What should have been a beacon of light until dawn was now shrouded in darkness. Although puzzled, Robin pushed open the door of the Tree of Knowledge. Just as she did, a series of resounding fireworks erupted. 1, 2. From within the shadows, an aged yet robust voice echoed, and suddenly, the lights in the entire room illuminated. Robin, congratulations! Amidst the jubilant sounds of fireworks and the illumination, the scholars of the Tree of Knowledge collectively expressed their accolades. Robin, congratulations on achieving a perfect score on your last doctoral examination. From this day forth, you may proudly call yourself an archaeological scholar. Henceforth, you shall be our companion as we embark on research together. Among the crowd, it was Dr. Kloba, a white-haired scholar, who first shared this delightful news with Robin. Soon after, other scholars echoed their congratulations and admiration for her brilliance. Incredible! Robin, you truly are a genius. There will be cake today. Amidst the warm congratulations, Robin received the medal symbolizing her status as a scholar. As she officially became a member of the O'Hara Archaeological Scholars, Dr. Kloba earnestly introduced her to the origins of the Tree of Knowledge and the responsibilities that came with being an archaeological scholar. Knowledge is history. This Tree of Knowledge, with its 5,000-year history, houses an immeasurable collection of documents transported from across the globe, representing an irreplaceable treasure for humanity. It stands as both the largest and oldest library in the world and a repository of exceptional literary works. Here, all the scholars of O'Hara convene to delve into the mysteries of the world through collaborative research of these texts. This is the mission of the O'Hara scholars, to safeguard the Tree of Knowledge and unravel all historical enigmas. After sharing these insights, Dr. Kloba kindly expressed his hope that Robin would contribute to the world through her future research. Robin readily agreed. However, her subsequent words caused all the scholars present to gasp in astonishment. Doctor, I wish to unravel the enigma of the blank history, Robin exclaimed, her eyes wide with respect for history and a thirst for knowledge. The doctor, upon hearing this, was utterly taken aback, shaking his head vigorously as he implored Robin not to pursue such a course. Confused by the doctor's reaction, Robin inquired, why not? Isn't it possible to discern what transpired during that blank century merely by studying historical texts? The doctor, realizing the implications, sank to the ground in shock, questioning whether Robin had utilized her abilities to examine the books in the basement. His astonishment and refusal were, in truth, understandable. In today's world, interpreting historical texts is deemed a crime. This is not only a prohibition on the island but also a decree from the global authorities. The doctor had assumed that his intense questioning would instill fear in Robin, yet to his surprise, despite her typically reserved demeanor, she possessed an unyielding spirit. When Robin heard the doctor's prohibition, she boldly voiced her inner turmoil, but clearly, everyone studies historical texts in the basement during the quiet of the night. This revelation was something Robin had uncovered through her fruit abilities. Her yearning for the unknown history was no less fervent than that of the scholars present. So why was it permissible for everyone else but not for her? Robin was acutely aware that the research on blank history constituted a criminal act in this world. Hence such matters could never be openly investigated. This understanding fueled her determination to become a genuine archaeologist. She believed that by doing so, she could join the ranks of others in exploring that elusive history. The doctor, taken aback by Robin's knowledge of such clandestine matters, was genuinely concerned. This issue was fraught with complexities, and if possible, he wished to shield the young Robin from becoming entangled in it. However, at this moment, Robin seemed to possess an uncanny knowledge of everything. The doctor found himself momentarily at a loss. However, Robin has now become aware of this matter. In order to prevent her from straying down a misguided path out of curiosity, to instill in her a sense of belonging as a scholar, and to better safeguard this secret, the doctor realized that this truth could no longer be concealed. After weighing the pros and cons, he resolved to reveal to Robin the entire truth behind their research on blank history. Robin, with your knowledge, you are indeed a remarkable scholar, yet you remain but a child. We have all prepared ourselves for the dire consequences should this information come to light. For we made the resolute decision to embark on this research after this taboo became a global decree 8 centuries ago. Countless scholars have perished for this cause. So, I shall take this opportunity to enlighten you. Throughout history, only our O'Hara clan has reached the point of deciphering ancient scripts. We have no retreat left. I require you to swear to the Tree of Knowledge that if you approach the basement again, I will prohibit you from entering the Research Institute and the library. Understood? The doctor laid bare the truth of their research on blank history, not with the intent of inviting Robin to join, but rather to impress upon her the significance and gravity of this matter, hoping to extinguish her curiosity regarding the historical text entirely. However, the young Robin found herself overwhelmed by an avalanche of emotions, anger, disappointment, sorrow, and confusion, all entwined in a tumultuous tapestry that rendered her small frame unable to bear the weight any longer. In tears, she fled the scene. After her departure, a scholar murmured, "She has indeed followed the same path as her mother." Dr. Clover, gazing at Robin's retreating figure, sighed deeply and remarked, "She remains unaware of the events that transpired just days ago." Robin's mother, Alvia, had been apprehended, and her fate was all too predictable. Chapter 102, The O'Hara Conspiracy, Dialogue with the Five Elders. Dr. Clover revealed the truth to Robin and continued to dissuade her from delving into the blank century of history, fearing that at her tender age, she might not withstand the repercussions of such revelations. Yet, the young Robin was oblivious to such matters. Alternatively, it could be said that she understood the significance and gravity of the situation deep within her heart, and she could comprehend the good intentions of the doctor. However, in her life, the study of history was one of the few beams of light in her heart, and she was unwilling to relinquish this singular aspiration. Disheartened, Robin wandered to the seaside. There, she encountered an injured giant, Jadwal D. Sorrow. Unlike other giants, Sorrow was gentle and optimistic. Robin was captivated by his unique laughter, and they gradually became close friends. In truth, this giant, who had drifted to this place, was a vice admiral of the Navy, who, discontented with the extreme measures of the naval hierarchy, chose to escape after committing what he deemed a righteous act. This righteous act was the release of the archaeologist Alvia, who had been captured by the government. While drifting on the island, Sorrow sustained severe injuries, and it was Robin who rescued him, aiding in his gradual recovery. It was also here that Robin first heard someone tell her that her smile was beautiful. Sorrow remarked that smiling more would lead to happiness, regardless of whether one felt joy or sorrow. As long as one smiled, happiness would follow. This seemingly casual remark remains a beacon of light in Robin's heart to this day. Unfortunately, the subsequent events extinguished the flicker of hope that had so arduously appeared in Robin's arduous life, nearly costing her own life. The world government had discovered the research on historical texts being conducted in O'Hara through their daily interactions and conversations. Sorrow learned that this melancholic yet kind-hearted Robin was the daughter of Alvia, the archaeologist he had freed. It was then that Sorrow realized the island to which he had unconsciously drifted was called O'Hara. Now, there was no time for Sorrow to lament the whims of fate. He had to ensure Robin's survival and that of the scholars on the island. Though Robin was still quite young and should not have to bear such burdens, Sorrow had no other recourse. To protect Robin, he had to divulge the truths he knew to the innocent child. Sorrow informed Robin that naval ships were en route to the small island with the intention of eradicating all the scholars. While he could not guarantee the lives of others, he genuinely wished for Robin, with whom he had spent several days, to survive. Thus, Sorrow urged Robin to keep her identity as an archaeologist a secret. Meanwhile, Alvia, who had been previously freed by Sorrow, had quietly returned to O'Hara to notify the other archaeologists. She brought back some grim news. The government had already learned of the scholars in O'Hara secretly researching historical texts. Of the 33 members of the historical exploration team that had departed from O'Hara 6 years prior, all had perished except for her. The Navy had inferred their origins from the belongings of the fallen comrades. Alvia felt a deep sense of guilt over the exposure of their activities, believing that it was their revelation that had led the scholars of O'Hara into such peril. However, upon hearing this, the doctor and the other scholars comforted her, assuring her that it was of no consequence, as they had already come to terms with their fate. When Alvia suggested that they escape from O'Hara together, the doctor and the others expressed their dissent. They found it impossible to abandon the wealth of knowledge embodied in the Tree of Knowledge, which had existed for over 1,000 years, merely to save their own lives. Thus, all the scholars of O'Hara reached a unanimous decision. They would share the fate of O'Hara, whether in life or death. When the doctor inquired about meeting his daughter Robin, it was clear that they were facing a moment of profound separation. However, Olivia tearfully rejected the offer. It was not that she did not miss Robin. Rather, she felt compelled to sever ties with her in order to protect her. She could not allow Robin to bear the burden of being the daughter of a sinner, to fulfill her ancestors' wishes and pursue her own ideals. She had no choice but to be absent from Robin's childhood. Now, having returned shrouded in disgrace, she could not bring her misfortunes upon Robin. At that moment, a scholar arrived at the Tree of Knowledge to report that the government officials had come and ordered the apprehension of all scholars on the island. To avoid dragging her companions down, Olivia seized a gun and dashed out alone. Along the way, she encountered her daughter Robin. However, years of separation had rendered them strangers, and in their brief encounter, they failed to recognize each other. Robin quickly returned to the Tree of Knowledge, where she relayed all the information she had heard from Saul to the scholars. Upon hearing this, the doctor solemnly warned Robin, this time. It is not the Navy's fleet but the government's warships. I fear this investigation will be even more rigorous than before. Listen, Robin, you are just a small child. No one would suspect you to be a scholar. If the government officials question you, you must not admit it. Do you understand? Before Robin could respond, the government officials burst in with weapons drawn. These individuals brusquely informed the scholars that they suspected the O'Hara scholars of committing the grave offense of misinterpreting historical texts, and they demanded that everyone evacuate the Tree of Knowledge for a thorough investigation. Witnessing the soldiers and officials recklessly destroying the valuable tomes within the Tree of Knowledge filled the doctor and the other scholars with profound sorrow. Yet they remained merely a group of learned individuals, powerless to stop the government officials beyond their verbal protests. Meanwhile, the officials not only exerted control over the scholars and the Tree of Knowledge, but also ordered all civilians on the island to gather their identification and proceed to the evacuation ships on the western coast. Though reluctant to abandon their homeland, the civilians rushed to the coast without hesitation upon hearing the officials warn of impending disaster on O'Hara Island. Chaos reigned on O'Hara. But this was merely the beginning of the calamity. For Spandane, the commander of CP-9 directly under the world government, had already arrived on O'Hara. In a nearby forest, Spandane was targeted by Olivia's gunfire. Unfortunately, her shot missed its mark, causing Spandane to recognize her instead. Isn't this the notorious escapee from the naval prison? What a coincidence to find you on this island, Nico Olivia. However, your presence here, despite your constant denial of any association with the O'Hara scholars, seems to imply that this is indeed your hometown. Spandane sought to dismantle Olivia's psychological defenses through his words, aiming to force her into admitting her connections with the O'Hara scholars, for only by doing so could they justify the annihilation of the O'Hara scholars. Yet, regardless of whether Olivia ultimately confessed, O'Hara's fate was already sealed. Such reasoning would merely lend a semblance of legitimacy to their actions, which they could fabricate regardless. Faced with Spandane's inquiries, Olivia vehemently denied any allegations. However, Spandane had a clear purpose. He sought results rather than being swayed by her testimony. You must have found many excuses, but it matters not. A thorough investigation will soon uncover your research on historical texts. The government is fully prepared to apprehend you, who have been evading capture for 6 years. This situation is merely a suitable opportunity. Observing Olivia's steadfast denial, Spandane no longer concealed his intentions, revealing the truth behind the government's siege on O'Hara. Whenever we capture the ceaselessly roaming researchers of historical texts, the government seeks to establish their connections with O'Hara. Do you know why? At this point, Olivia began to piece together the implications. Could it be that the government aimed to eradicate O'Hara as a warning to the world? Her suspicions were soon confirmed by Spandane. Indeed, the destruction of the archaeological sanctum of O'Hara would be a monumental event for the academic community, serving to demonstrate the fate that awaits those who dare to explore the blank century. The naval fleet on standby is there to ensure that no guilty parties escape. Therefore, today, none of the scholars of O'Hara, including you, shall have the chance to flee. As Spandane grew more fervent in his speech, perhaps to ensure Olivia understood the gravity of the situation, he laid bare the decisions of the government hierarchy and his own mission. Nonetheless, it was necessary to first confirm their crimes, for they were not pirates. That is why I was dispatched to clear the island of those unrelated to the forced search. I have come specifically for this purpose. At the Tree of Knowledge, all scholars were forcibly gathered in a square under the oppressive control of the government troops. As the charges against the O'Hara scholars were publicly declared before the island's inhabitants, the populace fled in panic, while Robin and the other scholars found themselves encircled by the military. Yet, Robin's situation differed from that of the other scholars. As the doctor had previously stated, no one would suspect that the mere 8-year-old Robin could be a scholar. Thus, the soldiers treated Robin as an ordinary child, allowing her the opportunity to escape with the other civilians toward the evacuation ships on the western coast. However, Robin refrained from doing so, for she could not sever the bond with the scholars who had genuinely cared for and loved her. Just as the doctor urged Robin to leave hastily, Spandane arrived, bringing with him the apprehended Olivia. The gravely injured Olivia was callously thrown to the ground by Spandane's 2 subordinates. At that moment, Spandane still harbored the hope that through Olivia's encounter with the scholars of O'Hara, they might reveal a flaw. As Robin gazed upon the battered woman before her, an inexplicable pang pierced her heart. Olivia, as a mother, had been absent during the most pivotal moments of Robin's childhood, rendering her image in Robin's mind rather indistinct. Although Robin empathized with the woman's myriad injuries, she could not recognize her mother. Conversely, Olivia could indeed identify Robin, yet under the current circumstances, she was unable to acknowledge her. All she could do was observe from a distance, suppressing her emotions. At the moment Spandane attempted to compel the O'Hara scholars to confess their crimes, a cannonball hurtled toward the Tree of Knowledge. With a resounding crash, a corner of the tree erupted in flames. The doctor, witnessing the destruction of the Tree of Knowledge, felt his heart bleed. He could not allow the treasure, safeguarded by him and his ancestors for a lifetime, to be obliterated by gunfire. At that juncture, Spandane's shoulder-mounted communicator buzzed. A soldier reported that they had discovered the basement of the Tree of Knowledge, containing a massive stone suspected to be a historical text, alongside books inscribed with ancient characters. At this revelation, Spandane nearly concluded the guilt of the O'Hara scholars. He promptly issued orders for the execution of all scholars. However, Robin could not comprehend Spandane's actions. Doctor, will everyone die? They merely interpreted ancient texts. Why such a fate? At her tender age, Robin had yet to witness the world's malevolence. So she could not fathom why the government would resort to such lethal measures against the scholars. Upon hearing Robin's inquiry, Spandane swiftly provided an answer. Because their aim is to awaken powerful ancient weapons, which would slaughter countless humans. That is the reason the government prohibits the exploration of historical texts. Robin, upon hearing this, immediately contested, "You are mistaken. They have never entertained such thoughts." In her recollections, the scholars of O'Hara were kind and gentle souls, and their pursuit of historical texts was merely a fulfillment of an archaeologist's duty. Upon hearing his life's work so desecrated, the doctor could no longer remain seated. He had discerned the gravity of the situation. The government was resolute in its intention to annihilate O'Hara, and he could no longer impede it. Thus, he resolved to muster his courage one last time. "Robin, do not speak further. Engaging with such errand runners is futile." Was it truly the weapons themselves that the government feared? At this point, Dr. Kloba gradually rose. To explore the true history is not a sin, as a scholar. I shall not yield to such individuals. Just then, Spandane's earlier call to the elders was finally connected. Observing this, Dr. Kloba made his final request. "Allow me to speak with the elders, the world's supreme authorities, before I perish." Chapter 103, The Secrets of Blank History Unveiled. The Order of Demon Slaying activated. Engaging in discourse with the current rulers, the elders, was Dr. Kloba's ultimate wish. Given that O'Hara was inevitably facing its doom today, he saw no reason to conceal the truth any longer. He could not allow the legacy of the O'Hara scholars, nor their life's work, to vanish underground. Dr. Kloba believed that the findings concerning the century of blank history would instill fear in the elders and the world government. History is a precious treasure for all humanity, however. The fact that the century of blank history is treated as a taboo suggests that those in power are culpable. Let me speak with the elders, the world's supreme authorities. Before I die, I wish to present to them the findings derived from O'Hara's extensive research regarding the assumptions about the blank century, albeit not yet fully substantiated. Initially, when Dr. Kloba made this request, Spandane refused. In Spandane's eyes, the scholars of O'Hara were already as good as dead. And with the historical texts and books bearing ancient characters having been uncovered as evidence of their crimes, there was no escaping their fate. Therefore, he saw no reason to continue wasting time. However, the voice from the five elders on the other end of the line revealed that they acquiesced to Dr. Clover's request. The five elders, too, were eager to ascertain the extent of the O'Haran scholars' research into the blank century. After receiving their consent, Dr. Clover's demeanor swiftly turned grave. Yet, prior to engaging in a formal dialogue with the five elders, he first instructed Robin to conceal herself. The matter he was about to discuss was deemed unforgivable by the authorities, and should Robin overhear, she would also be implicated as a sinner. Once Robin departed, the five elders commenced their judgment upon the fate of the O'Haran scholars. Naturally, as the pinnacle of authority in the world, the five elders ensured that all unsavory tasks were executed by their subordinates, their hands remaining untainted by blood. Even the execution of the O'Haran scholars' alleged transgressions could be distorted into an act of justice. Dr. Clover, a renowned authority in the field of archaeology, was well regarded. However, it was acknowledged that they had transgressed the laws of the world, and inaction was not an option. Your remarkable contributions to global culture have been overshadowed by the unfortunate turn towards criminality. Through the transponder, the five elders articulated their accusations against the O'Haran scholars with the most righteous of rhetoric. Upon hearing this, Dr. Clover furrowed his brow and retorted, "History belongs to all of humanity. No one possesses the authority to stifle the curiosity that drives individuals to explore it. This is the mission of every archaeologist." Nevertheless, even such a pure reverence for history was deemed erroneous in its existence. The sincerity of the doctor, in the eyes of the five elders, was perceived as a nefarious act aimed at awakening ancient weaponry, thereby endangering the world. Even if the doctor and his fellow scholars harbored no such malevolence, there remained the risk of exploitation by others. Better to mistakenly execute than to let slip. This was the unwavering stance of the government regarding the execution of the O'Haran scholars. In times past, the doctor might have feigned agreement with the government's orders, but now he had discerned the hypocritical visage of the five elders. Whatever is created by humanity should be embraced in its entirety. If we can accept everything without fear, then we will always have a strategy in the face of whatever may come. This encapsulated the doctor's perspective. However, at this juncture, the five elders had already condemned the doctor's actions, rendering it improbable for them to accept his declarations. Thus, in response to the doctor's resolute assertions, the five elders merely uttered a dismissive remark. "You are an idealist." As the supreme authorities, they wielded unparalleled privileges, and no one could survive defying their commands, not even the most distinguished scholars in the world. In the face of the relentless oppression from the five elders, the doctor remained undaunted. Aware that his time was limited, he felt liberated from fear. Consequently, before all those present, He divulged the extensive research he and numerous scholars from O'Hara had conducted concerning the enigmatic blank century. The doctor chose this moment to speak out, not only because he was unwilling to let the fruits of his lifelong labor be buried with him, but also because many of the conjectures within this research could only be validated by the five elders themselves. It appears you harbor secrets unknown to the world, he asserted. Among the myriad of existing facts, we yearn to comprehend the reasons behind their existence rather than merely the contents chronicled in historical texts. Why did our ancestors deliberately choose to inscribe their history on stone? In their quest to pass down knowledge to future generations, they opted to etch their chronicles onto unyielding stones, dispersing them across the globe, a process so intricate that it begs the question, why? Perhaps it is due to the inherent risk of destruction posed to records inscribed on paper or parchment. This implies the existence of forces antagonistic to them in this world. If they were annihilated by some adversary, then that enemy should persist in subsequent histories. Coincidentally, during the century of historical void, precisely 8 centuries ago, the world government emerged. If the enemies of those who were tragically erased were indeed the current world government, then the blank century could be interpreted as a dark chapter meticulously obliterated by the world government to eliminate unfavorable truths. Through the interpretation of ancient documents and fragments of historical texts, we have unearthed evidence of a once thriving nation. The records unveil the grandeur of a vast kingdom that seemingly possessed formidable strength, yet now, its legacy has been entirely erased. It is likely that, confronted by the coalition forces operating under the banner of the world government, they recognized their impending defeat. In a bid to ensure the perpetuation of their ideals, they inscribed all truths upon stone tablets. This is the history that has endured to the present day. While ancient weaponry may pose threats to the world, those threats will ultimately be revealed alongside history. The existence of that kingdom and its ideologies represent the true menace to you. As for the precise nature of that threat, we have yet to discern. However, the key to all enigmas lies in the name of that once mighty kingdom. As the doctor reached this juncture, a palpable tension gripped the hearts of all present. However, everyone was unable to wait for the doctor to reveal the name of the once mighty nation. Before he could do so, the 5 elders ordered Spandam to execute Dr. Clover. Listening to the doctor recount the research achievements of O'Hara over the years had increasingly trespassed upon the boundaries set by the 5 elders. Initially, they merely wished to ascertain the progress of O'Hara's studies on the blank history, yet they were utterly unprepared for the depth of knowledge possessed by the scholars of O'Hara, which far surpassed their expectations. Dr. Clover had acquired far too much information. They could no longer permit such individuals to continue existing. Consequently, the 5 elders issued the directive that no one must be spared. Immediately thereafter, Spandam produced the golden transponder snail bestowed upon him by the warlords. With a gentle press of his finger, the extermination order for O'Hara was officially activated. Chapter 104. The Mission of the Archaeologist, Life and Death Parting. As Spandam pressed the button on the golden transponder snail, successfully initiating the extermination order, on the other side, several warships encircling the shores of O'Hara received commands from Admiral Akiji, who was responsible for directing the operation. Commence the extermination order. Fire the entire fleet. Targeting the entirety of O'Hara, the island of archaeology. The research conducted by the scholars of O'Hara had transcended our imagination. Knowledge would be passed down, and thus, it must not be allowed to escape this island. In the name of justice, I command you to annihilate the demons of O'Hara. With this decree, the warships laden with ammunition swiftly set sail, and the skies over O'Hara were instantly shrouded by countless black bullets. Subsequently, these projectiles descended like rain, eager to reduce O'Hara to rubble. In O'Hara Square, witnessing the doctor fall to the ground after being shot, Robin, who had already fled to a nearby tree, rushed back at once. Compared to death, Robin feared the endless solitude and loneliness far more. Apart from her mother, the scholars of O'Hara were the most significant individuals in Robin's heart. In his final moments, the doctor urged Robin to flee to the lifeboat. He believed that as long as Robin did not acknowledge her identity as a scholar, she could escape O'Hara safely under the protection of the town's forces. However, the doctor underestimated the formidable power of the Demon Slayer Order. Just as the crowd was urging Robin to flee, a bullet struck the all-knowing tree with precision. One after another, bullets rained down, and in an instant, the all-knowing tree was engulfed in flames. This library, which housed the essence of countless human civilizations, was thus consumed by a sea of fire. Upon witnessing this, the scholars were filled with profound sorrow. Spandam, seeing the devastation, relinquished his control over the scholars of O'Hara and chose to flee immediately. He understood all too well what the activation of the Demon Slayer Order entailed. It signified that all living beings on the island would perish under the indiscriminate assault of the Navy, even if they refrained from action. The scholars of O'Hara had little time left. When the doctor observed Spandam and the town officials retreating, he mustered his remaining strength and instructed all scholars to return to the all-knowing tree to combat the flames. On Alvia's side, with the activation of the Demon Slayer Order and the retreat of Spandam and the government soldiers, she finally had the opportunity to reunite with Robin. However, in her desire to protect Robin, Alvia initially hesitated to acknowledge her daughter. Ultimately, it was Robin's heartfelt calls of her mother's name and her confessions of the hardships she had endured over the years, along with her progress, that broke through Alvia's defenses, causing tears to cascade down her cheeks. I am Robin, I have grown up. Do you not remember me? I have been waiting for your return. Are you truly not my mother? I long to hold hands and walk down the street. Which is why I have worked so hard to become an archaeologist. Please, do not leave me alone. Robin's desperate cries pierced Alvia's heart. At last, witnessing Spandane and the government soldiers finally retreating into the distance, Alvia was at last able to embrace Robin. Behind them lay the ravaged remains of O'Hara. As the mother and daughter, separated for so many years, held each other tightly in such a dire moment. In these final moments of life, they finally fulfilled their long-held wish. It was a pity, however, that their reunion came too late. At this moment, the Demon Slayer order had already been set in motion, and all life on the island faced inevitable demise. Their only hope for survival lay in the evacuation boats at the western coast. Yet, those boats were designated by the government as lifelines for the ordinary citizens of the island, and Alvia, recognized as a criminal by the authorities, had lost all hope of survival. However, Robin was different. Her extraordinary talent in archaeology was akin to what the doctor had previously asserted. No one would believe that an 8-year-old girl could be a scholar. Thus, after a brief reunion between mother and daughter, Alvia ultimately decided to allow Robin to board the escape vessel alone. It was at this moment that Salo, the giant whom Robin had once rescued, arrived. Originally intending to leave on a raft, he unexpectedly learned of Robin's lineage and resolved to return to assist her. Salo was already aware of the secrets surrounding the O'Hara Buster call. His prior knowledge of this matter had led to his discontent with the higher-ups' decisions, compelling him to adhere to his own sense of justice. Salo did not perceive the interpretation of historical texts as an egregious sin. At the very least, he believed that such an act should not warrant the destruction of the archaeological sanctum of O'Hara. The absolute justice of the Navy diverged sharply from the justice Salo held dear in his heart. Thus, he shed his military uniform, emblazoned with the word justice on the back. Before his defection from the Navy, Salo undertook one final act. He freed Alvia. Due to the Navy's aggressive extermination, these scholars had already paid a grievous price. And releasing Alvia served as Salo's attempt to alleviate a modicum of guilt within himself. Unfortunately, knowing too many secrets of the Navy, coupled with his act of liberating the criminal Alvia, rendered him a target of their pursuit. In the course of escaping the Navy's clutches, Salo suffered severe injuries. Perhaps fate had a hand in it. In a twist of circumstance, the unconscious Salo found himself in O'Hara, a place that would catalyze a profound transformation in his life. Nevertheless, Salo harbored no regrets. For the sake of his inner justice, he could endure the scorn of the masses and even sacrifice his life. This encapsulates Salo's past, simple and pure, mirroring the unwavering resolve of the scholars of O'Hara to protect the Tree of Knowledge at all costs. Salo hurriedly sought out Robin and Alvia, intent on aiding their escape. Alvia was the one for whom he had forsaken all allegiances, and Robin, through a twist of fate, had rescued him. He could not assist more individuals, but he was resolute in safeguarding this kind and unfortunate mother and daughter. The situation was dire. They needed to leave swiftly. Salo approached Alvia and spoke earnestly. However, at this moment, Olivia had come to terms with her fate. She understood that her identity had been revealed, and continuing to flee with Robin would only increase the risks to Robin's future. Thus, after a brief contemplation, Olivia made her final request to Salo. I implore you, ensure my daughter's safe passage. Robin, bewildered, could not comprehend why, having just reunited with her mother, they must part once more. Olivia, too, was engulfed in pain and helplessness over this decision. Yet, before her personal emotions, she bore the heavy mantle of a scholar and the responsibility of preserving history. There remains work for me here. Robin, as a scholar of O'Hara, you must recognize that history is humanity's treasure. It will undoubtedly illuminate your path ahead. However, if the history passed down from the past is not preserved, it risks vanishing. O'Hara does not seek to expose history. We merely wish to safeguard the voices left by our ancestors. Although our research may conclude here, even if this O'Hara is destroyed, we shall pave the way for your future. Olivia's voice was both gentle and resolute. At this juncture, she had reconciled herself to her fate. She had survived for so long, since she chose to follow the legacy of her forebears and ventured forth to explore the uncharted annals of history. Her destiny had become inextricably intertwined with O'Hara. As a mother, she may have been inadequate, yet she had bestowed upon Robin all her tenderness and love. In her final moments, she imparted to Robin the understanding of the mission they each bore. After confirming Olivia's intentions, Salo swiftly took Robin and fled. The situation was dire, and time was of the essence. As she watched Robin's retreating figure, Olivia was overcome with grief. She called out to Robin, "You must live well. Carry a part of me with you." Thus, Robin, who had just recognized her mother, was once again forced to part. This time, however, it was a separation of life and death. Although Salo felt a similar anguish, he understood his duty, to aid the young Robin in her escape. After bidding farewell to Olivia, he cradled the small Robin in his hands and sprinted towards the refuge ship on the western coast. As they ran, Robin wept and pleaded with Salo to return, but he merely replied that he could not. While running, Salo reassured Robin, "Your mother is extraordinary, and O'Hara is magnificent. One day, you will recount the history of this island. So Robin, you must remain strong. Tell everyone that O'Hara bravely fought against the world." Salo had thought that by delivering Robin to the refuge ship on the western coast, he would secure her safety. Yet he still underestimated the might of the Demon Slayer Order. During his flight, Sorrow was discovered by his former naval comrades, and cannonballs rained down upon him. With no options left, he was compelled to confront his erstwhile companions, amidst the struggle with his former allies. He reminded Robin to heed Alvia's words and to strive to survive. Although Robin's heart was heavy with sorrow, her small face streaked with tears. She gritted her teeth and ran towards the rescue ship. She was determined to live, unwilling to betray the trust of her mother and Sorrow. Unfortunately, as a child despised by everyone on the island, how could Robin be permitted to board the vessel with them? Just as she reached the rescue ship and waved to the people aboard, they finally noticed her presence. However, they not only refused to allow Robin aboard, but also commenced their usual tirade of insults. Look, is that the monster? Indeed. Stay away, you fiend. Wait, isn't that the child of the notorious Olivia, who was featured in the newspapers? Yes, if she manages to board, we might also find ourselves implicated. On the shore, Robin was already breathless. Her small face flushed crimson from the strenuous running and the overwhelming anxiety. However, the weariness of the body pales in comparison to the chilling desolation of the spirit. Fortunately, there are still some kind souls aboard the refuge ship who regard Robin as a mere child and hope to pull her up to join their escape. After much effort, someone speaks up for Robin, only to be swiftly silenced by Spandam. Upon seeing Robin approach, Spandam seizes the loudspeaker and addresses everyone. Listen, people on the refuge ship. Do not take that little brat on board. Though she is still a child, she is already an archaeologist and our target. Spandam's declaration undoubtedly pronounces Robin's death sentence. Upon hearing this, Robin quickly realizes that this refuge ship offers her not salvation, but rather a new hell. With this understanding, she abandons all hope for the refuge ship and swiftly escapes once more. With the Tree of Knowledge destroyed and the refuge ship unwilling to harbor her, Robin finds herself with nowhere left to go. Having just vanquished a warship, Sabo notices Robin being bullied by CP9 and immediately turns to rush towards the refuge ship, intent on teaching them a lesson. However, before Sabo can reach her, one of the commanders responsible for the O'Hara Buster call, Kazan, intervenes. At this moment, Kazan, still youthful, with a head of lush black hair and a purple bandana, exudes confidence. Kazan's move, Ice Block, two-pronged spear, strikes Sabo's arm, causing him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. It would be utterly disgraceful for a former Marine to thwart the Buster call. Kazan gazes down at the fallen Sabo, adjusting his glasses, and speaks condescendingly. Upon hearing Kazan's voice, Sabo quickly turns to face him. In this tense moment, the two former friends find themselves reunited. Sabo gradually rises to his feet and addresses Kazan with these words. Kazan, are you proud of this attack? You've got it all wrong. You should know that this is a case of killing to warn 100. For this, the government is willing to annihilate all of O'Hara. Sabo attempts to awaken Kazan's conscience, hoping he might cast aside his allegiance to the Navy and evaluate the righteousness of this war from an objective standpoint. At this moment, Kazan was utterly impervious to Saul's words, steadfast in his allegiance to the Navy. For the sake of the world's future, there was no alternative, and indeed, the scholars had transgressed the law, had they not? The concept of justice is malleable, shaped by one's perspective. Thus, I have no intention of condemning your version of justice. However, should you seek to impede us, I cannot remain idle. This encapsulates Kazan's response. In his eyes, every action undertaken by the Navy was for the welfare of the people. Even the issuance of the Buster call on O'Hara stemmed from the undeniable fact that those scholars had breached sacred prohibitions. Moreover, they had even arranged for evacuation vessels for the other civilians on O'Hara Island. Regarding this conflict, one could assert that the Navy had acted with utmost compassion. In Kazan's view, sacrificing a portion of those who posed a threat to the future of the world was a comprehensible act for the greater good. However, what transpired next utterly undermined Kazan's previous declaration, prompting him to question, for the first time, the righteousness of the justice he had steadfastly upheld. This incident compelled Kazan to act against the Navy and the government, marking a significant departure from his principles. Even decades later, the repercussions of this event continued to shape his character profoundly. Chapter 105, The Navy's Reputation Tarnished. Having just pronounced his moral stance with unwavering resolve, a bullet suddenly pierced the air from a distance, landing precisely where the evacuation ship had set sail. The Navy had resorted to violence against innocent civilians. Such an occurrence was unfathomable to both Saul and Kazan. In Kazan's mind, the justice he championed was dedicated to safeguarding the welfare of the populace. After all, in this world, the number of defenseless civilians far surpassed that of those in power. These individuals formed the cornerstone of the nation and its governance. Protecting them was the Navy's noble mission. Yet, this recent act of aggression began to fracture Kazan's long-held beliefs regarding justice. The small island of O'Hara was home to numerous distinguished scholars and a wealth of books embodying human civilization. In a bid to protect a greater number of people and prevent future scholars from interpreting the void of history, the authorities had launched indiscriminate attacks on all scholars inhabiting the island. Civilizations were obliterated in an instant, and remarkable scholars were executed regardless of their merits or faults. Nonetheless, even amidst this devastation, the Navy remained relentless in its pursuit of the unfortunate ordinary citizens. Was this truly the essence of the Navy's justice? Kazan could not reconcile himself with such a notion. As he gazed upon the distant evacuation ship engulfed in flames, the anguished cries of countless civilians echoed through the air, causing a tremor within Kazan's heart. The reflection of the flames danced in his sunglasses, mirroring the turmoil and unrest that now plagued his once calm spirit. Damn it, Kazan muttered under his breath. Clearly, the execution of all civilians in Ohara had not been part of his agenda. Meanwhile, the members of the audience watching this horrific massacre from outside the live stream felt their hearts plummet when they witnessed the evacuation ship from Ohara also become a target of the Navy's assault. Nearly everyone had heard of the infamous demon-slaying decree from 20 years prior. However, from the information released by the town government, they only learned that the scholars of Ohara were punished for transgressing the forbidden history in their research. As for the civilians, the Navy originally intended to grant them a new piece of land for their continued existence, but unforeseen maritime misfortunes intervened, leading to the swift annihilation of Ohara in a single day. Concerning the ultimate destruction of Ohara, everyone had mentally prepared themselves for such an eventuality. However, they could never have anticipated that the Ohara civilians, who were supposed to perish in the maritime catastrophe, were actually slain by the Navy. It was shocking to realize that the self-proclaimed bastion of justice, the Navy, would resort to such brutal acts against innocent civilians to protect the secrets of a blank century. This revelation ignited outrage throughout the entire live broadcast. Even many Navy soldiers found it difficult to comprehend this heinous act. Crocodile remarked. So this is the truth behind the sudden annihilation of Ohara. Doflamingo added, to silence the voices of the masses, the Navy has indeed exerted considerable effort. What a laborious endeavor. Hancock questioned, what sins did those civilians commit to deserve such unwarranted calamity? Had Ohara not met its demise, it would surely be flourishing today. Dragon lamented, this is the world under the tyrannical rule of the world government, where only ignorance can ensure peace. Freedom is regarded as a sin. How tragic. While others expressed their opinions with a hint of malice towards the Navy, Dragon's sentiments were different. He was genuinely committed to liberating the suffering people and nations under the world government's dominion. He deeply empathized with the fate of Ohara. Witnessing the once thriving town's obliteration in the pursuit of true history tormented him profoundly. Having witnessed the depths of darkness, Dragon emerged from it yearning for light. His past experiences had taught him that the Navy's justice could not save the world. The source of this darkness lay with the world government and the celestial dragons. To ensure that everyone enjoys the right to live freely, it is imperative to overthrow those at the pinnacle of power, who possess the highest privileges in the world. With this realization, Dragon's resolve only strengthened. Regardless of the convoluted and dark path that lay ahead in the revolutionary endeavor, he was determined to lead those who dared to resist towards a destiny of freedom. Seeing the discussions in the live broadcast spiral out of control, Sengoku worried that the Navy's reputation would be irreparably tarnished, prompting him to quickly interject. This was a sacrifice made for the sake of enduring peace and stability, he explained. Sengoku's words echoed the sentiments expressed by the Gorosei during a previous conversation. However, the members of the broadcast were not swayed. With Robin being the first to voice her skepticism, how can you still speak of peace at a time like this? What audacity! Robin continued. I will never forget that day, when flames and war took everything from me. Those civilians will likely never realize that the very Navy they trusted was the executioner, and the lifeboats they believed would save them became their final resting place. These words had long been bottled up within Robin, who once thought she would never have the chance to express them. In a world dominated by the celestial dragons, where freedom of thought is stifled, speaking the truth is deemed a crime. Robin's impassioned accusations successfully stirred the anger of oppressed civilians worldwide, prompting them to question the authority of both the world government and the Navy. Betty urged, oppressed people of the world, rise up. The Navy, under the guise of pursuing lasting peace, sacrifices a fraction of lives. What a barbaric act. If you still believe the Navy is just, it is only because the blade has yet to be placed at your throat. Inspired by Betty's words, more and more civilians began to stand up, demanding accountability from the Navy. The existence of ordinary civilians is akin to the waters of rivers and seas, seemingly mundane, yet when united, they can achieve greatness. The exposure of the Ohara incident provided a timely opportunity for the oppressed populace to unite. Kidd declared, the Navy is merely a group of hypocrites cloaked in the guise of justice, engaged in the most vile deeds. In their quest to eradicate the bloodline of the pirate king, Roger, they did not hesitate to slaughter all the infants born in the South Seas that year. This statement sent shockwaves through the live broadcast once more. In the past, few would have believed such claims, as the Navy had expertly crafted a facade of righteousness. However, the revelation of Ohara has brought unprecedented scrutiny and challenges to the Navy's credibility. In the warring states, the fallout from the Ohara incident has not only tarnished the Navy's reputation but has also resulted in a complete loss of control over certain maritime regions. Report, Marshal. The West Sea Branch has reported a massive gathering of civilians, armed with steel pipes and wooden sticks, chanting slogans to level the Navy's base. Report, Marshal. There are indications that the populace in the North Sea is also preparing to attack the North Sea Branch, requesting permission to engage. Report, Marshal. The G8 branch is facing a significant incursion of pirates and is requesting support. Report, Marshal. Gang activity has surged near the Huajin branch, with the notorious boss they refer to as Godfather Capone Becky making an appearance. Just as one wave of turmoil subsides, another arises. The Navy has yet to restore its credibility, and their branches deployed across various seas are being openly provoked by local armed factions. This situation is more distressing for the Navy than being attacked from all sides. Moreover, the exposure of the O'Hara incident, coupled with the incitement from the Revolutionary Army and other interested parties, has positioned the Navy against the global civilian populace. With the Navy's reputation in tatters, verbal reassurances yield minimal effect, and resorting to violent suppression would only further tarnish their image in the eyes of the people. The Navy finds itself in an excruciating dilemma. Of course, the Revolutionary Army has been subtly fanning the flames of this civil uprising. Their existence is predicated on liberating the oppressed citizens of the world. Although the O'Hara incident has sparked doubts about the Navy's justice among the masses, it has not been sufficient to incite them to take up arms against the Navy openly. The ranks of the Revolutionary Army have swiftly grown in the wake of this revelation, just as Sengoku finds himself in a quandary. A turning point emerges, the arrival of a live question and answer session. Question: who issued the order to exterminate all civilians during the O'Hara incident? Correct answer: reward, Supreme Defense Xuanwu Body. Incorrect answer: punishment. Randomly strip one item from the incorrect responder, including but not limited to fruit abilities, martial arts, life, or equipment. Chapter 106. Does the Navy even turn against its own? As the system's voice resonates, attention shifts. Initially, upon witnessing the truth behind the O'Hara extermination order, everyone except the Navy, be they civilians or pirates, unleashed a righteous condemnation against the pirates. The Navy struggles to cope with the barrage of inquiries. In addition, urgent reports from other Navy branches exacerbate their predicament. Fortunately, the live session's questions successfully redirect everyone's focus towards answering. Though the Navy's directive to execute civilians has not been forgotten, for the moment, the crowd has ceased to dwell on this issue. Hancock, what's the reward for this round? A black battle suit? How hideous. Hancock refers to the Xuanwu Body battle suit, a peculiar attire resembling a onesie. Thus, it is unsurprising that she poses such a question. However, while others remain oblivious, Luffy understands its significance. He knows that the Xuanwu Body derives from a formidable defensive state of a major antagonist from the world of the undead, capable of enveloping the user in a protective layer akin to black scales, significantly enhancing defensive capabilities, albeit vulnerable to high temperatures. Functionally, the Xuanwu Body shares similarities with the armament haki. Luffy, however, shows little interest in this reward, as he already possesses abilities akin to the Xuanwu Body through his mastery of armament haki. Regarding the opportunity to answer, he is content to pass it on to others. While the others may not grasp the Xuanwu Body's significance, they are nonetheless intrigued by the question at hand. Doflamingo, who ordered the execution of O'Hara civilians? Isn't it obvious? It was Sengoku. After all, the golden snail that could activate the extermination order was dispatched from Sengoku's location. Without his authorization, the extermination order would never have been issued, let alone the execution of all civilians. Doflamingo's logic appears sound. The live session quickly adjudicates Doflamingo's answer. Ding. Group member Doflamingo answered incorrectly. Pink Mink first stripped. Doflamingo, it wasn't Sengoku. How intriguing. After a brief moment, Doflamingo suddenly realizes something and glances at his shoulder. Doflamingo, wait, where's my mink fur? My pink mink fur. Upon realizing the system's penalty for answering incorrectly, Doflamingo stares at his now bare shoulder, utterly astonished. This marks the first instance he has lost something during a live session. Doflamingo has always approached answering questions with caution, believing it better to abstain than to risk an erroneous response. Typically, he refrains from answering, but this time he unexpectedly found himself answering, as he merely intended to express his opinion without preparing to respond to a question. Yet, such a seemingly casual remark was nonetheless deemed a participation in the quiz by the live stream system. Doflamingo could only sign resignation, mourning the loss of his once cherished pink mink coat, although his incorrect answer cost him dearly for the others in the live stream. It proved to be a beneficial outcome, as it effectively eliminated one possible answer for them. At that time, only a handful were privy to the intricacies of the situation, and even fewer had the authority to decree the execution of all O'Hara civilians. Once Sengoku was ruled out, the scope of suspicion swiftly narrowed. Moria mused. Could it be Spandam? He seemed to be on the escape ship as well. This is merely conjecture, not an answer. To prevent his speculation from being misconstrued as a definitive response, Moria hastily added that clarifying remark. Doflamingo retorted, have you lost your mind? Spandam is so cowardly. Do you truly believe he would order the Navy to unleash cannon fire upon his own side while he was aboard the escape vessel? Moria conceded. That does seem to hold some validity. Hancock interjected, wait a moment, if it was T. Spandam's orders but those of another Navy officer, does that imply that the Navy is ruthless enough to eliminate even their own? Buggy exclaimed, that S chilling upon further reflection, with one potential answer eliminated. Just as the group resumed their accusations against the Navy's conduct, another individual boldly stepped forward to answer. It was none other than Alrita, who had allied with Buggy. Alrita declared, in that case, I shall provide my answer. The one who truly ordered the execution of the O'Hara civilians must be Admiral Akiji. With Sengoku ruled out and Spandam lacking a motive to issue such orders, Akiji, who had appeared before Saul in the final scene, became a prime suspect. After all, He was a key participant in the conflict and possessed the authority to initiate an attack by the warships. Moreover, Alrita deduced from the previous scene that Akiji and Saul had once shared a close friendship, yet due to a shift in allegiance, Akiji had turned against Saul with a ruthless hand. What does this imply? It suggests that Akiji is a formidable individual should one stray from his notion of justice. Even former friends would not escape his wrath. Thus, it was not inconceivable that Akiji would order the execution of all civilians aboard the O'Hara escape vessel, effectively extinguishing any possibility of O'Hara's revival. However, Alrita had overlooked a crucial detail, the quiet curse uttered by Akiji in the final scene. Upon hearing Alrita's answer, Buggy felt a surge of tension. He had noticed the details Alrita had missed, leading him to conclude with certainty that her answer was indeed erroneous. However, they are now allies, sharing both glory and misfortune. Baki is concerned that due to Alrita's erroneous answer, she might be randomly stripped of something during the live broadcast, resulting in a decline in her strength, which could ultimately affect their collective power. Baki exclaimed, Alrita, it is utterly inconceivable that it could be Akiji. What is wrong with you? Did you not watch the last few minutes? Upon hearing Baki's inquiry, Alrita wore a perplexed expression. Indeed, in the final moments, her attention had been diverted by various distractions, causing her to neglect the content of the live broadcast. Alrita replied, Huh? Do you know the correct answer? Why didn't you mention it sooner? Can I still retract my answer? Before Alrita could fully comprehend the situation, the live broadcast swiftly rendered a judgment on her answer. Ding. Group member Alrita answered incorrectly. Beauty has been revoked. Chapter 107. The Truth from 20 Years Ago. Alrita was the first adversary encountered by Luffy after he set sail, and she is one of the few female pirates who captains her own crew. Once, she was overweight, freckled, and deemed unattractive, yet she remained incredibly confident, believing herself to be the most beautiful woman upon the seas. By a stroke of fortune, she consumed the slick devil fruit, which transformed both her physique and appearance. Her figure became alluring, her skin smooth, and her freckles vanished, rejuvenating her overall appearance. It can be said that Alrita places the utmost value on her beauty, yet now the live broadcast informs her that her beauty has been stripped away. Such news struck her like a bolt from the blue. As the system's notification echoed, Alrita hurried into her room and found a mirror. To her relief, she beheld a stunning reflection. At that moment, Alrita finally felt at ease. It turned out the live broadcast was merely a ruse. She had always known she was naturally endowed with beauty. This allure, it seemed, was too precious for even the live broadcast to take away. With that thought, Alrita burst into laughter before the mirror. Regarding the live broadcast's ability to arbitrarily seize any individual's possessions or powers, Alrita held no doubts, as the numerous preceding events had already proven its capabilities. However, when the punishment for the live broadcast has been issued and she remains unscathed, Alrita can only attribute this to one reason: her enchanting beauty, likened to the moon's shyness and flower's shame, as well as her grace that rivals the fall of fish and the flight of geese. This is the genuine sentiment that resides in Alrita's heart at this moment. But soon her beautiful dream was shattered, for Baki had finally located Alrita and entered the scene. Now, Alrita and Baki were allies, navigating the same vessel of fate. Upon learning that Alrita had been stripped of her beauty, Baki rushed to her side with great urgency. His concern, however, did not stem from a worry about Alrita's appearance. Rather, he was apprehensive about whether her strength might be compromised. After all, Alrita's ability to enhance her beauty was largely attributed to the slippery devil fruit she possessed. This fruit not only transformed Alrita's visage but also significantly augmented her capabilities. Their alliance was forged out of necessity, as both factions lacked sufficient power. Only by uniting could they hope to establish themselves in the treacherous waters of the Grand Line. In the past, a slight decline in Alrita's strength would have been inconsequential. However, the situation has changed. Buggy has just learned about Luffy's background and strength through the live broadcast, and they have inadvertently offended him. If, at this critical moment, he and Alrita, as the ship's main combatants, experience a decline in their abilities, it would be quite detrimental to their upcoming voyage. Upon seeing Buggy approach, Alrita, with a hint of displeasure, reproached him. Who granted you the authority to intrude upon the chambers of a lady? Hearing Alrita's voice, still robust and melodious, Buggy felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, as he lifted his gaze to behold the visage of Alrita, he instinctively recoiled a few steps. Though her voice retained its melodious sweetness, the current Alrita had reverted to her former, portly, and unattractive self. More troubling was the fact that Alrita seemed utterly oblivious to this transformation. Have you looked in a mirror? Buggy ventured tentatively. Although perplexed, Alrita responded, I have. And I think I look rather fine. Upon hearing her reply, Buggy began to question the reliability of his own hearing. How could that be? Is your mirror perhaps flawed? This unguarded remark incensed Alrita, for her beauty was of utmost importance to her. Buggy's words felt akin to a declaration that her beauty had indeed been stripped away. I believe it is your mind that is at fault, Alrita retorted, swiftly brandishing a large hammer, her weapon of choice. Witnessing this, Buggy hurriedly apologized. That is not what I meant. I was merely inquiring if you were feeling unwell. He then reached out to touch Alrita's arm. Buggy wished to avoid further entanglement in the issue of Alrita's appearance, as he could clearly see that she had returned to her previous form. While she herself did not share this sentiment, his foremost concern lay with Yalida's abilities. Having consumed the slippery fruit, her skin was so smooth that nothing could cling to it. Thus, Buggy extended his hand to test whether her powers had been affected. Soon, his fears were confirmed. Yalida's abilities remained intact. Not only that, but she perceived Buggy's words and actions as an affront. The moment his hand made contact, she utilized her slippery fruit powers to send Buggy flying. He landed with bruises, yet he comprehended that Yalida's abilities were unaffected. For Yalida, although her beauty had been taken from her, this merely restored her true appearance in the eyes of others. In her own view, she remained a beautiful and confident woman she had always been. This confidence would allow her to continue living a vibrant and beautiful life. Thus, the punishment from the live stream was to strip her of her acquired beauty and revert her to her original appearance, perhaps a more authentic existence. In the live stream, due to 2 consecutive incorrect answers, a sense of concern permeated the atmosphere. Hancock remarked, "Is this question truly that difficult? The scope has been significantly narrowed." Indeed, in terms of the correct answer's scope, the question was not overly challenging, especially compared to previous inquiries. After all, only a select few within the naval hierarchy possessed the authority to command the Demon Slayer Order and could take action against CP9's commander, Spandam. Yet, despite the narrowed scope, no correct answer had emerged thus far. "If it seems so easy, why don't you answer it?" Blackbeard countered. "Humph, I find that hideous black suit quite unappealing." Hancock retorted, referring to the prize appearing in the live stream, the Xuanwu suit. Unaware of the suit's purpose, Hancock found its appearance insufficiently enticing, and thus chose to forego the opportunity to answer. Following the prior errors, no one in the live stream stepped forward to respond. Considering the overall situation, Whitebeard quickly took the lead. However, instead of answering, he pointed out someone. "Robin, you should know that individual, correct?" As the sole survivor of the O'Hara incident, Robin undoubtedly possessed crucial knowledge. Upon hearing Whitebeard's call, her thoughts finally broke free from their paralysis and torment. She was well aware of who had ordered the massacre of all O'Hara civilians. Nearly 2 decades had passed since the O'Hara Demon Slayer Order. Yet the wound in Robin's heart remained painfully vivid. She could not calmly utter that name, which explained her hesitance to respond during the live stream's inquiry. "Robin, if you know the answer but cannot speak for some reason, I, Whitebeard, will stand by you. Anyone who dares to threaten you over this will be my enemy," he declared. "Now, the entire ocean will bear witness to your words, and the world shall hear your voice. So please, have the courage to speak that name." Observing Robin's prolonged silence, Whitebeard continued his speech. After reviewing the entire sequence of events surrounding the O'Hara massacre, he felt a pang of sympathy for Robin. At only 8 years old, she had endured such a calamity, and afterwards, she was vilified by the government and the naval elite as the child of the devil. Subsequently hunted worldwide with a staggering bounty, Whitebeard could hardly fathom how Robin managed to survive in such dire circumstances. Though she yearned for family, she could never attain it. This sentiment resonated deeply with Whitebeard. He understood all too well the sorrow of existing in a world where mere survival demanded every ounce of strength. While he was uncertain of Robin's current situation, he believed that surviving in such a harsh environment had granted her a certain capacity for self-preservation. Robin's reluctance to disclose the identity of that individual might stem from the threat posed by the forces behind the answer. After hearing Whitebeard's words, the ice encasing her heart began to thaw. Since being issued a global bounty by the government, her life had been a relentless cycle of lies and betrayal. This very existence had shaped her into a cunning individual, wary of trusting others. Had Whitebeard spoken such words in the past, Robin would have suspected ulterior motives. However, after witnessing the valiant images of Whitebeard and his crew during the Marineford War, she began to feel a genuine admiration for him. Now, as she listened to Whitebeard's words, much of her initial doubt naturally dissipated. Yet, Robin's earlier reluctance to answer was not due to fear of the Navy's power. Rather, it stemmed from her inability to extricate herself from the haunting memories of her tragic past. The recent revelation regarding the O'Hara Buster call was merely a shocking secret for others in the world, but for Robin, it was the reopening of her most cherished memories that had been torn apart. Thus, it was entirely understandable that she found it difficult to accept at first. Now, having regained her composure, Robin quickly adjusted her emotions after Whitebeard's statement. The one who ordered the massacre of all civilians during the O'Hara incident was Sakazuki. Upon uttering this declaration, it felt as though a great weight had been lifted from her heart, bringing her a sense of relief. Initially, Robin was uncertain about the allegations against Akainu regarding the slaughter of O'Hara's civilians. However, after joining Baroque Works, she dedicated more time to investigating the matter and gradually confirmed that Akainu was indeed the principal architect of the tragedy that befell O'Hara. In his relentless pursuit of absolute justice, Akainu disregarded the lives of his own comrades, including Spandam, treating all innocent civilians as targets to eliminate. Ding. Congratulations to member Robin for correctly answering. Akainu ordered the massacre of all O'Hara civilians. Reward, Xuanwu battlesuit. Sending prize. With the system's announcement echoing through the live stream, the audience once again erupted in condemnation of Akainu. At the forefront was Crocodile. TSK, TSK, TSK. Who would have thought the Navy would resort to such unscrupulous means to achieve their ends? Those poor O'Hara civilians probably never realized that their demise was orchestrated by those hypocritical Navy officials. Kizaru interjected, "You shouldn't speak so recklessly. That's a rather sweeping generalization." Although Kizaru often appeared nonchalant, he felt compelled to defend the Navy's reputation at this moment. Nevertheless, when the truth of the O'Hara Buster call was fully unveiled, the Navy's fragile reputation, in the eyes of the public, was reduced to insignificance. Crocodile pressed further. "Are you suggesting that the massacre of those unfortunate civilians was solely the doing of Akainu and has nothing to do with the Navy as a whole?" He seized upon the inconsistency in Kizaru's words, posing a pointed question. Kizaru replied, "That's about the gist of it. Given the broader circumstances." Kizaru found it necessary to distance himself from Akainu. However, even if the Yellow Ape were to uphold justice at the cost of his kin, he could not erase the detrimental repercussions stemming from the exposure of the O'Hara Massacre Order incident. Moreover, at this juncture, Crocodile, in his quest to seize the Alabasta kingdom, has deliberately donned the guise of a people's hero, making it imperative for him to step forward. Furthermore, witnessing the Navy's embarrassment is a sight that Crocodile eagerly anticipates. Crocodile, yet, as far as I am aware, the narrative is not quite as it seems. Following the conclusion of the O'Hara Massacre Order incident, an individual ascended from Rear Admiral to Admiral. What accounts for this? Crocodile, is it possible that the slaughter of these unfortunate civilians was merely a pawn for that individual to curry favor with superiors? Although Crocodile refrained from naming the person directly, his words implicitly suggested a particular name. At last, Akainu could no longer remain composed. Just yesterday, he had faced global condemnation due to the textbook incident. After much difficulty, he had managed to secure a suspension as a form of punishment, finally providing some semblance of accountability to the world. He had presumed that by stepping back and allowing time to pass, the public's attention would shift away from him, granting him the opportunity to make a comeback once the controversy surrounding the textbook incident had faded from memory. However, it was unexpected that a 20-year-old incident would resurface. And with the revelation of the correct answers, the figure of Akainu once again emerged before the public. This time, however, Akainu presented a visage even more brutal than before. In this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. He believed he was merely upholding his own sense of justice. Every decision he made was sanctioned by the government. Although his methods appeared extreme and cruel, he remained unrepentant, convinced that for the sake of world peace and his intrinsic sense of justice, such sacrifices were justified. Even to this day, Akainu harbors no regrets or sorrow for his past actions. Consequently, he dismisses the accusations levied against him in the live broadcast with indifference. Akainu proclaimed, "You are uttering nonsense. I am not at fault. For the sake of enduring justice, these necessary sacrifices are worthwhile." While his actions of slaughtering comrades and civilians were indeed extreme and merciless, from Akainu's perspective, he believed he had done nothing wrong. Furthermore, following the conclusion of that incident, nearly everyone involved received promotions, which indicates that the issuance of the Demon Extermination Order was a collective decision of the government, with Akainu merely serving as its executor. However, regardless of the circumstances, the outcome is evident. Akainu ordered the massacre of all civilians. The populace around the globe expressed their discontent, feeling powerless against the entirety of the Navy, yet they could still target a specific individual within its ranks for public condemnation. Thus, Akainu tragically became the object of widespread derision. Chapter 109. The good and the evil are choices made by humanity. Nevertheless, due to a single command from Akainu, the entire crew of the ship met with disaster, an act that is inherently inhumane, and thus, the public scorn directed at him is well-deserved. Hancock. Yet those individuals could have been spared. Such a ruthless example is profoundly disheartening. Shirahoshi. Is this what the world above is like? How terrifying. At this moment, Shirahoshi's face was streaked with tears. Having grown up in a sheltered environment with little interaction with the outside world, this live broadcast presented her with a precious opportunity to connect with it. Upon viewing the recently broadcasted O'Hara Demon Extermination Order, White Star was engulfed by feelings of oppression and anguish. Like her mother, she possessed a kind heart and abhorred the indiscriminate slaughter perpetrated by Akainu, which deepened her fear of the world above. As the princess of the Dragon Palace Kingdom in Fishman Island, she was a grand yet fragile figure, embodying sincerity and innocence. She was a mermaid princess, a rare being capable of communicating with the Sea Kings, and held immense power that could either save countless lives or bring about global destruction. By sheer chance, her mother, Queen Otoheim, discovered White Star's ability to command the Sea Kings. At that time, however, White Star had yet to master this power. And fearing it would incite chaos among the Sea Kings, she urged the Neptune brothers to protect her sister vigilantly. Simultaneously, Queen Otoheim prophesied the emergence of a pivotal figure who would guide the princess and humanity's abilities toward the right path, heralding significant changes in the world. Concurrently, Vanadaken IX learned of the secret, determined to firmly grasp one of the three ancient weapons, the Sea Emperor Poseidon. He resolved to pursue the mermaid princess as his bride, regardless of the cost. Through an unexpected opportunity, Dakin utilized the powers of his target fruit to reach out to White Star, making her his target. Initially, Dakin merely tossed letters of proposal toward White Star, but he soon escalated his pursuit through intimidation, inciting the wrath of King Neptune, who issued a warrant for Dakin's capture. In an effort to evade his relentless pursuit, White Star remained confined within the hard shell tower for a decade. This seclusion deprived her of interaction with the outside world, rendering her timid and sensitive. The recent exposure of the O'Hara Demon Extermination Order incident deeply resonated with her sensitive nature. Consequently, disregarding her father and brother's admonitions, she spoke candidly in the live broadcast. She was oblivious to the significance of Akainu or the historical context. She only trusted her own observations. What she saw was the Navy's willingness to obliterate an entire island to prevent the exploration of the century-long void. White Star could not comprehend why her mother had sacrificed her life to promote coexistence between merfolk and humans if this was the reality of the world above. As a resident of Fishman Island, Kimmy, who was often unsuspecting of human malice, comforted her, saying, "Princess White Star, do not fear. This is merely the impact of 20 years ago and does not represent the present. But 20 years and now do not seem like a long time. Can the status of the common people truly change in such a brief span?" White Star replied, having lived her entire life in the Dragon Palace. She had no experience of the outside world, and upon witnessing the images from the broadcast, she instinctively perceived it as perilous and brutal. Her words were spoken without malice. Yet they plunged the audience into deep contemplation. Indeed, what difference was there between the world 20 years ago and today? The understanding of historical truths among the populace had waned significantly, had it not been for a select few who persisted in their inquiries. That blank history might one day vanish from the world. The constraints on thought and behavior persisted even 2 decades later. Thus, how did the present evil differ from that of 20 years prior? The demise of O'Hara was merely a microcosm of this reality. The governing powers sought a compliant nation. Disobedience would lead to obliteration. In such an environment, O'Hara's downfall became an inevitable chapter of history. Now, 2 decades later, the next nation to awaken its consciousness might face a similar fate. As the historical subjects, the common people remained vulnerable to exploitation even after 20 years. White Star's words inadvertently awakened many to their national consciousness, particularly resonating with the members of the Revolutionary Army. The atmosphere in the chat room shifted as countless individuals felt a profound connection to her statement, causing a lull in conversation. Did I say something wrong? Why has everyone fallen silent? White Star inquired, sensing the quietude in the aftermath of her remarks. Observing her awakening consciousness, King Neptune was suddenly reminded of the late Queen Otoheim. Perhaps it was the bloodline flowing through White Star that enabled her to awaken such insights. Even within a completely isolated environment, Neptune found himself uncertain whether this awakening was a blessing or a curse. On one hand, he wished for White Star to grow up unburdened, free from the weight of heavy responsibilities. On the other hand, Neptune is acutely aware that in such a tumultuous world, peace is the most luxurious of all treasures. Mutual understanding and harmonious coexistence, these are the ideals for which Princess Yuki sacrificed her life. Regrettably, she did not live to witness their fruition. Must White Star also tread this path? Neptune, you are not mistaken, nor should you doubt yourself. Neptune, good and evil are merely the choices made by humanity throughout history. We shall continue to stride boldly forward. Fate is a helmsman, incessantly steering the course of history. Undoubtedly, whether it is the occurrence of a century of emptiness or the demise of O'Hara, these events are the historical choices made by humanity itself. The current global order is fraught with issues, yet these problems have persistently remained unacknowledged and unresolved. Since the emergence of this dilemma 8 centuries ago, culminating in the fall of O'Hara 2 decades past, there have been struggles, yet history has not witnessed any significant change, which is indeed a terrifying reality. The peace and tranquility perceived by those in power resemble but a fragment of a smooth ice surface, visually pleasing, yet beneath lies a landscape marred by devastation. Reform is an inexorable trend, thus giving rise to revolutionary forces. Neptune even senses that in the forthcoming century, the world shall undoubtedly face tremendous upheaval. He no longer yearns for the world fiercely pursued by Otoheim. Rather, he longs to observe the outcome of humanity as self-chosen history. During this interval, his sole wish is to protect his people and family. Chapter 110, The Awakening of Akainu, the Ultimate Scapegoat. Upon concluding his remarks, Neptune hastened to the side of Shirahoshi. There were many things he could not divulge in front of the live audience. Given Shirahoshi's awakening consciousness, he felt compelled to provide her with proper guidance, thus he swiftly made his way to the hard shell tower where she resided. The statement he made in the live broadcast was intended not only for Shirahoshi but also for all viewers. More crucially, he was acutely aware of the multitude of speculations surrounding his daughter, many of which were laden with ulterior motives. By speaking in Shirahoshi's presence, he aimed to demonstrate to the world that their king still stood. As a father, he must shield her from all calamities, as long as he exists. No harm shall befall Shirahoshi. Nevertheless, the consecutive remarks from both Shirahoshi and Neptune, while drawing attention to the strength of Fishman Island, could not alter the fact that Akainu had made a decision worthy of widespread condemnation. Furthermore, the tumultuous influence of figures like Don Quixote Doflamingo, who thrived on chaos, had rapidly tarnished the reputation of the Navy. At that moment, in the office of Admiral Sengoku in Marineford, the Admiral was pacing anxiously as he observed the lively discussions in the live chat. The chat room was abuzz with activity, with messages flooding in at an alarming rate of 99. Nearly half of these messages condemned Akainu's extreme actions, while the other half demanded accountability from the Navy. Yet, The most alarming aspect was that the five elders had also become aware of this situation. Although the five elders, as celestial dragons, had previously been targeted during the cleansing of celestial dragon activities in the live stream, they were now implicated as well, as the supreme authority in today's world. The five elders have an abundance of loyal subordinates eager to serve, particularly within the intelligence apparatus of the government, which signaled the five elders immediately upon the occurrence of the incident, upon learning that this matter was being disseminated widely through live broadcasts, and that public trust in the government was waning. The five elders realized the situation was spiraling out of control. Observing the unfolding chaos, they promptly contacted Sengoku. The five elders instructed Sengoku to suppress the matter by any means necessary. Whether the Navy were to accept responsibility for the incident or to find a scapegoat for the calamity it caused, or perhaps to offer some form of compensation to the global populace, it was imperative that the integrity of the government not be further compromised. After receiving the call, Sengoku appeared to age considerably. He too yearned to resolve the issue swiftly. The term Navy represented not merely his profession but also his unwavering belief. Witnessing the Navy being scorned by millions due to the events of O'Hara weighed heavily on his heart. However, 20 years had elapsed since that incident, and many circumstances had transformed, compounded by the instigation of the Revolutionary Army and other vested interests, complicating the matter further. Of course, when the five elders reached out, they presented Sengoku with several potential solutions. The first proposal entailed Sengoku admitting that the decisions made during that fateful event were a grave miscalculation, leading to the massacre of the entire town of O'Hara. As a means of atonement following the exposure of the incident, Sengoku would need to apologize to the global populace and offer benefits to ordinary citizens worldwide, thereby restoring the lost prestige of the Navy. The second suggestion involved presenting an individual as a scapegoat, thrusting that person into the public eye to mitigate the damage to the overall strength of the Navy. The five elders had already identified the most suitable candidate for this role, Akainu, as the one who had directly issued the command at the time. No one was more fitting for this responsibility. Even without the five elders' guidance, Sengoku could readily conceive of these two strategies. However, despite the simplicity of the idea, its actual implementation proves to be quite challenging. Firstly, it is inconceivable for oneself to emerge as a representative of the Navy to acknowledge any wrongdoing. Should one take such a step, it may momentarily garner the understanding of the civilians and pacify the agitated masses. However, in the grand scheme of things, it would not bode well for the enduring reign of the Navy. Dismissing the initial approach leaves only the second option. This entails persuading Akainu to take responsibility for everything. Yet, just yesterday, one had approached Akainu, hoping he would accept blame for the deliberate tarnishing of the Yonko and warlords in the textbook. Now, one must ask him to admit culpability for the entire O'Hara extermination incident, a request that Sengoku finds exceedingly difficult to make. Sengoku acknowledges that Akainu's decision is not solely his own, but rather a directive supported by the entire Marine headquarters, which emboldens him to issue such orders. Furthermore, the textbook issue only offended the Yonko and the warlords, whereas the current matter has incited the ire of ordinary citizens across the seas. Although these common folk do not possess the terrifying power of the Yonko, if the sentiments of the global populace remain unsettled and continue to escalate, it will inevitably threaten the Navy's dominion. The former merely represents a matter of political offense, while the latter poses a significant risk to governance. If Akainu were to be thrust into the spotlight regarding this incident, it would effectively place him in opposition to the people. While Akainu may be somewhat extreme in his actions, he genuinely cherishes and supports the Navy's mission. In contrast to Akiji and Kizaru, during his tenure as an admiral, Akainu has diligently upheld his duties without any missteps. Thus, Sengoku cannot simply cast him aside. However, if a decision is not made to cast someone out soon, the public's fury may prove insurmountable. Just as Admiral Sengoku hesitated, Akainu boldly knocked upon the door of the Admiral's office. Akainu understood the gravity of this matter for the Navy. He did not wish to see years of hard-earned reputation tarnished in an instant. Thus, his visit was solely to resolve the issue at hand. "Admiral, I imagine you find yourself in a rather difficult position regarding this situation," he began. "But fear not. Simply place the burden upon me, for I am indeed the one who issued that order." Upon entering, Akainu delivered this statement, completely exceeding Sengoku's expectations. "Why?" Sengoku asked, unable to suppress his curiosity. He needed to understand the rationale behind Akainu's decision. "I have heard that our naval bases and other divisions have been attacked by the local populace. If this matter remains unresolved, it may spiral into greater complexities, and the Navy's predicament could become even more dire. That is why I am here." It was a bitter irony that he had never anticipated his presence would wield such a profound influence over the fate of the Navy. With a self-deprecating chuckle, he continued, "My lifelong aspiration has been to ascend to the highest echelons, bearing the mantle of justice, to lead the Navy and the people into a more glorious era. Yet, he could never have anticipated that the future of the Navy would require him to plunge into darkness and bear the weight of guilt to uphold it. Nevertheless, even in such dire circumstances, Akainu harbored no grievances. Even when the time came for the Navy to sacrifice him for a brighter future, Akainu accepted it with open arms. For this was the conviction and vocation he had steadfastly upheld throughout his life. "Marshal, having arrived here, I have already made my resolve," You need not harbor any concerns. However, I have one final request. Chapter 111, the Navy's $1 million public relations. I bombard myself. After this incident, I fear I shall need to remain at home for a while, yet you are well aware of my capabilities and intentions. The Navy cannot do without me, nor can I sever ties with it. In the future, should an appropriate opportunity arise, I hope you will remember my contributions and sacrifices for the Navy. Upon hearing Akainu's declaration, Sengoku finally comprehended his determination. Akainu had truly entrusted everything to the justice of the Navy. His methods may have been somewhat ruthless, yet his heart remained fervent and unyielding. Could such a man truly lead the Navy towards a more glorious future? After a moment of silence, Sengoku finally nodded. Very well. I accept your terms. To be adaptable is the hallmark of a capable individual. Akainu, on behalf of the government, I shall remember your merit. With Akainu willingly shouldering the responsibility, subsequent matters became significantly more manageable. After Akainu's departure, Sengoku immediately contacted Morgans, preparing to inform the world of the Navy's resolution through the newspaper. The publication of the Navy's reputation would be overseen by Vice Admiral Tsuru. Once Sengoku devised a rough solution, he promptly relayed the information through a live broadcast. Sengoku, regarding the extermination order at Ohara that led to the devastation of the entire island, I express my profound regret. However, those scholars defied government orders and engaged in research on the blank century, which indeed transgressed the law. We had warned them more than once prior to the extermination order. Yet they persisted in their studies, making the extermination order a regrettable necessity. Sengoku, as for the attack on the refugee ship, resulting in the deaths of all civilians, I have reviewed all the reports from that time and finally uncovered some truths. Sengoku, the order to attack the refugee ship was primarily issued by Spandam, who held the golden Den Den Mushi. Sengoku and Sakazuki, who possessed the silver Den Den Mushi, had no choice but to comply with the order and open fire on the refugee ship. Sengoku, Spandam perished in that incident, and as for Akainu, we will impose severe punishment upon him to atone for his past transgressions. This was Sengoku's explanation to the world. Although Akainu had consented to take on all the blame, Sengoku refrained from doing so. He understood that if he truly did this, it would spell ruin for Akainu. Assigning all blame to Akainu while punishing him was the best resolution for this incident, yet with slight adjustments, Akainu's burden could be alleviated. Although this approach meant the Navy would still bear some infamy, Sengoku was willing to accept such risks rather than lose an exceptional commander. As for Spandam, who had perished in that incident, he naturally became the focal point of this public relations effort. After all, the dead cannot speak. However, while Sengoku's calculations were astute, very few were willing to believe him. Spandam ordered to bombard himself? Do you expect me to believe that? Questioned the Golden Lion. Although I too am reluctant to believe the Navy was responsible for this, could this excuse be any more clumsy? Remarked Crocodile. Sengoku, while the truth may be hard to accept, our investigations reveal the outcome to be as such. Sengoku, perhaps Spandam discovered scholars among those fleeing the island and, in a bid to fulfill his mission, sacrificed himself by issuing the order to bombard. Sengoku, I express my deep sorrow regarding this. I also wish to extend my apologies to the innocent civilians of Ohara who lost their lives, to the civilians of the world. As a means of expressing our remorse for that incident, I shall also represent the government in providing compensation. I hereby announce that, effective immediately, taxes will be halved worldwide. Sengoku's statements were the result of a collaborative effort by all the Navy's distinguished public relations personnel. Finalizing the speech required significant effort, with many public relations officers left bald in the process. As the marshal, every action of Sengoku represented the Navy. He could neither appear overly aggressive nor excessively weak. In this respect, Sengoku performed admirably. Sengoku resolutely shifted all blame onto Spandam, and regardless of the scrutiny from others, he was able to counter with appropriate justifications. Simultaneously, to quell public dissent, Sengoku proposed a compensation plan to the world. For the civilians, a reduction in taxes was undoubtedly a cause for celebration. The Navy's willingness to concede in such matters demonstrated their sincerity. With Sengoku's explanations, the previously agitated civilians found themselves considerably calmed. The events of 2 decades ago were now in the past. Clinging to them would serve little purpose, especially since the Navy had offered such reparations. Perhaps the calamity of 20 years ago, in exchange for a present reduction in taxes, was worth it? After all, it was not their lives that were lost, nor their homeland. However, the civilians remained unaware. The Navy, which established the taxes, possessed the power to reduce them. But they could just as easily find reasons to increase them in the future. No one could snatch meat from the jaws of a wolf. If such a thing were possible, it would only indicate one truth: that wolf was fishing for a larger catch. Under Sengoku's balanced and firm address, public sentiment was swiftly assuaged. As matters progressed, the Navy provided the final explanation, and the people reaped the benefits, seemingly reaching a tacit agreement. Discussion of the incident in the live broadcast diminished significantly. However, just as Sengoku believed the matter had concluded, Whitebeard spoke once more. Sengoku, since you have apologized to all the civilians of Ohara, what of the child you branded as the son of the devil? Shouldn't she at least receive an apology? Under normal circumstances, Whitebeard would grant Sengoku a measure of respect, refraining from speaking such words just as the voices of public opinion began to settle. However, having witnessed the entirety of the Marineford War and the O'Hara incident firsthand, Whitebeard has come to a clear understanding of the true nature of the Navy. Even though he is aware that his words may offend Sengoku, he feels compelled to speak out. Sengoku, upon hearing Whitebeard's declaration, was visibly enraged, his anger manifesting in his huffing and glaring. After considerable effort to quell the public outcry, Whitebeard's statement has ignited it once more. Indeed, while Sengoku has apologized to all the victims of the war, he has failed to extend the same courtesy to Robin. Why? Has Sengoku forgotten? Certainly not. Robin is the sole survivor of O'Hara and one of the few individuals in the world capable of deciphering the poneglyphs and ancient texts. As long as she exists, the risk of the historical texts being interpreted increases. Although Robin is also a victim of that war, her unique abilities render her unable to escape the Navy's relentless pursuit. Chapter 112. The Xuanwu Battle Garb, Punk Hazard emerges. Upon hearing Whitebeard's remarks, the crowd was once again reminded of Robin, the only survivor of the O'Hara tragedy. In the harrowing scenes from that time, Robin appeared innocent and vulnerable. At the tender age of 8, she was pursued by the Navy with a staggering bounty on her head. One can only imagine how arduous her life must have been throughout the years. Since Sengoku has apologized to all the innocent civilians who perished in the O'Hara incident, should not Robin also receive her due apology and compensation? Sengoku, Robin cannot be exempted. The recent footage has confirmed her identity as a scholar. She is the one who should have perished in that calamity 2 decades ago. Just as everyone anticipated Sengoku to provide Robin with an explanation, he outright rejected the notion. It is understandable, as the Buster called that year nearly incinerated all of O'Hara's secrets, leaving only Robin alive, while all other secrets remain buried. The flames of wildfires may not consume all, they may smolder, only to be rekindled by the spring breeze. The Navy's refusal to acknowledge their persecution of Robin and their continued pursuit of her stems from the fear that she embodies the will of the scholars of O'Hara. As long as she lives, the risk of the historical text being successfully interpreted persists. This is precisely why Sengoku can apologize to the world yet remain uncompromising in his dealings with Robin. Moreover, Sengoku's comments did not end there. Seizing the opportunity to persuade Robin to surrender, he added, "Robin, although you are a scholar, I recognize that you were merely a child at the time, perhaps misled into joining the Scholars Organization. Therefore, I have decided that if you renounce your pirate identity and surrender at Marineford, I will not pursue your culpability." Sengoku continued. "However, if you remain obstinate, I cannot guarantee your safety." Sengoku's words were intended not only to entice Robin to surrender, but also to showcase his mercy and the Navy's magnanimity to the world, demonstrating that even in dealing with pirates, they are capable of forgiveness. With a mere statement, Sengoku positioned himself at the pinnacle of morality and public opinion, silencing any who might have spoken in Robin's defense. Having navigated the seas for half a lifetime, Whitebeard easily discerned the Navy's hypocritical facade. Yet, the Navy's refusal to act justly left him powerless. Upon hearing Sengoku's response, Robin could only scoff derisively. It is safe to say that Sengoku's answer was entirely within her expectations. If she were still 8 years old, perhaps she would have believed the Navy's rhetoric. However, since the O'Hara incident, she has witnessed an abundance of hypocrisy and deceit, leading Robin to be increasingly hesitant to trust others. Over the past 2 decades, she has endured countless hardships to evade the Navy's pursuit. And now, when Sengoku claims that if she surrenders, she will not be held accountable, Robin cannot bring herself to believe a single word. If it were truly possible to evade responsibility, why would she need to turn herself in? To put it plainly, it seems like a ploy to ensnare her. Once she complies with Sengoku's promise and surrenders, she would lose all leverage. At that point, the narrative would rest solely in the Navy's hands. Nonetheless, amidst these troubling thoughts, Robin's attention is captivated by the black tortoise armor she has just acquired. Having correctly answered a question, the system promptly delivers her reward. This armor, adorned with black scales, merges with her body the moment she touches it, becoming an integral part of her. As she processes this bewildering occurrence, a video begins to play in her mind. The video opens with unfamiliar towering structures, their design unlike any buildings she has encountered before. Soon after, a peculiar man with long hair appears. His name is Long Yu, characterized by his striking white hair, golden eyes, and sharp teeth reminiscent of a shrunken shark's. His body is inscribed with ancient symbols. In the video, Long Yu seems to launch an assault on a location, facing resistance from the local populace. To thwart his advance, they commence a barrage of gunfire. Just as bullets are about to pierce his body, it suddenly hardens and darkens, enveloped in scales known as the black tortoise armor. Miraculously, the bullets not only fail to harm him but shatter upon impact. Once the battle concludes, the armor recedes beneath his skin, restoring him to his normal state. At this juncture, Robin comprehends the armor's purpose. It is a formidable defensive form that renders the wearer impervious to harm. Akin to the armament hockey, while the armor initially exists as a tangible entity, once it integrates with her being, Robin senses a newfound energy coursing through her. More importantly, this power responds to her will. Whenever she desires, the black tortoise armor can envelop her body like scales. It can manifest in specific areas or envelop her entirely. As Robin revels in this transformation, her heart brims with joy akin to discovering a precious treasure. However, as she explores the capabilities of the Black Tortoise armor, an individual in the live chat takes notice of her acquisition, Dr. Vegapunk. Ah, the Black Tortoise armor, is it? It appears quite intriguing, Nico Robin. I am very interested in acquiring it from you. Name your price in berries. Vegapunk proclaims with exuberance, regardless of the cost. He intends to utilize the armor for scientific research, with funding sourced from the government. Upon hearing Vegapunk's proposition, Sengoku furrows his brow. Vegapunk's unique status as the world government's leading scientist necessitates strict protection from the Navy. As such, he is forbidden from communicating with the outside world, including speaking in the live chat. Following Vegapunk's last comment, Sengoku had sternly instructed Momonosuke to prevent Vegapunk from appearing again, even in the chat. Momonosuke, bewildered by Vegapunk's unexpected interjection, recalls their prior agreement. Doctor, please remember our confidentiality agreement. Since he is not physically near Vegapunk, he can only issue a reminder through the live stream. Yet, Vegapunk dismisses Momonosuke's warning with indifference. His insatiable curiosity for the unfamiliar keeps his gaze fixated on the Black Tortoise armor. While he may not fully grasp its capabilities, his keen scientific instincts recognize its extraordinary potential. Given his current research on human modification, he wonders if the armor could amplify the abilities of modified beings. Vegapunk, a quintessential scientist, cannot be deterred from his curiosity, and Momonosuke is powerless to oppose him. Rest assured, I will exercise discretion, Vegapunk states, eager to hear Robin's response. Upon reading Vegapunk's message, Robin promptly replies, I cannot part with it, Doctor. I too am quite fond of this armor and have no intentions of selling it. In Robin's eyes, despite Vegapunk being affiliated with the government, he is the world's foremost scientist, much like the scholars of O'Hara were revered as the greatest archaeologists. Hence, she speaks to him with a level of respect. Having only just begun to grasp the armor's exceptional qualities, she would never relinquish it so easily. Moreover, with her intellect and resourcefulness, acquiring berries is merely a matter of time. There is no way she would sacrifice such a hard-earned reward for a trivial sum. Ah, I see. That is quite all right. Where thought can reach, technology shall follow. I will continue my research on the Black Tortoise armor. Vegapunk concludes before retreating into silence. With his objective unmet, he sees no reason to linger in the chat. However, shortly after Vegapunk concluded his statement, another formidable scientist emerged upon this vast ocean. Caesar Karan declared, Vegapunk, await your reckoning. I shall soon devise the most formidable weapon of destruction upon these waters. As an equally distinguished scientist, Caesar harbored a fervent aspiration within his heart to surpass Vegapunk and ascend to the pinnacle of global recognition. Regrettably, as long as Vegapunk remains, it appears he is destined to remain in a subordinate position. Despite Caesar's blatant provocations, Vegapunk has consistently refrained from responding, leaving Caesar profoundly frustrated. Upon witnessing Vegapunk's emergence this time, Caesar eagerly seized the opportunity to showcase his recent research findings, hoping to convey to Vegapunk that he would soon surpass him. Unexpectedly, Caesar's provocation went unanswered. Observing the stillness of the live stream, Caesar was filled with frustration, yet Vegapunk remained unaffected, continuing his research undeterred. Meanwhile, Vegapunk's presence not only caught Caesar's attention but also that of Luffy, the room's super administrator. Although Luffy was merely a Naval Academy instructor at present, he had already devised his next course of action, to assemble a group of like-minded individuals who could join him in transforming the world. Among those companions Luffy sought, Vegapunk was his primary target. To harness Vegapunk's unparalleled wisdom, which surpassed 5 centuries of human history, Luffy needed to uncover his hiding place. Fortunately, Vegapunk's recent remarks provided Luffy with just the opportunity he needed. In the live stream, each member's speech emitted corresponding signals. As the super administrator, Luffy possessed a crucial authority. He could locate any member based on these signals. Although Vegapunk had only uttered a couple of sentences, it sufficed for Luffy to pinpoint his location. Luffy swiftly employed the signal localization feature. However, when he beheld the location revealed by the system's signal analysis, he was utterly astonished. Chapter 113, Multiple Signal Sources, Zodiac Charms Activated. After tracking the speech signals of the group members, Luffy finally discerned Vegapunk's speaking address. However, when Luffy beheld the location of Vegapunk, his eyes widened in astonishment. Had the system indicated Vegapunk's whereabouts anywhere else, be it the depths of the ocean or the heights of the sky, Luffy would not have been similarly astounded. For he had encountered a place far more bewildering than either the ocean floor or the heavens above. It was the entirety of the globe. As Luffy activated the group signal tracking feature of the live stream, a map swiftly materialized before him. The map was adorned with flickering red dots, indicating the locations the system was tasked to track. Initially, the red dots danced across various points on the map, and Luffy thought little of it, assuming it was merely the system at work. After a minute, the tracking concluded, and the dots ceased their flickering, signaling the end of the system's signal tracking. It was at this moment that Luffy discerned the presence of several red dots on the map. Upon a cursory count, he noted approximately 12 red dots. The system could not possibly be mistaken. Was it conceivable that there existed 12 Vegapunks in this world? No, that was impossible. There could only be one Vegapunk. Of it he was certain. After confirming that the image before him represented the final outcome, Luffy took a moment to collect himself. Once he regained his composure, he began to engage in calm contemplation and analysis. The system could not err, and there could only be one Vegapunk in existence. The current inability of the system to pinpoint his location likely indicated that Vegapunk had employed some stratagem. Luffy recalled the moment when Jean Tao warned Vegapunk against speaking recklessly. Vegapunk had replied that there was no need for concern, as he had matters well in hand. Did this having matters well in hand imply that Vegapunk had devised a comprehensive plan to ensure that no one could trace him? Had he left signals scattered across the globe? If that were the case, everything began to fall into place. However, given the current level of technological advancement in the world, it seems that abstract concepts such as signal sources have yet to be thoroughly explored by humanity. Upon reflecting on this, Luffy could not help but admire the intellect of Vegapunk. Truly, a scientist who surpasses human wisdom by 5 centuries. Of course, Luffy also contemplated another possibility, that Vegapunk might have discerned the tracking of signal locations within the live stream, which could explain the implementation of these counter-surveillance measures. Although this possibility is slim, it is not entirely implausible. However, regardless of the possibilities, Luffy became increasingly convinced that Vegapunk was the partner he had been waiting for all along. Only by joining forces with the strong could they hope to ascend to the pinnacle of the world. Since 12 locations had appeared on the map, he would search for them one by one. Given that Vegapunk's signal source manifested simultaneously in multiple places, there must exist some clandestine connection among these locations. Luffy's task was to uncover these links and decipher them to deduce Vegapunk's ultimate whereabouts. Although he had been appointed as a naval instructor and was momentarily unable to depart, he could opt to send a substitute in his stead to seek out the answers. The clone produced by the string fruit that Doflamingo had previously gifted him could perfectly replicate his appearance and abilities, yet it could only replicate one at a time. A single individual's energy was invariably limited, and traversing all 12 locations would make it exceedingly difficult to ensure that no unforeseen events would occur along the way. Thus, Luffy turned his attention to the zodiac talismans he had obtained through answering questions. The rat talisman could imbue inanimate objects with kinetic energy. The ox talisman could grant immense strength, the tiger talisman could separate good from evil within a person, and the rabbit talisman possessed incredible speed. The dragon talisman boasted formidable explosive capabilities, while the snake talisman allowed for invisibility. The horse talisman could cure all ailments. The goat talisman enabled astral projection into dreams. The monkey talisman could transform any person or object. The rooster talisman could allow for levitation. The dog talisman conferred eternal youth. And the pig talisman could make one's eyes emit flames. Each of these 12 zodiac talismans possessed extraordinary powers. Luffy soon realized that he could utilize the rat and monkey talismans to train an army loyal solely to him. By employing the monkey talisman, he could transform an ordinary tree into a human, and then use the rat talisman to bestow it with kinetic energy, effectively creating a subordinate that would eat only his commands. Given the current circumstances, this plan appeared to be the most swift and feasible. However, to maintain secrecy, it would be wise to conduct this research under the cover of night when all was still. Meanwhile, as Luffy pondered how to locate Vegapunk's whereabouts, a minor incident unfolded with Robin. At that moment, Robin was together with Crocodile. Following the emergence of the live streaming room, Crocodile had summoned Robin to discuss their upcoming strategies. After receiving the reward of the Xuanwu battle suit from the live streaming room, Robin had only discreetly tested the suit's effects to avoid attracting envy, yet it still caught Crocodile's attention. It was astonishing that even the clone produced by the fruit's ability could utilize the Xuanwu battle suit. As Crocodile observed Robin's displayed abilities, a peculiar gleam began to flicker in his eyes. The Xuanwu battle suit was inherently designed to enhance defense, and since Robin possessed little combat inclination, its utility for her was merely for protection, having little impact on the vast ocean. However, if someone as aggressive as Crocodile were to acquire it and make slight modifications, it could transform into a new weapon of slaughter. Could you show it to me, Nico Robin? Crocodile inquired, casting a gaze upon Robin. He seldom referred to her by her given name, most often addressing her as Miss All Sunday during their dialogues. Although Robin felt a flicker of surprise internally, she maintained an impassive exterior. It is truly regrettable, but this weapon has now become an integral part of me. I can no longer extract it, she replied coolly. Her words extinguished Crocodile's delusions entirely. Chapter 114, The Black Lotus born from lies and betrayal as the rewards were distributed. The deeper truths surrounding the O'Hara massacre began to unfold. This revelation cast a more harrowing and sorrowful light upon the annals of O'Hara's demise. Suddenly, the holographic projection in the live broadcast room, which had previously frozen on the image of the O'Hara refuge ship being destroyed, began to shift. The camera now focused directly on a naval warship. With Kazan, one of the operations commanders, dispatched to the island to intercept Saul, only the sole commander, Sakazuki, remained aboard. An ordinary soldier, equipped with a telescope, observed the refuge ship successfully setting sail from the western coast of O'Hara before approaching Sakazuki to seek guidance on the next course of action. He had assumed that once the refuge ship had departed, the focus of their firepower would shift to target the entire island of O'Hara. Yet he never anticipated that Sakasaki's next target would be the refugee ship. However, General Sakasaki, that vessel is filled with civilians. Moreover, it also carries Commander Spandane. The Marine, momentarily believing he had misheard, inquired once more. Yet the response he received was still the cold and ruthless answer from Akainu. Once a decision was made, one must eradicate the roots. Should any scholars be aboard that ship, all sacrifices would be in vain. In confronting evil, there must be no room for leniency. Target the refugee ship and open fire. In the face of the bewildered gazes of the Marines, the then Vice Admiral Sakazuki thus decreed the fate of O'Hara. In pursuit of his unwavering sense of justice, he was willing to sacrifice these unfortunate civilians without a second thought. With the issuance of Akainu's command, the warship's cannons immediately zeroed in on the refugee vessel. Moments later, with a series of resounding explosions, the ship was mercilessly bombarded, resulting in the deaths of countless civilians and government officials. On the island, those who witnessed this scene were left in utter shock. Kazan could hardly believe that the Navy, under the guise of a mission to protect more people, would inflict harm upon an entire ship of innocent civilians. The 8-year-old Robin, upon witnessing this horrific sight, collapsed in terror. It is worth noting that had it not been for Spandam's vigorous intervention and expulsion, she too would have boarded that refugee vessel. The same went for Saul. Long disillusioned with the Navy's decayed sense of justice, he had chosen to follow his own heart and defect. Saul believed himself immune to the Navy's actions, yet upon witnessing their devastating assault on the refugee ship, he remained profoundly shaken. Is this what justice entails? Can you still feel at ease after witnessing such horror? In a fit of rage, Saul hurled a punch at Kazan before lifting Robin once more, preparing to flee. The justice of the Navy had rotted to its core, and Saul could do nothing to change that. At this moment, O'Hara too could not escape its fated destruction. The only thing he could do was to ensure the survival of little Robin, who bore the hopes and scholarly legacy of all O'Hara's scholars. As long as Robin existed, O'Hara would not be truly extinguished. However, before sorrow could take a few steps, Kazan regained his composure and executed a technique known as frozen time capsule, instantly encasing Sorrow's legs in ice. With his legs immobilized, Sorrow collapsed onto the ground, causing Robin, who had been cradled in his hands, to tumble down as well. Sorrow, are you all right? Robin inquired with concern as soon as they hit the ground. At this moment, Saul was no longer preoccupied with his own safety. His sole hope rested on Robin's successful escape. Run, Robin, with all your might. Remaining on this island could cost you your life. Set sail on my raft. This is where my journey ends. I have been captured. Saul had come to terms with his fate, urging Robin not to relinquish any opportunity for survival. You must endure, Robin, though you find yourself alone now. There will come a day when you will find companions. The sea is vast. Eventually, allies who can protect you will appear. Life is never meant to be a solitary endeavor. After imparting these words, Saul sensed the approaching footsteps of Kazan and could only continue to implore Robin to flee towards the shore. There lay the raft he had painstakingly crafted over 5 days. Originally, Saul had intended for this raft to carry him to safety. Now, it was evident that he could not leave this place. Run, Robin. Do not look back. In times of sorrow, remember the way I taught you to smile. Even at the brink of death, Saul wished for Robin to remember his laughter. He understood that the hardships of Robin's life were only just beginning, and he wanted that smile to warm her through a long and arduous journey ahead. Hope is beautiful, yet reality is harsh. With a heart full of noble intentions, Saul yearned for Robin to live on with resilience.